Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Popped up. Isaac Paredes waits for it. And the Astros have their best win of the season, a 2-1 win against Shohei Ohtani and the two-time defending champs.
What a ball game. The fans showed up for this matchup. A lot of them anticipating what Shohei Ohtani was going to do, but a couple of Astro blasts give them the lead, and that was enough for Peter Lambert to go out there and throw 7 shutty.
Yeah, best win of the year. When Todd Callis said that last night at the end of the game, I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, okay, there's not a ton of them to choose from. That was the best win of the year, I think. You get a shutout. Peter Lambert, over 100 pitches for you, 7 innings. He was getting you the outing that I think many were hoping they would get earlier this week from anybody, well, the 2 bullpen games notwithstanding. That was big last night. And as we welcome you in here on a Wednesday, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. And here's the thing, Seth. I'm looking at the standings right now, and I know the Astros have been terrible this year. It's been a very depressing season. And we got another injury to talk about. We went a whole day without an injury, and now Carlos Correa is out. Who knows for how long? Tweaked an ankle. The numbers, the standings will not let the Astros die. The Athletics are leading the division at 18-17 right now.
That's right. The mighty Sacramento A's.
They're 4 games back.
Like a redwood rising above the slums of Sacramento.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they're 4. I mean, honestly, in this division, especially considering they got series coming up against the Mariners and the Rangers, 2 of the teams that are ahead of them. I mean, you're a good weekend. You're like an 8-2 week and a half away from being right back in the thing right now. So as we're getting ready to, fire Joe Espada and everything.
Okay, so with Correa out, which I think Chandler called it a bad ankle injury. I think he used the word bad. McTaggart said he's going to be out indefinitely. There are a lot of tea leaves that make me feel like this isn't just your typical non-Astros discomfort.
Right.
This is Astros discomfort.
Yeah.
It seems like this might be more than just a turn of the ankle or something.
Yep.
So, apologies if I'm pessimistic about an Astros injury situation, but Peter Lambert, out-dueled Shohei freaking Ohtani.
Who saw that coming?
I did.
Yeah, you did?
Ohtani's not all that great against the Astros. There's one thing the Astros have going. Come high, come low. Mike Trout struggled against the Astros comparatively. In his career, he has.
In his career, yeah. Not this year.
Not this year, no.
Yeah.
He had like 4 home runs and 3 at-bats.
But your global point is a good one, yeah. Historically,
and, Ohtani has struggled more against the Astros.
Aaron Judge?
It's not like he had a horrible outing last night, but he hadn't let up a home run.
No.
He had yet to let a home run up this season.
Yep.
And then, damn it,
Shoemake, yeah.
It's Shoemake.
Yeah.
It's not Shoemaker.
No. Or Schoonmaker, as you called him yesterday.
I know there's every time I want to say his name, I'm like, it's not Shoemaker. It's not Shoemaker.
It's a shoemake.
Yeah, but somehow Schoonmaker comes out.
It's a verb. It's not a noun. He shoemakes. It's not a shoemaker.
Shoemakes.
Yeah.
He's not a. It's
a verb.
It's not a job description.
Right. It's a verb.
a description of what he's doing right now.
What are you
Making
doing?
Shoes.
I'm shoemaking, man. I'm the shoemake. Yeah.
He hits home run, and before you go calling it like, well, it's a Dyken Park special. 4 major league ballparks that would have been a home run in.
4.
That's right.
That was a jack. That was
like the second or third row at least.
Yeah.
No, but he gets called up. He was working out in the weight room when it turned out that Correa was injured, so they came in. I'll tell you, there's nothing worse than all of a sudden like getting a workout in and somebody's like, hey, I know you're fatigued from this workout, but you got to go actually do the job that really matters. I hope it wasn't a leg day for his sake.
Okay, Skip. Who's pitching? Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, he knew that he might have to be available in the game, so it wasn't like he was probably putting in a monster workout or anything.
That's a funny story, though. So Peter Lambert's the big story last night. They get 7 shutout innings from him, closes it out with a double play in the 7th. 103 pitches, I think, is what he went. Let's play Espada, then we've got some thoughts on this. Here's Joe Espada on Peter Lambert's outing last night.
Your competing, grinding, stepping up, knew exactly what we needed, and we couldn't have for a better performance. That was pure grit right there.
You didn't have the swing and miss stuff like he's had in the past.
I don't really care. Yeah. I really don't care. It was exactly what we needed. Swing and miss, but he was ahead in the count. He was inducing contact early. We played some really good defense behind him. That's just what we needed. We needed him to get deep in the game, and couldn't get better than that.
I couldn't quite hear. It sounded like it was McTaggart asking that question.
Oh, okay. I just assumed it was Chandler because Espada got tested. But he brought up Lambert didn't really have his swing and miss stuff.
Yeah. And I you know what? I'm going to give. We were pretty tough on Joe Espada yesterday. If you missed it, Ryan Weiss did eventually get sent down to the minors, something Espada was aghast about getting asked about by Chandler Rome on Monday night. I'm going to give Espada a pass on this one. The pitching's been so bad this year.
Yeah.
Espada's just basically like, dude, we have a 6 ERA. I'm going to translate. I'm going to translate Joe Espada's English. Dude, we have a 6 ERA. You think I care how we're getting the outs out there tonight?
And Peter freaking Lambert.
Lambert swing and miss.
Shohei Ohtani.
Are you worried about
Did you
the
see Shohei
swing
Ohtani out there? Did you guys see how big he is? He's really big.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Well, but plus it was the entire environment and atmosphere and the plays that they had to make defensively, including a couple of the double plays, were just really, really nice. Mm-hmm. Cam Smith had a beautiful catch in the outfield, after which he went Spider-Man on the bullpen.
Yep.
That was impressive right there.
That was cool, yeah. That was really cool. I have zero qualms with how they got the outs last night. They needed that. Here's the issue is they need so many more outings like that just to normalize this bullpen right now.
Yeah.
Like that if this were a better Astros team with just with a pitching staff that was average instead of just the worst in baseball, that would have been a huge outing last night that they're resting all these guys. But they've been so taxed. They pitched 2 bullpen games. The 2 games before last night's game were both games where they emptied the bullpen to start the game. So they need so many more games just to normalize. But we've been on this kick, with the Astros being so bad, the pitching so awful. Are we on a Espada watch? Bob Nightingale of USA Today. Now that Carlos Mendoza, the Mets manager, has been given a stay of execution and a vote of confidence, Joe Espada's up next on the guillotine, on the chopping block. And I'm like, man, when my teams are bad like this, I just don't like to look at the standings, Seth. I just don't like to. I just need them to win a game. I can't be worried about how far back they are. And today I decided, you know what, I'm going to go take a look. Is this something, should they be selling? Should we have had that conversation yesterday about who are the assets they could move to go replenish the farm system? And they're fun they're not fun conversations. They're relevant conversations to have. But this division is so bad again. I mean, it's the A's are leading. They're 18-17. You're going to play the Mariners and the Rangers after this Reds series coming up. The Astros have a day game today, and then they play the Reds for 3, and then they play Seattle and Texas next week. And losing Carlos Correa obviously hurts. Losing Yainer Diaz is not as painful, but now Cesar Salazar is going to have to catch a couple games for you. He's not good, offensively. And Yainer, you pointed this out yesterday. Yainer had started to come around a little bit lately too. That's the shame in all that is that he seemed to be starting to figure some things out at the plate, and now Christian Vasquez, who's been really good hitting the baseball this year, but he's going to be your everyday guy now. So it's just they cannot escape this injury curse right now. It's like nothing I've ever seen before.
Of the opening day lineup, they're now missing Correa, Yainer, Loperfido, and Jake Myers. And then if you add into that Jeremy Pena, was injured at the time, but would have been
he's your regular shortstop.
Yeah. So 5 on this, which is still a league-leading offense in Major League Baseball, not as high as it was early on. It's been just absurd. It's been ridiculous how bad the injuries have been on this team.
Yeah.
If you want to feel a little bit better too, Sean, taking a trip through the standings, just always remind yourself that the team with the 3rd highest payroll in baseball, the New York Mets, are 13-22.
Yeah, they are. There's some, and the Phillies are. I think the Phillies are one of the few teams that spend more than the Astros also, and they're really bad this year.
I got nervous. I pulled up some power rankings yesterday. I think it was the Athletics, and the headline was something like some two teams that have never been at the bottom of the power rankings before, and I thought, oh, crap.
I saw this.
No, it's not. You did,
yeah.
I couldn't even Command F on it. I had to scroll down just to build suspense, and it wasn't. No, it's a good reminder that, okay, as bad as it is, man, at least somebody's always got it worse.
Yeah. And baseball, like, nobody's running away with it. Like, I know the Tampa Bay Rays are leading the American League right now. Do we think that's going to hold up over the course of a season? You know, if the Yankees were leading by, if the Yankees were 10 games over 500 right now, I'd be like, okay, well, that'll probably hold. They spend $300 million a year. But the last I checked, the Rays are leading the American League in overall record. You have a look on your face like the Rays are in last place right now, not first place. Like I messed that up.
In the American League?
In the American League, yeah. The Tampa Bay.
The Yankees are 25-11.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You know why? You know why? Because I looked at the wild cards. I hate ESPN does the wild card standings.
Yeah.
They don't put the division leaders in the wild card standings. That's the problem. Okay. I was looking at the wild card standings. So
I was trying to figure out 10 games over 500 because I always get confused on how people talk about that versus the mathematical part of it.
Yeah. No. I was
25-11.
That's my bad. Thank you. Yeah, the Yankees are really good. So either way, I mean, if you're the Astros, you're just trying to get back in the hunt, whether it's division or wild card. You're just trying to work your way back in. So big one last night. So did I see this correct that Ohtani doesn't like the mound at Daikin Park?
It's true.
Is this a Japanese? Is this a Japanese thing, or is this just?
No, this is an Ohtani thing with the.
Because Emi doesn't like mound. Emi's got a mound issue also.
This is where. So last night I was watching the highlights this morning and from the Dodgers, and during the Dodgers broadcast they were talking about how Emi doesn't really like the mound, or at least the mound this year at Daikin Park. So here's the Dodgers guys talking about it.
Ohtani, the night before he pitches, always takes a quick trip to the mound just to feel it out, visualize, get a quick feel for the mound. And when he did so last night, said that he noticed a little slope off of each edge of the rubber, and he has that big step in his windup, and he didn't really like how it felt. I mean, he's never pitched well in this park, so you wonder if it's something that he's noticed before.
These guys.
Yeah.
Just pitch.
We got garbage cans buried underneath the mound, you clowns.
God, yeah.
Oh, no. The Astros mound.
I'd be saying this even if it weren't Daikin Park. Let's just go pitch. My God.
Yeah, we've done this to sabotage not only the Dodgers pitchers, but our own pitchers as well. We don't care. I don't know, but it made me think, okay, like Ohtani, very detailed, very focused on getting every little thing right. And ultimately, maybe that's, Emi, we just keep hearing more and more things about how things are different and everything's just not quite right. And he's got the same level of obsession with detail that Ohtani does.
Yeah.
Yet seemingly a complete incapability of handling any of it.
Yeah. So Emi's got new beefs? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, there's just more explanations for all of the things that are different here versus what he's used to.
He walked a bunch of dudes last night at Sugarland, right? He walked like 5 guys at Sugar. He only gave up 1 run, but he had a bunch of guys on base. He walked 5 guys. I want to say
it was 7 guys. Oh, was it only 5 guys?
It was 5. Yeah, I'm looking at I've got the numbers and headlines. Yeah, here's Emi's line. It was 3 innings pitched, 1 hit, 1 earned run, 5 walks, 3 strikeouts. He threw 63 pitches, 27 for strikes.
So the latest is, aside from the ball that's more slippery, the mounds being different, when they eat dinner, we can add these next 2 items to the checklist of things that bother Emi.
Okay.
This is his translator.
So I think that one of the reasons is in Japan we don't have any pitch clock, and then I'm able to take more time between pitches, and then also, for example, before games in Japan, he can take some time every pitches, and then I can go to throw like inside to the lefty, can like get a first pitch strike with sliders, and then for here we do like scouting report, and we talk about the weakness of the hitters, and then I'm thinking I want to talk about more of the strength that I have using slider for the first pitch count, get more strikes with the slider than the other pitches as well.
Okay, so if I heard that correctly, he's got an issue with the pitch clock.
Yeah.
And he's got an issue that the scouting over here focuses more on the weakness of their opponents than what Emi can do to impose his will on somebody.
He'd rather go out there and throw sliders on the first pitch,
right?
Because these major league hitters would never catch on to that,
right?
Apparently,
these idiots. Skip, you gotta understand, these guys are morons over here. Like
he's like the Altuve of the pitching world. I'm just gonna go out. Emi's gonna throw a slider on the first pitch, and Altuve's gonna swing. Did you see Altuve's whiff yesterday?
No.
The one he reached.
Was it old school? Was it old school Altuve?
It's old school Altuve.
It almost feels like it feels like
it wasn't a first pitch. I think it was for the strikeout.
Yeah.
He just.
Oh, I did see that.
He reached.
I did see that.
It was the length of his entire body.
Yeah.
He almost fell down. Oh my God.
I'm almost like, you know what? He hasn't had one of those this year. He probably need to get it out of his system.
I took a screenshot. I'll show it to you during the break.
Oh my God. Dude.
He's got to dial it back in, you know.
Yeah.
Him adjusting to his own strike zone.
Yeah.
Feels like now pitchers have adjusted to his accurate strike zone.
Yeah. So Emi's going to be back pretty soon, I would guess. I mean,
hell yeah!
He threw
you
63
got 13
pitches
straight coming up.
Yeah.
You got a stretch of 13 straight games.
Yeah.
You need Emi.
Got to have
Give
Emi
me all
out
you
there.
got.
Got to have Emi out there.
Please, Kaiwei Tang, please end up being a starter that can all of a sudden just without. You don't need a break-in period or anything. We just need Kaiwei Tang to go out and throw 120 pitches in his first start, whenever that comes, if it ever comes.
Yeah.
They'd love to start him, but they keep calling him back.
No. Yeah. So Emi, rehab, they had a few guys playing. Josh Hader pitched an inning last night, Seth. Josh Hader pitched an inning at Sugarland last night.
Yeah, that's big.
That is big, and it was a good inning, too. It was a clean inning. I mean, he hit a guy, and he walked a guy, but he didn't give up any runs.
We're coming off of a Brian Abreu non-car accident. You know?
Multi-inning non-car accident.
A multi-inning, almost drove the car off the cliff, but reeled it back in. He turned into the skid, and then boom.
It's all coming together, man.
Right.
It's all coming together. They're only 4 games out. Josh Hader pitched an inning at AAA last night. Emi only gave up 1 run with 5 walks. Yeah, but it's all coming together, man. Good morning to be an Astro fan.
I was looking at Emi's pitch chart, and the impressive thing was he wasn't just not throwing strikes. He was aggressively not throwing strikes.
Oh, you did? You did the – oh, wow.
It was like a modernist painting of some sort.
Yeah, dots everywhere.
Just dots everywhere.
Okay. And he'll be back soon. All right, we got a lot of stuff to get to on the show today. So we got the audio from DeMeco Ryans at the golf tournament last week. The team put it up, and it's clean audio. I wanted to hear DeMeco's thoughts on Aziz's deal, and C.J. Stroud's offseason has been a big topic. So let's circle back to some of what DeMeco had to say last week about that. And would you be interested in this name in free agency out there? One former Texan finds a home yesterday. The other one still out there. Just curious. We'll see. We'll talk about it. We'll workshop it. Coming up next, but get to the folks that need a last second.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, real quick, we didn't get to this in the open because we were celebrating the Astros beating Shohei Ohtani yesterday. Text message, did y'all bring up Framber's meltdown last night against the Red Sox? We did not, but we have the audio.
Oh, my God.
If you missed it, Framber Valdez gave up 10 runs to the Red Sox last night. And he gave up 3 home runs, 2 of them back-to-back. So he gives up back-to-back home runs. And then Trevor Story is up after this. And I didn't know this, Seth. You pointed this out to me, that this was the first four-seam fastball he'd thrown the entire game.
No. The entire season.
Oh, the season?
This is the first four-seamer he's thrown this season.
And he's pitched like 7 games at this point.
When he beans
Trevor Story.
Oh
my God! So he beans Trevor Story, and then and then obviously the bench is empty and everybe's staring at each other. And here's what the Red Sox broadcast sounded like.
Both benches are emptying. You can't get them out, so you throw at them. What a joke.
Red Sox bullpen is about to enter this thing, too, as they race across the outfield grass. No punches or anything thrown.
No, the one guy who caused it's hiding in the back.
That is weak. You give up 3 home runs, back-to-back shots, and then you drill Trevor Story.
Well, let's just hope he doesn't cross up his catcher now that he's mad.
There you go. Okay, you knew that was coming. That's
you guys know about that story?
Yeah. Probably has Framber banging on garbage cans also for some reason.
It was kind of funny when Framber was a free agent. That was there were a lot of people that obviously just hadn't heard about or seen that story yet, and it was retold it multiple times during the offseason. I got to enjoy people learning about Framber beaning his own catcher.
Psycho Framber, yeah.
So, that was the first time he threw a 4-seamer all season long.
That's hilarious.
So it's pretty easy.
That's pretty funny.
Pretty easy to figure out exactly what his intentions are.
Yeah. So that was...
I'm worried about Framber, man. Like, Framber's always Frambered in the past, but these last 2 Framberings... he had a bad Framber outing.
Second or third start.
Third start, he allowed 8 runs, but then he's been really good. Now he allows 10 runs. But in terms of a complete meltdown, we had last year where he beans Cesar Salazar, and now he's beating Trevor Story.
Not our problem anymore. I'm not worried about him at all. He's got $38 million a year coming for the next 3 years.
He seems like a nice guy. There's something going on in his noggin
anymore. Yeah, sorry, not
so it's just why we can worry. Like he's not in the division.
He ditched us last year, man. Like he melted down the second half of the season.
Yeah.
I've zero sympathy for Framber right now.
One thing I've learned between the whole Vrabel-Rossini situation and now Framber, it's that you're way more cold-hearted than I thought you were.
For certain things I am. Yes, for certain things.
Very little empathy. I feel like you'd be a good, you could, if you needed to, be a good serial killer.
Maybe. I think I've got it in me. Probably just the use of the weapons. That's a piece of hardware. I'm not really good at that.
True, yeah.
You'd
be more of a poison guy.
Definitely. Yeah. Or lock the garage and turn on the car or something like that. Yeah, something.
I was watching a movie the other day where somebody, it was one of these Nazis fellow of theirs, one of the Nazis who killed themselves with cyanide. And so you start going through like, all right, in which situations in life would I think like, nope, that's it. I'm not depressed. I just don't want to face what's to come.
Yeah.
But I don't know where I'd get cyanide. I'm guessing on the internet somewhere.
Where you'd actually procure it, you mean?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
How does a fella get some cyanide?
Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. How can Seth get his hands on some cyanide? Hey, let's
I got secrets that people want. And if I ever get stuck in a situation where they're going to get them out of me.
I'm out. This was DeMeco Ryans last week at the Texans golf tournament, or earlier this week, I should say, on Monday. On Aziz Al-Shaair getting his contract done last week.
For Aziz getting the contract that he got, I'm so proud of him because I've known Aziz since he was an undrafted rookie, and I saw the talent, I saw what he had in him, what he was capable of doing. But to see someone live out and work at it and really maximize their talents and see them be rewarded for it is really, it's a special feeling to me, because that's why I got into coaching. I got in coaching to help young men fulfill their dreams, right, to become that success. And it's great with the contract, but it's not about the money. It just shows that, man, if you work at your craft, whatever you do, if you work at it hard enough, if you put the time and you put the work in, like, you can become great at your craft and you can be rewarded for those things where others see the work that you put in. So I'm happy for Aziz, and he knows it's just the beginning. Now I can be on him even harder.
Yeah.
We got to play some of the clips from your interview, because he did Aziz is talking a bunch of times about how hard it is to play for DeMeco because he's so demanding.
Yeah.
But I felt like in your interview those are some of the best examples I've heard him say. He really got into detail about what a hard ass DeMeco can be.
Giving myself a reminder to do that today. I will do that today.
He basically told a story of how, after the final game of the season against the Colts, DeMeco basically said, "Oh, you guys all thought you were that good, huh?" To the defense, like, "Oh yeah, oh, you thought you were that? You sucked."
I would.
Now DeMeco would have phrased it a lot
He
differently.
would have, but I would still.
That was the general gist of the story.
Aziz is telling that story, and I'm like, God, I would love to see that DeMeco, the one that's a little bit spiteful against his team.
All right. You see it in press conferences every now and then when DeMeco gets a little agitated in press conferences, and he's got he can pull himself back in, but you can see that look in his eyes.
Yep.
Where, the old DeMeco Ryans, the football player, comes out a little bit.
Yep.
And the players see that a lot more than we do, watching when he's in front of the cameras.
Yep. Here's another one from DeMeco at the golf tournament on Monday. On CJ Stroud's offseason is and will be a huge topic, especially as the team comes back to the building for OTAs later this month. DeMeco on CJ's offseason.
CJ's done a really good job all offseason, just continuing to be locked in, continue to prepare the right way. He's been dialed in to our strength sessions, our coaching sessions, and our meetings. He's been dialed in, very into it. And that's all you can ask for, all our guys at this time. Everybody's looking to grow. And he's doing a great job of growing. I think learning, spending time with Corbin, with Kaylee, with Jerry. He's doing extra things with his body as well, body maintenance. So I'm proud of the work that he's putting in right now. And that's only going to help you, when it comes time for the season. So he's laying the groundwork right now to have a really good season.
It is wild because you pointed this out yesterday. He had been doing so much lifting last year that he had a shoulder tweak that prevented him from throwing at minicamp.
In a brand new offense. And he looked bigger. Yeah.
And he looked bigger. And now, all the shots we see of him now, he is skinny, man. He is slender.
If you have to choose between a Tim Tebow physique and a Tom Brady physique,
I'll go Brady.
Go with as a quarterback. Go with the Tom Brady physique every day of the week.
Yeah.
And I liked hearing DeMeco say whatever, the body maintenance program or whatever. Quarterbacks don't need to be setting PRs in the weight room.
No.
Unless you're Jalen Hurts, where it's an integral part of your game. Jalen Hurts, that's part of his game. Without his powerful legs, then he's a different quarterback.
And even then, I only want them setting PRs on the lower body
stuff, right? Yeah, nothing that needs to affect your shoulder soreness.
Nothing that makes your throwing motion look like an alligator throwing a football.
Right. Yeah. So I don't think CJ wants to be a Jalen Hurts type of quarterback. I think he wants to be a Tom Brady type of quarterback.
No, but you pose a really good. I'm looking at the notes you and I have on this. This is a really good question about CJ and running the football. You have in here, does CJ being slimmer make him more or less likely to run? I think it's a fascinating question because of how last year unfolded. He was running the ball a lot in the first half of the season. It was a carryover from the playoffs the year before. He had that one long run against the Chargers, and it was almost like CJ discovered something in himself that he didn't know existed. He's running by guys in that Chargers game, that playoff win, and then that carried over into last season where he was getting 4, 5, 6 carries a game. None of them designed. They're all scrambles or whatnot. And I think that's part of why his sack numbers were down as well. He didn't get sacked nearly as much last year. Yeah. But then he got concussed and something changed. And over the course of the second half of the season, or post-concussion, we'll call it, the last, I guess it would have been 6 games of the season. He came back after that Thursday night Buffalo game. And he carried the ball. I remember the numbers. He carried the ball 19 times for 20 yards over the last portion of the season, over like 6 games. And some of those were kneel downs at the end of games. Like, so a lot of them weren't even real carries. So does this? How does the new slender CJ affect his mentality when it comes to running the football?
I wonder if, part of it is that, okay, look, you can take hits a lot better when you're a little bit bigger. And I know people always object to that for some reason. I can just only say from real world experience, it matters. Like, you absorb contact.
Sure.
An extra 10 pounds makes a big difference in absorbing contact. People love to act like it shouldn't matter, and they'll throw out the force equals mass, etc. But it matters. Now, it might be that maybe he just felt a little too clunky when he was running last year, and including his ability to get down and slide. Just if he had slid a little bit earlier before he got hit before he went down hard in the game that he got his concussion, maybe he'll feel better running when he's a little bit more nimble and just try not to get hit. Remember, it was Marcus Mariota a few years ago.
Is that who it was?
It was Marcus Mariota's personal trainer. Did some interview where he said Marcus Mariota was trying to lose weight. And remember, Marcus Mariota was already getting injured a bunch.
Yeah.
And the trainer said one of the dumbest things I've ever heard, which is, they can't hit you if they can't catch you. And I'm like, all right. Somebody's going to catch him at some point.
Yeah,
all right?
yeah. He's a good athlete, but
I think CJ, when he does run, it's just a matter of, and I thought he did by and large a good job of this last year. Be a coward. You're a quarterback. You go down, avoid contact as much as possible.
Yeah.
So I choose to optimistically think that him losing weight is going to get him back to feeling more comfortable running. And maybe he'll feel like he can protect himself better because he's better able to either get out of bounds or go down faster when he's a little bit lighter and quicker.
Yeah. We'll talk a little more CJ at the top of the hour. Nick Shook on NFL.com power ranked the 15 quarterbacks that are still on their rookie deals. And I thought it was an interesting ranking. CJ's not number one. I'm going to spoil that. But where he is, are there ways that he's better right now or could be better than the guys that are ahead of him on this list? We'll do that at the top of the hour. We got to get to headlines. Big win for the Astros last night that we'll dig into. Again, some updates on some of the injured guys who pitched at Sugar Land last night. And a former Texan signs in free agency. I think a former Texan that fans here would have loved to have had back. There's still another out there. You got a stomach for this free agent. We will have that for you. We'll do that in headlines. We'll do that coming up next. Stay there.
Hey, are you looking to lose money or gain money? That's an easy one. We'd all love to gain some money.
10. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Christian Walker leading off in the bottom of the second inning. And he hits it high in the air, deep to left field. All the way back and gone. Up on the train tracks. The 8 train has just left Union Station. Astros in front 1-0.
Skywalker in flight. An early evening delight.
All right, that was Christian Walker. They would get another home run from Shoemake, the Astros would, and they would go on to win 2-0 last night over Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Dodgers. So the Astros get a win. They're going for the series win today. 1:10 first pitch. Here was Joe Espada on the 2 home runs. First 2 home runs given up this season by Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, that was a good fastball in, and Walker just got the barrel out and kept that ball fair. We needed a little spark, a little slap like that to Ohtani early just to get us going, just to get 1 run across the board, score first. And then Shoemake, a little Oklahoma, getting an opportunity to play. Stepping up, picking up Carlos, picking our team up.
Yeah, we'll talk about why Shoemake played in that game last night in just a second. But, yeah, that was good to see. Todd Callis called it on the final call of the last pitch of the game, called it the best win of the season for the Astros. Hard to argue against that, Seth. You get a shutout of the defending champs, and you beat the MVP of the National League in the process.
Look, they played some great defense, and a couple really nice double plays. Cam Smith had that one, actually a couple beautiful catches last night. Everything was that was our World Series, Sean.
That was our
I'm not
Super
even talking
Bowl.
about the series with the Dodgers. They haven't won that yet. But that night, Megan, and it's funny. You beat Ohtani, And in some respects, wow, Ohtani hadn't let up a home run all season long, but he allows 2 solo home runs, and that's all he lets up. It's not like Ohtani had a bad game or anything.
Yep.
It was just they did everything they needed to do.
Lance McCullers today against Tyler Glasnow, so trying to get the series win with McCullers on the mound. McCullers was solid his last time out. I think 6 innings, 3 runs, so don't know that gets it done today, but Lance McCullers on the hill if anybody's headed out to the yard today to go check that out.
Braden Shoemake currently hitting .308 with a 1.077 OPS with the Astros.
Correa's going to get Wally pipped.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Correa, by the way, McTaggart called it a significant ankle injury.
Significant was the adjective.
Significant ankle injury, and he's going to miss an indefinite amount of time.
Okay.
That's,
Do we know how he did this? How did he...
He was in batting practice, and I don't know.
Okay. I mean, that's weird.
I
don't remember him limping off the field in a game. That's why I bring it up.
It's not related to his lower body anomaly. He's got a unique.
Bring that up?
He bought his lower body at the Dior store.
Yeah.
And sometimes these luxury items don't.
They don't hold up.
Last.
Yeah. Here's Joe Espada on the Carlos Correa injury.
Yeah, he suffered a little left ankle injury in the cage. Prior to the game, he was just getting his swings in and suffer, while he was taking a swing. He's going to see a foot specialist tomorrow morning. So I'll have more information for you guys tomorrow.
I don't like this at all. I do not like this one bit.
No.
Hurting his ankle in the batting cage.
Glad to hear that. I was afraid you were going to be excited about it or something.
No.
Given your lack of empathy that we've established.
No, I have empathy. He's on the Astros. Why would I not have empathy?
Oh, you have empathy for yourself.
Yeah.
That's
yes, very much so.
Yes, an Astros fan, this is bothering you.
Well, Ocho texted in about Framber and my lack of empathy for him giving up 10 runs and acting like a child last night.
Yeah.
And Seth was a little more empathetic. Seth was thinking back to the good days with Framber. I was not. And Ocho's like, I'd take him back here in a heartbeat because of all the innings he eats. Yes, so would I. I would have, if they signed Framber, I would have been great, and I would have been on his side. But he's on Detroit now, so there you go.
We also would have had already 2 instances. If you just do everything exactly the same, he allowed 8 runs in his 3rd outing. He allowed 10 runs in his last outing. Other than that, he's been classic Framber on both ends of the spectrum, including last night when he was ejected because he beamed Trevor Story.
After he gave up back-to-back home runs, Framber.
After allowing 10 runs already and allowing back to,
Yep. Let's get to some NFL free agency news. DJ Reader signs with the Giants. So that's some big shoes DJ Reader's going to have to fill. The Giants, of course, traded Dexter Lawrence.
Yeah.
DJ Reader, who had been out there, he'd been most recently with Detroit. So he signs a deal with the Giants yesterday.
Dexter Lawrence was not the same guy last year after he had dislocated his elbow in the previous season.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. The only time I can remember a defensive lineman dislocating his elbow and coming back was the year that J.J. Watt ended up getting his first defensive MVP.
That's why he wears the elbow brace.
That's why he wears that Terminator elbow brace all the time.
Yep.
He just never stopped wearing it.
Absolutely.
But DJ Reader's still plugging away. He's got as long as he stays healthy, he's got a game that'll age well because so much of it's just based on his size and strength.
Year 13 for DJ
13?
Reader. He was drafted in 2015, if I'm not mistaken. 2015, yeah. Either 2015 or 16. I think 15. So DJ Reader signing with the Giants. Yeah, he's had a nice career, man. DJ Reader has. Meanwhile, here's Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network. They were going through some of the older free agents that are out there now that are getting kind of sifted through by teams. They actually talked about Reader. This is right before he signed with the Giants. Here's Mike Garafolo on Jadeveon Clowney.
I'm looking at a different guy on the edge, Jadeveon Clowney, a different veteran edge rusher. Jadeveon Clowney, 8.5 sacks last season, and if you're into PFF grades, his highest pass rush grade since, well, let's look at this, ever. How about that? Clowney actually just recently changed agents. He's now with Andy Ross of Upper Edge Management. I gather that some of his former teams are interested in him, which is pretty easy when you played for as many teams as he's played for. So let's see about Clowney here in the near future.
Clowney was with the Cowboys last year. I know we've workshopped Clowney as a Texan before, Seth.
Yeah.
But I want to do it here just real quick because I feel like whenever we've talked about Clowney, it was when there was still a draft coming up. It was in the middle of premier free agency where big names are flying off the board. if I feel like your biggest concern with this team right now is, as in terms of the roster, is the lack of depth at edge rusher on this team.
Yeah.
So do you have a stomach for Jadeveon Clowney as a solution for that?
I would, except that I not necessarily on this team right now with DeMeco Ryans and with their culture, because they hold a willingness and an eagerness to practice as one of their core principles of the swarm mentality. And Clowney always shows up and produces every single year. That report right then just annoyed me, because every single year Clowney goes out and he plays well, and people act surprised like it's the first time he's played well.
Highest PFF grade, though, for pass rushing.
Which is false, because he was in 2023 at a higher PFF grade. So I don't know what the hell that guy's talking about.
I think he was saying his pass rushing PFF grade.
And that's what I'm looking at.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
2023 it was 81.2. In 2025 it was 80.6.
Okay.
So because he's good every year. He's good every year. The problem is he's been with 7 teams in his career.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like he's good enough that he's getting all pro votes or anything. So he goes to a new team and all of a sudden he's on somebody's radar. And people are like, wow, look at that. Clowney is actually, you know what? He had a good year last year. Yeah, he's good every year. He doesn't want to sign until late in training camp, most likely. If he does sign before training camp starts, he definitely doesn't want to practice. And that's just different than the mentality of a guy like Danielle Hunter or Will Anderson.
For sure.
All those guys.
No, for sure. And I haven't followed Clowney like day to day at all these places to know if he's still got the same practice habits that he did here. The biggest thing to me that would be a check against Clowney in terms of his recent behavior was when he was upset that he wasn't allowed to line up. They were letting Myles Garrett kind of choose where he lined up.
Yeah.
In Cleveland, and Clowney got upset about that. Like, dude, it's Myles Garrett. Like, sorry.
And he went MIA.
Yeah.
The report was that he went MIA and was just out of the building because
Not very
he was
swarmy.
upset over there.
Not very swarmy, yeah.
No, and I love Clowney and I love the way he plays. I don't think it's a match or a fit with the way DeMeco operates things. Now, you know, Nick and DeMeco also just have the old classic mantra of let's get the guy in the building.
Let's see what happens. Yeah.
But Clowney still, because he plays well every single year and makes impacts, he's probably going to get more money than the Texans are willing to pay for. Like, it's going to be more like, say, Cam Akers. Let's get him in the building.
He'll have suitors. He'll have suitors for sure. All right, QBs on rookie deals in the NFL. Where does C.J. Stroud stack up? Do you agree with this ranking? And what's the argument for CJ over the guys ahead of him on this list? We will have that for you coming up next.
Zadok Jewelers, this is on your list. Mother's Day. Today's Wednesday. Mother's Day.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A little later on this segment, if you guys listen every day, you know this is a nice long segment. We go commercial-free for about 35 minutes or so here. We'll have some of the audio from the Stefon Diggs trial yesterday. Diggs, we should have put that in headlines probably too. Diggs found not guilty for all the things he was accused of with his, I don't know,
former chef.
Mistress/former chef. Yeah, I don't know. So he was found not guilty yesterday. We'll have some of the audio a little later on in this segment for that. There was some incredible audio from that trial yesterday. And apologies, the final score last night was 2-1. I don't know why I've been saying 2-0. I don't know what's wrong with me this morning.
I'm sorry. I wasn't even listening to you say that. I'm sorry.
That's
I could
okay.
have corrected you at any point.
That's okay. Yeah, it was 2-1.
I think it's that you don't want to acknowledge that Kyle Tucker had an RBI in that game.
Would be now. That is somebody I feel like, Seth, you were a little sympathetic towards Framber Valdez.
Yeah.
And his plight last night, where he's beaning guys after he's giving up home runs. Where are you on Kyle Tucker in that whole spectrum?
Kyle Tucker, I don't ever worry about having empathy for, because this is how I parse it out. I feel like Framber is a guy who sometimes is a victim of caring too much, where Kyle Tucker, at times, it feels like he's a victim of not caring as much.
That makes sense.
The way he plays outfield, kind of a, why run when it's going to bounce to me eventually? I have more empathy for guys who fail because they care too much.
Okay. As opposed to Tucker. Like, if Tucker fouled the ball off his shin again and was out for 3 months, you'd be like, nah.
I'd feel bad for the baseball. Yeah.
Yeah.
They throw that ball away, man. Okay. You see any little scuff at all on those things, and they're tossing them.
Fair.
Yeah.
All right, so here was this was Cal McNair a couple days ago at the golf tournament, the Texans charity tournament. Shout out to the Texans. Raised $565,000 for the Texans Foundation. I'll give them an acknowledgement for their charitable works.
Acknowledge me.
This is Cal McNair talking about C.J. Stroud.
Well, as you know, we'll leave that up with Nick, and those communications are behind the scenes. But yeah, we're fully committed to CJ. I think you saw we extended it. We exercised his fifth-year option, and so we'll see how it all works out.
All right. So, and that's the right answer right there. The question was about the contract for CJ, which I guess we've talked about it a lot this week, Seth, on the heels of those comments and just in general, CJ back in the building and whatnot. According to DJ Bieneme, there have been nothing substantial communicated between CJ's camp and the Texans about a contract extension.
Yeah, as of at least a few days ago when DJ wrote that article, they hadn't talked about it at all. And part of that sometimes is, hey, Skip Bayless was upset. Skip Bayless thought CJ should be furious that they extended Will Anderson before they extended CJ, which is absurd on so many different levels that we can't even get into it. But if they were toying with the notion of it, or if they want to have discussions about it, because of the amount of money that goes into paying a quarterback and everything else, it would stand to reason that maybe they've got a different timeline on it. Everything that Nick and DeMeco and Cal right there has said this offseason, it feels to me, and maybe this is unfair, maybe this isn't accurate on my part, but it feels to me like a whole lot of, yeah, we're committed to him for this season. It feels a lot like, yeah, listen, we're not trading him. Well, that's all nonsense. That's stupid. He's our guy. He's going to be our guy. But you don't hear him saying, we want him to be here for the rest of his career, anything like that. A lot of quotes about, from DeMeco about how he's really showed that he's committing to improving, and, great things can happen after you put in work like this. It just feels to me, and I might be wrong on this, like the Texans have established a precedent in these last couple of years of, man, when you play like one of the best players in the league at your position, then, yeah, we're going to want to try to lock you down for the next few years. And CJ, with barriers in his way that aren't his fault, but still the outcome has been he hasn't played like one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And I know different teams operate differently, and a lot of people are paying their quarterback after their third year no matter what. But I don't think that's the way the Texans are going to operate on this. I think they're just going to wait and see. And just like teams have done with multiple other quarterbacks. You wait until after year 4 or even after year 5 to give the quarterback the extension.
You're right. They're clearly a team that rewards guys that are in the building, that are Houston Texans, that do it the Texan way. They do it the right way. They exhibit all the traits that they're looking for in guys, their leaders. And to your point, they play at the top of their market at that position. The one interesting one to me, because we know the names. Nico Collins got a deal after 3 years. Derek Stingley, highest paid corner. Will Anderson, highest paid non-quarterback, all those things. The interesting one to me in that group of players is Jalen Petrie. Because Jalen Petrie had not played. He'd shown flashes to that point, but when he got the contract after his 3rd year, I mean, he was a year removed from getting benched, and he was not. He got paid like near top slot corner money. I think that's kind of the market they were using.
That's not what he plays. You're right. That was the comparison people were making was like he's a combination linebacker / slot corner. So, yeah. But
the reason I bring him up is because, one, I don't think he was playing at the top, but and Nick Caserio said on this show during the season that Petrie got benched that he would take 1,000 Jalen Petries on the team.
Yeah.
I think Petrie's one of those guys that operates at such a high level behind the scenes with the team and is viewed as such a leader on the team that factored in with him getting the contract he got that was in that neighborhood we're talking about here. And so now we're throwing like CJ. CJ, the 3 years that CJ has played quarterback was better than the 3 years that Jalen Petrie had given the Texans to that point.
Yeah, the sum total of what Jalen Petrie has done.
And so that's just interesting to me. I'm not throwing shade at CJ's leadership style or anything like that. It's just interesting that there's that one sort of outlier there.
No, you're 100% right to bring up Jalen Petrie because you're in 2025. This is what happened in 2025, though, I think, is that they better understood exactly how to use Jalen Petrie.
Totally.
And I think they realized a lot of that as the 2024 season progressed, that, okay, there's certain things we can't do. You know, we can't put him on Devontae Adams and expect him to lock him down in the slot with no safety help over the top. For instance, there are certain things that we need to be smart about the ways we deploy him, and I think they did a better job of that last year. But it's a really good point. That's probably the one that is of all those guys that have gotten extensions after their 3rd year, Jalen's the one that would still you certainly wouldn't have categorized him as one of the elite guys at that star position in the league yet.
There was debate after he got that contract, I remember, from people. Whereas I think with Stingley and Nico and Will Anderson, there was very little debate. So it's now to be clear, and I think really good point on them figuring out how to use him. I think he's a bargain now, Jalen Petrie, for what he does.
Right.
He makes $13 million a year. I think he's a bargain for what he brings to that defense now.
So I think that's where just from the way they framed it, and again, they're not going to be. When you're potentially in some kind of a negotiation, you're not going to go over the top or necessarily show your hand. All of that. I would just be surprised if that's at the top of the line in their priorities this offseason. I think, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think the part that we probably neglect too much is there's a part of CJ that might be thinking, you know what? Yeah, I understand where they're coming from, and I know I'm capable of more. And I want to show that this season. Mm-hmm. And then you know what? It'll be less of a negotiation. We know the way the Texans operate. It'll probably be a pretty easy negotiation if I go out there and put in an all-pro season.
100%. Yeah, well, especially with this team. If he goes out and puts in an all-pro season, we know how Nick Caserio treats all-pros.
Right.
He pays them.
It's not the way Jerry Jones operates.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, there's not a lot of guesswork to the whole scenario. It's an easy negotiation.
Bingo. Yep. So Nick Shook of NFL.com has this article where he takes it's an interesting piece. He's got 15 quarterbacks that are on rookie contracts right now, and he basically just power ranks them. He says, how do the QBs set to play in 2026 on their rookie deals, which CJ is set to still play on the 4th year of his rookie deal? How do they stack up against each other? And he ranks the top 15. There's some interesting things at the bottom of these rankings, but I think the Texan fans listening right now want to know, where's CJ on this list? CJ's 5th on this list out of the 15. What's interesting is the 4 players ahead of him are all the marquee guys from the class of 2024, the class after CJ. So the rankings go like this. Number 1, Drake May. Number 2, Caleb Williams. Number 3, Jaden Daniels. Number 4, Bo Nix at number 4. And then C.J. Stroud, number 5. Just for a little bit of context, who's right behind C.J.? Cam Ward, 6. Bryce Young, 7. So I feel like there's a clear dividing line with the top 5. I think it's C.J. and those 4 guys. And I'm curious, Seth, how you feel about those 4 guys. We're going to take them one at a time, or if there's one that sticks out in particular. I know I've got one, but I'm curious.
I mean, like we've watched Bo Nix play in person.
Okay, good.
I mean, we've seen Bo Nix, and I just don't know if he's a good quarterback, man. He does not throw the football well. He runs really well and does some impressive things. But I also have to balance out the fact that you watch their playoff win this year. I mean, he broke his ankle and still led the drive to close out the game.
Yeah.
Playing on a broken ankle, and there is that certain ability to make plays in big moments, like he did versus the Texans.
Sure did.
That you can't discount. So it's hard for me. It's hard for me to put him ahead of C.J. Stroud right now.
Yeah, who would you rather have? Would you rather have C.J.
I'd
or
rather
Bo
have
Nix?
C.J. and the upside of C.J.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah, we've seen it. What about the other 3 guys in front of him here? We'll take them one at a time, counting up.
I would say, okay.
Jaden Daniels, 3.
I would take C.J. over Jaden Daniels at this point. They both had incredible rookie years. Jaden Daniels, I need to see him operate in a non-gimmicky offense that with Cliff Kingsbury has proven to work for one season and then fall apart. Like that's what it does. That's what Cliff Kingsbury's offenses do.
Yeah.
People kind of get onto how he's operating, and then there you go. And he's just so slender. I don't trust that he's going to stay healthy in his NFL career.
He had knee, hamstring, and elbow injuries last year.
Yeah.
It wasn't just one thing that knocked him out. It wasn't a pulled hamstring that could happen to anybody kind of thing. Like
look at a guy who's a genuinely elite passer in Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
And when he's not physically right, like he wasn't last year,
saw what happened.
He's not the same guy. Well, as it is with any quarterback.
Yep.
But I don't think Jaden Daniels is the caliber of passer that Lamar Jackson is yet, at least. And a lot of his game revolves around the running, but I don't think he's going to stay healthy like a young Lamar. Like Lamar Jackson used his legs really effectively as he was becoming an elite passer and like a genuinely polished NFL passer. And I don't know if Jaden Daniels is going to be able to do that.
Yep. And so I think I would take CJ over Jaden Daniels just for those health reasons, if nothing else. I can't trust the availability of Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
All right, Caleb Williams, the guy who CJ big broed after a game in week 2 of 2024. People like to point to that as the turning point in CJ Stroud's career, that he went from Rookie of the Year, elite, knocking on the door of the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah.
And then very next week, Sam Darnold and the Vikings took them to the woodshed, and CJ hasn't been the same since. That's the narrative, at least.
I think so you do the old experiment of let's swap these 2 guys out.
Okay.
Put Caleb Williams on the Texans last year. Put C.J. Stroud on the Bears with an improved offensive line and with Ben Johnson as his offensive coordinator and play caller. I think C.J. does better than Caleb Williams does if he was in that situation. I think C.J. just didn't have the same support around him or an experienced play caller.
How would Caleb do here?
I think he would have been reduced to tears the way C.J. Stroud has at times in his career.
Yeah. So you would take C.J. over Caleb Williams also, it sounds like. Okay.
I'm feeling a lot better. I'm glad we're doing this little exercise.
It's a good exercise, man. Well, because some of these quarterback, like that 2024 class gets a lot of love, and rightfully so, because they've won a lot of games. They've won a lot of games. And Drake May, who we're going to get to here, got to a Super Bowl. But Drake May might be the one that I would be most nervous about out of all these guys, just because once the stakes got upped in the postseason, I know he won. He was the winning quarterback in enough postseason games to get the Patriots to the Super Bowl, but he was horrible in the playoffs statistically. Yeah. They got there in spite of Drake May, not because of Drake May.
Yeah, they got there, but it was also they had weather in every single one of those playoff games.
Fair,
and he was better. Drake May had a couple of really nice touchdown drives against the Texans.
Yes, he did.
Against a really good defense in bad weather.
Yep.
The difference you take, and I'm not saying this sarcastically or anything, like the CJ and Drake May were very similar in that game, except that Drake May had a couple of really nice touchdown drives, which that matters. Like that, I'm not acting like that. I'm saying they played the same.
Because May turned the ball over in that game too.
Yeah,
not to the extent CJ did, but he was not good protecting the football.
Drake May was way more impressive on a few drives that actually mattered in that game.
Yep.
And I think that I can't sit here and is he going to come back down to earth a little bit this year because they have to actually face a tough schedule?
Yes,
probably.
Yeah.
If he plays the exact same way he did last year, but they're facing a tougher schedule, he's not going to be as good. But
guy was runner-up. He was runner-up for the MVP last year.
Yeah, I can't look myself in the mirror and say, "Oh yeah, Drake May's not as good as." But
the other three guys, though, Caleb Williams, Bo Nix, and I'm curious what people think. Base Power text line. Are we off base on this? Because I think once you get to CJ on this list, because I'm with you on all three of those: Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams. I'd rather roll with CJ. Second year in an offense, all the improvements they've made around him. Hope that Nick Caley makes some steps as an offensive coordinator and see what happens. I'd rather do that than these guys here. Because and then there's nobody like right after CJ. Like I'd rather have CJ than Cam Ward. I'd rather have CJ than Bryce Young. I'd certainly rather have him than Jackson Dart. And now we're getting down to at 9 is Tyler Shuck. Who knows if he's the future in New Orleans or not. The funny thing is, and then they start to mix in all the rookies. Like Fernando Mendoza's 10. Hasn't thrown a pass in the NFL yet. The interesting thing about this list, Seth, with the 15 names on it, is a couple things. J.J. McCarthy, 13th on the list. J.J. McCarthy's behind Aiden O'Connell at 12. Oh, what a bad pick J.J. McCarthy was.
Where's Anthony Richardson on the list?
Somewhere after 15th, because he ain't on the list.
Yeah.
That's the worst out of the worst. The worst pick on this list is somebody who's not on this list.
Oh, by the way, that was big news in Indy. He showed up to OTAs yesterday.
I heard.
He was like trying to force a trade or something. I went back. I was looking for some stuff. I had completely forgotten this quote from the Combine from Anthony Richardson. Oh, my gosh. This was via Aaron Wilson. Anthony Richardson at the Combine, quote, "I don't care if somebody complains about me throwing too hard. They better catch it." Like, just everything about Anthony Richardson that was so unprepared to make the transition to the NFL. It's amazing. His meetings must have been classic.
Oh, my God.
Like, he just had on into his NFL career to the point where he's tapping himself out on 3rd and goal in a game they're trailing against the Texans. He just had zero clue about anything related to the playing the position of quarterback. It's amazing.
Not even on this list, man. Ty Simpson's 15th on the list here. So, Shedeur 14th. Shedor's on the list. He's 14th on the list here.
Who's 15th? Ty Simpson?
Ty Simpson,
so Shedeur and then Ty Simpson. Where's Mendoza?
Mendoza's 10th on the list.
Put Mendoza above Shedeur.
Okay. Put Mendoza above Michael Penix Jr., above J.J. McCarthy, and above Shedeur, The Shedeur people have not been out in full force like they were last year when he was getting buried by Dylan Gabriel and who was it? Joe Flacco in camp last year before they traded him to the Bengals.
There'll be time. Shannon Sharp's the big one because remember there was nothing the Browns could do for Shannon because if they weren't starting him, then it was because the Browns were evil, and then when they did make him the starter, it was because the Browns were evil.
They were setting him up.
He was saying, and remember Shannon was saying, look, they're setting him up. Look at the teams he has to go to. And 4 of the 5 teams, or somewhere thereabouts, were actually not good defenses.
Yeah.
So like it just
horrible take.
Shannon Sharp was dead set on no matter what happens, it's the Browns screwing them over. So at this point, I think the people that were just going to be irrational about Shedeur Sanders. There were plenty of people that like Shedeur Sanders who weren't irrational about it. Yep. But then there were a lot of people that were just flat out irrational about it. I think they're waiting to see what Todd Monken does.
Yes,
and they'll bide their time and see.
Yep, we'll see. So on the base power text line, people weighing in on that quarterback list. CJ isn't even close to being as good as Caleb Williams. Not even close.
Not even close.
Not even close to Caleb Williams.
Now, are you talking about like total body of work? Are you talking about just what based on performances last year? I mean, Caleb was 27 touchdowns and I think 7 interceptions. That was impressive in that regard. Yeah,
sure.
He improved in a lot of ways.
Definitely a better quarterback in year 2 than he was his first season for sure.
Yeah.
But I think they're still and Caleb made some big plays. You know, he made big plays in the postseason. Like they ended up losing that game to the Rams.
He made iconic plays in the postseason.
Yeah, he made big
CJ's
plays.
made iconic plays in the postseason too. Problem is that nobody remembers any of it because the last 2 games were so atrociously bad.
Yeah. Good job, Seth. 27 touchdowns, 7 interceptions for Caleb Williams last year.
I can do stuff sometimes.
Let's see. Of course, y'all are.
I looked at it like 20 minutes ago. So
yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course. What's that sound?
This text, of course, y'all are going to say CJ's the best QB in the league on Houston radio. Daniels won the Heisman at LSU. What the hell?
Wait, and when did we even say that?
Okay.
Why are you so stupid? How are you this stupid? Like, at which point, as we just ranked him behind Drake May. Like, exactly at which point
on a list,
did we say that he was the best quarterback in the NFL?
Right.
Why are you so dumb? And why do you not listen?
On a list that was
Why are you lying on the text line?
On a list that was a subset of all the quarterbacks in football, we didn't even say he was the best guy on that list.
And how on earth are you a literate person in the year 2026 that somehow thinks winning a Heisman Trophy is an accurate indicator of where a guy is going to fall in the rankings of current NFL quarterbacks?
I know, right? I know you well enough right now. You have the list of Heisman Trophy winners in front of you right now.
Of course I do.
I can see the look in your eye. Give it to me. Okay, give me all the names of guys that are high functioning, and there are some. I mean, Joe Burrow won a Heisman.
There's lots of guys that are high functioning quarterbacks that won it, but there's also, we can start off with Bryce Young.
Yeah.
You can go to Kyler Murray and Baker Mayfield. Just like, good NFL quarterbacks.
Keep going. Get to the one that really hits home.
I'll get to Jameis Winston or Marcus Mariota or Johnny Manziel.
Thank you.
Wait a second. You guys are going to rank C.J. Stroud above Johnny Manziel? He won the Heisman Trophy.
That's the one.
What the hell are you talking about?
That's the one I was waiting for.
Yeah.
I was waiting
Sam
for Johnny
Bradford,
Manziel.
Tim Tebow.
Yeah.
Just come on. Don't be that incredibly stupid.
You listen to this show. You should be an intelligent person. Yeah, I'm more head scratching over the Daniels won the Heisman at LSU, and that's why he's better than C.J. Stroud in the NFL.
I thought we were better than that in the year 2026.
It's a group effort, man.
Bring your Jason White trash into this room.
Jason White, I think, sells cars, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, it's been 20 years, but I think
I will not sit here and have a conversation where we don't stack up the pros and cons of Eric Crouch versus Tom Brady. Yeah.
Came into the league as a safety.
And let's do the other one, the fun one.
What's that?
The all-time career percentage leaders in NCAA football.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's what people always bring up. And I'm amazed. Sometimes they'll actually put the list of the top completion percentage in NCAA football.
This was the Shador argument. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And people still bring it up. But it's astounding when that somebody would question whether Shador Sanders is going to be an awesome NFL quarterback.
And the best part was when people wouldn't look at the list. They would just go, well, he threw all these balls, these screens behind the line of scrimmage. Like, no. Just look at the names on the list. Yeah.
Like, somehow Shador Sanders supplanted Colt Brennan as the career completion percentage leader.
Colt's not here to defend himself.
As well as Colt McCoy, Kellen Moore, Graham Harrell, Grayson McCall, Will Rogers, and Brandon Weeden, not to mention Carson Beck. But we haven't seen what he's going to become yet.
Carson Beck is up that high on the list,
Yeah, he's that high. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. Too busy looking at his stupid face. Okay, so you just rattled off a bunch of names. Did any of those guys do anything? I mean, Colt McCoy had a cup of coffee with the Cleveland Browns, I guess. And
I guess Kellen Moore, kind of. The first guy you get to on the list that had a respectable NFL career was Case Keenum.
Case Keenum, okay, yeah, very respectable.
Time.
Yeah, very respectable. Jaden Daniels is another base power text line. Jaden Daniels gives me RG3 vibes. Not one.
Oh yeah, there's going to be. There's something about. Remember, RG3, as athletic as he was, there was something about the way he ran and moved. You're just like, it felt like every collision was going to be an injury.
And he was Rookie of the Year, like Jaden Daniels was. Yeah. All right, let's shift gears for a second here and talk about this Stefon Diggs trial. This was the announcement of the verdict. Good job, Ben. This is the announcement of the verdict yesterday. Stefon Diggs for felony strangulation and misdemeanor assault. What was the verdict?
Count 1, strangulation or suffocation. What is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
on count 2, the charge of assault and battery. What is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Okay, so Stefon Diggs not guilty of either of the accusations against him by his former chef. Sounds like a love interest at some point as well.
This was something that, how long did the jury deliberate? I was surprised to see this. I thought it would at least be the next day or something.
No, dude, it was the same day. And they brought
this was bad.
They brought a lot of people to the witness stand yesterday, too. Like, my guess is it took like 10 minutes.
Just for anybody, because you always have to be careful in these situations where it ultimately it's a kind of a he said, she said, except that it was so bad. Like, they had no... I can't believe they decided to try this case.
She was a disaster.
She was a disaster, and it wasn't just because even then, like, okay, if somebody has been a victim of sexual assault or anything, like, yeah, you can't predict how they're going to act on the. But there were just so many discrepancies in her story, the way she operated before and after, and everything. It was, I'm honestly, like, without watching every single moment of it. It just at no point seemed like there was anything that she had, even to the he said, she said part, because her story was so twisted and convoluted and had so many discrepancies in it.
I'll play one bit of audio from her. Her name is Jamila Adams. She's the plaintiff in this. And take a listen to her invoking client-lawyer privilege here.
Ms. Adams, 3 weeks ago, your lawyer demanded $5.5 million from Stefon Diggs, correct?
That is client lawyer privilege. I cannot speak on that.
You believe that your lawyer's communications to Stefon Diggs are covered by your attorney-client privilege, ma'am?
I can't answer that question. I don't know the answer to that question.
You know that someone on your behalf has demanded $5.5 million from Stefon Diggs. Don't you?
I have a workers' comp claim, and I've explored all civil options.
Ma'am?
I don't understand.
Okay, so we're good, Ben, because I want to get to some of this other stuff. She was a disaster.
Yeah, it was really... it
was bad.
It very much feels like this was an opportunistic situation. Yeah.
I'm surprised she put... Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, I'm not surprised at anything after watching some of the clips of her. But, she's putting herself in serious danger of perjuring herself on the witness stand in a lot of this stuff.
No, yeah, and I wonder if at some point, if Stefon Diggs decides, if it's worth it. I mean, it's not like, it was one of those things where if he decides to sue her for, making a false accusation or something, that he's not going to get anything out of it.
Boy, he gave her a death stare when she walked out of the courtroom yesterday. Stefon Diggs did.
But it was, so this is one of those instances where I feel like it seems pretty black and white.
Yeah.
And it almost felt like the Duke lacrosse thing where the DA in deciding to go after this, like, was somebody trying to make a name for themselves, or just watching what was there at one point. It seemed like in some of the clips, like the prosecuting attorney almost was just throwing his hands up.
No, I've got that.
I got nothing, right?
I got that. I want to play 2 clips here. Since we just played Jamila Adams trying to invoke client-lawyer privilege, this was the judge, because in addition to doing stuff like that, at times she was just not even answering the question she was being asked. She was just pontificating and giving her side of the story and not answering the questions. The judge had to warn her at one point to stop the shenanigans.
Responsible for answering questions that are put to you. If you don't understand a question, you can say that. And I'm sure counsel will rephrase. If you can't hear a question, tell them that as well. But courtrooms function, and especially trials, unfold in a question and answer format. This is not an opportunity for you to interject your own narrative and evade responding to questions the court deems appropriate. And if you continue to do so, your entire testimony may be stricken.
Okay, so at
that point, if I were her, I'd be like, please strike everything I said anyway.
Everything.
Yeah, like,
Can we
oh
just,
no.
Can we just pretend this never happened?
All these times I've contradicted myself and everything, please.
Oh, could you strike that, and this?
That sounded more like a Senate subcommittee hearing or something. With like, it was like it paints a picture of like she wasn't answering any of the questions directly, but she was just trying to get her own platform points out there. And,
was so mad. Okay, so now to your point, here was the prosecutor. This is the prosecuting attorney making his closing argument. And I've never seen this before. Basically, the guy admitting, like, yeah, the plaintiff was a terrible witness in all this.
So, was Miss Adams a perfect witness? No. She was argumentative, avoided, difficult. But does that mean you should throw away everything she says? She said no. I think it'd be easy for you guys to do that, but that's not your job. You guys are the jury. It's your job, your sacred duty, to comb over every bit of evidence you heard, to consider it, to give it the attention it deserves. The attention, the scrutiny, the weight it deserves. You don't have to like Miss Adams. You don't have to like the way she testified today and yesterday, but you do have to give her and her testimony the attention it deserves.
Okay, so you know what? That guy did the best he could with what he was handed.
Honestly, that was probably the right strategy for him at that point. You know, because going back to, like, I think sometimes people feel like, oh, no, there's a certain way that women act after they've been assaulted, and if they're not acting that way, then obviously they're lying. Like, that's never fair because people respond to PTSD type stuff differently. But this was just so bad. This was just
this was not what you're talking about.
It seemed very much like everything, like the personality type and everything is like, oh yeah, if I'm in the jury, okay, I'm trying to ignore that she's a bad jury member, but this just seems like the type of person that would totally try to railroad somebody. It was bad.
They found things, there were so many holes in her story, independent of all the he said, she said over the accusations of the assault. There were so many holes in her story about, no, he didn't pay me. And then they pull up texts like, no, he paid you. Like, you acknowledged him paying you. Like that, it was...
Yeah, all the things she was trying to do to paint him as a bad guy. Yeah. They had answers for that.
Yes.
And,
yeah. I mean, Diggs never even had to take the stand. He just sat there the whole time. You know, she buried herself. One more bit of audio. This was Diggs' chief of staff. I love that Stefon Diggs has a chief of staff.
Oh, wait, though, that's his actual title?
Her. It's a her.
Oh, her. Wait.
Yeah. Diggs, this is her title.
Yeah, I know that. I know that's his title for her. Okay,
yeah, his title for her. Yeah, this is Stefon Diggs, chief of staff, sharing an anecdote about the meal that Jamila Adams cooked for him the day of the alleged incident.
Do you know if Miss Adams cooked dinner that night?
It was like a hot dog. It was like and there was like mustard on it, but it was like left on the counter and it was like dried up. And then in the room, it was like dried up. So there was like 2 that were made.
Let me back you up on that. Do you know if she did cook dinner that night?
She did.
Where did she do that?
In the kitchen.
And what time did you see that?
I just remember the food being like prepared.
Okay.
Already.
And you mentioned it was a hot dog or something like that?
Yeah, it was like a hot dog or like, like Auntie Anne's when they have like the pretzel dogs. It kind of looked like that, but it just looked dried up.
Okay. I mean, a pretzel dog.
I guess where were they going with that argument, though? As far as I don't know. Like, I feel like that would be evidence that maybe something did happen.
Yeah.
Like, all right, here, you're gonna get a freaking hot dog.
I'm playing it for 2 reasons. One, I just find it funny that Diggs has somebody who has the title chief of staff, like he's the president of some small country, and 2, that his personal chef cooked him a dried up hot dog for dinner.
Yeah, and so
almost like she was egging him on.
Well, those pretzel dogs too. That doesn't even require that much work.
It's microwave.
You throw it in the microwave or something.
Yeah.
Unless she actually crafted her own pretzel. If it's a pretzel dog and she did it herself, that's impressive.
That is impressive.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's what it was.
Okay. Yes.
So he's got a chief of staff.
Yeah.
He's got a chef who makes hot dogs.
Yeah, man.
How many people are on Stefon Diggs' payroll? And what do they even do?
$23 million a year, man. He can afford a lot of people.
I would have had to start I would have to start cross-examining the chief of staff on just how well she's doing her job.
Right.
And she's allowing, like, how are you approving of somebody who's doing their job by cooking hot dogs?
That's true.
For this professional athlete.
Did Jamila Adams report directly to the chief of staff? And is that poor hire on the chief of staff? You know, like is the chief of staff for Stephon Diggs on a performance plan right now? That's what I want to know. Is she even doing a good job?
And we need to have the lawyers weigh in. I know we've got a bunch of lawyers who listen to the show. Like, it seems, from my very amateuristic, idiotic view, like this is the kind of thing where a DA should look at the case and say, there's nothing here. But I guess sometimes when somebody makes a complaint against a professional athlete, there's a perception that, the DA buried it.
Yep.
So I wonder if this was a situation where the DA knew that it was a crappy case, but he also didn't want to be perceived as, he or she didn't want to be perceived as somebody that was just going to, bury it for Stephon Diggs or the Patriots.
Maybe so, yeah. Dude, that prosecuting attorney, I don't know if you saw the video, he was right out of Central Casting. like bald, has a beard.
But with a big puffy hair, though, the hair he did have. Ill-fitting suit and everything.
Yeah, the suit barely fit.
I felt bad for him. Going up against Stephon Diggs, probably.
Oh.
Well, who knows? We've seen who he hires.
No. I saw the post-trial press conference. They're put together. Yeah,
he made a good hire. In that regard.
Yeah. It was all right. Payne and Pendergast with you. A fun hypothetical that I saw on the internet yesterday that I want to put to Seth and the audience, and it has to do with if your life depended on it. ... We'll do that coming up next. But for now, Seth, we just got done playing a bunch of audio in the courtroom. It did not sound like
Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I'll get to some of these some of these texts on this Stephon Diggs. There's some lawyer weighing, and then there's just some people weighing in on what an idiot Diggs is for hiring this woman in the first place. Diggs is an effing idiot to pay this stupid woman $2,000 a week. He's just not smart.
Stephon Diggs was the victim. It looks like he was the victim in this scenario. That this woman was just totally trying to just extort him for something that it looks like he definitely didn't do. And yet, man, he just seems to attract messy, sloppy situations like this. He's guilty of that. He's guilty of just making some dumb decisions about who he associates with.
Yeah.
And I don't, in this instance, yes, this woman is 100% in the wrong and she doesn't deserve any, whatever. But, man, it's just always surrounding him.
Yeah. He'll be a Kansas City Chief. That's my prediction in all this. The Chiefs have an appetite.
What are the lawyers saying about why the?
Well, I said that the lawyers are weighing in because I saw the word lawyer, but this person is saying there's absolutely nothing to this case. Trust me, I'm a lawyer named Carl Sandusky. Okay, you have to listen to the show every day.
Yeah, yesterday I said Carl Sandusky when I meant Jerry Sandusky.
Yeah.
That's all right because I asked Sean a trivia question earlier, and he said Gino Capoletti instead of John Capoletti.
I was close.
Basically the same mistake you and I just made.
That's right.
Yeah.
To me, it seems, this is another text, to me it seems like Stephon Diggs has his hose on the payroll. Hats off to his accountant team. That seems like, just based on, now I'm basing this on her story, the plaintiff's story, and we've established in the previous segment that the plaintiff did not perform well on the stand in this particular trial. But nobody poked any holes in this. She said that she had a sexual relationship with Stephon Diggs that then became
before
his
he
chef.
hired her.
Yeah. So that feels like one of those things like, okay, this is one way to keep one of my side pieces around, and because you don't want Cardi B, you don't want her on the warpath, Cardi B.
I don't know how I couldn't survive. You know how I am. If I've got something on my checklist that I was supposed to do yesterday, I'm complete. I can't function.
Yes.
But guys like Stephon,
I don't know how they do it, man.
They've got so many pots boiling over all over the place.
It's incredible. All right. So I saw this on Twitter yesterday. If your life depended on it, which option would you choose? Okay, you need one of these four, Seth.
Okay.
You got to pick one. Tiger Woods to make a 6-foot putt.
Okay.
LeBron James to make a free throw. Adam Vinatieri to make a 50-yard field goal.
Oh.
I think people are underestimating how difficult.
Does he have to do it in his era or in the current one?
I'm just reading you what's on the tweet. So, and number 4, Lionel Messi to make a penalty kick. I tweeted my choice out, and it's a pretty easy choice for me, but I'm curious. I don't want to poison the water. What would your choice be? You're sitting there, your head is on a guillotine, and one of these 4 things has to be converted successfully for them to let you off the guillotine.
I would say Tiger Woods with a 6-foot putt, and I would just walk away. I'd just be like, see you later, executioner, before I even...
You too, Grim Reaper.
I don't know if that's the way they operate their guillotine or not, where I would have free ability to walk away.
Just to get up.
I'm already locked in.
This guy's the cockiest near-death person we've ever seen. That was mine too, man. Like Tiger Woods, because I'm looking at the other 3 things. LeBron shooting a free. Well, if I were to power rank them, I would say Tiger making a 6-foot putt.
Yeah.
I'd go Messi second with a penalty kick.
Messi, so Messi is, I looked this up yesterday. I think Messi is 77% on penalty kicks. Yeah. Tiger Woods is like 85% on a 6-foot
you did the
putt.
analytics on this. I love this.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm just going on feel.
If they allow me to use my smartphone while I'm at the guillotine.
Right.
Yes. This is how I made my decision.
Tiger Woods, 6-foot putt. Messi penalty kick would be second for me. Then LeBron free throw.
73.7%.
Okay.
So you so far you're nails.
I'm lining up with the percentages. Okay, and then what's Vinatieri's conversion rate on 50-plus yard field goals?
That was the one I didn't do. So let me what is it? A 50-yard field goal?
A 50-yard field goal. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I'm not going to be able. Yeah.
Yeah, because it'll go 50-plus. You know, and there's probably some 56-yarders he missed.
So the questions there is though he was 80% on 50-plus. So
wow.
And below that. So I'm guessing when they came up with this, it's probably these are all about the same. You know, they're in the 80 percentile or so. So then it comes down to, okay, which of those guys, to do something that they do pretty damn well, which one do you really believe it comes down to, okay, the guy is just that clutch in a high-pressure moment.
Well, to be clear, this is an important distinction.
Yeah.
I need to be getting Tiger Woods in his prime. I can't get the current version of Tiger Woods that's basically like Anakin Skywalker put back together with metal rods and pieces and whatnot.
We'd say that for any of these, I would say just, it's in their prime.
Yeah.
And it's give or take 10%. They're all capable of doing it at about the same rate, let's say.
Yeah.
I trust Tiger Woods because of being in those moments so often, of having a gallery around you and everything. It's just the frequency with which he's had to do it and make those important putts is just higher. I just trust him more.
People weighing in on this, and they agree. They said, I'd take Tiger with a 12-foot putt, not just a 6-foot putt.
Well, that's just dumb. Then you're getting your head lopped off.
You want to die if you're doing that. Yeah, you're like someone who tries to cheat death. Yeah. You better hope that Tiger is sober. Yeah, that's definitely part of the assumption, is that Tiger is clear-minded going into that putt. Someone said knowing Seth's luck, Tiger Woods would show up drunk.
Yeah.
I don't think Seth is a bad luck person.
Tiger made 33% of his 12-foot putts.
Oh, wow.
That's a really bad decision by you. And
that's a horrible decision. Yeah. Someone says Messi all day. My buddy who saw me tweet this said Messi. It's a lock.
With Messi, though, is I guess some of the penalty kick is just the luck of whether the goalie guesses.
That's
right
the whole
or not,
thing.
right?
It's the goalie guessing which direction. I don't need that. I don't want any guesswork.
I don't want any. I don't want just random because that damn goalie decides to happens to make the right decision on that I get my head lopped off.
That's right.
But this is a question, though. Okay, but do these guys know that your life hangs in the balance?
That's a good question. They might not like us. You know, I could see if LeBron listened to this show, I could see him just tanking that free throw.
Yeah.
You know, so that's a good question.
Terry, you also got to rely on the holder and the
more moving parts.
To get it right too.
More moving parts. Yeah, I think Tiger's the easy choice for me. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
I would have put LeBron last though.
You would have?
I would have said I would go Woods, Vinatieri, Messi, LeBron.
You put Vinatieri all the way up at 2, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's clutch. I can see that. Early MVP voting in Major League Baseball. Is this the only reason to watch the Houston Astros on a nightly basis right now? We will have that for you coming up next.
How do you like these odds? 100%. 100% your mom's going to be thrilled with what you get her when you go to Zadok Jewelers for Mother's Day.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, MLB.com, Jason Foster did an MVP poll of the early part of the baseball season here. They went to 40 of their MLB.com experts participated in the survey. And so we know Yordan Alvarez has been the best player in the American League so far. And I say that because he was named American League Player of the Month for March and April. We were only 5 days into May. So by that, Yordan's been the best player. Does it mean he's been the most valuable player? Not necessarily. So 40 MLB.com experts participated in the survey with 40 different players receiving at least one vote in the balloting. They did it in a 5-4-3-2-1 type format where you get 5 points for a first-place vote all the way down to 1 point for a fifth-place vote. So there's 40 different players that at least got mentioned on the ballots. If this is any indication, Seth, of the MVP race in the American League right now, this might be the main, if not only reason that if the Astros keep playing the way they've been playing, last night notwithstanding, I don't want to poo-poo a win over Shohei Ohtani last night. So that was a nice win last night, no question about it. But they're still 15-22. They're still not a good baseball team. This race might be the reason to go to the yard this year, which is Aaron Judge is number one on this. He got 19 first-place votes. Yordan Alvarez is number two on this list, and he also got 19 first-place votes. So Judge is getting, obviously, more of the second and third and fourth, fifth-place votes than Yordan's getting right now. My guess is Yordan is just, by some of these guys or gals, getting penalized for being on a bad baseball team, whereas Aaron Judge is on a very good baseball team.
Yeah, and just whatever unconscious bias there is towards the glitz of the Yankees.
There's that as well. That's a good point.
There's just Aaron Judge and all the PR that goes behind that.
And he's won multiple.
All these baseball nerds would try to act like they're not swayed by, but we know they lie.
Yep. He's won multiple MVPs before, so he's, Yordan has not.
If any, there was a reason not to win it.
Right.
Damn it. We used to penalize players for this.
That's true.
No, LeBron James, he's won too many. Sure, he's the best player, but he's won so many. But now all of a sudden with Aaron Judge, apparently what we do is just give it to him.
I was pleasantly surprised that it was this close. And again, these are not, to my knowledge, I don't know if any of these 40 that they polled are also voters in the actual MVP balloting. I have no idea. I don't think so. I think it's all voters from the actual markets in the American League. But I was surprised it was neck and neck like this, just based on how much a team's performance factors into something like this. But Yordan Alvarez might be the one reason to buy an Astros ticket by the time July rolls around, which makes the conversation you and I had yesterday about the Astros and the trade deadline, if they continue to lose at the rate they're losing right now, what do you do? So that makes it very interesting because if Yordan keeps hitting this way, he's going to be in the MVP race all year. The fun thing would be, and the power stroke has been dialed back a little bit here in May. I don't think he's hit a home run yet this month. It would be fun if he got on a nice home run tear and there was at least him chasing 60 or something like that.
Yeah.
To go watch. Because if they keep playing like this, there's not going to be a lot of reasons to head out there. Other than you just like going to baseball games. Just there's if your reason to go to Astros games in August and September is that you like rooting for relevant things in the standings. You like feeling like this is a runway to the postseason, like we're getting ready for October, which has not been great the last 2 years. But they have played in important games in September and August the last couple years. It's going to be, if they're not doing that this year, if they're 25 games under 500 in August, especially if they hadn't made moves or whatever, I shudder to think what that's going to look like. We have not had a bad summer baseball team in a long, long time here.
They rescued us a couple years ago when they went on their tear there in July. And so that was it was well into. Had they started the upswing in June, or was it mostly July?
They did. They were 12-24 was the low point. So whatever the math works out, I think June and July is when they started to get it in gear. Yeah.
So and the problem is, I mean, we've seen little hints like last night, for instance, that we know what they're capable of, and that was they're playing basically a getaway day roster
last night
in that game last night. the Allens and the Coles are the various other dudes you barely know. Shoemake. What the hell? Shoemake out there.
Shoemake. You got it. Took 2 tries. You got it.
I'm going to get it before he gets injured, okay?
Shoemake.
Shoemake.
He gets injured.
Hitting a home run.
Yeah.
That it's just they're so beleaguered by injury that every little positive thing that they do, it feels like they did it in a game where Carlos Correa hurt his ankle beforehand. It's been framed as a significant injury by that was McTaggart that had said that.
Yeah.
The Yahoo headline said something like significant injury. Or no, not significant. It was a devastating injury, which I feel like that was just a little bit of clickbait.
That's clickbait right there.
Yeah.
A headline on Yahoo.
It was it was way more dramatic than any of the local writers.
Well,
used.
Joe Espada said I think he used the word little in the whole thing. Hey Ben, can you pull Espada 3?
Yeah.
Let's get the update here. This was Joe Espada last night on the Carlos Correa injury.
Yeah, he suffered a little left ankle injury in the cage. Prior to the game, he was just getting his swings in and suffer, while he was taking a swing. He's going to see a foot specialist tomorrow morning. So I'll have more information for you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, my wife actually texted me when we talked about this earlier, Seth, Amy, and she said, maybe he fouled a ball off his foot in the batting cage. And I said, nah, maybe, but knowing Carlos, it's something much more bizarre than that tweaked his ankle. This guy who had a masseuse give him a rib injury that kept him out for several weeks.
When Espada first said it, I heard food specialist, and I thought that it was, oh, no, not Stefan Diggs' food specialist.
No.
He's whatever his food specialist is. He doesn't even call her a nutritionist.
Right.
He calls her a food specialist.
Carlos Correa's got an eating disorder? What's going on?
Here was the Yahoo headline.
Okay.
Carlos Correa injury update is shockingly bad news for the Astros, in which they cite, they actually quote Brian McTaggart, who says he has a significant ankle injury.
Okay, so McTaggart did say significant then.
Yeah.
That hurts, man. I mean, you're going to be operating with Shoemake and Nick Allen. Nick Allen all of a sudden is going to be playing a lot of innings for you, or Shoemake playing third, however you choose to. I mean, you're missing that whole left side of the infield right now.
They've got of their opening day lineup plus Jeremy Pena. They've got 5 guys out right now. I mean, it's 4 from the opening day lineup, but Pena wasn't in there yet. It's bad. Josh Hader is pitched. How much did he pitch?
Pitched an inning.
Pitched one inning.
Pitched one inning. He walked a guy and he plunked a guy. But he didn't let any runs in last night, so that's good.
Plunk him Framber style.
He got up to nose. I don't believe it was intentional.
I think it was a curveball.
Yeah, I don't think it was intentional. We'll hit Framber again. People are asking us to hit Framber. Ben, have the Framber audio ready in a little bit.
Thank you. Framber will hit you.
Yeah, Framber will hit you. Here, I'm looking at the list of injuries here, Seth, because some of those names you just mentioned are on here. The Astros, the poor person that has to put this injury report together every day for the Astros on there. And I'm guessing there's a lot of copy-pasting going on. But, man, from the trainer's room, this is from a couple days ago, the Astros have 13 players on Major League IL. So this is before Yiner got put on there. But I think Nick Allen got pulled off of there, so I think they're still at 13. Yeah, Nick Allen played last night, so he got pulled off of there. The ones that matter significantly here, I forgot Ronel Blanco is doing bullpens in West Palm Beach right now. Remember when Ronel Blanco was a candidate to make the All-Star team 2 years ago, Seth? Remember when Ronel Blanco was the only thing holding this pitching staff together 2 years ago? Hunter Brown, okay, your excitement or concern or frustration level over these bits of news, Seth, with these guys. Hunter Brown, right shoulder sprain, is progressing through his throwing program, and he's now up to throwing from 120 feet.
Oh, wow.
That's twice as long.
Ways.
That's twice as long as it is from the mound to home plate.
It's 40 yards, Sean.
120 feet.
He's throwing a 40.
Basically, yeah. Yeah, 120 feet, Hunter Brown. So that's where we are with him. Tatsuya Emi made his second start last night. We've got audio from Emi's interpreter we may get to. He's listing more excuses for why he's walking guys.
Yeah, we've added to the already lengthy list.
Yeah.
2 pages on my Google Doc.
Yep.
Of reasons that Emi is having a hard time adjusting to American baseball. So if what you were worried about was that we didn't have enough excuses for him, don't worry, he's got 2 more.
Oh yeah, no, it is. We're at Google Doc stage with Emi right now for sure. Josh Hader made his appearance last night, as you mentioned. Christian Javier will begin a throwing progression this week. So it sounds like he's behind all these guys. And then a bunch of names I'd forgotten about. Brandon Walter. Oh, yeah. Hayden Wisniewski.
That's right.
Part of the Kyle Tucker trade.
Uh-huh.
All the Tommy John guys are at the same level right now, which is Walter, Wisniewski, and Blanco are all in West Palm Beach on bullpen and throwing progressions right now. So not counting on them. Loperfido. Seth, you ready?
Yeah.
Joey Loperfido has started light running and light baseball activity. Huh?
I like the light running part of it. Like they bring out the Astros Lululemon gear, and what we're gonna do is go for a nice jog around the neighborhood.
Puts on runners, little thin cotton runners. Yeah. Jake Myers has. I hate these. Jake Myers has started swinging a bat.
Oh. That's one of the most crucial steps to take before you go back and hit a Major League Baseball.
That's really good analysis. That is really good analysis. And he's doing running and throwing activities. Okay. Last I checked, you need to run and throw as well.
They probably had to lease a separate facility for the rehab guys.
Oh, yeah,
probably someplace in Midtown or something. If on some random day you might hear some guys working out, open the door up. See if that's where the Astros are.
I'm skipping over guys right now. Like, there's guys I haven't even mentioned here. Well, here's Jeremy Pena. That's an important one. He was actually with the team in Boston this past weekend. Probably because he got a free trip to go see his family up there.
Right. No, they mentioned that on the broadcast.
Did they?
Okay. Going up to Boston because he's from up there.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. So continued baseball activity in Boston over the weekend. He continues to increase the intensity of his workouts.
Put on the journey.
God, I hate this season so much. I just hate this season so much. I almost cursed just now. So we have people going, hey, what's the Framber thing you guys mentioned? So Framber Valdez last night, the shiny new toy for the Detroit Tigers, signed a three-year deal with them for $38 million a year. He's largely been good. His ERA is 4.27, but that's because he's had two really bad outings.
And he's been awesome, except for the two times that once he allowed 8 runs, and last night he allowed 10 runs.
Yeah.
Before finally deciding to end it all.
Yeah, he found a way.
He took his cyanide caplet.
He did. I was just going to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, he picked the Tiger Woods 12-foot putt instead of the 6-foot putt.
Those little ampules that they carry where you carry your cyanide in case you get captured by the enemy.
Yeah.
He put it in his mouth, bit on it, and he threw the first 4-seam fastball he's thrown all season long.
That's not lying. It's a true story. So what happened last night was the Tigers were playing the Red Sox. Framber's terrible. He gives up 10 runs. The very end of the outing was back-to-back home runs. I don't know who the hitters were, but the Red Sox hit back-to-back home runs on Framber. So he decided to go ahead and plunk Trevor Story with, Seth's not lying, it was his first 4-seam fastball he threw all season.
Yeah, he left no doubt about his intent.
Yes. Being Trevor Story, here's what the Red Sox broadcast sounded like.
Both benches are emptying.
You can't get them out, so you throw at them. What a joke.
Red Sox bullpen is about to enter this thing, too, as they race across the outfield grass. No punches or anything thrown.
No, the one guy who caused it's hiding in the back.
That is weak. You give up 3 home runs, back-to-back shots, and then you drill Trevor Story.
Well, let's just hope he doesn't cross up his catcher now that he's mad.
That's some good shade right there, yeah.
He was quoted afterwards saying, I don't know what you guys want me to do. When I bean my catcher, you get all upset.
Right.
And then when I bean a batter, you get all upset.
Yeah, make up
What's
your
a guy
mind.
to do anymore,
Pick a lane, Lou Merlone. That's who that was. Lou Merlone is the primary color analyst for the Red Sox this year on NESN, New England Sports Network. So there you go. With Dave O'Brien, play-by-play guy. No relation to Bill O'Brien.
I just remember last year when he got when he plunked Cesar Salazar. It was one of the weirdest things we've ever seen in baseball. And you'd think, all right, what the hell's going on here? It's as he just finished abysmally in the last month of the season, really is where he did most of the damage to himself. And you can see why the Astros might have just thought, I don't know if I think it's time for us to move on. And given a healthy 3-year contract to Framber Valdez, I don't know if it's what we need right now in this baseball team. And he goes and does just he's had 2 classic Framber meltdowns in games so so far this
It's
season.
interesting. 3 years at $38 million a year for a guy who's 32 years old at the time. I feel like if it were Justin Verlander, a younger Verlander, I think your Verlander could have been even like 40, and Jim Crane would have given him 3 years at $38 million a year. When Verlander was still pitching well back in the day. You know, when he left to go to the Mets for $43 million a year, I know for a fact that the Astros were in the mid-30s per year on their offer to Justin Verlander as to what they would have done to keep Verlander. So there may be some merit to what you're saying. Like, yeah, I mean, Framber's probably been maybe not like peak Verlander because peak Verlander is Cy Young, but there's no arguing the importance of all those innings that Framber threw for them all those years. The fact that you could just pencil him in for 200 innings a year, there's value in that. You're right. There may have not just been an appetite in the building to deal with whatever Framber had turned into over the last 2 months of the season last year.
Yeah, we really only see the meltdowns and what they are when it looks like on the mound, but everything else that comes with that and what leads to it, who knows? So it might have just been the amount of time. Yeah, like it's just when you have to deal with headaches or situations or anything, it just over time it wears on you.
Well, he was throwing people under the bus in press conferences last year too.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't just between the white lines with Framber. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Wednesday. All right, moving on from Alperen Şengün. Is there an argument to be made for that? Is there an argument to be made for Giannis? And Kendrick Perkins is up to his old tricks again. We'll talk a little basketball coming up next. But I want to talk about the Men's T Clinic right now for a few seconds with you here. And I'm just talking to you guys where maybe the energy.
Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
You got me thinking, Seth, about just how spiteful a human being I am because of what I was saying about Framber earlier, that I don't really care how he does in Detroit. I don't care that he got lit up like a Christmas tree last night. I might need to sit down today and just put a list together of former Houston athletes, recent former Houston athletes, and how I feel about all of them, because I will tell you this. I took great pleasure in turning on our sister station up in Cleveland this morning and listening to the hosts up there talking about how angry they were over James Harden's 7 turnovers last night in their Game 1 loss to the Pistons.
Yeah.
I was rather enjoying that because, they've been really talking themselves into Harden while acknowledging that it's ended poorly everywhere he's been because of failures in the playoffs, largely due to carelessness in elimination games. Apparently, I didn't watch the game, but apparently these turnovers, there's turnovers that are normal.
Classic Harden playoff turnovers.
Dribbling it off his foot, not really running back on defense. Yeah. Like
he needs Framber sports psychologist.
Yeah.
It's just, for it to happen so many times in his NBA career.
Yeah.
It's psychological at this point.
Yeah. Now, this is just game 1. He's got time to make up for it, whatever. But I enjoyed, and so add James Harden to the list of people that I am spewing my spite for today.
You're happy you get Schadenfreude for him?
Yeah.
I don't have any issue with Framber. The whole thing with Framber is, though, that we knew exactly who Framber was and what his challenges were the entire time he was here. It's just that he seems to have lost the grip on some of the improvements he'd made in managing all that stuff. But I know that deep down with Framber, there's some kind of an emotional instability there that I feel bad for him that it leads to some of these moments.
And let me make a distinction real quick here in that I'm rooting against James Harden. I don't root against Framber Valdez. I just don't care that he got lit up last night. Like, I'm not rooting for him. You were showing empathy for him earlier, which is fine. I just choose not to.
Also laughing at him.
You're right.
Just, I'm no saint or anything.
Right. And
I need to virtue signal a little bit.
Sure.
Like, look at this clown.
Yeah.
But really, he needs help.
Right. No. Good cop, bad cop. I get it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with old Harden. So this is audio from a basketball analyst named Jason Timpf, who was on with Colin Cowherd yesterday, and making a case for bringing Giannis Antetokounmpo to Houston. In fact, even cobbles together what a trade would look like. I'm wavering on this stuff right now, man. So here's Jason Timpf, and then Seth and I will chop this up.
I keep thinking Houston's the best Giannis team because Şengün, to me, is a guy that I don't think you can win a championship with, even in his theoretical ceiling. Because, the one guy who was good enough on offense at that position to be a bad defender and win the title really was Jokic. He was bigger, and he was a transcendently great offensive player. Şengün is smaller, and he has nowhere near the touch and nowhere near the playmaking talent. So I don't think his ceiling on offense is nearly high enough. So what I would do if I was Houston is I actually think they're better off leaning into the present than leaning into the future. So I would call up Milwaukee this summer, and I'd be like, here's Şengün, here's Jabari Smith, here's a first-round draft pick or 2, whatever it is that they haggle over. Now I've got Giannis, I've got KD, I've got Fred VanVleet coming back, I've got Amen Thompson. That's a team that's kind of interesting in the West.
Okay, they do look interesting.
Kind of interesting? That's super interesting.
Super interesting. Yeah, no, it's very interesting. I'm starting to think on Şengün, and I don't know if it's Giannis that I want or if it's Kawhi or whatever. Just Şengün in a vacuum. I agree with some of the things he's saying about Şengün and being able to win with him as your center. And this is my biggest thing with Şengün. And that argument that Jason Timpf just made kind of continued to nudge me towards this. I think this is who he is. Amen Thompson, I think there's more out there for Amen Thompson.
Yeah.
I think there's more out there potentially for even Jabari Smith Jr. I do. Tari Eason is an interesting one, but I think there may be more out there for him. They'd have to re-sign him, obviously. He's going to be a restricted free agent. I think there's more out there for Reed Shepherd. I don't know what the ceiling is for Reed Shepherd. Alperen Şengün is the one guy, the one thing he could have added to his game coming into this season was become a better defender. I just think he's too physically challenged in terms of his foot speed and his quickness and whatnot to ever be a good defender. He gives you the occasional block shot, but he's never going to be a good on-ball, like, shut guy down defender ever. I don't think he's even going to be average. The other thing he could have added was a three-point shot, and I know he was working on that in the Euro, the Euro tournament he was playing in, and everybody talked about he's coming back here. He put more range in his game. That didn't pan out that way over the course of the season. I think if you trade Şengün, you might be selling high on him right now. I don't know what his stock is going to be with each year that passes.
I like the way that guy phrased it, and saying, lean more into the present than the future, because there is. If you just keep kicking the can down the road with some version of what you have right now and waiting for the young core to develop, et cetera, while meanwhile Kevin Durant gets older and ends up, getting rolled out of the league or traded away or what have you. Okay, cool. That'll be some other GM's future. So it's not. It's
true. It won't be Stone's problem.
You're right. Yeah. Like, okay, well, we don't want to sacrifice the future for the present. Okay, all right. How glorious a picture are you painting for us of this city on the hill that you're building right now?
Yep.
Whereas it's a lot easier to visualize. All right, Durant and Antetokounmpo with Fred VanVleet back in the building. Yeah, I can see a city on the hill much closer to me.
It would sell a lot of tickets.
And I'm willing to sacrifice a little.
It would sell a lot of tickets. My hunch is set that those Steven Silas years were probably miserable years to own the basketball team. As miserable as a billionaire can be, we're probably miserable. And by going essentially all in. If you're keeping Amen Thompson, once these guys are all gone, is Amen Thompson a guy that's a superstar that you build around? I don't know that Amen Thompson ever gets to that if he doesn't develop a jump shot. He may just be a really, really superior wing defender type player. So if you are going in with Giannis and with Kevin Durant and Fred VanVleet, who's in his 30s, they're all in their 30s, chances are you are conceding another rebuilding era with the Rockets, whereas it feels like what they're trying to do now is sort of play both sides of the coin here, hey, we've got Kevin Durant, so we got this veteran who's, probably going to be second-team All-NBA this year, but we also got all these young guys, so we're making sure that when 2030 rolls around or 2032, we've still got a core nucleus that'll make us a competitive basketball team. It feels like they're trying to just make sure that they're maintaining a long-term level of competitiveness as opposed to trying to create the best nuclear weapon you can create in 2026, 2027.
Yeah, and I've got an appetite for nukes.
Yeah.
I just want to. Yeah, I want to build I want to build as potent a weapon as you can.
Yeah,
and we'll live to fight. We'll live to fight another day.
I'm starting to come around.
Do it for your own
on
job security, Raphael Stone.
I'm starting to come around on it. I thought that was a really good argument by Jason Timpf. Here was Kendrick Perkins. We all know that Kendrick Perkins at first called the Rockets a pasture of bleep.
Yeah.
Like 10 days ago. And then 5 days after that, he said that they're going to beat the Lakers. And now he's doing the same thing to the San Antonio Spurs. The Spurs were Kendrick Perkins' pick to win the NBA title. They lost game 1 by 2 points to Minnesota a couple nights ago. And now here's Kendrick Perkins and where he is on the San Antonio Spurs.
I know I picked the San Antonio Spurs to win the championship, and I'm going to say right now that I was wrong. I was wrong, and I'm going to take all the heat that comes with it because they're not going to win this series. They're not going to win this series. I know when a team has that it factor. The Minnesota Timberwolves, they got that it factor. Those guys are on, I used to call the Miami Heat when they had Jimmy Butler and Bam, and they made their final run, the goons from Dade County. Well, these are the goons from Minnesota because they want all the smoke.
Okay, so Kendrick Perkins is doing multiple Kendrick Perkins things there. Yeah. He's totally flip-flopping on his pick to win the title has lost one game in the semifinal, conference semifinals, and now they're losing. Now they're not even making it to the conference finals anymore.
Why? Lack of it factor.
Lack of it factor.
Like, it's how did you pick them to win it all? When did they lose the it factor somewhere along the way? Usually you wouldn't pick a team to win it all unless they have some kind of an it factor.
Well, he was saying the Timberwolves have the it factor, so that's, I guess, by definition, the Spurs don't have the it factor,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So him declaring himself sort of the czar of the it factor, like I know it factor when I see it. So there was that. The other thing he did at the end there, Seth, Kendrick Perkins likes to declare what he nicknames people all the time. Like,
yeah.
I used to call the Jimmy Butler Bam Adebayo Heat the Dade County Goon Squad. Like, okay. And now this is the Minnesota Goon Squad. Like, all right, we don't care about your nicknames.
We need to come up with more nicknames for
You
things.
think?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably. Perk's doing pretty good for himself, you know?
Yeah. Thinking of the Astros, like this current version of the Astros. What kind of a squad would you call them?
Oh, yeah. What would the Space City Suckers? I don't know. Something. Yeah, I'll ask ChatGPT.
It's got to have something to do with injuries.
Probably, yeah.
You know, the hospital ward or something like that.
Yeah. I call them the Third Ward MASH unit because they're injured all the time.
There you go.
All right.
Yeah.
That's good.
We'll workshop
Boy, our careers are going to take off
we'll
right now.
spend 2 hours brainstorming at the end of this.
Yeah. So
but then, I'll have ChatGPT come up with some stuff.
Of course, yeah. So Perkins.
By the way, there's a couple guys online that I don't want to call them out by name just yet, but they've all of a sudden started using way more analogies and stuff in a way that they never did before. And I'm like,
Wait, who's doing it?
I'm not saying who it is.
No.
A couple commentators.
Commentators, okay, yeah.
Sports commentators.
Gotcha.
That all of a sudden over the course of the last year, they've really introduced a whole lot of analogies and stuff and colorful language and metaphors in a way that they never did before. And you know what? Kudos to them. They're asking ChatGPT for stuff.
They are.
And they're prepping for it and they're using it.
They're making.
But it feels a little. It's almost. I don't want to.
No.
I don't want to see the sausage being made. You know?
You are the king of analogies, right? I know you're not
used to be until I was supplanted by ChatGPT.
Well, I think that's where you're not the self-proclaimed king of analogies. You're the anointed by the listeners and me king of analogies. So I think it would be like a comedian recognizing that, oh my God, this comedian's using AI. It's an insult. It is a disgrace to that corner of the business.
I feel like John Henry is what I feel like.
Okay.
This locomotive, this steam engine in the form of a data center,
right,
has come and taken all my work and precious resources.
The irony is that's a really good analogy there by you. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
Enjoy it. If you know the story of John Henry, spoiler alert.
Yeah.
He dies.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So, and we'll all die at some point. So let's get to. I want to circle back to the Astros real quick.
His heart exploded right then and there.
Yeah, that's true. It was pretty. Yeah, it was pretty nasty. So we'll get back to the Texans at the top of the hour. We hit this earlier. Tatsuya Emi is slowly climbing the list of people that really bother me in Houston sports. The excuse list is Google Doc level now. We've got the latest 2 excuses for Tatsuya Emi coming up next. Oh my God, we just got done talking about AI. This is a perfect time for me to tell you guys out there,
610. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, this is Tatsuya Emi's interpreter after the game in Sugarland last night. Tatsuya Emi had his second rehab outing. This one went a little better than the first one. The first one in Corpus, he got shellacked. This one, he was just walking a bunch of guys. He didn't give up. He only gave up one hit and one run. He walked 5 guys in 3 innings, so it's still suboptimal. Obviously, he's got to find himself, and quickly, if he's going to help the Astros get back in this race. But this was his translator listing a couple more reasons why Tatsuya Emi just can't get right over here in America.
So I think that one of the reasons is in Japan we don't have any pitch clock, and then I'm able to take more time between pitches. And then also, for example, before games in Japan, he can take some time every pitches, and then I can go to, so like inside to the lefty, can like get first pitch strike with sliders, and then for here, we do like scouting report, and we talk about the weakness of the hitters, and then I'm thinking I want to talk about more of the strength that I have using slider for the first pitch count, get more strikes with sliders and other pitches as well.
Okay, so let's throw 2 more logs on the fire of Tatsuya Emi's excuses for why he sucks at baseball right now.
So we've got dinner time. That was one of them already. We already had dinner time. We had the slippery ball. The mound was too hard. Yeah, the mound was
Seattle.
too hard. Yeah,
the dinner time one also came with sort of a general inability to adjust to sort of the social life here in America as well. Like it was,
I don't remember seeing that.
There was I remember there being 2. I remember there being like an adjunct to the dinner time thing. Yeah. Just life in America.
Well, yeah. So, but now we've also got the pitch clock. And which lots of pitchers had to adjust to a couple of years ago.
And it's not like he got ambushed by this.
Right, yeah.
You knew there was a pitch clock when you came over here.
He was signed in January.
Right. It's not like it was some WWE match where they all of a sudden throw a guest referee in at the last second.
And I have a hard time, like, honestly, do the Astros operate that differently that they're trying to attack batters' weaknesses instead of, I want to predictably throw my slider on the first pitch as much as possible, and they won't let me do it. Yeah, major league batters hate that. If they know that you're going to pitch the pitch you really like throwing on the first pitch of the count. Yeah. I don't know. To his, I don't want to say to his credit, but like to give him a little bit of a break. We don't know because we can't hear the tone of his voice or anything as he's actually saying. I don't think he's sitting there and asking people to cry him a river or anything.
Right.
He's giving explanations for why he's having these struggles. It's just that after enough explanations and bad performance, it just feels like an excuse.
Yep.
These are all issues that other people have to face and overcome in terms of Japanese pitchers. Okay,
Yep.
I know it's different than other people from other environments having to adjust to it, but he's doing a really, really bad job of it.
So here's what I recalled from the Chandler Rome when he tweeted this out.
Yeah.
When the arm fatigue, with air quotes, first started popping up, through an interpreter, this is back on April 14th, through an interpreter, Tatsuya Emi said he is, quote, just not able to adjust to the American lifestyle other than baseball. Baseball and outside of baseball, that's probably the reason. So he said that and then continued to say, for example, the travel is different from Japan. The timing when the players eat in Japan, when they get back to the hotel, they eat their dinner. Here, the players eat at the stadium. So it sounded like it was a big picture lifestyle thing, and then the eating was an example of that.
Wait, did he say? But that's the part, and I'll put this on the interpreter, not Emi. I was confused about that quote originally because it sounds like he's saying it's not just the baseball. It's not outside of baseball, but it's outside of baseball. Can you read the first part of the quote
for
again?
Sure, yeah. Tatsuya Emi said that he is, quote, just not able to adjust to the American lifestyle other than baseball. baseball and outside of baseball, that's probably the reason. So maybe the interpreter's correcting himself or something.
Oh, like so that. Outside of he probably repeated the word baseball.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why I got confused.
Yep.
Because it sounded like you said outside of baseball, like the baseball. Yeah.
Either way,
it sounds like it's everything.
It's none of this reduces my frustration level with Tatsuya Emi at all. And it doesn't seem like with his 2 appearances in Sugarland post arm fatigue, that he's really fixed anything. He's walking guys, unless he's working on stuff down there. I have no idea if he's treating it like guys treat spring training sometimes. I don't know.
Maybe it would be a different version of the American lifestyle in Sugarland, perhaps. You get out of town.
Yeah,
you go to Sugarland, and it's just a completely different vibe there than in the city of Houston.
Oh, it's totally different. Yeah, it's you don't even recognize it. It's You
got that city center type mall there and everything.
I like that. Yeah, good restaurants. I asked ChatGPT for some nicknames for the Astros, Seth, as requested. ChatGPT chose violence right out of the chute.
Yeah.
And I asked a pretty good prompt here. I said, the Astros are the most injured team in baseball, and they're in last place in their division. What are some funny nicknames for this team? The very first thing, the Houston Asterisks. What the hell? The hell, ChatGPT?
You know what, man? Somebody, Pitching Ninja, did a really funny graphic of Altuve. For those of you who didn't see the game, Altuve had the most Altuve reach ever.
It's the worst one ever.
It was Ohtani threw a sweeper that was 3 feet outside the zone.
The ball didn't go over or under the bat. It was to the outside of the bat.
So Pitching Ninja, when he first showed it, he said Altuve missed it by 2 Altuves.
Yeah.
But then the next one, he actually had Altuve holding, instead of a bat, in Altuve, an image of Altuve the same height,
swinging
and he had
himself.
him swing it with it, and it looks like he might have gotten it if he was swinging an Altuve length bat.
Close. It was close. Yeah.
It was really, really close.
It was funny.
But it was hilarious.
All right, now after asterisks, it does lean into the injury.
So anyway, underneath that tweet, that was where I got annoyed, because you get all these guys. I think they think they're coming up with something new.
Mm-hmm.
Hard to hit the ball when you don't know what pitch is coming. There were no trash cans or something like that. It's just they endure, and it doesn't bother me other than that I feel like a lot of these Dodgers fans, I think they think they're coming up with it. That's what annoys me.
Right.
I want to go. I want to go to their homes and sit down in their living rooms with them and ask them if they thought they came up with it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I want to strangle them to death.
Yes.
I just want to strangle them until they're dead on the floor.
Yep.
Is that wrong?
No.
Okay.
No, not
you
at
go
all.
Full Ted Bundy on him.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right, old Seth.
No, I'm not going to go that far. I'm not going to cut him up and eat him or
That's
anything.
right, old Seth. No, you do what you got to do. You do what you got to do. Okay.
I only eat organic Dodger fans.
So, there's a texter, Seth, that is, I think, upset that we've targeted Kendrick Perkins with some of our ridicule. I see for some reason you guys like dissecting certain people's opinions on sports and making them look foolish as if they're talking politics or something. LOL. Sports is unpredictable. It's very opinionated.
Oh, jeez.
And I'm quite sure if I dissect every show you guys talk on,
yeah, no kidding.
I probably could do the same thing and make you guys look foolish because sports is opinionated and unpredictable. Thank you for the education.
Thanks for letting me know that
industry.
It's about opinions in sports,
yeah,
Copernicus.
Yeah.
Let's get over yourself, fancy lad. Listen, don't be one of those annoying people that listens to sports radio while all the while thinking, I'm too good for sports radio.
Well,
what's better is that person's a classic person that, because we see cycles with this.
Yeah.
We'll have somebody come to us and say, you know what, I've realized that sports is actually really silly. I'm going to devote my time to more serious matters. And then 3 years later, after the Astros lose a game in the playoffs, they're like, I can't believe that my life has been turned upside down by this. No, this is the reason. It's because Kendrick Perkins is good at his job.
Yeah.
He says really interesting things, and sometimes we agree with them, and sometimes we don't.
Yeah.
But he does it in a really entertaining fashion.
Yes.
That's why the worst take of the week, when we do Take a Mania, it's not always the genuinely worst take of the week. It's somebody. It has to have some entertainment value on top of that.
Yeah.
And Kendrick Perkins is really good at grabbing people's attention, and either when you agree with him or disagree with him, he excites emotion.
Okay, 2 things on this. One, this person seems to be kind of like trying to defend Kendrick Perkins. I'm going to tell you, the bottom of the list of people that care that Seth and I went after them for that opinion sits Kendrick Perkins. He does not
knows
give
exactly
a damn.
what he's doing.
Yes, he's doing it for a reason. Number two, generally speaking, people in our industry, the debate shows, talk radio, we are not paid to be right. We're not paid to be right with our opinions. None of us can. If you want to, hey, texter, knock yourself out. If you want to go, and I'm going to tell you, you probably don't need to go very far. You can probably just listen to the first 3 hours of this show and find stuff to come after us about.
We're pretty open and transparent about the stupid stuff we say.
100%.
It tells me again, I don't believe that person has listened to our show very much.
Right.
I say something incredibly stupid at least 3 times a show.
Yes.
And usually Sean will catch it and point it out, and then we have a big laugh about it.
That's right. That's right. We don't care that we're right or wrong.
And then after the show, I hate myself so much that I pay a hooker to slap me in the face.
But it's a process. It's what you do. What you got to do to get through
Clip that
the day.
up and take it to your little interwebs.
There you go. There you go. Yeah. So you texter are way more worked up about this than both we and Kendrick Perkins are. I promise you that.
Read the part though too about I don't understand it's interesting. It's about opinions. Yes. So when we voice our opinion.
Right. About his
response to an opinion?
Yeah.
Is that or is it that you want us to read box scores the entire
thinks
time?
that I think he thinks we're trying to make Kendrick Perkins look foolish.
Well,
yeah, that's more entertaining than not doing it. He'll be okay. We're not slandering him.
Hey, you, texter. You know what else? You got big, stupid ears.
Yeah.
Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it.
Yeah.
You can't walk into the room. Everybody, hey, was Jim there? Yeah. He knocked over a vase on his way in with his big, stupid ears. Yeah. Oh, you want highbrow entertainment?
Oh my God. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. All right, let's circle back to the Houston Texans. C.J. Stroud's contract situation. DeMeco Ryans was asked about it a couple of days ago. This is going to be the biggest story for this team, I think, as we head towards OTAs and training camp. What's the head coach saying about it? We will do that coming up next. Do I have something?
That guy some help for his ears.
Oh, BetterHelp. I've got BetterHelp right here. Okay, this show is sponsored by BetterHelp. And if you need that support, that help that you need, maybe you go to therapy, but maybe
presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, good news, Seth. Mad Dog Russo on First Take today. There should be some good audio popping up on the internet later.
We like making him look ridiculous, and we love him.
And we told him that to his face.
That's right.
At the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah.
We said we play your audio all the time because you're so entertaining.
So we didn't say because we like making you look stupid.
No. I think we may have
His whole
mentioned that.
shtick now these days, though, is that he just goes over the top on some things where he knows it's stupid.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
He does his old man stuff, like his grumpy old man stuff.
I feel like telling him that would be redundant. He knows why we're playing his audio on the show. It's not because of the deep dive analysis that he's doing of the whole thing. So anyway, I say all that to say we may have Mad Dog Russo audio tomorrow. He's on First Take today. Here was DeMeco Ryans. Biggest topic with the Texans right now is C.J. Stroud and contract extension that doesn't appear to be coming anytime soon. DeMeco Ryans was asked about this at the Texans charity golf tournament on Monday. Here's what he had to say.
The contract things, I always tell guys, they take care of themselves. So it's never a need to panic or do anything different. You just keep improving as a player. You keep working on your craft. You keep doing all those things, behind the scenes that improves your game. The contracts and those things will take care of themselves.
Okay. So, and that's something with the Texans that they've got plenty. You and I talked about this earlier. There's plenty of contracts they can hang their hat on. That is how this team conducts their business. That if you are doing the things both on the field and off the field to earn that this team, especially if you were drafted by them and you've been in the building for 3 or 4 years, they've got a history of taking care of those folks.
There was the other thing too is that sometimes and I've wondered about this. I haven't seen this, but I'm kind of wondering if it'll happen. Usually when if there's a player who's under scrutiny and the coach says something nice about that player, people have a tendency to think, well, he must not have been doing all that stuff before. So when DeMeco says, yeah, CJ's working really hard doing this, that, the other thing, I think there's just it's like a natural human tendency to think that, well, this must be a difference over what it was. I don't think it's any different than what we've heard them say about CJ in the past.
No.
I think it's just he's going to grow and mature as a leader and as a quarterback because that's what happens in the NFL over time. Ideally, is that you're gonna mature and you're gonna grow, especially in the leadership role. But I do think if I were to read into some of the nice things they've said about CJ, with DeMeco, it's usually framed in terms of the importance of improving and what can happen at the end of that process, and look at where it can lead you. It's we've heard them say things like, basically we're committed to him right now for this season. Yeah. But it feels, and maybe this is my bias creeping in, but it just feels like they're talking about it in very much of a, he's got to get better, but we trust him and believe in him that he'll get better. And they're not saying that literally. It's just if you take the sum total of all the comments they made about him, that's the way I interpret it.
Well, if the second that Nick Caserio or DeMeco Ryans, but particularly Nick because he's the one that's going to do the contract if and when it happens. When Nick first went on the record talking about CJ and where the team stands with him, I think it might have been at the Combine. I think that was where he said that the speculation about trading CJ was moronic. Yeah. And I think that's where it was. And it was certainly that time on the calendar. And he said, that's moronic. He's our quarterback, as you pointed out, Seth, for this coming season. The second if he were to say, and we hope he's the quarterback here for a long, long time, David Mulligetta's picking up the phone. That would invite the phone call to begin a conversation that quite honestly, if we're believing DJ Bieneme's report in his article about the anonymous executives talking about CJ, and I have no reason not to believe it, would be that it doesn't look like either side is hyper-motivated to get these talks going right now.
Well, at least there haven't been any conversations. Yeah. That's what he said. So I don't know who picks up the phone first. What is that? You know what? At the very least, as long as DJ's sources are correct and there haven't been any discussions, then it certainly doesn't sound like CJ's agitating for a new contract.
That's a good point.
We're at a portion in the year where if you think about going back to Kyler Murray, his agent, if I recall correctly, was already agitating for things by this point in the offseason.
He was, yep.
And that's where, again, as long as it's radio silence on CJ's side and he's not putting out cryptic messages or anything or unfollowing the Texans on social media, I increasingly feel like, you know what, CJ might feel like he wants to have a more impressive season in postseason and then get paid what he's worth at that point versus whatever it might be right now.
February 28th, 2022, Kyler Murray agent puts out statement on QB's behalf. So he was doing this, Eric Burkhart, Kyler Murray's agent, before free agency even started that year. You know, they were 2 weeks away from even being able to give Kyler Murray an extension, and he was already agitating for it.
Epilogue, it all worked out fantastically well for the Arizona Cardinals.
It worked out great for Kyler Murray's bank account.
Kyler Murray got his deal. The Cardinals are probably super happy with the way everything went.
No, I think I heard somewhere that they're cloaked in glory over the last few years. I need to go double-check
Go back and find the quote where when Kyler Murray signed the contract, the Cardinals said, "What we hope is that one day he gets an opportunity to start for the Minnesota Vikings."
And we pay the tab on it.
And we played a part
We
in
pay
it.
the tab. The Vikings are paying him like $1 million because of the offset language.
I know
crazy.
It's funny when you look at the highest paid quarterbacks, you get down to Kyler Murray, and for this year, he's not even on the board.
It's a minimum.
Because it's all of his signing bonus and everything that was guaranteed has already been paid.
Man, what a deal! What a deal for Minnesota. Why not? I'm surprised he didn't have more suitors out there at that price, but. Anyway, so here's more from DeMeco Ryans on C.J. Stroud, speaking to our point about the offseason and how it's been going for him.
CJ's done a really good job all offseason, just continuing to be locked in, continue to prepare the right way. He's been dialed in to our strength sessions, our coaching sessions, and our meetings. He's been dialed in, very into it. And that's all you can ask for, all our guys at this time. Everybody's looking to grow. And he's doing a great job of growing. I think learning, spending time with Corbin, with Kaylee, with Jerry. He's doing extra things with his body as well, body maintenance. So I'm proud of the work that he's putting in right now. And that's only going to help you, when it comes time for the season. So he's laying the groundwork right now to have a really good season.
I think that's an interesting point you brought up a little earlier, Seth, about when you hear a coach saying all these glowing things about the offseason for a guy.
Yeah.
There is a human tendency to go, is this new?
Did you feel it in yourself?
Yeah.
You felt it, didn't you?
A little bit to go.
It's one of those things. It's kind of like one of those emotions that creep in. Like with envy, you got to try to nip it in the bud. You're like, oh, wait a second. There's old envy. I feel it. Wait a second. What am I doing?
Get out of here, envy. Get out.
Yeah.
Get out.
Get out of here, envy.
Yeah. Shoo.
I need to be better than that guy that I'm envious about in warding away envy.
Yeah.
Yes.
So he did say he's doing different things. I forget what the exact quote was, but something about doing some either additional or different things with his body. That is the one thing with CJ this offseason, Seth, that I would say is that he's probably doing just as much work as he's done in any offseason. I don't think work ethic has ever been a reputed issue with C.J. Stroud. You look at his body type, and he's definitely doing something different than in previous years.
Yeah, I was skeptical at first because I never, it's not you see people in street clothes and everything or just a still shot of somebody working out. But, he looks slimmer, and that's, again – I don't think he had an eating issue or that he was he definitely wasn't lazy because last year he was bragging about how he had set all these personal records in the weight room.
Right.
Unfortunately, that was also attached to his sore shoulder that he probably worked out a little too hard in the weight room.
Yep.
This happens with quarterbacks sometimes, Sean. They're not big weight room guys. And then all of a sudden they start lifting weights and maybe they get a couple compliments from a lady about how you look in that shirt and everything. And you go full meathead. And it's a transition every young man goes through in his life. Some guys maintain it on into their 60s. Other guys got to figure out, the corporate board meeting isn't the best time to talk about my CrossFit workout and everything. You gotta learn how to tamp down the meathead a little bit.
No doubt.
And I think CJ, he learned that lesson last year. Okay, all right, it's cool. It's cool to put 3 plates on the bar on the bench press, but that's not my job description.
Yeah. Yep. It's also cool to participate in mandatory minicamp by throwing. That's also cool. Perkins, someone's saying on the Base Power text line that Kendrick Perkins is their neighbor. I've heard that he lives here, has a house here maybe. I mean, he's from Beaumont.
We got to get him on the show.
That'd be great.
And we will
right to his face.
We're gonna we should get him on the show, either whether he's here or not. And just we'll play the Rockets takes that he's had that we most disagree with.
Yeah.
And he would say, awesome. Yeah. Like this is great, and we'd be like his producers at ESPN.
Absolutely. Here's one more from DeMeco at the golf tournament. Aziz Al-Shire got his deal done late last week. DeMeco has a fond place in his heart for Aziz. He was really excited that Aziz got his deal.
For Aziz getting the contract that he got, I'm so proud of him because I've known Aziz since he was an undrafted rookie, and I saw the talent, I saw what he had in him, what he was capable of doing. But to see someone live out and work at it and really maximize their talents and see them be rewarded for it is really, it's a special feeling to me, because that's why I got into coaching. I got in coaching to help young men fulfill their dreams, right, to become that success. And it's great with the contract, but it's not about the money. It just shows that, man, if you work at your craft, whatever you do, if you work at it hard enough, if you put the time and you put the work in, you can become great at your craft, and you can be rewarded for those things where others see the work that you put in. So I'm happy for Aziz, and he knows it's just the beginning now. I can be on him even harder.
And he will.
Yeah, the little part at the end there about I can be on him even harder. Aziz has been pretty open about how hard it is to play for DeMeco Ryans, because he's so demanding and he's so detail obsessive that it's hard. It's really hard. That's what a guy being a yeller and screamer isn't. That doesn't make you a hard coach to play for. It's the coaches that are the most demanding in your technique and everything. That's like the good type of difficult to play for, because it can be maddeningly frustrating.
Yeah,
at times.
yeah.
But that's what DeMeco's really good at. And he gets a lot out of guys without having to be an old school, wannabe movie version of a football
Well, dude,
coach.
especially here, too, like in training camp, I would imagine that when it's, you were the player here, Seth, so you tell me if I'm off base on this. I would imagine that when it's 98 degrees with 150% humidity and it's crazy hot out there and you're on the third hour of a practice out there, your technique might be the first thing that goes.
Oh, yeah, no, 100%. That's why he loves practicing in the heat so much, because that's what really tests you. That's what tests your discipline, is can you be mentally sharp when you're physically miserable?
Yeah.
And it's, and people are testing it. That's why the murder rate goes up when it's
when
hot
the
out,
temperature goes up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like all those movies from set in the 1970s in New York City, there's always a heat wave or something.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. That's good.
That's how Son of Sam came to be. He liked to blame the voices in his head.
No.
But it was because he didn't have a window unit air conditioner.
It was that heat wave.
When DeMeco talks about getting into coaching to help young men, I got to put this on my Google Doc of questions to ask DeMeco.
Mm-hmm.
So DeMeco at one point was trying to figure out what he was going to do after football, and he was living in Houston, and I think he thought about maybe doing some media. But that was also right around the time when I was at my peak. Like, I was just a jerk on the radio. I didn't know what I was doing, and I still had enough of my natural testosterone flowing in my veins that I would get super angry about stuff and everything. And I wonder if DeMeco ever listened to me and was like, I don't know if that's the life I want.
That's not for me.
He's weighing two options. Do I help young men become the best versions of themselves?
Right.
Or do I sound like a foaming at the mouth lunatic like Seth?
Or do I tell some Kendrick Perkins defender to go die?
Yeah.
Which is more me?
And I say all that to tell everybody out there, you're welcome.
Yeah.
I pushed DeMeco Ryans into coaching.
Yeah. That's
genuinely fulfilling the life profession.
If they go on to win a Super Bowl, you are going to get a spot on the front float in the parade.
Yeah.
Because DeMeco is here because of you.
That's right. Because he realized he doesn't want to. That's not the person I want to be. And that's how I help young men become the best versions of themselves.
By showing them what not to do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen to all you kids out there. You think like, oh, Seth's living the life.
Mm-hmm.
He has so much fun.
Mm-hmm.
He tells people to go die.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have an actual real job or anything, but he's doing just fine.
Right.
No, just know that deep inside, sometimes every now and then I don't feel good about myself.
Right.
It's pretty rare.
There is a dark corner of your soul that comes out every now and again.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, thank you for delivering DeMeco to us, Seth. I think I speak on behalf of...
It's made my sacrifices all worth it.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah.
Once they win a Super Bowl, then I feel like I can step away.
Your work is done here.
Yeah.
Just
I'm gonna
dust
be,
off your hands.
I'm going to be a debt collector.
Just dust off your hands.
Help people get their lives back on track.
Right.
Because I care.
Yeah, well, once they pay that, their credit score is going to go up. So you are helping
people and saying, I want to help you be the best version of yourself that you can be.
Mm-hmm. Now pay your debts.
So how about we lop off 10%? I won't come after your kids.
That's right. That's exactly. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. All right, fake news about Kamari Lassiter. Fake news about Kamari Lassiter. Is that the entire? Is that the whole tease?
That's the tease.
That sucks people in. Okay, good. Fake news about Kamari Lassiter. We've got that for you coming up next. But another opportunity to save people money on their property taxes. We got a lot of texters saying, "Hey, we listen for the stupid."
610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
You missed it earlier in the show. We played some wild audio from the Stephon Diggs trial, which concluded yesterday after 2 days. He was found not guilty of felony strangulation and misdemeanor assault.
It seemed like from the timeline, just loosely following it on social media, that the jury must have deliberated for about 3 minutes.
For about as long as the break we just took.
It almost is like the jury, when the judge excused them to go deliberate, the foreman was like, no,
We're good.
We got it.
We can stay right here. Yeah, we don't need the steps. We can just stay right here. Yeah. So we have some wild audio from that we'll play in the final segment of the show if you missed it a little bit earlier. This is audio I've not heard yet, though, that we're about to play here, Seth. So Kamari Lassiter.
Looks like Kamari Lassiter might have been on with Ross Tucker, probably at the Super Bowl. It was one of these, and they recorded it then. I'm not, unless, whatever. But this is all you need to know, is that Ross Tucker seems to have asked him a question about his perceived lack of speed or his slow 40 time. Here's Kamari Lassiter.
I don't know the truth, but I know that you've never seen me get ran by. No one's ever ran by me. No one's ever.
What 40 did you run? What did you run in the 40?
What I was told, I ran the 4.46. Whenever I got done running my 40, I went over to my family. I hugged my parents. They were like, "Dang, you just ran good. You ran the 4.46." Now then, whenever I got done, I didn't do the workout, and I got done with a meeting or something with a team, and then I got on my phone, and there was just all this Twitter buzz about me running the 4.6, or a 4.65 to be exact. And I had never ran the 4.65 all of training, and so I was like, okay, I didn't really care. Like I wasn't too much tripping about it. I mean, I wanted to go first round, but I feel like God put me in the position that I'm in right now for a reason.
Well, he like Caden McDonald, if you're going to go in the second round, this is a good defense to go to in the second round.
Yeah, well, no, but it's interesting because, okay, it'd be one thing if a journalist or something got it wrong, but it's not like the teams in attendance would have gotten it wrong.
He says he was told right after he ran it, he ran a 4.45.
I wonder if somebody recorded it wrong, but that would have gotten cleaned up
I
or
don't
cleared
know.
up.
Yeah.
Unless, was it a Texan scout?
You know,
that sometimes at the workouts they'll usually there's multiple people taking the time.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe a Texan scout actually was like, oh yeah, it was a 4.64.
You know what we need?
Never draft this bum. I'll tell you that much,
dude. You know what we need to start? We need to start our own version of Own Well, but for 40-yard dash times, where Kamari could come to us and then we protest his 40 time for him.
Yeah,
and get a couple tenths of a second shaved off it. You know, we've got an 88% success rate when it comes to getting couple tenths of a second shaved off your 40 time. If those janky-ass transcribers give you a wrong 40 time, we'll go back and we'll replay it and we'll show them. We'll protest.
You know, when I do my 5-year annual checkup they give you for NFL retired players at the Cleveland, I go to the Cleveland Clinic for it. You can do it multiple different places, but they run you through a battery of scans and tests, and you do all the mental functioning tests and everything. And the last time I went, I'm going through one of these little mental exercises. I don't know, just got to remember that an elephant was running through a field or something, and a bunch of numbers. And I'm kind of going through it, and the woman taking the test, it's just she keeps raising her eyebrows and like looking at me kind of in a funny way. You know, not in the come hither way that I get so often. It was a different kind of intrigue.
Yep.
And we got to the end of it, and she's like, you scored a whatever it was. It was a good score for somebody my age.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, what have you been doing? And I'm like, I don't know. What changes have you made in the last 5 years? I said, I've been focusing more on sleep, and I got rid of refined sugar for the most part.
Yeah.
And she's like, I've never seen an improvement like this. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Whoever had recorded the test the last time I did it 5 years ago had me as basically like I had dementia. Or early onset dementia, at least. Like I was like really functioning. But she was like, I don't know what's going on. So she went back and she looked at it, like she had the original results and everything, and she said, yeah, this was just entered incorrectly.
Wow.
I thought I was going to have a much different experience in this meeting with you today than we're having right now.
Okay, so that's partially hilarious.
It's a fun story now, but like if I'd been getting screened for child custody or something, then it might have been a different scenario.
Well, here's my thing, and this is not to disrespect the NFL. It's nice that they provide that service for you every 5 years. Should someone have not reached out to you at some point over those 5 years and told you that you have the brain of a feeble old man?
That's where I think I don't know when it got screwed up along the way, because I can 5 years ago, 7 years ago now.
Yeah.
When you do an exit interview and you talk to everybody and everything, and I don't know, maybe somebody just looked at it and thought, oh, clearly this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And they listen to our show and they're like, oh no, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
My biggest regret is that I didn't roll with it in that moment and try to sell her a supplement or something. Ginkgo biloba. Oh, I've got a briefcase full of it. You want to buy some?
Yeah.
Maybe invest some money in my company? Look
those...
at me. I've made a miraculous comeback.
Right. You know those berries on those shrubs that normally when you were a kid they point and say, don't eat those, they're poison. Turns out they're actual brain food. And
so
I
Kamari
grind them up.
Lassiter and I share that in common.
Yeah.
We've been unfairly maligned because of inaccurately recorded test results.
You need to tell him that story if you ever talk to him. I've got a story for you, where the man got me too with a bad Wonderlic score or whatever. But here's the thing: the Texans benefited from that. I have no problem with it. Yeah, sure, Kamari would have made more money as a first-round pick. But we asked you, I think you asked Nick the question on one of the times he was on with us, do you actually like it when players that you like run slower 40 times than you think they're going to run? And he flat out said yes.
Well, that's where it's interesting right now with how teams are evaluating things like athletic traits.
Yeah.
Is that, largely a lot of teams don't care as much at all about the combine scores anymore because they have all this GPS data, the tracking stats to see how fast guys are moving in games and all of that. And that I think some teams feel like they, for now at least, might have a little bit of an advantage in the way they evaluate speed. Mm-hmm. And that when they see a guy like Kamari Lassiter, there's two ends of the spectrum. There's the old school scouting version, which is, all right, you can tell me he's got a slow 40, but I see him covering guys and running with him pace for pace and everything. His game speed is fine, but you can verify that with some of the GPS data. And the two teams I wonder about right now are the Texans and the Jaguars and the decisions they made at tight end in the draft.
Yeah.
Because the Jaguars, it's funny, the Jaguars are getting crushed by a lot of people, including the people who are more analytically minded because they went so far outside the consensus opinion.
That was also their first pick in the draft, too.
Yeah.
They didn't have a first-round pick.
And yet at the same time, I think it's because they're basing a lot of that on whatever in-house analytics they're using, and they feel like they've got a better way of evaluating guys. So the Jaguars are a big experiment on that regard right now.
Yeah.
Like a huge experiment.
Huge.
Because they drafted, every one of their draft picks was a perceived reach at least.
Yep.
So with the Texans, I think the Texans are somewhere, I think they're probably in that top third of teams that use analytics. And, Nick's never going to divulge just how much or how often, how much it matters to him. But I think that maybe with a guy like Marlon Klein, it's a little bit above and beyond just whatever his measurables are and whatever his limited college experience was.
Just shifting gears real quick, Seth. I'm looking up at the TV screen, and as you know, James Harden was terrible last night for the Cleveland Cavaliers. He had 7 turnovers in the game, and they were like nuclear turnovers. They were like live ball, creating runouts, like 3-on-1s. He was bad in this game. I'm looking at footage from the post-game press conference with James Harden, and it looks like it might be Donovan Mitchell. I can't tell who's sitting next to him. How would this go in Houston? James Harden is wearing a Yankees cap at the post-game press conference after a game in which I gotta text a couple of the guys in Cleveland and see if that got pointed out at all, because I think he would get crushed here for that.
I don't think it's, there's something about it where this is just my gut suspicion on this. I think it would bother football fans more than basketball fans, even if they're the same people. I think when somebody's thinking about their football team and especially their quarterback, and because of just the almost the military type regimentation and everything, I think they have a higher standard for football, and then. In basketball, you have the added element of, like, those guys are just way more just out there in a fashion standpoint.
The fashion.
They're always just wearing anything and everything. Yeah,
that's a good point. The fashion part of it is woven way more into things. I would also say, too, if we're comparing it to CJ. Now, CJ got flack for wearing a Yankees hat and a Seattle Mariners hat. There is something about a Yankees hat that probably there is a style thing to. I mean, they're a blue blood team. You know, I think there's a lot of people that wear Yankee hats that aren't Yankee fans at all. They just like the hat. You know, that iconic, monogram logo that it's got on there. I think he would get killed, though, just given the fact that the Astros have some recent history with the Yankees. That if he did that if he turned the ball over 7 times in Game 1 of a playoff series as a Rocket and wore a Yankees hat, we would be talking about that today.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now he could. I would allow James Harden wearing a Yankees cap when he was in Houston. Just. No, I was going to say, I can't wait to hear the rest of this sentence. I was going to try to. I was thinking maybe if he's saying that's it's a testament to the Astros and how many times they've beaten the Yankees in the ALCS.
Damn you for turning the car around, man! I wanted to hear the rest of that.
No,
sentence.
I thought I had something, but I played it out in my mind mid-sentence. I'm like, no, it doesn't work.
Be authentic, man. By the way, R.I.P. Ted Turner. Passes away at the age of 87. Thank you, Ocho, for the update on the Base Power text line.
87.
87 years old, Ted Turner, a broadcasting mogul back in the day. The thing, I would say...
Jane Fonda still alive?
I don't know. I think so.
Were they still married?
I don't know that. I'm not sure. I know they have been or had been for a long, long time. I'm not sure. I don't know what their situation is. I would say, if we do a quick eulogy or a quick acknowledgement of Ted Turner. You know what? I'll acknowledge Ted Turner, Ben. We'll acknowledge him.
They've been divorced since 2001.
Okay, so they've been divorced
hopefully
a while.
That's not too soon.
It's yeah. His crossover into sports, the most profound one, I think, was creating the Superstation and then plunking the Atlanta Braves down on the Superstation, TBS. Yeah. And creating Atlanta Braves fans in a million places outside Atlanta.
All over the place. Yeah, they became weirdly kind of like the Yankees or the Cowboys or somebody else, like one of these teams that gets a nationwide fan base because they have a stretch of dominance.
15 years they won the division. 15.
Yeah, but because they're on TV in all these different households every night, it made a big difference.
A lot of kids in some very random places grew up. Braves
I remember.
Fans.
I remember in college, one of my friends, Evan, was from out in West Texas. Mm-hmm. And he was a hardcore Braves fan.
And I
didn't understand it. I didn't get it.
Right.
And he explained it to me.
And they were good, too. That helped.
Yeah.
They were a really good baseball team. All right, so R.I.P. Ted Turner, age 87. That's a good run, man. All right, final segment coming up. We teased this earlier. We'll do it again. We played it earlier on the show. Some of the audio from the Stephon Diggs trial this week is some of the craziest in-court audio that you're going to hear. Stephon Diggs not guilty of felony strangulation and misdemeanor assault. We've got the verdict announcement, but that's not the crazy audio. We'll let you hear it coming up next. I will tell you what's crazy is letting your patio furniture or
610. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Stefon Diggs not guilty of felony strangulation and misdemeanor assault of his former chef and love interest, Jamila Adams. Here's what it sounded like yesterday in a Boston area courtroom.
Count 1, strangulation or suffocation. What is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
On count 2, the charge of assault and battery. What is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Okay, so not guilty. Seth, we got a bunch of clips here. We played them earlier. I'm going to let you put the quarter in the jukebox here. If you were, because the guys.
So for those of you who weren't following this at all, just so you know, just a quick synopsis was, man, it did not look from what we could see like at any point this woman had any kind of a case at all against Stefon Diggs, like to an extreme degree, where it just contradicted herself multiple times, just claimed that like things that were factual didn't happen, even though there was evidence of her doing like it wasn't. This was not like a hey, be careful that you don't know how women might respond after an assault like this. Like everything looked like this was her just trying to
get money,
fabricate a claim and get some money out of it. Yeah. Let's do. I really enjoyed it when she kept trying to object. When her lawyer wasn't objecting to the line of questioning, she tried to make the objection herself multiple times. The client-lawyer privilege.
Oh, the client-lawyer privilege one. Okay, yeah, here we go. So this is one of the attorneys saying, your lawyer asked Stefon Diggs for $5.5 million, right? And this is what ensued.
Ms. Adams, 3 weeks ago, your lawyer demanded $5.5 million from Stefon Diggs, correct?
That is client lawyer privilege. I cannot speak on that.
You believe that your lawyer's communications to Stefon Diggs are covered by your attorney-client privilege, ma'am?
I can't answer that question. I don't know the answer to that question.
You know that someone on your behalf has demanded $5.5 million from Stefon Diggs, don't you?
I have a workers' comp claim, and I've explored all civil options.
Ma'am,
I don't understand.
are you able to answer that question?
No, I'm
Counsel,
not
restate
able
the
to.
question, please.
You know that someone on your behalf has demanded $5.5 million from Stefon Diggs.
Do you know that, Miss Adams?
No.
No.
Okay. Yeah.
She does not know that, which I do not believe for a second.
Yeah, it was. There was did any of the lawyers? We asked lawyers to weigh in on like why they even tried this case, because it just didn't seem like it any step along the way.
We didn't get a lot of traction with the lawyers on that. Yeah.
What the hell, lawyers?
Yeah, come on.
They're out playing. They're playing pickleball and billing their clients for
They're
it.
practicing law right
This
now.
they'll respond to.
Yeah.
The other one that I liked was the prosecutor.
I did too.
Just because I'm envisioning the prosecutor as she's trying to invoke lawyer-client privilege there.
Yeah.
And he's probably just like, oh my god,
head in his hands. And we also need to before we play the prosecutor, because that cut that we just played of her doesn't begin to do justice to how bad a witness she was, how bad a witness she was on the stand. She was belligerent. She had to be warned by the judge multiple times to stop just speaking extemporaneously, answer the question.
Yeah.
She was a bad witness, and the prosecutor essentially had to acknowledge that if he was going to have any credibility with the jury.
So, was Miss Adams a perfect witness? No. She was argumentative, avoided, difficult. But does that mean you should throw away everything she says? She said no. I think it'd be easy for you guys to do that, but that's not your job. You guys are the jury. It's your job, your sacred duty, to comb over every bit of evidence you heard, to consider it, to give it the attention it deserves. The attention, the scrutiny, the weight it deserves. You don't have to like Miss Adams. You don't have to like the way she testified today and yesterday, but you do have to give her and her testimony the attention it deserves. So,
dude, the best part,
the heavy breathing is the best.
The size.
Yeah, that like, hey, you do have to weigh everything carefully. And I know you're going to do that.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, I know the evidence in this case isn't all that great either. But here's the thing that you guys need to understand.
First,
the lack of respect I see in my wife's eyes when she looks at me when I come home after every day of this case is really, really hard for me. Could you guys do me a solid at least? Could you one of these lesser charges? Can I throw in a?
He might have jaywalked. Can we get a jaywalk?
Yeah. Can I throw in like he shoplifted or something? Yeah,
dude. The best part of that audio isn't even words. It's the first 5 seconds where you audibly hear him sigh that he is about to have to deliver this closing argument.
I think he had the right strategy there. You got to acknowledge that, hey, look, and but she's not on trial for being.
No.
Well, she is. I mean, she's not the one on trial, for either being a good or a bad witness.
Right.
But if you can just ignore everything that's come out of her mouth in the last couple days, and just look at this specific group of things over here.
Through the evidence.
Ignore everything she said and just comb through the evidence. But yes, and I know you're going to say the problem is there is no evidence because it's her word against his, and there's just zero of even the things that she said aren't backed up by her actions.
Well, there's no pictures. There's no
like she claimed that there was redness on her neck and everything, but she didn't take a picture of that. There's video of her after the incident where there's no signs of any physical.
She's like
trauma.
dancing around.
Yeah. Like it's just it was bad.
Ben, play the first 5 seconds of that cut again.
So. Was Miss Adams a perfect witness?
That's good. That is, dude.
We're really going to do this.
That's exactly what that is. That's like, oh God, this is going to be the most brutal minute of my life right now. I got to put together a closing argument for her. I Googled, Seth, how long did the jury deliberate in the Stephon Diggs trial? Care to take a stab at how long you think they deliberated for?
It seemed like it couldn't have been more than 2 hours.
It's a good guess. Approximately 90 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
that
90
seems
minutes.
Fast.
That's nothing, dude, for felony strangulation and misdemeanor assault to deliberate for that short a period of time.
Have you served on a jury yet?
I never have. No, have you?
Either.
Have you?
No.
Have you been summoned to?
The only couple times I was summoned, it was while I was an active football player, like in season.
Yeah.
And they got out. I don't know. The proper people got me out of it.
Yeah.
So I never had to show up or anything.
Yeah.
I imagine myself on a jury many times, and I feel I know exactly how it would go. At first I'd be like, I'm just gonna lay back. And I'm just gonna be a participant.
Mm-hmm.
I'm definitely not gonna be the foreman.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll just see where this goes. But at some point, I'd lose it.
Do you?
And I would, and I would stage a coup, and I would become the new foreman.
Do you? Yeah. I overturn the.
Yeah, I had too much idiocy out of you people. At some point, that's it. I'm
Seth's
taking over.
not going to administer justice. He's going to execute a rebellion within the jury.
Yeah, listen. Yeah, I've watched enough movies to know that the proper foreman isn't the one who wants to be the foreman.
Right.
He's the one who feels obligated to. Yes.
Do you have a preference for what type of case you would like to be a juror for? What's that?
Yeah, murder one.
Yeah, I think a murder case would be. If
you're going to do it, you go large.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah.
Like, that would be a real disappointment. You get selected for a jury, and it's, for some.
But I want it to be I want it to be an easy verdict, though, too.
I
don't want to like if I'm going to send some guy to to life in prison or worse. I want to be sure that I knew damn sure. Oh yeah, he did it.
You'd carry that around if it were kind of a coin toss.
I wanted to be some guy that definitely should have taken a plea bargain, but for God knows what reason didn't. And okay, yeah. The multiple security cameras and 3 people's iPhones.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that it feels like we've got pretty strong.
You would take it personally because that guy not taking the plea means he thinks you're stupid,
and he values his time more than mine.
Right. right.
You know, like, why am I even on this trial spending 90 minutes in deliberation?
Yeah,
It's because you decided not to plea out of this.
When you could have just plead down to manslaughter, and then we can all get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a really good point.
That's the real crime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, wasting your time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Send a bill to his relatives.
That's right. That's right.
I would.
Next to kin. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. The guys on In the Loop filing in here and getting ready for the
like guys that I've sent off to the gas chamber.
Mhm.
I know we don't use a gas chamber here, but still. In my movie version of Foreman, the Foreman. That's what they call it in my movie.
gas chamber.
The Foreman.
The Foreman. Gas chamber. So, John Lopez, Reggie Attitooler are here. Gentlemen, how you doing?
Doing all right. I'd like to think that if I was ever a foreman, I would be more like the 12 Angry Men version of this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The last thing I want is him as a foreman.
What's that?
The last thing I want is Reggie as a foreman.
Wow, why is that?
Well, why?
Way too...
You're going to think about
in the
it too
weeds
much.
on everything.
wow.
Yeah. I want people to shoot from the hip, man.
Okay. It looks like you definitely did it, but there's 99 alternative things that could have happened.
Let's relitigate the case right now.
That's right now. Right now. Did you have a nice third-tier holiday yesterday?
I had a terrific...
Wait, is it? No, yeah, third.
Yeah, Cinco de
Lopez
Mayo.
just wants to make a bunch of hung jury jokes.
He sure does.
That's
He's the foreman with a bunch of one-liners.
That's great.
Hey, guy, I know we're a hung jury, but not that kind.
And then he crotch chops right after.
Ain't never been a jury hung like us.
That's true. Oh, man.
Yes, a fantastic Cinco de Mayo. Mexican food, breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Oh, wow. Look at you.
Yeah.
We went out for Italian last night.
Is that what it takes to celebrate?
That's right.
I feel like a lot of Mexican-American families
That's why it's ahead of St. Patrick's Day.
That's
right. Oh, really? The guy named Lopez had Mexican food. Breakfast lunch, and dinner.
burrito in July?
You don't say.
That's different from February. I don't know. It's got to be.
Yes, it must be. It must be. We went out for Italian last night, actually, because that's the night,
Not as crowded.
Not as crowded. Right.
Oh, I thought it was on a close enough type of.
No,
they use garlic.
Yeah, right.
They use garlic.
Yeah. You know, it's in the same. You know
the Latins.
Yeah, right. Spain is in the same continent as Italy.
If the language comes from Latin, I'm in. It counts. It counts.
It counts. Yeah, food was delicious. It was great.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Thank you. Yeah. So, what is the question of the day, fellas?
Well, the NBA, or the Athletic rather, put out a player poll in which they asked players to identify the most overrated player.
Did they have other stuff in that poll too?
There was a little bit of, and the Rockets tie in the. So we'll talk about that at 10:20. But at 10:40, we'll get into our question of the day, which is inspired by that.
Yeah.
Who's the most overrated player in Houston history?
Because Alperin. Am I ruining your tease?
No, you're not.
Okay.
Alperin.
Well, I mean, I wanted to keep it so I could do the, but it's fine.
Well, the tie-in is obvious.
Yeah.
The tie-in is obvious.
Yeah. Okay. So
I was trying to play
mean
close to
question to ask at the end of our show. Nolan Ryan never liked that bum. Come on.
Yep. That's why.
Sorry, Seth.
I misunderstood Reggie. I thought you were keeping the Rocket tie-ins with the other questions close to the vest, and then not the overrated one. At any rate, okay. So who's the most overrated? I'm going to tell you right now. I said somebody was overrated last week, a little overrated. So maybe that's not most overrated, but this is the first one that pops into my head because he's injured again too. And I know he's having a nice year this year. I've always thought Carlos Correa is a little bit overrated.
Oh, there you go.
That's not a bad take.
He's a great defensive player, no question about that. He, as a former number one overall pick who showed signs early in his career of being a guy who would have some A-Rod type qualities, he's just never gotten to that level as a hitter before.
Yeah.
And I think he gets treated by people like he is that level of offensive player, and he's not. He's okay. He's decent. At times he's good. But look, there's a reason why Minnesota was willing to eat $30 million of his salary. If someone's willing to eat $30 million of your salary and then flip you to a team that just gives you some minor leaguer that got cut 2 weeks later, you're a little overrated.
That's not a bad take, and I thought I was going to upset people.
Yeah.
With my overrated
people like
one.
Carlos here. I probably got people angry.
Yeah. Mine is Lance McCullers Jr.
Carlos's best friend.
Carlos's best friend.
You just disrespected their short-lived MMA podcast.
Here's the thing about Lance McCullers Jr. Amazing postseason, absolutely legendary, and love him. Great guy. Yeah. Seth knows him. Handsome guy. He's got it all.
Like that you threw his looks in.
but he's played.
We're just trying to find things to say about
He's
it.
been in MLB. He's been in Major League Baseball for 12 years. He's played 9 of those. He's won over 6 games exactly 3 times.
Yeah, you and I had
but
this.
I guess but I don't think he's overrated. I guess that would be my objection. Just because I feel like people all like, oh, okay, but he's only because he's had more than 6 wins. Just how many times?
3.
3 times, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it's because of injuries, though.
Well, I looked that
up. That's where I give people a little grace in terms of whether they're overrated or underrated.
So are you saying that like even the concept of a healthy Lance McCullers is overrated?
In the 4 years before he got injured the first time in 2019, his ERA was 3.77.
Okay.
Yeah.
His overall ERA is 3.80.
Yeah.
Basically the same guy.
Yeah.
Right. I think that part of that is that, I mean, the great part of him were some of his heroics in the postseason.
Right.
I suppose.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So even prime healthy Lance McCullers, you're saying, is overrated.
I think he's beloved, and people tend to rate him higher. And I love the guy, but I think he fits the category.
Yeah, no, you can make an argument for sure.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give.
I'm going to say, a lot of people, the first thing they'll bring up with this guy is the no-hitter, but there's more to it, and you guys got to look into Mike Fiers. There's more to the story, that way overrated. Yeah.
Can I just tell you something about ChatGPT? I just put in most overrated, and I'm not going to read the names because I don't want to steal from the text or anything. But it gave 7 of them. Mm-hmm. Carlos Correa is number 2.
All right.
Okay.
Carlos Correa is number 2. I'm not going to say who the others are on the list except for this one because I think Seth jokingly said this. Nolan Ryan, number 7.
Totally joking.
Number 7 on the list. I would say I'm joking.
Tell me on that list it doesn't bring up that he never won a Cy Young.
Okay.
Because that's one of the biggest weirdnesses and injustices in it all. But
yeah, well, it's because he pitched for some bad teams. You needed wins back in the day. He pitched in an era where you needed to win like
he was no
18
Steve
games.
Carlton.
He was no Steve Carlton. Yeah. Although they were chasing each other for that strikeout lead for a while. Nolan Ryan, this is what it says. Careful now. Good advice.
Yeah.
All-time legend? Yes. Icon? Absolutely. But some Houston fans talk about, this is ChatGPT blaming it on fans. Some Houston fans talk about him like he was the undisputed greatest pitcher ever. Even Astros fans on Reddit debate whether the mythology outpaced the actual dominance.
Even on Reddit?
Relative to peers.
Oh,
and then does
goodness.
this give me a link to Reddit? It sure does. Mm-hmm. It sure does. Old chat gave us a link to Reddit so we can see how.
All right.
So there you go. No, all you got to do, if there was any inkling that you thought Nolan Ryan was overrated, watch the Nolan Ryan documentary, which I know is done by Nolan Ryan's people, and it's designed to frame him in a way. But for a guy who didn't win a Cy Young, the numbers that guy put up and the longevity obviously is legendary.
Innings.
Yeah, the innings.
I even wanted to see if I could try and make the case if we go just his tenure in Houston, but nah, man, it stands up all of the numbers all the way across, pretty unimpeachable.
Yep, he was incredible, no doubt. All right, boys. Well, have a great show.
Thanks, man.
Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies, and just try to be a better person today, Sean. You're trying to turn sports radio into this thing where we have fun and make fun of people.
I know. I gotta.
How dare you?
I'm not here for it. We're here to make people better men.
That's right. Seth and I got taken to task today, John and Reggie.
You got scolded?
We got scolded by a texter, that we were singling people out to make fun of them for things they've said on television. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
When in fact
happens.
those people would probably relish the fact that we're talking about them on our radio show. So at any rate, we'll try to be better. I'll try to be a better person today.
So they were upset at the notion of commentary.
Yes.
I'm just trying to understand what's happening.
They were upset with our opinions because what we didn't realize is that sports media is about opinions, so we shouldn't get upset at other people's opinions.
Right.
So I think they didn't like us having opinions about other people's opinions because opinions are opinions and they shouldn't be judged as you're judging our opinions.
That's one of the things that
a little wonky, admittedly.
One of the things that we've done very terrible in our society is try and validate everyone's opinion.
No, but he wanted to invalidate our opinion just because our opinion was invalidating somebody else's opinion.
Oh, my head hurts.
Oh, and that's complicated.
My head hurts rehashing this. My head
He's
hurts.
got big ears, that guy.
Yep.
He's like Dumbo.
Yep.
He's like but uglier.
That's right.
Not a cute Dumbo either.
All right, we're done. We are out of time.
You have a tier list of cuteness of Dumbos?
That's coming.
The Lopez tiers. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2 Houston. on Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Yeah, happy Wednesday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You heard the man, that's the OG John Lopez, in a button-up shirt today.
How about that? I cleaned up. You know what? I went home
jury duty or something?
Just real quick, I went home yesterday after the show. I said, boy, I really dressed sloppily today.
Really?
I had an old shirt on. I had shorts that didn't match, and I had black loafers on. And I was like, well, I kind of mailed in my outfit today. not that I ever, dressed, to the nines or anything.
Yeah,
but,
that was my thing, and I don't mean to.
Fishing shirts, is cool shorts.
You
maybe
keep it casual. It's one of the benefits of our job.
But that
we
was
don't have to dress it up like that.
That was uber casual. It was borderline homeless that I dressed yesterday. Yeah, so I said, you know what? I'm just going to dress regular today, like a regular person.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you. I tried.
I see.
And actually, I appreciate the acknowledgement.
There you go.
Yeah.
Look, man.
You acknowledged me.
Just co-workers supporting co-workers.
Yeah.
I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos.
I was sloppy, man.
I mean, now you're going a little far there.
Figgy, was I sloppy
I feel like we
yesterday?
would have acknowledged it on air if you were sloppy.
Really?
Nah,
that's a bad sign. He couldn't tell.
I didn't. Like, seriously, I didn't see you and said, damn, he's dressing kind of sloppy.
Mailed it in.
And I think you know this about us at this point. If you were sloppy,
you would have said something.
You would have mentioned it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think you were fine. I think you made it. But yeah, we appreciate you guys getting involved with the program. Talk back on the Base Power text line 713-572-4610. That's the number to text. Also, you can get involved thanks to the Mo Cameron Jewelers live stream.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. Jump in there, chat with the folks. Always appreciate you doing that. And I very much appreciate the Astros getting what was termed on the broadcast and quite possibly is the best win of their season versus the Los Angeles Dodgers last night.
I wouldn't argue it. 2-1. Pitchers duel. Both pitchers really playing well, pitching well, and certainly had the wherewithal to withstand the best team in baseball multiple times, but especially at the end.
The second best team in baseball.
Arguable, but
the Braves have been crazy.
The Braves have been nuts, but I think certainly the best roster in baseball.
Yeah, they got the best roster in baseball.
I will not argue on that. I won't argue
against the best pitcher in baseball now.
I love you giving Peter Lambert that.
Well, no, I said against. Against.
Okay, my bad. I thought that's what we was having here.
Yeah, Peter Lambert was outstanding. And by the way, did you look at the numbers against the Dodgers by Peter Lambert?
Oh, in his career?
Awful.
Well, yeah, that's not super surprising.
They have owned him.
Now I need to see what the specifics.
I don't have them exactly. I just kind of glanced. Like they absolutely owned him. Going into the Dodgers specifically, going into that game.
And that makes sense. He played with the Rockies prior and, the altitude and how that affected his pitching.
Yeah.
Not to mention the fact that he had to go to Japan, right?
Right.
So, it speaks to the way that just overall he was not that great. But when you see them frequently in your division.
So, yeah, but probably the best win of the year. No question about it.
Yeah, and, I mean, this is the formula for playing with this Astros team. And it starts with Peter Lambert, 100%. Like, you cannot discount this at all. 6 innings. Actually, he went 7 innings. 7 innings of was it no-run baseball? I got to pull back up because
they got their 1 run in the 8th. Yeah, it was.
I mean, like Brian King comes in and handles the final 2 innings. So you get length out of your starting pitcher. You are able to, you got out of a couple jams, but you did not give very many free bases, right? These are all the things that we've talked about. And then even when you come in with the pen, Brian King does give up a run, but ultimately you only need that one guy to shut this thing down. He is able to handle the mess that he creates, or at least the team is able to handle the mess that he creates, and you don't need to go and scramble someone out of the pen to save somebody else that you're already bringing out of the pen. Like, it feels like all of those things pitching-wise, this is the thing that you need to happen, and I don't know if it makes me feel better or worse that it happened against the Dodgers specifically.
Oh, it's got to make you feel better.
Well, I mean, yeah, you were able to do it once, but it's like, hey, the idea that against all these other teams that you can't do it does make me go, all right, so why is this so damn hard again?
Because it was the pitcher. The pitcher performed well. He wasn't. He kept the ball in the zone by and large. I think he had 3 walks, something like that. He wasn't afraid to challenge batters, and that was, as we mentioned, a hell of a lineup. And he challenged them with some loud outs, but they were outs. He had a couple of warning tracks in there, a couple of deep fly balls to center.
A couple of hard hit balls that were snagged. I know one of them was a deep center. Was that Zach Coleman in center?
Yeah, and some good defense. Braden Shoemake, Gig'em, great defensive effort and a home run. To keep this in line. So, yeah, absolutely the best win. But here's the thing. I didn't plan it this way, but my Astros sort of theme of the week since Monday has been you got to get length out of your pitchers. You got to get length. Then we talked about it again yesterday, and we have to talk about it again. We are right now today because they got 7 innings. Good things happen when you get length from your starting pitchers, and there's the perfect example right there.
And the question that then immediately comes to mind as you lay it out so nicely there is, do you have a check mark? Mm-hmm. I think on this show we've gotten accustomed to talking about certain guys as, all right, you have question marks here. I've talked about it on the offensive line in certain ways. We've talked about it with the Rockets at times. And we've talked about when we mentioned this rotation. And, coming into the season, the only dude that you go definitely check is Hunter Brown. He's currently on the injured list. We've had some guys as the season has progressed that you go, okay, they feel like less of question marks and more of I feel comfortable. I think Spencer Arrighetti probably slots into that, right? Are we there yet?
Yeah.
Does Peter Lambert feel like he's that?
He's trending. He's trending in the right direction, no question about it. And yesterday was Exhibit A on that. But here's the other part of it. Good things happen when you get length from your starting pitcher, but when you're the Astros, bad things happen. Because the same day you get this, Yanner officially goes to the IL. Ryan Weiss is mercifully optioned to the minor leagues, and Carlos Correa may well be done for the year.
Yeah, that is, and I feel like I would not go that far just yet.
Well, that's what reports are anyway. It's 6 to 8 weeks and perhaps the year.
Yeah, and it's not absurd to say that because he was a scratch before this game, and that's how you end up with Shoemake playing. Funny enough, he ends up being, I guess, the decisive run, right? Because
decisive run, yeah. He had the second home run, and he had a great play defensively as well.
And, buddy, that thing just barely squeaked out of the ballpark into the Crawford boxes.
Yeah.
He just hit a corner right around the foul pole in the Crawford boxes. It would have been a home run in just four parks.
Hey, but this one.
But thankfully, he was in this one.
Yeah.
No, but, I mean, the reason that he's even playing is because Carlos Correa, in batting practice, somehow has an ankle injury, and that boggles my mind first and foremost. Because how do you? And let me step back and make sure I get this right. And obviously, attribution is important. Thanks to Brian McTavish for having this first right of MLB, MLB.com, qualifying this as a significant injury. And in my brain, I'm just like, what the hell happens in batting practice?
Yanner was hurt in batting practice too.
This got to be the most
batting practice, 2 injuries that end up on the IL.
We made this joke before, but I feel like this is less and less of a joke at this point. What deity?
Who did they tick off?
Did they upset for this to continually be the case?
Yeah.
And you mentioned it on a day like yesterday where you had a fantastic outing from your starting pitcher, maybe one of the best that you've had, if not the best you've had all season long. The pitching all comes together. You get enough offense off of a Shohei Ohtani who came in with a 0.60 ERA. Like, all these things go well, and it can't just be a good day because on the other side you have one of your linchpin players when it comes to the infield and obviously in your offense get injured in batting practice. Talk less of something that we have to talk about as well. Down on the farm, I don't think that you could say that this was a good day with the rehab starts that you had, because 2 out of 3 dudes did not look particularly good in there. Like, I don't understand where the misfortune is coming from. Like, this does feel like, jokes aside, I don't. They just switched out all of the medical side of this, and it just makes me wonder: is it possible that it's gotten worse?
It has gotten worse. I mean, just sheer numbers. What is it now? 18 players that have gone to the IL, and including Carlos Correa, Yanner Diaz, who, obviously I think Christian Vasquez is the better option at catcher, but that doesn't mean you don't want Yanner Diaz on the roster, if nothing else, for maybe some pop in his bat occasionally. But no, you're right. Like, well, there's 2 questions. Who did they tick off, or is it something else?
I think that there's both. There's both in here, man. And someone says, how big does it loom now that they didn't trade Paredes away?
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, how good has Isak been this year anyways?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe this is that unfair thing to bring up in the moment where you go, hey, you ready to see a whole bunch of Nick Allen?
Yeah.
Right? Because obviously we're eagerly awaiting the potential return of Jeremy Pena. But for the time being, you needed Carlos Correa playing in these lineups, and now he's not going to be available for you for a significant amount of time. What do you like? How do you look at this going forward? Right? Does the Paredes give you some level of peace in this? Or how do you view possibly losing Carlos Correa for a significant amount of time and or the remainder of the season?
Well, look, the way you view it is that that's just their calling card yesterday, last night notwithstanding, has been finding offense. To be able to stay in games. Well, there's a significant piece of your offense that I'm guessing at best 6 weeks, at worst the entire season. There's a significant part of it gone. You have other pieces of your offense. Thank goodness for Christian Walker, but who had the first home run, by the way. But yes,
he's been a monster.
He's been amazing.
And of course, this is a team that he also
and he's a Dodgers killer. Yeah.
So shout out to him. But man, did I text you guys this as I'm watching the game? It would have been real nice if this Christian Walker was here last year.
Oh, yeah, you did.
What?
Yeah. Things would have been a lot different. A lot. They had 87 wins, and he had a bad year.
You make the playoffs.
Yeah, he had a bad year.
You make the playoffs if he's doing this. 100%. Point blank, period.
Yeah.
And it's so I love that he's happy to have, but I almost feel like I would have traded, especially with the way that this season is going. Go ahead and give me this Christian Walker last year. I would take last year's Christian Walker this year because, I mean, all the stuff
what does it matter?
Right. Like, let's put all the good stuff all the way together. Obviously, that's not how this works, but how do you view the Astros going forward now that you're without Carlos Correa?
Without Carlos Correa, I think it just got a lot tougher. We talk about the good pitching that they're getting, especially Arrighetti and certainly last night. With Peter, our guy Peter Lambert.
Our guy now. Think you hear that?
I was never anti-Peter Lambert.
Our guy.
I was a realist. But by the way, we'll get to that. A couple of texts coming in. What a bet. Anyway. All
right. You're right. We'll get to that. Figgy, you want to have a sidebar real quick?
Yeah.
You remember yesterday somebody saying that there was no way that the Dodgers would win?
Mm-hmm.
I believe that was John Lopez.
That the Astros would win.
Or that the Astros win, rather?
Yeah, I think it was.
Do you think that we need to just have him keep doing this? Because clearly we need to fight some level of mysticism with all the bad juju that the Astros have.
I think he's dead serious. He a big Ohtani fan, and a Dodgers fan. So.
No, I've said I'm.
It wasn't just a reverse jinx.
He's dead serious.
I've said I'm an Ohtani fan, and
that was a sidebar. So
what kind of idiot would think the best pitcher, the best team, and the best roster in baseball would beat the 12-win Astros? Got to be a big idiot to think that.
Well, this idiot over here was right.
You didn't pick him to win. You said
this idiot
quality
over here
start.
Was right.
You did not pick the Astros to win.
This idiot over here was correct.
When exactly did you pick the Astros to win?
In my heart, John Lopez. It was deep down in my heart.
I feel good because I did mention will his ERA go up? Ohtani's.
Yeah, 2 runs.
Something to watch with the offense.
2 runs and his ERA went up. It got a lot tougher. Back to your question, 2 pitchers that you think you can rely on. Lance McCullers Jr., by the way, going tonight, maybe, but his ERA is 6.8 right now, I believe.
Apparently, ERAs don't mean nothing going
apparently
into these games,
not.
man.
Apparently not in this series.
No, well, this is the problem, though, right? It's 162 of these, and so the bad ones you can move away from pretty quickly. Unfortunately, the good ones you move away from pretty quickly as well. You have to stack them, and so. It is worth noting that as much as you were able to go deep on a couple times with Shohei Ohtani, you didn't get much else off of him.
Dude, he was great.
Right, he
Except
was
for the
really bleeping good.
Squirrely one home run and then the other home run. Other than that, he was overwhelming.
So,
did you see Altuve's strikeout swinging?
I don't know what he was looking at. What did he think this was?
He was 2 feet outside the zone.
I mean, this is a right-handed pitcher with a big sweeper that basically starts on the outside part of the zone and then breaks in. I mean, almost behind the left-handed batter's box.
The catcher had to dive.
I realized that Jose Altuve been small all his life. All his life he has to fight. You know what I mean? Like, he has that mentality. So you have to believe that you are larger than life. But I don't know what the hell he thought he was swinging. Like, how much do you have to believe in yourself to see a ball that's already outside from a right-handed pitcher and think, I can get to that. I'll go get it. Don't worry about it. I will go make this happen.
Mm-hmm.
I want that kind of confidence in my life. I need, in fact, that kind of confidence in my life. It would be a very stark departure from where I am. What is your confidence level in this game, John Lopez? And remember how this went yesterday. I feel like the people would like you to say a particular thing. What is your call?
What's that?
On Tyler Glasnow versus Lance McCullers Jr. in this rubber match in this series?
Oh, let me ruminate on that.
Okay.
Yeah, let me ruminate.
You're not going to guarantee that the Astros lose the series? Dodgers.
Let me ruminate on that.
Come on. Do it for the people.
I will. Let me ruminate.
All right, whatever you say. He's not going to give you what you want, people. I try. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, The Athletic, the NBA vertical of that, dropped a new player poll in which they asked a whole bunch of stuff of NBA players. Do you agree with their assessment of this Rocket? I'll tell you who it is next.
Payne and Pendergast.
You wasted a year with Kevin Durant. That's why people were so frustrated with
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
Right.
See your way out of
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show. And that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio.
So we mentioned, obviously, the Astros getting a 2-1 victory over the Dodgers in Game 2 of this series yesterday with Shohei Ohtani on the mound and everything. A fantastic 7-inning outing of no earned run baseball from Peter Lambert. But unfortunately, it still felt like a bad day to some degree because Carlos Correa is scratched before you even get to playing baseball due to an ankle injury, significant ankle injury per Brian McTaggart that happens in BP. What's the update on that?
Well, there is an update. Brian McTaggart, because they played day baseball today. Brian McTaggart, 5 minutes ago, tweeting, Carlos Correa is in the clubhouse on crutches.
Cool.
Oh, no.
Cool. I mean, that's to be expected. If you have an ankle injury that's significant, you need that support. It just doesn't feel good to
Doesn't
hear.
feel good.
It just doesn't.
You know how people say, is that a sign? No. That's a sign.
I really want to know what happened.
Dude, in
So
batting
bad.
practice.
Did he like step on a base wrong or something? Or
But it's
did he-
BP. Where are you going?
Did
You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Did he like step wrong? And
Yeah, you're just swinging. You're
know
just
how-
standing there.
You know how you do that little roll your ankle type?
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
thinking. Was
yeah.
he planting and then rolling his ankle? But I'm like, how did you roll it so significantly? You know what I mean?
Literally every day you do this.
That ankle must have touched the dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the thought jumps out. Did he foul a ball off of his ankle? But I feel like that would have been something that was said explicitly. I am fascinated by the Larry, Curly, and Moe type shenanigans that would have had to happen, at least in my mind.
Especially when it also happened the day before with Yonder Diaz in batting practice.
Oh, so no batting practice then. Just don't do that. In fact, how about everybody go, sit in a room in your days off, and then come back and play baseball.
Yeah.
Maybe that will stop things from happening.
Hey, he this ain't his first weird injury.
No.
It ain't even surprising at this point.
No.
Was it a massage?
Yep.
Yep.
All right. From one weird thing, one makes you feel bad thing to maybe another, as The Athletic, their NBA vertical did an anonymous player poll. I love that The Athletic does this. They get to players, coaches, general managers, ask them things and tell them, hey, we won't tell them y'all said this.
Yeah.
But it allows them to speak freely and allows us to get some level of insight into the way that the people close to these things think. And in this instance, they asked NBA players about who is the most overrated player in the National Basketball Association. And they picked a Rocket, to be completely honest.
What, fourth, fifth?
Nope. The highest vote getter when it comes to who is the most overrated player in the National Basketball Association, is, according to NBA players, was none other than Alperen Sengun. He received 10 of the
Numero
81.
uno.
That's right. Number one, baby. Alperen Sengun, who is supposed to be your young star player on the scene, received 10 votes of 81 cast as the most overrated player. How did that hit you when you first saw that Alperen Sengun is that guy? Does it seem like it fits?
Well, I think it fits certainly this year. Some of the things that we talked about. Some things that fans and others have talked about. Just didn't seem to be as assertive, as comfortable, especially offensively. And I often feel that these polls about overrated players has to do with their offense. Now, in the case of Rudy Gobert, who finished second, maybe I don't know, but because I think it's like, yeah, he gets a lot of pub and he scores some points, but he's not what people say he is. And actually, in the playoffs, we talked about that as well. Yeah, I think it was in game 4 or 5. He had 17 points, and I think I said right here, I said it just felt like an empty 17 points. It just felt like it was kind of cheap stuff and free throws and that type of stuff. But like a force to be reckoned with. I always think on the defensive side first.
Yeah, and it feels like that feeling is necessary, right? It seems nonsensical to say, hey, man, you look at his stats of 29 and 6, and 4 triple-doubles this year. And you go, hey, man, that's impactful numbers. And I'm not here to tell you that objectively they're not. But also the feeling, that impending doom that is necessary when you're facing off against a team, I think that matters, right? It impacts the way that other teams play, and that's not insignificant. I do wonder how much Alperen Sengun brings that to other teams where they go, all right, we need to change the way we play. Now, it is worth noting that, first and foremost, the thing that the quote that I actually see from one of the players when it comes to answering why this is the selection, quote, he's crying every play. He's talented, dude. He's talented, but dude, just play hard. And I think that's a thing that a lot of Rockets fans have levied at him, in addition to NBA fans in general. So how much of this maybe is just the style in which you play, and whether or not you would be better if you kind of committed a little bit further into just being nose to the grindstone type dude.
Let me ask you both this. Let's be honest here. Do you think that's unfair to call him the most overrated player? I'll answer first. I don't think it's unfair.
I think it is.
You do?
I think it. Well, okay. When we start, maybe not, because you get to him to all-star level, and I know for me, I was like, all right, is he going to push into all NBA categories? And it did not feel like that was close to what the representation of his play was this year. So I can see that.
I actually think it's fair.
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit fair, especially the last couple seasons. We were calling him Baby Jokic. And I think now, after this season, where you kind of see some of his, his bad play.
Yeah.
To me, I feel like it's kind of fair to put him in that category because he was good. He did go to the All-Star game and all that stuff.
Right.
So I think he fits in that overrated.
And even if you don't want to go to overrated, if you unfair, fair, unfair, it's understandable. I think it's understandable.
I
because
could probably find somebody else that's more overrated, but I'm not mad at this.
I think it's understandable because, and we can go back to last year's playoffs when he's missing all those bunnies and really, not really fulfilling what we thought he would do. The way I look at it, does he scare you when the ball's in his hands?
That was the question I have. Right?
Yeah.
And that's what we mentioned earlier. Is what is that? What is that kind of presence? And that doesn't feel like it's quite there. Now, it's worth noting again that when they ask a lot of players some of these questions, like let's talk about the league's most underrated player. 151 votes were cast there. Only 81 votes were cast here. So I think first and foremost, we have to acknowledge we're talking about a smaller pool of guys talking in this. And they even acknowledged that in some of the responses because somebody said, hey, let's not forget that, what was it, last year, that the most underrated player that they picked ultimately was Tyrese Halliburton. Remember how that looked, right? So this is a very inexact science, and not a lot of guys want to jump in and mention this. But yeah, it seems like there's a lot of style that comes into this. Like I think people don't love his style of play when we talk about the complaining, but then also the herky-jerky movements and all that. Yeah. There could be some hateration. Some of the other high vote getters when it came to this, Rudy Gobert and Trae Young. And Trae Young is an easy answer here because you talk about sometimes empty calorie numbers sometimes. Trae Young can be that while also at times being the single worst defender in all the league. Karl Anthony Towns comes up here. Paolo Banchero and John Morant also vote getters. So there's some other guys in here that are of statures that you go, okay, no, there's still really good players. And I think that's ultimately still the case with Alperen Sengun. I just found that interesting. A Rocket came up in another place in this poll, as there were other questions I mentioned. Most underrated player was one of those things, and I think the answer there ultimately was Jalen Johnson and Derek White. No Rockets come up in that conversation, which are you surprised by that by any means? Are you surprised at all that the idea that no Rockets are underrated?
I am not surprised by that.
Sports Radio 610, breaking news.
According to Brian McTaggart, MLB.com, Astros sources tell him Carlos Correa will have surgery on his left ankle and will be out for the season. Devastating injury blow for the Houston Astros. Surgery and done for the year, Carlos Correa.
Okay, so there you go. That's dang. Whew. So what
was it?
Yeah, and
to be that devastating an injury in batting practice, it has to be ligaments are broken.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I agree, Carlos. Batting practice, something happened to his left ankle, which, by the way, is the other ankle than he had problems with previously.
Right, and that was a conversation that had been had. It was what if there was like kind of structural integrity type things.
Yeah.
This is incredibly terrible injury luck that the Astros are dealing with Carlos Correa done for the season. Due to the fact that he will have surgery on that ankle. You're going to see a lot of Shoemake, a lot of Nick Allen in the ensuing times. You just got to hope and pray that Jeremy Pena makes it back sooner rather than later when it comes to getting him back, getting somebody who you can put at the top half of your lineup, and then also that you can trust defensively. Because Carlos, having the number of guys that you had in the infield was supposed to be some level of cover. And now you're seeing that, this is the depth is necessary for you.
I'm wondering when is the timeline for Dana Brown to start the garage sale at this point?
Oh, it's ticking. The clock is ticking. By the way,
seems like it's coming really fast.
Yeah,
now at this point.
You are at a place where trade deadline seller.
Yeah,
trade deadline seller. You have to rebuild this thing. Shea Whitcomb has been called up, by the way. So Shea Whitcomb is now on the Astros.
To add you a little bit third base help and whatever.
Yeah,
that's oof.
Man, you about to see a lot of Sugarland players, man.
Yeah. Oh, all across the board.
Yeah.
From the 832. Well, they're definitely.
Oh, here we go. Update. I'm sorry.
No, please.
Chandler Rome now reporting that is a torn tendon in his left ankle.
Well, that makes more sense than something structural. But God, that's terrible luck. And the tendon, how long is that going to take to get him back?
6 to 8 months.
Okay.
Man.
Almighty.
There's an Indian burial ground somewhere.
There's gotta be something.
I just can't imagine what kind of things they would have to do for this level of bad juju to hit the Houston Astros. But they're dealing with it. They're going through it. Day baseball still going to happen for them today. So the game's still rolling on here early in the season.
It's just May 6th.
We're not even really into this, man. Really.
When does All-Star break?
Forever from now. Forever from now. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. All right, let's go to our question of the day. Inspired by Alperen Şengün being named by the NBA players the most overrated in the NBA. Who's the most overrated player in Houston sports history? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
In the loop. text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
The breaking news on the day: Carlos Correa gonna need surgery for a ruptured tendon. Was it in his ankle or in his foot? Mm-hmm. And so that is what will end his season. Out for the season, Carlos Correa, the third baseman / shortstop that was necessary, especially with Jeremy Pena still on the IL. I think he is gearing up for a rehab start coming up here soon. And you're like, hey, buddy, not like anybody's rushing you. However quickly you can get here. You just said something in the break before the microphones went hot again.
Mm-hmm.
You think that this news means definitively that they will be sellers at the trade deadline?
I do, and let me explain. But I do feel for those who are just sort of tuning in, we kind of need to recap everything with Carlos Correa here.
Please.
Obviously, an icon, a legend in this city. So just start to finish, you can fill in the holes if I'm missing anything. Batting practice yesterday, he went down with an injury. Went all the way down with an injury. According to Chandler Rome, he took a swing in the batting cage yesterday, felt the pop, and that's a quote, felt the pop, and went down in pain. It showed up today in crutches, and Brian McTaggart just reported about 10 minutes ago now that he will be done for the year. It requires surgery. Chandler Rome adding to that it's a torn tendon in his left ankle. That is the other ankle than the one that he has had problems with in the past. Recovery is 6 to 8 months projected. Now,
and that's his front ankle, right? Right-handed batter.
Yes. Which is weird. You would think I would
have thought that the load that you maybe as you're loading up on the back angle, but again, I'm no physiologist, so I'm just talking.
So to your point, a couple of reasons. I feel like they were already maybe trending toward being sellers at the trade deadline, simply because of the numbers on the infield. And now now you're down, two of those guys. But we'll see. But I feel like you have to be a seller at the trade deadline because we know last night, notwithstanding terrific performance, of course, by Peter Lambert, great win, 2-1 win, the first win that really felt like really good baseball all year long. And I know you're going to talk about that later. But despite all that, you have to recognize who you are here. You have to recognize who you are. You look at the roster today. Look at the starting lineup today. I mean,
which we have, mind you, because it's
those are AA and AAA players. You are in rebuilding mode, man. It's hard to say. It's hard to to believe, but you are in rebuilding mode moving forward. If you want to get good,
but that's a question, right? Because there's the ever present statement that Jim Crane made, which is as long as he's an owner, they're going to try and contend. Obviously, it feels like you were being shoved away from that by everything that is cosmic and unholy, right? And so that is being challenged to some degree. It's the conversation and the question that we've asked is, even if you're selling, do you trust who is there to sell in a lame duck circumstance?
I don't know, but that's another part of why I think you're selling. Clearly, your general manager Dana Brown is on a 1-year contract. He has to make some moves, for his own sake, to kick the proverbial can down the road and maybe say, look, this is what we can do. This is what we can get. We have to be able to build the team this way, et cetera.
Someone on the text line here said, I feel like it's got to be the Rangers doing some level of voodoo. It's possible, but also if they had those kind of mystical powers, why have they not been able to figure
just now using them
out? That's also a great point. But then on top of it, like in a more serious way, it does feel like there's got to be something in the way they're doing things that contributes. Like there's clearly bad luck that's happening here, right? Injuries is going to be that. There's a portion of this where injuries are going to happen to anyone. They're random. Some years are worse than others. But the couple year span of just horrendous injury luck, I think the logical statement is there's something that they're doing.
Has to be. That
is impacting it. And it kind of feels even worse now that they just simply refuse, as a matter of principle, the way that they operate things, to make their medical staff available for comment. If this is making it more and more evident that, hey, man, we got to be able to examine or inspect this outside of just take your word that y'all did an audit and that it's changed.
And we kind of thought they were after last offseason. Look, there are instances where it's just it's coincidence after coincidence. This is too many coincidences. And, there are times when you can say, it's just one of those years. Shout out to Rafael Stone. But this is more than that. It just feels like it's more than that.
Somebody gave them the eye.
The ojo.
There you go. But yeah, and oddly enough, because I see this on the text line, you're not wrong. They're still like 4 games back from the top of the AL West because the AL West as a whole is not running away. It does feel like maybe they stabilize if they can get some of these guys back where there's a number of guys kind of on the possibility of coming back. But again,
what's today's lineup?
Today's lineup, Bryce Matthews playing second, Yordan Alvarez, Isaac Paredes playing third, Christian Walker at first again, Cam Smith in right, Zach Cole in center, Zach DeZenzo in left field, Shoemake is playing short, and Cesar Salazar behind the plate. Because remember, Yainer Diaz is on.
So what were you saying about 4.5 games back?
Hey, man, they won last night.
What's the team ERA?
A lot. many earned runs per game is what it is. Do you still want to do the question of the day?
Yes.
Does that feel like the vibes that we should continue here? You want to keep being negative?
Hey.
Alfred Shangoon. Alfred Shangoon.
The question of the day. Just give us your negative thoughts.
What's
right
the
now,
worst?
man.
You know what? No.
New question of the day. What's the worst thought going through your mind right now? Because that's kind of what's happening.
713-572-4610. You want to know what the worst thought I had?
What's the darkest place you're in right now?
The worst thought I had, I went over to talk to our guy T. Milley, who's preparing for the drive 2 to 6 every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. And we were workshopping our conspiracy theories as to why it has gotten this bad. And one of the thoughts was, that used to be a train station, right? Mm-hmm. Is there any possibility that there's something that they didn't, some like giant magnet that they never took out in the San Francisco 49ers way of this? Right? Is there some level of old mechanism down there that somehow has turned on in the last couple of years?
Here's the other thing. I guarantee you there's some bodies down there. Somebody had an accident on the train or during construction of the old train.
And finally woke up and started haunting all this thing.
Or the old mobster.
Yes. They buried Jimmy Hoffa right there, Union Station.
And he's just out here taking Achilles. He's like, hey, I'm getting ligaments, baby.
So we gotta come up with some answers. What's the darkest thought you have right now? I'm thinking of one of them myself. What's the worst thing going through your mind right now? Because that's where we are with today's news. Shangoon and most overrated. Carlos Correa done for the year, 6 to 8 month recovery. Everybody else on IL.
Yeah, I think the darkest thought I have is the Astros going to have to sell it all. Mm-hmm. Maybe, what you going to do with Yordan? If somebody
that's
dark.
You
something?
Yeah, that's dark.
Oh, the darkest thought, because I've had this thought for months and I've just kind of suppressed it. Mm-hmm. Is there a possibility they could go back to the early teens Astros again? Like, is it possible that they could be 100 loss team for a period of time to get themselves back over?
Aren't they on pace for 100 losses this year?
Yes, and there's nothing in the farm right now.
This is really dark.
Right? That's the thing. Is this could possibly not just be a bounce, hit the bottom and bounce back. Mm-hmm. This could be bounce, dribble, then maybe make your, you know what I mean? Like that's the scary part is that you go back to the Astros going away from what has been in the summer. You know that there's going to be something interesting baseball wise to the place where you go, hey man, the Astros they're a team that plays here.
Just got to clear out and tank at this point, man.
Yeah,
because you remember those years, the 2011s, the 2012s, where it's just like, wait, the Astros play here?
Yeah.
Because why would we think about them? Why would we subject ourselves to that?
Yeah. Man. The dark place, I think you both hit them, 100 losses. And by the way, with the 100 losses, I think that feeds in. You're on pace to lose 100 games. That feeds into, if you're going to lose 100 games, why aren't you selling? Because then you're just in a place where you're running it back, and you could easily lose 100 games again next year unless you get acquire some people.
I think the response to that is you've got the two of the people in management that are on lame duck circumstances, so you continue fighting because that's what you do when you're in that spot for your job. You can't consider the future because you're not guaranteed one.
Yeah.
And then two, you don't really have a plan for the future set in. And then on top of that,
but that's what I'm saying. The plan would be sell.
Right.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about other teams that might be looking at the Astros and be like, hey, let me call them about Yordan. Mm-hmm. Hey, what y'all gonna do with them?
You know, one of the terrible things that's coming up. Sorry,
I got these nice little prospects right here. What you want to do?
Yeah. One of the terrible things is all the people that are now bringing Mauricio Dubon up, who is being fantastic with his new team with the Braves, and I'm like, you think that
wasn't going to save this team?
We've made Mauricio Dubon.
He's
Superman.
Fred Van Vliet.
Pretty much.
If we had Fred VanVleet, boy, we had Dubon.
That's the thing is because I don't want to talk about Mauricio Dubon like that. Loved him as a player here. Loved him as a dude here. Happy that he's playing well. We don't got a lot to kick it though, do we?
Someone says the dark place is Daikin. Ever since they changed the name.
Oh, it's the air conditioners.
Yeah.
They put a new. That's it. We found it. They put a new air conditioner in, and the new air conditioner got some bad. It emits bad ions somehow. That ruins
all these injuries.
You see it. We got it. We need to go and inspect them air conditioners. Is the answer.
Have they changed the filters?
Imagine real dirty in there.
One guy with a ladder. We got 785 filters here. Can you change them today?
I mean,
do you think they need to open the roof?
Yes.
Oh, that's another good one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Although all that stank out or something, man.
Although they're
all them spirits out.
Just air it out.
We got to do something.
Yeah.
I know your mamas at one point was like, open these windows.
Open these windows. We got to get rid of some good juju in here.
Just sage the whole building quick is what you're talking about.
And then, of course, my darkest thought, Ime Udoka does not get fired. Okay, well, there's that, too.
Hey,
doesn't have to be Astros only.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. That one is realized right now. I feel like that one is realized. Somebody said they started 2005, 15-31, and made the World Series. Not as many injuries that year, so it sucks. Yeah, I mean, look, the Astros are two of, I think, the handful of teams that have started with a similarly bad season and then made it happen on the back end. There's a lot of question marks that you would need to overcome, which is, how do you feel about the manager? Are you all that sold in him? Although you've done it under him before. So, But then the number of injuries, the reserves that we're talking about coming back, because one of those guys like a Tatsuya Emi, who last night in his start, what did he go, 3 innings? Couldn't throw strikes, started giving excuses, which we'll hear a little bit later in the program. So that's one of the dudes that you're looking at for reinforcements in this circumstance, which is different than where you were prior. I don't know, man. It's hard to hold on hope right now, especially when you keep getting hit on a day that was supposed to be a celebration.
Supposed to be good.
We were supposed to have a great time. You just beat the Dodgers, right? You looked really good. You got length out of your starting pitcher. Your bullpen, you're the one guy you brought out of the pen, gave you 2 innings, and was able to clean up the mess that he created. All right, here we go. And the player is lost for the season.
Yeah.
Went ahead and cut that. Man, I hate it. I hate it here sometimes. Somebody said Japanese voodoo.
Oh, it's the Emi curse. Which, by the way,
we don't have time for that right now.
We don't.
We really truly
we'll bring it up.
Begrudgingly, reluctantly.
Poor widow Emi.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. All right, we got to get the negativity off us. I feel like we've gotten to a bad place here. There's people driving around.
Open these doors.
I mean, it's overcast today. We got to find a way to get some fun back in here. So coming up next, let's go around the NFL. Let's talk about let's talk about justice prevailing. How about that? Let's do that next.
The Rocket. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And we start with a little bit of justice. John Lopez.
Justice is good.
Yes, that's what it seems like was served in this trial of Stephon Diggs, which lasted all of 2 days. That's usually either a very good or a very bad thing.
What's her name again? Ilya something?
Mila. Mila Adams.
She did not have
a Chef BBL.
I think it's Jamila Adams is it was the plaintiff in this, or I guess the accuser in this.
Adams.
Yeah.
Yes, she was a former live-in personal chef for Stephon
BBL
Diggs.
chef.
Okay.
That's what they calling her.
BBL chef. Thank you to our Stephon Diggs trial correspondent, Figgy Fig. Diggs was acquitted of all I guess charges.
Accusations?
Accusations is the word I was looking for.
He was facing up to 5 years in prison.
Felony strangulation and misdemeanor assault and battery were the charges that came.
It's pretty serious.
And it was complete. But you were on this pretty well. Like, I think you were actually tapped into this, Fig. This felt shambolic in the various different ways of things that came out from the trial.
This was the Knicks versus Atlanta in that closeout game. They were up 61
points.
Yep, at halftime. it wasn't a close game at all, man. Unfortunately,
the funny thing, I always just am perplexed. You know what happened. You know the evidence that's out there. You know that people have cameras, recordings, all that stuff, and you still try to accuse someone of something like this. I mean, it was a nothing, absolutely nothing that he did. Yeah, in this case.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? If that's the case, I don't know that or even if you're coming to this knowing that, I would hope that you're more prepared. The allegation was that that Stephon Diggs had slapped and choked her during an argument, and everything. I think the biggest thing that I think people were talking about outside of this trial was that there was no clear signs of such a altercation happening, and even so far as any level of injuries might have been sustained, she was seen afterwards just dancing in a video.
Yeah. Including it was some people on the witness stand that was cool with her, like her friends that was saying, "Nah, we didn't hear anything like this."
Yeah.
So everything went the opposite of her way. Everything.
So I think that it's worth going back to the moment where we found out about this during the season, right? Headed into the playoffs, and we go, "Ooh, this probably isn't great for Stephon Diggs." How do you think now the view of Stephon Diggs, is in the league? Obviously, not just the idea that he was acquitted, but in such a very kind of visible way, where it's very evident that this was something that did not have credibility.
Yeah.
How does that come back to Stephon Diggs, especially after a season in which he was the good soldier in New England once he got past that one thing that happened early on?
Well, I don't know if this is answering your question or not, but my first thought was like, you get into a position of power and, money, you're a target. You become a target for some people. And I feel he was targeted. It was clearly, a joke of an accusation, but it just, so I don't know, like how he's viewed is a different question. I don't think it's going to change a whole lot. He's a different kind of guy, but I don't think he's a bad guy, and maybe that's it.
I don't think he's a bad guy. I wonder if teams do bring into question though, hey man, how do you keep finding yourself in things of this kind of stature? And that sounds unfair. However, it's worth noting that this was a woman who was a supposed live-in chef, although her qualities or her capabilities as a chef had been questioned during this. Isn't that right?
She was a cook.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Don't disrespect real chefs like that.
And by the way, they had a relationship before she was his chef.
And you mean one of a physical nature, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So they had that. Then he, I guess, quote unquote, hires her on because come to find out there was not paperwork on this particular contractual relationship.
No.
So then this becomes dramatic. Then you end up with somebody who maybe feels spurned in some way or another and brings up false allegations.
No.
Not to blame the false allegations on him. However, this is a way of being that created some uncomfortable circumstances that ultimately the Patriots did have to deal with to some degree. Does that pop up? Like, is he still playing at a level where you go, the possibility of things like this popping up then deters you, or was he so good recently that you go, yeah, no, I'm not worried about that?
I don't think he's going to have to worry about a job. I'll put it that way. Patriots or otherwise, I think he'll get a job. And the other thing is, when you live in that world or you're around that world, you understand that, personal chefs, cooks, people who, are basically your house manager and your financial manager, they're everywhere. I mean, I don't think people realize how many people surround these athletes, especially who are in these type of financial situations that do so much for them. It was Stephon Diggs in this case, and maybe it has something to do with the people he hired. He should have hired a real chef, not a make-believe one. So maybe there is something to that, but it's everywhere, man. I mean, it is everywhere. Your Houston Texans, I guarantee you, they have chefs and managers and financial managers and house managers and, all these assistants and all. Yes, it happens everywhere.
So, yeah, at the very least, Stephon Diggs can be very happy in the fact that this went the way it did. I think the particular way it happened, him being exonerated probably matters a good amount in this, but I'll be interested to see whether or not this impacts him going forward. Not to say that I'm looking forward to it impacting him negatively. I'm just very curious to see how this gets played.
I think it will be some teams that will try to go after him now that this is over. But remember, he's still, what is he, 31, 32?
32.
He is an older receiver. He did have a good year last year, but I think part of it is I think teams probably don't want to deal with that on top of a 32-year receiver.
Sure.
But I wouldn't be surprised if like the Chiefs or
he's going to get a job. He'll play.
He'll get somewhere.
Yeah. I can see that. It would be funny though. I know that the Patriots are in a different place, but you look at the Patriots, and if there was any level of, hey, we can't have you back, I imagine Stephon Diggs would have to be like, word?
You're one to talk.
Word. Oh, okay.
Who am I playing for again?
All right. Hey, who's going to give him that speech? Mike Vrabel.
Who's the owner again?
Hey, man, you got a lot of stuff going on off the field, man, so we can't bring you back on this one.
You redefine the term gate in this organization.
I feel like we are all on the same page.
You causing a lot of disruption around here, man.
That's right.
Your face is in the headlines.
Too many distractions?
That's right. Buddy, we all distracted. We distracted together, man. Yeah. We continue around the NFL with the New York Giants. John Harbaugh getting this thing together. Remember, they traded Dexter Lawrence, and there was a question of, what are you going to do in the middle of what that thing is? DJ Reader apparently is what they're doing. He signs a 2-year deal to go play. Obviously, the former Texan gets he can make up to, rather, on this deal, $15.5 million through incentives. The actual deal, 2 years, $12.5 million. It does feel like this Giants team is kind of coming together in a way where you go, maybe they're not scary in the league, but they look like they will have some level of competence, which is why you hired John Harbaugh, no?
Yes, exactly why you hired John Harbaugh. Really, we're not in the New York market. We're not Giants fans or anything like that. I think this is a really good signing. This is really, really good. Exactly what they need for that defense. Big-time player, former Texan, of course, DJ Reader. And man, he's carved out quite the career over the course of his 9 seasons or whatever it is in the NFL. Now, I think this is good. John Harbaugh, doing what John Harbaugh does.
Can I take you through the starting defensive, I guess at least front 7 for the Giants and what it's supposed to look like? All right, so you're supposed to have Shelby Harris, DJ Reader, Brian Burns is one of your outside linebackers. And then as well as that, probably Tyler Nubin on the other side. But you'll have Abdul Carter, Abdul Carter probably your other outside linebacker. Tremaine Edmonds in linebacker. Arvell Reese getting in there at linebacker as well.
Man.
There's some dudes that can go.
They still got Kayvon Thibodeau?
They do still have Kayvon Thibodeau. It feels like Kayvon Thibodeau might be traded, but maybe not. Right? Maybe Kayvon Thibodeau stays.
I mean,
if
on
they
paper right now, that sounds insane.
It's pretty strong.
Like, it feels like you're going to have to make sure you are blocking in order to stop what's happening there.
You better be buttoned up.
T's crossed, I's dotted when you're facing off against the Giants.
It would have been even crazy if they kept Dexter Lawrence, man. That would have been a crazy defense.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is obviously the Dustin, the Lawrence replacement.
Yeah, Man, so shout out to John Harbaugh, who seems to be finding some level of competence in the way that team is organized. We'll see if that actually shows up, though, because there's one thing about, hey, this looks good on paper. How does it actually play? But those are talented players that they're putting together.
Yeah.
There. How about this around the NFL? We knew very much that the NFL was putting out all the negotiations through the media about how they were hiring replacement refs, and they were
OTAs,
all of that
training, and
it sounds like, according to sources for ESPN, that the NFL Referees Association is scheduled to vote to ratify a new CBA.
How about
with the
that?
NFL. So it seems like we are
just
going
under the wire.
We are likely to avoid the possibility of replacement refs again, which I think we should all rejoice at. Right?
Yeah, this is one of those things where, yes, we should all rejoice, but it's also one of those things where the NFL, and I've often said it, they always win negotiations. They just do. But this was slightly different because this was not just they could have really played hardball and brought in replacement refs and gotten everything that they wanted, like they do with the NFLPA ultimately, and throw them a couple of crumbs, so to speak. But I think the NFL buckled on themselves here.
You think so?
I think they realized we don't need this black eye again. We don't need this bad PR again. I think they realized that, yeah, we could do this. We could get away with it. We'll get what we want. But is it really worth all that trouble? Is it really worth all that trouble? Because this came together quick. It was just last week when they were saying, oh, yeah, these refs are going to be at OTAs. They're going to go into this training, getting to know these teams, et cetera. And then all of a sudden, there's an agreement. I don't think they wanted to withstand another PR nightmare with referees.
Maybe so. We don't know what the terms are because it's possible that the referees came in and said, hey, it seems like the NFL's really going to do this. Like the pressure that they're putting actually is taking its toll.
Yeah.
Let's take the deal. Or it might be that the NFL, in all their bluster, came and they met the Referees Association a little bit closer. It does now. First and foremost, the scheduled vote for ratification is Thursday night, so I feel like Friday we should have some idea that it's done. I don't know that we'll ever get those details because it feels like this is
you never do on the refs.
The refs, I think that the players are more likely to kind of try and have these things leak out, so to say, and some of these terms end up being more readily available. I don't know that we end up getting the ideas of what was what was given, what was taken in the negotiations here on this side. So I don't know that we'll know who won. But honestly, I think for the layman, for those of us that are just watching football,
hallelujah and amen,
it becomes less of a factor for us. And plus, ain't none of us really out here like, man, we really hope the refs got their fair due. Probably if we were being, good human beings, we want everybody to be able to get their best. We just want to see good football where it's refereed to the best of its ability. And as of right now, between the idea of replacement refs or the dudes that are typically there, I think we take the dudes who are typically there.
And so now we can go back to our regularly scheduled. These refs suck.
Correct. That's right. We're going to go back to complaining about these referees. 100%.
I'm glad they're back, but man, they suck.
We're going to forget that this ever happened. We're going to forget that we had the possibility of getting dudes that maybe were worse at this. We're like, man, these dudes are awful.
They're awful. Why do they hate my team?
I don't know. Maybe because the NFL stiffed them. Who knows? All right, we continue around the NFL, and I take you to this came from the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Just this morning, I believe, they released an episode with one Kamari Lassiter. I think he talked to him during Super Bowl week. However, Kamari Lassiter, in one excerpt of this, was talking about his 40 time, which we talked about a whole bunch.
Yes, we did.
Because it was surprisingly so, right? For a dude
4.65.
Dude who was really good on the edge at cornerback, and a dude who was seemingly, played above or at least outside of the seeming limitation of his foot speed. Kamari Lassiter doesn't really believe it at all. This is him talking about his reported 40 time on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
I don't know the truth, but I know that you've never seen me get ran by. No one's ever ran by me. No one's ever.
What 40 did you run? What did you run in the 40?
What I was told, I ran the 4.46. Whenever I got done running my 40, I went over to my family. I hugged my parents. They're like, "Dang, you just ran good. You ran a 4.46." Now then, whenever I got done, I didn't do the workout, and I got done with a meeting or something with a team, and then I got on my phone, and there was just all this Twitter buzz about me running a 4.6, or a 4.65 to be exact. And I had never ran a 4.65 all of training, and so I was like, okay, I didn't really care. Like I wasn't too much tripping about it. I mean, I wanted to go first round, but I feel like God put me in the position that I'm in right now for a reason.
I mean, the Texans absolutely benefited from this.
100%.
I don't
There's
know about
no
you,
way
but
he goes in the second round where he did.
No way. I do believe that there was some sort of glitch, some sort of mix-up.
Oh, so we're blaming the lasers.
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't. Maybe they were accurate. Maybe he just didn't run that fast that day. What I believe is that in his mind, he always ran 4.46 to 4.45 or whatever. Because he sounded extremely believable. Like, dude, I never ran that, and it's just believable. So maybe he did that one particular time or two, but it just however it worked out, the Texans benefited.
I mean, I am hard pressed to be like this very meticulous system just messed up in this one instance for
right.
For
he may well have done it,
but however this happened, Texas fans got to be so happy.
Exactly.
Not only is that dude really, really good at football, he also, again, he fits so damn perfectly. Can you imagine this team without Kamari Lassiter?
No. Well, I guess maybe, but they wouldn't be nearly as good as as we've seen. So
yeah. So salute to whatever happened there, whether it was a malfunction, whether it was just in his head, he did not get those feet moving quite as fast as all the other instances. Either way, it was really good for us for that to happen.
Or like he said, it was a blessing for him.
It really was.
Ended up in the best spot,
and he wouldn't be here with his best homeboy, Caleb Bullock, who they are attached at the hip, and he would not have had that if he didn't run that 4.65. So shout out to the 4.65. Yeah. They got Kamari Lassiter on your Houston Texans. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's hear from Carlos Correa talking today in the locker room, or in the clubhouse rather, after we found out that his season is done due to a ruptured tendon in his ankle. We'll talk about that next.
Jordan Alvarez. The Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
You're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610, where the topic of the day is the Astros, and it's not the fact that they won 2-1 versus the Los Angeles Dodgers.
We can't have nice things. I mean, this is exactly what this is.
We should be talking about Peter, not Peter Lambert, not Frampton, right? That's who we should be talking about right now.
Peter, not Brady.
Peter, not Parker.
We should be having that fun today.
Yeah.
7 innings, no runs in a victory versus the Shohei Ohtani led Dodgers. He was on the mound over there. A 0.60 ERA coming in, and they get a victory versus him. A couple of home run shots. And that's not the conversation. The conversation is that Carlos Correa, done for the season after that scratch ahead of that game. And there's a little bit of audio there. But before I get there, I saved this away from you during the break because I want to get
secrets.
I want to get your natural reaction.
He's keeping secrets.
I am, but only just for a second.
You want some breaking news? Is this breaking news?
No those secrets.
You know what? I would like to make people mad, so please, yes.
Sports Radio 610.
Well, this better be good.
News.
It'll be good for me.
Yeah.
People will hate me for this. It's fair. You know the general manager of the Astros, Dana Brown?
Yeah.
He said that Tatsuya Emi will start during next week's series against Seattle.
Of course he will.
Tatsuya Emi, who yesterday only went 3 innings of baseball at AAA Sugarland.
He's going to start next week in the major leagues.
Correct.
What did he do last night?
3 innings of
5 walks.
Yes, he had a number of walks. Could not throw strikes.
He had 5 walks in 1 inning. I felt like he did, or at least 4.
It was a lot.
And he is going to start in the majors next week. But this is indicative in my mind of we just need people, man. We just need bodies up here.
I think that's part of it. I don't think that's all of it.
Let me give you the line. 3 innings pitched, 1 hit, 1 earned run, which not the worst thing, but 5 walks, 3 strikeouts, and 63 pitches. Did not throw as many strikes as he needed to. 36 pitches and walked 4 batters in the 3rd inning. So he just had a really, really bad 3rd before he had to leave.
And what did he say afterward?
Oh, you want this audio here?
Yes, I want this audio.
All right, this is Tatsuya Emi.
This is the guy.
This is Tatsuya Emi in
starting major league pitcher.
Yes.
This
is him talking through a translator about why it's been hard for him to throw strikes since joining the Astros.
So I think that one of the reasons is in Japan we don't have any pitch clock. And then I am able to take more time between pitches. And then also, for example, before games, in Japan, he can take some time every pitches, and then I can go to throw like inside to the lefty, can like get a first pitch strike with sliders, and then for here, we do like scouting report, and we talk about the weakness of the hitters. And then
all right, that's probably enough of that.
Pitch clock.
In Japan, we don't have a pitch clock. The mounds, the dirt on the mound is a lot softer. The weather is better. What am I missing here? There's at least 3 or 4 more. It's what was the other one?
The time I eat dinner.
The time to eat dinner and all this stuff. I say this, and it's going to come across very, very harsh.
Yeah, I'm staying away from this one.
You guys always do this to me. You guys always do this to me.
I ain't about to answer to Jim Crane because of something you said on the radio.
They don't care. They know what I do. Look, I say this as sympathetically as possible. He's way over there in the corner. As sympathetically as possible.
It's your world, we living in it.
Mustering as much empathy as I could possibly muster. Just go home. Just go home. I mean, am I wrong there? When you look at all these excuses, all these reasons, air quotes, that he's not pitching well, some people are just wired differently. I ain't going to judge. I'm going to judge your performance. And I'm going to comment on some of these comments that give me this, and not just me, of course. Well, I'm sure the text board is going to have something to say about this. Just go home, man. You know, you tried.
Do you feel like this excuse is a valid excuse, though, for somebody like him with the pitch clock?
If it were standing alone, if it was a standalone, I'm not quite yet used to the pitch clock. We could talk about it. You know?
I feel like this is a valid excuse.
If it was standalone, we could talk about it.
Because I'm thinking to the point, I'm like, man, maybe he should have started off in the minors until he got adjusted to the pitch clock.
I heard something. I heard something yesterday. No, it was this morning because I was climbing the walls coming out of my skin when I heard this quote. I heard somebody say something about, well, the seams on the Major League Baseball are slightly different than in Japanese baseball.
Sure.
Just go home, man. You tried. All right?
Yeah, my issue with the idea of this being valid, because I think all of these claims, and I'm definitely going to be the dude who is more lenient on this than others. All these claims have different levels of validity to them. The thing, especially with this one, is why this ain't come up early on when you were dealing with the pitch clock.
This
right?
probably should have came up first.
Yes. This is probably one of the earliest ones that should have. Hey man, I'm feeling real pressured by how quickly I have to throw
and
these
people
pitches.
probably would have sided with it a little bit.
100%.
Maybe, yeah.
This comes in a long line of maybe, but we all have that friend. Like we really and truly all have that friend that it's always something. And that Tatsuya Emi is Tatsuya. It's always some Emi.
Yes,
that is where we are with them. And the problem is, I know that you like, hey, go home.
Sometimes,
hey, buddy, we need dudes. We need bodies, bro.
We've all been, whether it's a friend or a girlfriend or whatever relationship it is, we've all kind of just shrugged our shoulder and said, it just didn't work out. Tatsuya, it just didn't work out. Go home. Go home.
You giving up on them already?
Why would I not?
Because I don't want to be lonely. Lonely is
I don't want to go to bed by myself.
We need more. I need someone to go to brunch with. You know what I mean? Like, I need someone to bring.
I got a wedding in a month.
You see it? I feel like at least hold on to you till you find somebody else.
We don't want to fill the position just yet. You know what I mean? Like these are
just going through the motions.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, full circle, they're kind of going through the motions by starting them against the Mariners. I mean, as empathetically as I can, just go home. It didn't work out.
Well, home will be versus the Mariners in an Astros jersey.
Yeah.
No, I mean, look, go home. You already paid him this money. Mm-hmm. We gonna go down with the ship,
which is probably why he started.
And absolutely, you paid him his money.
Yeah.
And it's not like if this was a good team, go home. Mm-hmm. Right, you bringing down the property values.
Yeah.
Where are the property values right now? Right, it's just what is the difference between starting him and starting a number of these other pitchers that also have had their issues throwing strikes and being able to get outs and being able to give you some length.
How far are we?
Right in.
Given all that, and I promise you we're going to hear some Carlos Correa quotes because that's the big news today. But how far are we realistically from cutting bait with him?
I think a season.
The whole season?
I think so.
He has a player option next year, so that would make the most logical. That's the most logical thing.
Yeah, but he would have to make that decision, obviously, with the
player and he would. I think he would
to pick up the money.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah,
no, 100%. So somebody said, does he have like $54 million guaranteed on his contract? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of money in there.
Yeah,
and the expectations are not landing, which again does not look good for Dana Brown not at all. Especially the dude who's supposed to be the scout that seeks these things out.
Yeah, he got sold a lemon.
This one really, really hurts. So we'll see. We'll see if what Tatsuya Emi brings next week because he will be pitching for your Astros, barring something unforeseen, like what happened with Carlos Correa. In fact, we take you to Carlos Correa talking earlier today. We found out that his season is done. Let's ask him. Let's have him hear it. Rather have him say it. What happened Tuesday? This is cut 2, if you don't mind. What happened Tuesday before the game in the cage?
I was hitting the cage, normal day, feeling great. I went through my whole routine, took a swing, and just felt a pop. It just completely snapped on me, and then it fell to the ground and couldn't put weight on it.
It was just when you landed and weight planted?
Normal swing. It was a normal swing, and I felt like a loud pop. I heard it and felt it. And right away I knew something was wrong.
Man,
that's bad luck right there, man.
It's bad luck, but it also feels like that was maybe one of those inevitable injuries. It was gonna happen. It just happened to happen
in batting
practice, right?
I mean, I guess. I imagine so because it's
a normal swing.
It's normal swing, normal landing.
Didn't take a big swing, which I can't imagine you taking big hacks.
Yeah. They throw the ball like 70 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So goodness gracious. Give me cut 5 here because obviously we know the timetable 6 to 8 months. He says that he got. Well, actually, let me get cut 3 here. Him talking about getting other opinions because we found out yesterday that he gets scratched before the game, and now we know that he's gone. Like, what were the processes that were undertaken here, Carlos?
Do you know yet when you're gonna have surgery?
No, yeah, we're gonna wait for some other opinions and all that. Go through what we all go through when we have this type of injuries, and just make sure that surgery is the right move, or it's a complete tear. So most likely we surgery at some point this week.
Complete tear.
Complete tear. He knows. I mean, he's getting other opinions. For we've said it multiple times. You don't get a second opinion when it's a good prognosis.
No.
So he's probably just getting options more than opinions. Options of like different doctors, different paths that he can take, that kind of thing.
And finally, I think that this hits me because remember, Carlos Correa. One of the things in bringing him back was not just getting the bat, not just getting a dude who can handle that left side of the infield, whether you needed him to slide into short, but obviously hold down third base. Was I think that bringing back some of the gravitas, some of the leadership was there, and so this is the type of question that you're supposed to ask to Carlos. How tough are all the injuries piling up on this team?
Well, I'm a man of faith, so I know that I might not understand it now. We might not understand it now, but I'm gonna keep moving forward, trusting the Lord's plan, and I'm gonna keep a positive attitude. And even though it comes at a moment where I'm falling in love with baseball more than ever, and I have a great group of guys, I gotta understand that He's in control, and I'm gonna keep moving forward and focus on the rehab.
My brother turned to God.
Yes, he did.
He immediately was just like, "Hey, man." It's so bad that we just putting prayers up, man.
He's going to be 32 years old next season. He already had some deals with, was it the Mets and Giants? Turned away because of his other ankle. Now he has this ankle, torn tendon. What are the prospects?
It's going to be really hard. Like this feels like this is the prospect. It felt like this is the spot in large part because of the the returning home aspect to it, the love that he has in this place. This also is another kind of thing that you have to think about in that future context with him.
Yeah.
But right now, I don't even think you have the opportunity to because what is in front of you is so dire.
Yeah. Get well soon.
No, 100%.
That's about all you can say.
No, without question. So that is all of the bad that has happened that has made today and yesterday together. Now,
well, what a day!
A terrible Astros day. What an awful Astros day.
Yikes!
And they just won a baseball game.
Yeah,
they
have
have
their
another
best win of the year. By the way,
yes, and now they lose Carlos Correa. Tatsuya Emi is making his way back after still not looking all that great. And then they play baseball at 1:10 p.m. versus the Dodgers with Lance Colors on the mound. We'll see what that looks like. But yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We should probably move away from this for a little bit. Would you at least want to get a little Schadenfreude? Would that maybe?
Yeah, let's revel in someone else's pain.
Bad Framber reared his ugly head in Detroit. We'll talk about that and more next.
All right, let's talk about ability. Oh, yeah, this is good. Ability tree.
SportsRadio.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
I'm so tired of having to say this, John Lopez.
Yeah.
It's already sapped the life out of me. But unfortunately, the scratch of Carlos Correa before the game yesterday, worst case scenario, did occur. He is going to miss the remainder of the season to get ankle surgery. Well, it's not ankle, a tendon there on his ankle is officially what it is. It's a torn tendon in his left ankle, mind you. And so he will be done for the season. He'll get surgery, and that means that you're going to see a little bit more of Shoemaker. You're going to see a little bit more of Nick Allen, and you're going to hope beyond all hopes that Jeremy Payne makes it back sooner rather than later so that he can, resume his spot on the left side of the infield. Isaac Paredes is obviously still here with the team, and he'll probably have to pick up that third base role, which I don't know he'd be too upset about, but just for the time being, you're going to see more of these guys that you were hoping would be more supports than everyday players.
It's devastating. And some texter, I think it was on the YouTube channel, was talking about, so Carlos Correa is the reason that you think they should sell? No.
It's another straw. Is really what it is.
It's an accumulation. I mean, we can't even go down the list because I can't remember them all. And then the performance, and then the pitching, and then the bullpen, and on and on and on it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is frustrating because yesterday you had a very, very good game with Peter Lambert going 7 innings, no earned runs, and ultimately he gets a victory 2-1. Shout out to Christian Walker going yard. Shout out to Shoemaker, who maybe this gives you a little bit of encouragement, seeing as he might get some more run here soon, because he was able to sneak one into the Crawford boxes, and he got that, I guess, the difference-making run with that home run on Shohei Ohtani. And that ultimately is the difference that gets you a victory there, that gives you an opportunity to maybe win the series today at 110 when you take on the Dodgers. But yeah, all of the goodwill that felt like it was earned back, it was just like a popping of the balloon. Again, I don't think Carlos Correa is the end-all, be-all. I don't think that he was the reason why you won the games that you won to this point. But it feels like it's accumulation of negative things that have made it so that this feels like a gut punch today.
Because it is, and it's Correa, and not just like, your starting shortstop, is out for the year. It's Carlos Correa, who obviously has such a relationship here. The triumphant return, the leadership, the voice. Correa is truly, and this just occurred to me, like truly one of the pitching whisperers on this team. Always first on the mound, always stating his case, offering his opinion in particular situations, covering his mouth and talking to young pitchers and the catcher and all that. And so there's an element of that too.
That's an interesting point that I had not considered as much. But that also scares me because if it looks like this with his presence, what does it look like sans his presence? I'm not looking forward to that. Did you just uppercut your microphone?
I just uppercut my microphone.
Very good. That's how upset he was. He was like, "Hey, I hate this microphone."
Throwing hands in here.
I hate it here.
We're throwing hands. I put up my dukes.
It's better than throwing 4-seam fastballs at folks. Yes. That's what Framber Valdez did. As bad Framber returned yesterday in Detroit, Framber Valdez, who gave up a magnitude of runs. I was trying to find the right word.
Mega runs.
It was a lot of runs that he gave up yesterday, and then he topped off his outing with this.
Jock. Trevor Story's going to get drilled. That's tired. After the back-to-back home runs, Valdez plunks him, and some of the Red Sox coming out, and some of the Tigers coming out.
Where's the bullpen?
And both benches
there we go. Where's the bullpen?
You can't get them out, so you throw at them. What a joke. Red Sox bullpen is about to enter this thing, too, as they race
always late to the party.
The outfield grass. No punches or anything thrown.
No, the one guy who caused it's hiding in the back.
That is weak. You give up 3 home runs, back-to-back shots, and then you drill Trevor Story.
Well, let's just hope he doesn't cross up his catcher now that he's mad.
Ouch.
Yeah, there you go. That's
go back to last year. We drilled his catcher.
Yes, thank you. And
he was getting crushed.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the Boston Red Sox call, so it makes sense that all those things come out.
That was a lot right there,
They was laying it on thick.
That was a good pull, too. Hopefully he doesn't hit his catcher in the face. That was wild.
Yeah.
Who was the color guy? Because he hated Framber. Whoever the color guy was.
What a joke.
What a joke. He's standing in the back, the guy who did it.
Yeah, the guy that started all this in the back.
Only made it through three innings of work. 10 runs scored in his 3 innings, and that's what it's been. It's again, Framber's been pretty damn good this season. His ERA of 4.57, but he really has had 2 blow-ups like that 7 earned run game that he had last night. And then he has this instance where he hits Trevor Story after that. Now, there's conversation about whether or not he tried to, but we know Framber well enough to know that it doesn't really matter. It's just you lost him between the ears on this day, and it was just really bad.
Eric Hosmer had a really interesting video, not to excuse what Framber did, but it seemed very, very evident that the Red Sox on second base were giving away signs. I don't know if you saw that video or not.
I missed it.
Eric Hosmer did it, and it was very, very clear that Trevor Story touched his helmet on a curveball, took a step to the left on a fastball. I mean, Hosmer, who was obviously credible, was saying, like, this is what this means, this is what that means. So not to excuse it, but clearly I think it actually points more to why he did do it deliberately.
Oh, so, like, he just got mad and he was like, I'm going to hit one of these dudes?
Yeah.
But hitting the dude in the head, though.
Well, no, it was square in the back.
Was it in the back? It felt like it was up there.
It was square. It was between the shoulder blades.
Okay.
Yeah. He turned and it just flat in the back. Yeah.
Bad Framber.
Bad Framber.
Like, he's still the same guy. He did. I don't know. How does this make you feel? Because I could see you going, well, there you go. That's why he's not back here. Or, I mean, obviously that's not why, but that's part
one of the reasons.
I'm comfortable with him not being back here because of that. At the same time, when he is good, he's still dealing. He's still doing that portion of it, and you just try and manage the downsides, right?
I think what I feel now is what I felt then. I don't know if it's worth the trouble. At some point, it's just too much.
I think the thing is here we was wondering if he was an ace or not. Remember, and when he went to Detroit, he's not the ace.
Well, he kind of is now because they're looking at Tarek Skubal and trying to see if he's going to return.
And he's going to have surgery. I just saw.
But when he signed there, he wasn't signing there to be the ace.
Yeah. But when you needed him the most, and this is bad Framber, when you need him the most, after Skubal goes down,
meltdown,
then he does this. Yeah.
Yikes. Well, I mean, not your problem, but it's not like you can go, oh, thank God that's not our problem, because then you look at your house.
We got enough. Problems.
We could use a Framber right now.
I didn't want to say it out loud, but during the course of this,
real talk, man.
I keep looking and I'm like, damn.
Look at all these injuries, man. No, you could use a Framber right
This is what it takes for him to only go 3.
Yes.
Your Astros only going 3 is an everyday occurrence. He has to flame out to only go 3. And I'm like, hey man, considering what you got at home, I think I would still.
Unless you find like 5 Peter Lamberts.
We need more Peter, not Brady Lamberts.
Somebody said Peter, not Paul and Mary Lambert.
Yeah.
I appreciate y'all doing that on the text line to find ways to smile, to keep from crying. Some other things that are popping, obviously World Cup is coming up here soon. I got to pull up my tracker one more time to tell you how many days it's coming up. However, nearly 80% of U.S. hotels in the 11 World Cup cities say that bookings are tracking below the forecast. So that means that, hey, man, people are not setting up to be like, hey, we're going to all these cities. We're going to do the travel that is anticipated or that was anticipated for this World Cup. This is yet another metric that we're seeing that points to, hey, guys, this World Cup might not hit the way that we have been expecting with all this lead up.
I don't think it's the World Cup per se, because travel. Did you see air travel is down too for those particular cities for those particular weeks? I think it's just an accumulation of ticket prices, which are insane. Ticket availability, because the World Cup FIFA is sort of
artificially manipulating.
Yes, they're manipulating the ticket releases and all that. I think it's those two things. I think there's a certain amount of talk about real talk. There's a climate in terms of people wanting to come to the United States, for particular things. I also think that the World Cup right now has been so disheveled and unorganized, very organized, disheveled and corrupt, that there's just a distrust with the World Cup in general. It's an incredible event. It is the best event, right up there with anything you can put out there. I think it's just a number of things that they did themselves.
Yeah, there's things that they did themselves. There's things that they didn't, right? Economic factors, as you mentioned, that's coming together. All that comes together and you go, hey, is this going to land quite the way that you imagine? Or is the magical appeal of sports, as we've seen time and time again, will it just kind of come up eventually and make everything feel the way that you would hope? Like that, though, these are all questions that are worth asking. So that is also another thing that's popping. We may mention that Tatsuya Emi, even though he had a pretty poor outing in his rehab start. In fact, of the 3 guys that were in Sugarland for rehab starts, he had a relatively poor a poor outing. 3 innings. Now, he only gave up 1 run in those 3 innings, but he did walk 5, and it really ramped up there in that 3rd inning. A lot of pitches, a lot of walks, and then ultimately could not go deeper in that game like you would want. Nate Pearson, who was also out of the pen, did not look great, but Josh Hader.
Yeah.
Josh Hader
That's
did look
the one
good.
saving grace.
He looks pretty good in his 1 inning. I think he only walked 1 and only had 1 strikeout, but hey, did an inning of work, and I think that's a small level of encouraging for this Astros team, is maybe you could get your closer back sooner rather than later.
You need to close games to have a closer effective. So we'll see how it plays out. But really, really good news for him. And quite surprising. Figgy brought it up before. Like, wait, Josh Hader? He's throwing too? Yeah.
Not only is he throwing, like he's throwing pretty well, which you can't say about too many of your pitchers in this moment. What did you make of Bob Nightingale, who made mention that he believes Joe Espada could be the next manager fired?
I think it's possible. I think it's very, very possible. It's logic as well as anything. Mix things up. Certainly, both of them are on very thin ice right now, and something has to change. You don't think that would be a possibility?
I think it absolutely would. It just feels like, especially with all of the bad news, which of course gets deeper today when you find out that Carlos Correa is done for the season, I feel like he gets the most grace because of this, and I think he should. Because
Espada.
Yes, Joe Espada, the manager of the team, because I think that whoever the manager that you would prefer, like think of your dream manager in this moment that is, I guess, more realistic in this time period. What do they do in the face of your pitcher's not giving you any depth? Maybe you could say that he's mismanaging his pen, but where is the management to be had that makes his pen be better? I think the things that you would have to complain about, I don't know that he's hitting the notes perfectly. I just don't know that there's much variability in that compared to like a Dana Brown where you go, hey, of the 6 pitchers that you brought in, it feels like 1, maybe 2 of them have been any level of good, right? I think that it's a lot easier in the midst of what has happened and the unexpected things that have happened that changed the evaluation process to go, yeah, we could easily see that Dana Brown, you did not live up to the accounting. I feel like Joe Espada, you can go, there's some real factors that complicate the evaluation on him.
Well,
right now.
the only pushback I would have on that is you did the same thing last year. He got sort of bailed out, for lack of a better way to put it, because they had a lot of injuries and that there was some bad luck involved. And you're going to do it again. At some point you pretty much have to make a decision on your manager as much as your general manager.
Yeah, no, 100%. So that is what's popping here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. A lot of negativity, man. Like I wish, where's the positivity? Oh, here's some positivity.
Yeah.
Texans getting back into it, doing a little bit of fun, right? I think phase 2 activity starting today, and more importantly for me personally, rookies are reporting and getting going tomorrow. I think rookie minicamp starts tomorrow. And so with that being the case, coming up next, which veterans are in the crosshairs when it comes to the rookies coming in, or who could be supplanted by one of the young guys? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
In the loop.
Which of the new
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. And when baseball feels bad, you know what fixes that? Hot dogs.
Oh, yeah.
Whether you're in the ballpark and you're like, you know what, I'm going to get up and just go give me a hot dog.
Hot dogs fix a lot of things.
Do they?
Yeah.
I feel like it's more limited than you're trying to sell it as. I feel like it's just, hey, baseball, feeling bad, get you a hot dog, you feel just a little bit better. That's what we did.
Yeah.
Maybe you could do the same. But one of the things I think will also make you feel better is just think about football. Like, just turn your attention elsewhere.
Now that fixes a lot.
Which is what we're doing in this moment, especially when you're in this hopeful season of, okay, how do you project forward? And that is represented intently by the rookie class coming in, which they get going in rookie minicamp starting tomorrow. And so excited for that. In fact, DeMeco Ryans will talk to the assembled meeting on Friday, so we'll definitely hear that live here on your Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610. But with the rookies, I think it's worth talking about where they will be dropped in to competitions, right? That's the nature of the game. This team has talked a lot about how competition matters to them and how they're not going to make the decisions. The dudes on the field will. Yeah. So who are the dudes who are on notice? Who are the veterans who are now in the crosshairs with these rookies coming in?
It's starting, man. You know, this is where, you know, and DeMeco has said it multiple times. Get them out on the field. Let's see what they look like. Let's see if we can, you know, how they absorb, you know, the scheme and being a professional in the NFL and all that. It starts tomorrow, man. I mean, the rookies are here, and there are jobs to be had, which got me thinking, which jobs? So, like, this is something that we're going to be talking about, you know, all the way through training camp and into the preseason, et cetera. And I thought I'd ask you guys. I have some thoughts, you know, on how I think this could play out in an ideal, you know, world. I think let's start with the easiest ones. You know, Keelan Rutledge. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, or if you have a different opinion. I mean, that's a Keelan Rutledge, Jake Andrews joint, right?
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, the notion of him being able to take snaps is something that he brought up in his immediate availability for Texans media, and I don't think that he says that if that's not been part of the conversation that they've had with him.
Yeah.
Right. The most intimate of ideas of what they expect of him are going to be the ones that I think they communicate to him, and I think that that's part of it. Is want to see, can you be that starting center? And honestly, that is the easiest path, all things considered, to him starting. And I say that with due respect to the fact that center in this system, by all accounts, is a difficult one. It is not like playing center in any other system, which again is more. No matter where you're playing center in the National Football League, it is more of a cerebral job. So, are you capable of getting all the nuances of it, being that leader that sets protections and all that? You remember what it looked like when you had somebody that did not set protections properly.
I think we all do.
So that's going to matter. However, it does feel like the physical advantage that he has makes it so that, hey, Jake Andrews, you're 100% on notice. And also, I don't know that Jake Andrews can do anything to win that position. It's more about, can Keelan Rutledge take it from him? And that's what we will see once he gets on the field.
Well, and here's the other part of it that got me thinking. Jake Andrews is going to be on this team. I mean, whether it's as a backup or whatever. So what is that? Doesn't that do something to the Jarrett Pattersons of the world?
Wait, hold on. Is it possible that they go Keelan Rutledge and then we like Evan Brown or something as the backup? Is that possible? Like, are we talking about to that depth, or you feel like, hey, it's either you start or we have you here in backup just in case we need to throw somebody that we know can do
I think the between the ears thing that has helped him and earned him that job is going to keep him on the roster.
Okay. Because there's like five
absolutely
dudes.
Be wrong.
There's like 5 dudes that take snaps on this team. Now, of course, some of them in theory, like a Keelan Rutledge. Bijani and Weewu did that in college. Evan Brown, right? Obviously, can take snaps. And then, as you mentioned, like Jarrett Patterson and Eli Cox even, right? Depending on how deep you want to go. So there's a whole bunch of dudes. So in theory, there could be 2 of those dudes that end up, or 3 of those dudes that end up ahead of Jake Andrews. I just don't see that happening.
I don't either, but I don't necessarily think that that's a done deal. But here's where it gets interesting. What do you keep? 10 offensive linemen, generally speaking, somewhere in that ballpark. Jarrett Patterson is playing for a job, and not just because of Keelan Rutledge. Keep in mind, you know, they drafted Weewu as well, and he's a guard. So maybe that's more of the C.D. Sow's, you know, the real depth, you know, that he might replaced. But I think Jared Patterson's got to keep his head on a swivel.
I actually very much agree with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I viewed the double dipping at interior offensive line is what we'll say, with Fabici and Weewu and Rutledge, both guards that possibly could play some center for you, as we got these guys at the top line of guys that have played that can do this guard thing, and then we got a couple of guys who are new that can do this guard thing or center, and that kind of pushes out some of the smaller guys that have not been able to do it as well, like a Jared Patterson. So he very much, it felt like on draft night, I looked at him and went, oh, crosshairs.
Yeah, no, I agree. What about Caden McDonald? Does he take a job? Well, he will take a job, just numbers game. But I'm not talking about necessarily front line, but some of these, the Naquan Jones is the one I was looking at.
That's 100%. And I feel comfortable with that. And honestly, it might even be more of just like the Keontae Hamiltons of this. But interior defensive line, rather, feels like you got 4 guys that rolled through there. Sheldon Rankins, set. Tommy Togiai, set. Now, whether he's going to be the starter, quote unquote, or maybe more of a second line guy, you figure that out. Caden McDonald obviously going to be in there, and Logan Hall.
I think Logan Hall's in.
You know what he
based
does,
on what we know now,
right? You know what he does enough. It does feel like Naquan Jones, who you brought in later, and he looked like he could do the job to some degree, but I don't know if he fits the standard of what they want to do, and compared to all the other guys, it does feel like he might be the odd man out. And the uncomfortable thing for him is, this does not feel like the other ones that we're talking about where we'll see how this plays out. This feels like you're just going to be boxed out.
Yeah.
Right? Because you have Sheldon Rankins, who is, given. He is a leader on this team. He's going to be playing pretty much no matter what. Tommy Togiai, he's demonstrated. They use him as an example for what their program is.
Sure.
You got a second-round draft pick who is clearly, if he just does what he did in college, you'll be happy with it. So it's going to be hard to displace him. And then Logan Hall, who's a veteran who you trust his experience. Where is the weakness for Naquan Jones to shine and take one of those jobs? I just don't think it's there for him. So it's less of crosshairs and more of, hey, man, you're just kind of on the outside looking out in my mind.
Yeah, and I think, you got to watch your back, keep your head on a swivel or whatever. And particularly with some of these mid and lower draft picks, Marlon Klein, that's a second-round pick, man. He's on the squad for sure. What does it mean for Brevin Jordan and Cade Stover? Is there a possibility one or both could be fighting for a job here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Decisively, yes. This feels, though, like a team. Doesn't this feel like a team that might carry 4?
Probably, especially because they do 12, 13 occasionally.
Yeah, the possibilities they might get into those things, and the recent history of injury, I imagine, might get them to a place where they go, hey, let's try and keep a few of these dudes so that we don't have to be going and looking for Harrison Bryants and so on and so forth later on in the season.
So Cade Stover and Brevin Jordan, who both of whom they've had some high hopes for. I think this is a pivotal year. Luke Lachey, who knows? That's down the list a little bit. But if they keep 4, it's got to be one of those two, Stover or Jordan.
I have a hard time making the case for Luke Lachey.
Yeah, no, I think that's I just mentioned him for the sake of he's also there
on the depth chart. But you remember when Nick Caserio basically gave what felt like a very earnest and honest accounting of their tight end room, where he's going through and naming guys and talking about how they're fine or whatever. Luke Lachey's name didn't even come up. He didn't even bring old boy up. And I'm like, hey, man, if the general manager didn't even think to mention you as he's running down all the dudes in this room, feels like that says a little bit of something. But, yeah, I think it might be more of the Cade Stover. Actually, I can't tell.
I was leaning Brevin Jordan.
You think it's more the Brevin Jordan having the crosshairs?
Injuries, just his bad luck. Your heart breaks for the guy.
Yeah.
And Cade Stover still younger. Maybe a particular role as a blocker if you're going 13.
But that's why I might go maybe Brevin Jordan having a little bit
because there was a receiver.
Right. Because one of the things I go back to constantly, and because I brought it up a few times, is Dalton Schultz at Super Bowl talking to the fellas to drive and making mention of, the hope was we were going to get, with all the time on task with multiple tight ends and the different I guess, styles of tight end that they were envisioning, right? Brevin Jordan bringing a little bit more of the athleticism. Cade Stover maybe being a little bit, bringing something a little different than Dalton Schultz. Like all three of them having different stuff. Well, Dalton Schultz, we know who he is. Foster Moreau, we know is like just a wide tight end. Marlon Klein seems to be more inclined towards the wide tight end, but has a little bit of variability. It feels like you're still looking at that guy in Brevin Jordan as more of the, hey, he's a guy who has that athleticism. Cade Stover, he might be a little bit more I think they brought in two dudes that kind of do what you were thinking about him doing as his strength.
Maybe.
Feels like he is the dude who gets pushed a little bit further down because we have replicated some of your, at least in theory or in a vacuum or in a optimal circumstance, what we thought you were. It feels like we're doing a little bit with Foster Moreau, and it definitely feels like we're doing with Marlon Klein. So it feels like he gets pushed down, especially when you consider Marlon Klein's a second-round pick, and I don't think he's missing this roster for anything.
And so what? Yeah, I mean, maybe, because even if Cade Stover is just what he's been, that does fill a role.
But it's a role that also is already filled by some other, that at least feels like it could be easily filled by those other two dudes. You know what I mean? So I think that he actually ends up being the dude who falls a little bit further down. And I saw someone on the text line saying, they pray to the Lord God that it's Stover on the hot seat. And I was like, damn, that's strong, huh?
The Lord our God.
They were like, you took this to, there's a lot of things to pray about nowadays, too. You were like, God, before I start talking about any of these things, before I start talking about making sure I have money to fill up my tank in this gas, can we talk about Cade Stover?
We need to talk about Cade Stover.
Appreciate you, big dog. Thank you for handling that one for me. Amen.
So where does Wee Woo fall in?
I think that
I think he's got a better chance to supplant some of these guys down the way, including maybe that's the Jarrett Patterson.
100%.
Yeah.
I think that is what we're talking about there. Can you be a guy who is capable of being depth, being versatile in the interior, and snapping the football?
Yeah.
If he can grasp on the snapping the football, I think he already has a leg up on Jarrett Patterson, because I know that Jarrett Patterson, that's something that they have in there, but I don't know how ready they were to go, hey, Jarrett Patterson, here you go.
I mean, he was this far away from being the starting center
early on.
Yeah. And now he might not be on the roster, which says something about what you've done, on the offensive line.
Right. They brought in a whole bunch of dudes that could compete. I do wonder if also the size conversation ends up popping up here, right? If we're just talking about the dudes and the ways in which it's clear that they've wanted to gain size on an offensive line, if that doesn't also impact that decision there.
Now, some of these later ones, of course, but these next two I think are important for a very particular reason. Wayne Woodaz.
Special teamer.
He's Jake Hansen.
Frank Ross, 100%.
Right? He's Jake Hansen. And maybe with more of an upside. Well, should have more of an upside.
Well, how much do you say he's Jake because, I mean, yes, plays the position, but doesn't Jake Hansen now profile as like Dare?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like admit the baseline is Jake Hansen, but he has more of an upside. So Jake Hansen is one of those guys. You hope he's renting. Because it's going to be a tough ask for him. Would you agree?
Yep, probably. I can see that. I wonder if he might be more Jamal Hill right now. Because, again, every team has their special teams ace.
Yeah.
We kind of know this is how it works. Special teams is the place where we're just kind of taking, with all due respect, the cast-offs from all these other positions and then cobbling them together into this third unit. But there is usually kind of a face of, he is our special teams ace. And for this team, for a long time, it has been Dare Ogunbowale. Dare is not on this team.
Yeah.
And so who is that special teams ace? It feels like the easy answer is possibly Jake Hansen. And if Jake Hansen is indeed
But is he an ace on special teams like Dare was? The versatility always in the mix, on every special team.
If it isn't Jake Hansen, who is it?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Is it like British Brooks?
Could be. He's certainly in the conversation as well. Yeah. But I think Woodaz, he's at minimum he's going to fill that particular role, and then there's a little bit more of an upside down the road as well.
Yeah, I think that maybe that's the case, but I still wonder if Jake Hansen doesn't also get to stay just off the strength of now. You're one of the guys that's trusted by Frank Ross to help make sure that our special teams unit is the way that it needs to be.
A couple more here for you because I really brought this up more for validation questions because I feel kind of weird writing some of these things down. Kamari Ramsey, should MJ Stewart be looking over his shoulder?
Yeah, absolutely.
That guy was starting, wasn't he?
He was. In fact, I feel it feels weird saying this now, especially since they went and got Reed and then drafted another safety. But I was of the opinion that they probably would be fine if they needed to start MJ Stewart. Clearly, the way that this has happened, that was not the way that they handled it. So I inaccurately diagnosed that. But yeah, man, because the idea is in a pinch, MJ Stewart is probably the dude before you go and get Kamari Ramsey that you go, maybe he could step in. You need Petrie, but he is the backup to the Reed Blankenship. Now you're looking at a safety room where clearly you have your top two guys in Kalen Bullock, you have Reed Blankenship rather, and then it is Jalen Reed, it is MJ Stewart, and now you have Kamari Ramsey.
Mm-hmm.
And Kamari Ramsey feels like he can maybe profile as also being that backup to Jalen Petrie. I do wonder if, of those three guys, if it's not MJ Stewart, is Jalen Reed.
Right.
It's one of those guys.
Yeah, maybe.
Is it directly in the crosshairs when it comes to there's no way you keep 5 safeties, right?
Right. No way. And then I'm not going to worry too much about Hayden Fisher. I know, he's a depth linebacker.
Hayden Fisher, hey, buddy, if you make the roster, good job, big dog.
But
that's where we are.
But Lewis Bond is interesting. And, you have the Justin Watson there. I don't know what they really feel about Xavier Hutchinson at this point in his career.
What, really?
Yeah, I think
we know exactly what they think about
They
Xavier
think he can be, somewhat, productive. But I think the main one is Justin Watson. Yeah, that needs to be watched.
I think that they like Justin Watson as a dude with experience.
I think there's going to be a battle.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they're throwing all these dudes in here.
I mean, he's in the room for a reason.
Would you feel like he's competing more with Justin Watson than Jared Wayne?
I actually do. Yeah, I actually do.
Interesting, because Lewis Bond, one of the big sells that they have is like he's so smart, and some of that is he played in similar, if not this system, at Boston College under Bill O'Brien. And so maybe you go, hey, he's giving you some of those. But he's also more of a slot guy, and Justin Watson isn't that, right? Justin Watson's more of an outside guy.
Yeah.
Now, he's not bringing a whole bunch of speed with that, but he's more of that guy. So I honestly think it might be more of like a
Well, that's why I wanted to ask. That's why it's going to be interesting because every single one of these guys has someone ahead of them on the depth chart right now that is looking over their shoulder.
And I recognize when I say Jared Wayne ain't a dude who you're expecting to make the roster.
No,
and that's
anyway.
my point is like, does Lewis Bond become your practice squad guy with the most opportunity to be elevated in the need? I think that's the conversation I'm having in my head because currently that has been Jared Wayne, the practice squad guy who's one step away from being activated if you need him.
Yeah.
I wonder if Lewis Bond might take that if that's what he's fighting for because I don't think that he's actually fighting for an opportunity to
Tank
really
Dell
do this.
changes the dynamic too.
That's a great
depending
point.
on what he can do.
That's a great point.
Yeah, because then all of a sudden there's one more that is going to be there, and everybody just goes down a notch.
No, that's a great point because if we are talking about, maybe that's ultimately it, and you're not fighting with Tank straight out. You're fighting with
that roster spot.
What percentage of Tank are you getting back, and is it a Tank that is viable, or is it a circumstance where you go, all right, well, Lewis Bond, now you're the backup to Jalen Noel. That's a fair point to be made. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions, and we'll do that next.
The Rocket season. 2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, y'all want a twofer? You want a twofer confession?
Yeah, why not?
2 for 1 on a Wednesday. Today's Wednesday, right? Yeah.
I think so.
So I picked the Dodgers to win yesterday.
Okay.
I mean, heaven.
How did it go?
Heaven forbid they lost. The Astros won, thankfully.
You getting defensive real quick?
No. Here's the thing.
They won.
Yes, heaven forbid that I pick the best pitcher, the best roster, and the best team in baseball, arguably, to beat the 12-win Astros.
Mm-hmm.
How stupid of me.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the first part of the confession. Do you not? Because I've been, a few texters have come in and said, "Hey, how about Lopez? Yeah, hey,
Lopez.
How'd that work out for you?"
Update.
Exactly. And I know that that's just the way, our world is. But do you not remember, all the times I have been right on these things? like all the times that I say something and it's right, you don't say, "Hey, congratulations."
In one ear, out the other. 100%.
Congratulations. And this leads to the second part of the confession. Like this. You see what the American Football Coaches Association board did yesterday?
I did.
You know who said it first? Maybe 6 months ago?
First is doing a lot here, but okay.
I was the first.
I mean,
this is why people don't give you credit, right, man? Because you gonna give yourself credit before anybody even say anything.
I'm just making a statement.
In my brain, I was just running through.
I was putting some jelly on it.
I was like, I know exactly where this conversation is gonna go. It's not worth jumping into it.
This is why people they flood your DMs.
But
and
you knew
all that stuff when you're wrong.
I always do it for effect because I love doing that. But yeah, I think I said about 6 months ago. You know what college football needs to do? They need to get rid of conference championship games. Well, the AFC board yesterday in a vote said that, among other things, like a playoff with a max participants of 24 teams and ending college football by the second week of January, they said, we want to discontinue conference championship games. Crickets.
I mean, yeah.
Crickets.
Yeah.
But, you picked the Dodgers to win. Okay.
All right, Lopez, you gonna make me do this? That was not an unpopular opinion about getting rid of conference championship games. I think a lot of people had this. It was not particularly novel.
I think I was first.
I know you do. A lot of people think they were first when it comes to that. Somebody say, you want a gold medal? I think the answer is yes, actually.
Yes, I would take a gold medal.
He probably want more.
Or tacos.
24 Greenway Plaza if you want to bring up that gold medal. John Lopez will be here waiting for you.
But that's the point. Hey, what about Lopez picking the Dodgers? You want a gold medal? That's the same thing. I did the same thing on both of those.
But you zoom past the thing that I think about with this, which is
the 24 teams.
Why are the coaches voting? Why? And
they're going to get rid of bowl games.
The obvious answer is, hey, there's more opportunities for me to validate my my seasons if there are more spots that I can aspire to. And if I get because the easy thing to ward off any level of criticism for you for you didn't have a great season or you didn't maximize. We made it to the playoff.
Yeah,
we had an opportunity. We were in the dance.
Recruiting,
right?
We're a playoff team. All that. We're a playoff team, man.
But how do you make that jive with? We would like all the football to be done by the second week of January.
And you want bowl games are going to die.
And you want to add even more. Well, it's not even the bowl games because the bowl games aren't what's killing the playoff.
No, but I'm saying 24 teams. That's at least 20 teams fewer for some of these bowl games, which means the bottom bowl game. It's not trickle down, but it's cause and effect.
Yeah. So I agree with the hey. Let's see if we can get this. If we can get through bowl season a little bit sooner. Although the timeline does work out.
It's going to be hard.
Yeah. I'm never going to agree on further expansion of the college football playoff, but y'all know that about me.
These are my confessions.
I did not realize. In fact, I was genuinely amazed at how much I needed the feeling of watching a good baseball game. I was locked in yesterday. I feel like you guys can account for this in a way. You could tell when I'm enjoying a game just off of our text group, right?
Well, that for sure, yeah.
Buddy, I was blowing these boys up about it. I was riding the fun of this game, And I was like, man, I didn't realize how long it's been since we had just like a good baseball game. And it wasn't like, hey, the Astros are scoring a whole bunch of runs. Like, they only scored 2. But a good pitcher's duel. We're able to get some home runs. So you had some good moments for the Astros. And ultimately, they got a win. I was like, man, it has been too long that I've had a feeling of not just being flatly anxious, upset watching the baseball. And I guess the secondary confession is I'm already afraid that it's going away. I'm already afraid that it's going away.
And you should be, but you're also right. You know how I can tell that this is real baseball at a high level? I don't touch that dial.
You're not flipping around?
Yeah, and last night, I mean, if we're just being honest, you watch the ball game, most of the ball game, if not, the vast majority of the ball game, but you flip, hey, what's going on in the NBA playoffs? Hey, what's going on here? Et cetera.
It's like, I got 2 minutes when we go to the middle of an inning. Let me go see.
And then you come back maybe a little late because you get engaged with the basketball game or whatever it may be. Dude, I was locked in. Like, locked in. That's a big determinant right there.
You gonna be locked in with Lance on the mound today? 110?
I'm gonna start locked in.
Lance will determine how locked in you stay.
It's up to him now.
Speaking of locked in,
it's up to him now.
Speaking of locked in, who gonna win this game? Lopez.
Yeah, Lopez. Who's winning?
Put it on wax again.
Put it on wax.
Yeah, there you go. Come on, man.
Let's see. McCullers 6.8 ERA. Yeah, I got a lot of minor leaguers in there.
Tyler Glasnow on the other side of this.
Really, what Tyler Glasnow? He's 2-1, something like that.
Yeah, I think it's a
2.8 ERA or something like that.
Go ahead and do it.
All signs point to the Dodgers, don't they?
Go ahead and do it.
All signs point to the getaway day.
Who you got? Who you got, man?
Boy, I'm going to have to go with the Dodgers on this one.
Do you guarantee it?
Sure.
All right, Astros win. Let's celebrate, baby.
Texters, you're welcome.
Rejoice.
You're welcome,
We
Texters.
got a Lopez guarantee on the
I'll be here
Dodgers.
for you tomorrow. I'll be here for you tomorrow.
I guarantee it from Lopez.
Yeah. But you want me to say that? I guarantee you.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I think I'm in a bit of a situation right now. So yesterday I was getting my hair retwisted. Shout out to my stylist, Reese. She always twists my hair and all that stuff.
Shout out to Reese.
Yeah, so she, while she was in there doing my hair, she had me call this number.
Call whose number?
That's the thing. Somebody she's talking to currently.
No.
So we was kind of being a little messy at this point.
So she was like, I need somebody's number that he does not know.
Yeah. So my thing, I'm like, man, I'm scared. I know he ain't gonna answer this number because I have a different area code number. It looked like a telemarketer.
What area code is that?
440.
Oh, he actually did it. I didn't think he was gonna do it.
It's area code. Yeah, it's
you don't know all the other numbers.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we're gonna ask later. You're gonna forget.
So I called the number. Didn't answer. So I'm like, okay, cool. She had me call it again.
Oh, no.
I called again, didn't answer. So didn't think none of it. And she wanted me to ask, where is Reese? Like, when I called, hey, can I speak to Reese?
Her?
Yes. Dude she was talking to, another dude. Said,
dude, that is really messy. That's not a little messy.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I was prepared to do that, but he didn't answer. And if he did, I would have said, hey, can I speak to Reese? I met her at the gas station. This was her whole story. So didn't answer. As I was sitting here like 5 minutes ago, that number called.
Man.
And you answered?
No, I didn't answer. I was a little nervous to answer. So I told her, I'm like, hey, this number just called me. She like, try to call it back and see what he said.
Hell no. Do you even know her that well?
Yeah, that's my girl. That's my dog.
Okay.
Yeah, so I consider her a friend, a real good friend of mine. But I'm like, man, I don't want him to find me and be like, hey.
Why? Why? Can you say why she wants to?
It's a girl thing, man. Try to catch a guy off out of bounds a little bit.
Oh, come on, man.
So try to catch a flag on the play. Try to see what this person.
It was the hard count. She wanted you to get the hard count and see if he jumped.
Yes, that's exactly.
What was the goal of like have him do?
She was
what?
bored and she wanted to see if you catch him slipping, which is real nasty business.
Man, that's real messy.
Yeah, I'm debating if I should really call back in the break.
Man, I wouldn't have any part of that.
No, hey, can I speak to Reese?
Honestly,
I just got a number at the gas station.
Let's call him from this. No, I mean,
Go get him on the phone. Absolutely. I feel like the further you stay from getting involved in that relationship, the better. I wouldn't have done the front end of it.
Exactly.
To be completely honest.
Yeah.
And so getting in further now would be the wrong decision, in my opinion.
you need to get out.
Yeah.
That's an A-B conversation.
See your way out.
That's
right. There we go. January, February, march your ass on out of this.
I never heard that one. That was good.
Need to make like a tree and leave this conversation.
A classic.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
Do you feel this is more of a question than a confession, but it's kind of a confession? I just don't know I just don't want to admit to it. Do you feel like women get far too many presents compared to men?
Oh, Mother's Day is coming
Valentine's
up.
Day.
100%. Yeah, I think so.
Valentine's Day, Mother's Day. Like, I don't care about Father's Day. You can get me, we can go get dinner, whatever.
Yeah.
Father's Day, I don't care. Valentine's Day, it's not our holiday.
Honestly, even Christmas. Some people can say Christmas because you out there trying to get your lady the world, but she get you some underwear, some socks.
Yeah, more practical stuff.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, you can look at it.
Is there
and I'm not helping our cause because I get some underwear and socks and they're nice. I'm like, hell yeah.
Thank you.
But see, that's the point. That's the point. That's why
You've been conditioned.
Like,
I know. I'm the victim here?
Yeah, you're the victim.
Yeah.
You're the victim here. No, don't you feel like women, it's unfair?
Hey, the sky's blue. The grass is green.
Everyone today.
Yeah, I was like, what are you attempting? Is this lashing out because the Astros got lost another player?
Because last night we were having a conversation and I felt like this was legitimately the case because a lot of times a woman says, I really don't want anything. They have to still get something, especially Valentine's Day. But I felt like she was like, no, seriously, everything we want, that we really want, we have. It's just kind of going through the motions. Let's just have, brunch or something. She said, please don't. And I'm like, is this a trap? Because it's usually a trap. But I think she really, and I started thinking, women get too many presents
To be honest, I feel like your lady, maybe I
truly think she's
a little more laid back, right?
Yeah,
when it comes
very
to
much
stuff
so.
like that.
So you're going to try it this weekend, huh? And try and
give it a shot.
You're going to level the score?
I'm going to give it a shot.
I feel like we need to lessen the amount of gifts that you get.
I will say this because she's the same too, but just a card, man.
Yeah, well, I'm for sure going to do that.
Always do a card, something like that.
Yeah, I'm
like,
for sure going to do that.
You ain't got to go shopping at the gallery.
An e-card. I'll text her.
Hey,
Happy Mother's Day.
Honestly, give her a doggone gas card, man.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's
$4 a gallon yesterday.
She might give you a special night with that gas card, man.
What kind of special night?
$4 a gallon yesterday. I give her special
I paid
nights.
$48 to fill up my car, man.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
Goodness.
More power to you on that. So yeah. I don't know how to finish this one up, but those are your lunchtime confessions. This was a very interesting edition of that, and that is the word that I will use. Interesting. But appreciate you rocking with us here on this Wednesday in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is about that time we head into a courtroom. Just a different one this time because I have a beef that I need to clear with John Lopez. So we enter the court of Judge Figgy Fig next on Sports Radio 610.
Yordan Alvarez is your AL. 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you are now in the honorable courtroom of Judge Figgy Fig holding it down.
Hey now.
Yeah, so we are in court. We got the plaintiff, Reggie Atatula.
That's right.
And then we got the defendant, John Lopez, who is in court right now.
Feels different this over here, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, it definitely does.
You gonna start kissing butt this time?
Come on, man. I've got the facts on my side.
All right, we're gonna see.
Yeah, so we are in court right now because Lopez, you mentioned how y'all kind of had a little friendly bet.
I would think so.
About
I would not, but go ahead.
About Peter Lambert, and Reggie mentioned how he was going to have a quality start.
Yes,
he was a little shaky on that bet, Reggie, but you stood 10 toes down.
All right, so are we making our cases here?
Yes. Go ahead, make your case.
So you can start, Reggie, by making your case.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. As Figgy mentioned, or the Honorable Judge Figgy mentioned yesterday, before the Astros took on the Dodgers in Game 2 of their series, we talked about how Shohei Ohtani was on the mound for the Dodgers, 0.60 ERA coming in. And, you basically were like, no, there's no chance, John Lopez,
sure.
that the Astros win. And I made mention of, hey, man, Peter Lambert up there, he could do it. He could have a good game. And I would like to go to Exhibit A here, Judge Figgy Fig, because in this, I intimate that you offered a bet that I accepted and clarified the terms on, and I think that constitutes a bet. This is the audio from yesterday. We'll see what the Astros are able to do against the Dodgers in Game 2 of this. I know that you don't have high hopes of this. Am I wrong in that regard?
Oh, no, they're losing today.
Oh, you're just going to guarantee that?
Doesn't Shohei have a 0.6 ERA? He's a better pitcher than he is a hitter.
I need you to say it specifically.
The Dodgers will beat the Astros.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
I think we can reverse jinx this. I think we can do this.
And we did.
Do y'all believe? Go Dodgers!
I forgot about that.
Shohei Ohtani.
And Shohei's pitching.
Shohei's pitching. Peter
Dodgers.
Lambert's pitching, though. Come on, we got our guy up there.
Yeah, Dodgers.
Good old Pete.
Yeah.
Pete gonna make it, man. It's gonna happen. All right, you're in the loop here on
You
Sports.
want to double down on these tacos?
Oh, are we betting tacos? Is that what's happening here?
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Man, Pete.
Yeah.
You know what? I got you.
Yeah.
I got the next round of tacos if my guy Pete does not show up and give me a quality start.
Quality start?
Quality start
Oh,
today.
my gosh. What kind of taco you want? Figgy? What kind of taco?
I believe. Or I just want tacos again. So, Your Honor, he said he started with the terms of what do you want to put on it. I asked, is that a bet? And he did not say it loud, but under his, you could hear it. That's right. Which I think constitutes an agreement. We had a clear case of what would constitute winning, which is a quality start, which came through. I say, Your Honor, that John Lopez, and not in judge capacity in this moment, owes us tacos on his dime.
Your Honor, this is a sham, first of all, but I do want to say I hope you enjoyed the tacos, the big bag of tacos I brought yesterday, unsolicited, unprompted. Not for any reason other than I wanted to bring you guys some tacos, and it was Cinco de Mayo. Unsolicited, I brought tacos. And, of course, by the way, tell your lovely wife, thank you very much for all the things that I've been able to purchase from her, with the dip and all that, the shirts, all that stuff. That's just as an aside.
Shameless.
Let's get to this case.
Lacking shame.
Let's get to this case. What is this case about? That is a rhetorical question, because I'm going to answer it. Is this case about saying that the Dodgers are going to win? No, it's not. Is this case about tacos? Absolutely not. I would be happy to bring tacos again. Is this case about believing the Dodgers would win? Peter Lambert going, getting a quality start? Absolutely not. It's not about that either. This case is about one thing. This case is about a wager. Did we make a wager? And I'm the first to say a verbal agreement does hold water. A verbal agreement, even in the highest courts, would have been a wager. You just heard the audio. You just heard the fella to my left say, I intimate. He literally said that in his argument. I intimate that we made a wager. Intimation, implication, implying something is not a wager. A verbal agreement would be, but that at no point, in fact, even in his own words, he said, I intimate. He brought forth Exhibit A. And he said that I expressed under my breath, that's right. How many different ways can I say, yeah, that's right, we were laughing? You know, whatever it may be. There was never an agreement to a wager, ever. He brought up, unsolicited, I'm going to do it. I'm going to put tacos on it. I'll buy tacos, and I'm paraphrasing now because I don't remember the exact quote. I'll get tacos if he gets the the quality start.
No, I said if he doesn't.
If he doesn't get,
which of course would be my side of the bet. Confirming again.
I'm speaking right now.
Okay. All right, Ron. Order in the courtroom.
He said if he doesn't, I'll get tacos. Your Honor, this is very, very simple. What is a wager? Was a wager made? If you go back and play that audio and listen to it again, a wager was never agreed to. Even if it were a verbal agreement, I would be happy to say that I made a bet. I made a wager. There was no verbal agreement. The plaintiff, in his own words, said, I intimate that we made a wager. Intimate doesn't hold water, man. It's not a wager. It's not about tacos. I'll get tacos. It's about, did I make a wager? The answer is absolutely not.
All right, so I do have a question for Attorney Lopez. Mm-hmm. What do you think has to happen for this to be an official wager?
Well, what I just said, like he says,
do it have to be a handshake?
No. I don't buy into that either. Like if he said, "Do you want to bet?" and I said yes, that's a wager. I never said that. You can go back and listen to it 100 times. Never said that. And this isn't about Peter Lambert's pitching or the Dodgers winning. I was wrong on that. Happy to say it. Happy to admit it. It's not about tacos. Not about anything but was an agreement made to wager on this game. And the answer is unequivocally no.
Now, Attorney Adatula.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you, where at any point during this argument yesterday on the wager do you felt like, all right, we have a bet?
When he initiates the conversation about betting, and I say, I will take you up on that, there is no clarification.
You didn't say that. Sorry, it's your floor.
We can go back to the audio if you so choose. And then I did ask him, and you know what? At this point, I feel like it's worthwhile. Can we go back to the audio?
Yeah. Let's hear the audio.
Keep in mind, again. Making a statement is not a wager.
And feel free to weigh in, jurors, 713-572-4610. Let me know if you feel like this was was this a bet?
Are we betting tacos? Is that what's happening?
Let me start it from the very beginning so we don't miss anything, all right?
Okay. Good old Pete. Yeah. Pete gonna make it, man. It's gonna happen. Mm-hmm. All right. We'll see what the Astros are able to do against the Dodgers in Game 2 of this. I know that you don't have high hopes of this. Am I wrong in that regard?
Oh, no, they're losing today.
Oh, you're just going to guarantee that?
Doesn't Shohei have a 0.6 ERA? He's a better pitcher than he is a hitter.
I need you to say it specifically.
The Dodgers will beat the Astros.
Okay, very good. Yeah. I think we can reverse jinx this. I think we can do this. Do y'all believe?
Let's go Dodgers!
I forgot about that.
Shohei Ohtani.
And Shohei's pitching.
Shohei's pitching. Peter Dodgers. Lambert's pitching, though. Come on, we got our guy up there.
Yeah, Dodgers.
Good old Pete. Yeah. Pete gonna make it, man. It's gonna happen. Mm-hmm. All right, you're in the loop here on
Sports.
You
want to double down on these tacos?
Are we betting tacos? Is that what's happening?
That's right.
Yeah, your man Pete.
Yeah.
You know what? I got you.
Yeah.
I got the next round of tacos if my guy Pete does not show up and give me a quality start.
Quality start?
Quality start today.
Oh, my gosh. What kind of taco you want? Figgy? What kind of taco?
I believe. Or I just want tacos again. And it's worth noting that why would he agree to the other side of the bet if he did not agree to his side of the bet?
Your Honor, if I told Reggie right now, if the Astros win today, I'm going to give you $1,000. That's not a wager.
Would it have come after I had already asked you if we were wagering?
Doesn't matter the context because there was never an agreement made on a bet. But let's say I said that. I'm not saying that, but let's say I said that. Reggie, if the Astros win today, I'm going to give you $1,000. I would probably have to give him $1,000, but that's not a wager. That's not a bet. That's a statement. And you heard his statement. I got you. If he doesn't have a quality start, I'll get the tacos.
I didn't initiate the conversation.
Well, you can initiate all kinds of conversations. The question is, again, let's not lose focus here, ladies and gentlemen of the jury and the Honorable Judge Figgy Fig. Let's not lose focus on what is here. I was wrong on the Dodgers. Absolutely. I was wrong on Peter Lambert. Absolutely. But the question is, was a wager made? A wager it's clear as day. You just heard it for a second time. A wager was never made. I got you. If he doesn't have a quality start, I'm buying tacos.
Okay. So I think I got a ruling here. So I just want to point out how my personal opinion, just listening to the audio a couple times, I do say, Lopez, it did sound like you were kind of initiating.
Remember, implying is not.
You did say, do you want to double down on the tacos?
Implying gets you thrown out of every courtroom in America. Implying something gets you thrown out of every courtroom in America. The facts are, was a wager made?
It sounded like a friendly wager was kind of being talked about right there.
It was absolutely being talked about.
That's why I want to ask you, how do you know what's a wager or not? Like, is it a handshake? Is it some type of clear agreement?
I think it's
because it sounded like it was a clear agreement.
Well, the last thing it was clear,
and you were very and you were very confident that the Dodgers were going to win.
But it's not about that. It's not about any of that. It's about, was a wager made? And so what I'm saying is, a wager to me, to answer your question, is if they do this, I'll do this. Okay, if they don't, I'll do this. Those words were never uttered.
I think I've seen the first person on the text line from the 832 who says that was not a bet. Of the other 30 texts that I've seen,
well, they don't know the law. Like, there has to be implication is nothing. I can imply all kinds of things. Doesn't hold up in court. Did they make a wager?
You were trying to weasel out of this because you laughed through saying that's right.
No. I will buy tacos. The tacos are not.
Oh, you will because you lost the bet.
I will. No, I will buy tacos. I buy tacos all the time. I buy stuff for you guys all the time because I just like to do stuff and keep the team happy. But this was not a wager.
Okay, Mr. Lopez, I think you put up a great argument. I think, Reggie, you put up a great argument. And shout out to the jurors on the text line for weighing in on this. But I have to say, Mr. Lopez, you are full of baloney. Yeah! You are full of baloney.
Vegan tacos!
In this conversation, it is clear that you are very confident that the Dodgers were going to win.
It doesn't have anything to do with the Dodgers winning.
You mentioned if you want to double down by having Pete Lambert pitch a quality start.
It has nothing to do with that. Is what the question is, was a bet made? Absolutely.
It sounded like you were. What was the double down on tacos?
I said, do you want to double down on tacos?
What is that? What is that if not an offer for
if no bet is talked about, right?
Because we had tacos yesterday, courtesy of me, by the way, unsolicited, and it was top of mind. I said, you want to double down on tacos? That's not a bet.
If you agree with Lopez, I need you to text in because right now, the idea that it is a bet is whooping your ass on the text line.
I don't know about that. That's a bet. That's a bet all day. It was not a wager. I think he's trying to contaminate the judge and jury here.
I'm reading the text line. You can read it as well. 713-572-4610.
That was not a bet. Another one.
Oh wow, you're getting a few folks in there. I'm proud of you. Somebody said, why is he still arguing with the judge? Yeah, he never got thrown into contempt of court. That's crazy here. But okay.
Little selective text reading here, man. Little selective text reading.
Weigh in here. All right. If you want to, we can go and count them up if you really want to. But do you agree? And do you think that Lopez owes tacos because Peter Lambert actually gave a quality start? 713-572-4610. That was a little bit of Judge Figgy Fig here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we didn't mention this yesterday. We didn't get a chance to dig into it. But are you buying the Emi Udoka, Rafael Stone, wiping away of the KD burner thing and the atmosphere that could have created with the Rockets? Let's talk about it next.
Payne and Pendergast. BFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I got to be honest. I am appreciative to the great listeners of this station, Sports Radio 610, particularly the ones that are listening to our program, because y'all did respond.
Boy, did they.
Y'all responded a lot when it came to the case of whether or not John Lopez and myself had a active bet on whether or not Peter Lambert would get a quality start yesterday, which he absolutely did. Fantastic to see that for the Astros. I have a feeling that you are not going to stand on the decision that was made by Judge Figgy Fig here, huh?
Well, it was the wrong decision.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, as a matter,
that's life, man.
As a matter of
that's life, bro.
As a matter
I'm
of
no
appeals, yeah, I don't know, man. It's feeling real Mila-like over here. As a matter of appeals, do you think that if I played that audio for the other hosts on this station, that they would agree with me or you?
Well, they need to understand the law, first of all. So they would.
What's he doing right now, Fig?
Yeah, what's the law? That's just.
This is man law. This is common sense law we're doing right
I think it was clear.
Well, technically, what the law?
Well, I think it was clear with the audio and pretty much everything that pointed in the direction that it was not a bet. I think it was pretty clear, including the plaintiff's own words. I intimated. But, you guys
be saying stuff.
You guys do you. You mean like that's right?
Yeah.
The funny thing, if Lambert didn't last, then he'd be like, "Hey, tacos."
Because
yes. Tacos, yeah.
Because he said, "I got you,"
and I would stand on that because I'm a man of principle.
Yes, and because he said, "I got you."
So when he did win, you're like, technically, it wasn't a bet.
No.
Technically,
had I said that, there would be tacos on the table right now. Well, there wouldn't be.
We're gonna talk. We're gonna talk some folks. We're gonna let them hear the audio and see what they think. All right, the Houston Rockets, then the powers that be, a couple days ago actually spoke in front of the media and talked about this team and where they are. And there was something that obviously we talked about the point guard and what their team building philosophy seems to be headed into this offseason. But a factor that a lot of people started talking about, a lot of national media folks really talked about, was going back to the All-Star break when burner account conversations popped up that were supposedly linked to one Kevin Durant, right? And the environment that it may have created, according to reporting that was done, was a conversation that was brought back to Ime Udoka and Rafael Stone. This was Ime Udoka in his response to what he would say to those allegations.
Which number?
And this one, I believe, is 15, cut 15, where Ime Udoka
I got it.
Was talking about the team chemistry in the midst of all the outside noise.
For us, it's almost a little bit laughable when you hear things because you're like, where the hell did this come from? And it's the opposite of what we deal with on a daily basis. And I think that be echoed by the players if you ask them, day-to-day, man-to-man. And so they all make jokes about it and laugh about the vibe and all that. And I think you saw that throughout the season. But things are said, and it's always been the case. I've been in some bad situations, and we're far from that or anything like that. You go through your normal ups and downs of a season, and guys are frustrated with losing at times, games we shouldn't lose, or whatever the situation may be. But like I said, we almost turn a blind eye to it and make a joke out of it more than anything because these reports come out, and you're like, where they come from, what they talking about is the opposite of what we're feeling, and so don't put much stock into it, honestly, and I don't think the guys do either.
Interesting, to say the least, simply because one of the things he said was, if you ask the players, well, we haven't heard from the players. Don't you think the players would have said something at some point about, like, that is not true? Don't you think KD would have said something if it was laughable?
I mean, the statement that KD had given was that
very vague.
His teammates know what it is, and he kept it relatively vague. I'm trying to recall what the specifics of the statements were that the
I think he said, I'm not going to get into Twitter nonsense or something like that. Yeah,
yes. I'm trying to remember when asked about it, with the likes of like Jabari Smith Jr. and stuff, especially Jabari and Alperen, because those were guys who were named by this account specifically.
Yeah.
Now, of course, again, is that account Kevin Durant or tied to him? That is something that's a little bit that's the more specious portion of the conversation here. but I would be very interested to see, like, if I could be a fly on the wall that has an understanding of what actually those guys were thinking, because conversation, or according to Tim McMahon, who did an article for ESPN, I think along with Ramona Shelburne, it seems like that time when that happened, they actually had other kind of environment and vibes things to discuss. So they took that opportunity to really more discuss those types of things than specifically the idea of what was said by these particular burner accounts or whatever. And I don't know how highly to rate that in my evaluation of what the Rockets are, but it feels like they really need to make sure that they're on the same page with this, though, right? Like, this can't be something that we just go, hey, it's laughable, especially if those are things that are showing up, and if those are part of the inconsistency that shows up on the floor.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am. Again, if it's laughable, and it may well have been, we don't know. It's like I said, it's very interesting. But I just feel like, at least some point, Şengün or some players would have said something like, even whether it's directly, no, that's not true, or we find it laughable or whatever. We haven't heard it. He said if you ask the players, well, players have had multiple opportunities to speak. Now, who reported the latest one, the one right after the series? It was a relatively reputable, NBA writer, right?
It was Ramona Shelburne and
no,
Tim
I'm
McMahon,
talking
right?
Wasn't there one after that even? Maybe not. But, yeah, so it's not like they just decided, we're going to go with this. These are people who report very, very intimately with NBA teams. So I think it might be somewhere in between. Like there might be some unspoken, except to maybe unnamed to reporters, some unspoken things about how it might have bothered them, but at the same time may have been overblown a little bit.
Yeah, the conversation in the piece says that after the All-Star break, Durant discussed the situation with his teammates in what sources described as, quote, more of a team discussion than a meeting. And they said that Durant said enough that the discussions move on to other issues and that had been simmering within the team throughout his first half of the season.
Yeah.
So I found that to be interesting because it might just be that the burner accounts and what was alleged to have been said about Jabari or Alperin or anybody else might have been a lot less of the issue. And I wonder how much of these were like general and the NBA team type concerns or how much of these were particular. Because it does feel like the team came together at times and you saw the ways in which they were able to, get themselves rolling. But I do wonder, like, how much of those ups and downs do you expect to continue, especially with someone like a Fred VanVleet coming back, a Steven Adams? Those are really stabilizing forces. How much does that factor into what you're looking at moving forward?
Let me ask you this. Do you think it affected the Rockets, not necessarily directly how they played, but do you think it affected the vibe, as you put it, in the locker room at any level?
I mean, I feel like it's hard to not have those things come. And I don't think it's the thing that creates any level of bad play, but I do wonder if when you're not going well, if that doesn't come to mind. I don't know if that changes the way that because ultimately, this team needed to shoot better. This team needed to, pass the ball better and not turn the ball over. And I don't know that those are being impacted by, in the back of my mind, KD might think something about me. But I do wonder if that added to, like, let's say Atari Easton's struggle that happened for a long period of time, if that added to how you stay in that moment because you're really stuck in that thought process.
But I do believe for them to say, whether it was directly or however they put it, it was nothing. I think that's a bit too far the other way. I mean, I don't know if they said it was laughable. That's not the team we see, and they're there. We're not. But if this even just the rumor and report of it happening, I don't see a world in which it's nothing. And
so does this feel like this is indicative of a larger kind of way that they're viewing this team?
I think it's somewhere in between. I think it's like it was something. It resonated. If we were talking about it, the NBA world fans were talking about it. They had to be talking about it in that locker room. It wasn't nothing, But I don't know how big of an impact, it might have had.
And so when you look at it and they go, all right, it's nothing. Again, the question I ask is, does this impact them moving forward in the way that they're going about? Or does this
That's the $1 million question.
Does this feel like it's indicative of the way that Stone and Emi are viewing the other issues that are on this team? Are they minimizing what is something into nothing?
I think it comes from the players. If there's a player who clearly put on a good face, got along, got the answers from KD or whomever, and went ahead and played the best basketball they could, but kind of underlying, it's like, yeah, that was I don't know about that. If they have just like sort of a weird feeling about it, I think from the player's perspective, it might mean something in terms of just how they feel about staying here and doing the things that with KD that they're doing.
I'd like to take you to Rafael Stone from this because I thought this was a good question from B. Scott, in fact, asking about more of the on-court stuff because Ime Udoka talked about, hey, they need more versatility. They definitely need more shooting. What is the most realistic path to adding improved shooting depth? And I was very intrigued to see where he went here. This is Rafael Stone.
It's possible we bring back 15 guys, but it's very unlikely. So I think that as we're looking kind of at filling out the back end of the roster, I think I don't know that we're going to like get a shooter who can't do anything else, but like trying to find a quality player who maybe their strength is shooting. I think that makes some sense as well as Ime does. And that can come in a lot of different forms. It might not just be one guy. It might be 2 or 3 guys. Like, who knows? And then also, I think some of our young guys, I think both Jabari and Reed are already very good shooters. The theory of them and my expectation for them is that they become elite. And again, that internal growth changes our dynamic too.
We talked about this yesterday. The banking on growth. It's kind of a dangerous game to play when you have going to be 38 next year, KD. There, what the expectations were, and you said as much when you said we wanted to just see where these guys were this year. So where did it end up? Do you expect more growth, whether it's Amen or Reed Shepherd or whomever, or hell, Jabari? Did you see enough? Did we see enough? Did you see enough to where you feel like you're good? In
an interesting way, if he's talking about the internal growth being a large part of them getting better shooting-wise, I do have thoughts on Jabari Smith Jr. did look a little bit more confident in taking his shots. Reed Shepherd, clearly, in getting more opportunities, you saw some of the instances in which you see more of the shooting. That doesn't feel like it's enough. I feel
that's what I'm saying. You're counting on growth.
Because
growth.
Not only are you counting on growth, I think that when we're talking about improved shooting, where we need to look at is less the dudes who are fine that need to be better, which sounds weird because they do need to be better. I think the real place to look is the dudes who do not have a credible shot. And it's 2 dudes who are going to be playing in Amen Thompson and Alperen Şengün. One of those guys has to know how to shoot because constantly being able to put out lineups that are out there in a large number of their minutes where you have 2 dudes that are just flat out not shooters, that if they're on the perimeter, we could stand at the free throw line and say, do whatever you want to do out there. I think that hurts even more than just having, hey, you have Jabari, even if he's shooting 38% from 3, if he's shooting 40% from 3, Reed Shepherd, if he's shooting 43% from 3 and he's doing a Steph Curry impersonation, if you still have 2 dudes on there where we go, I can leave him booty butt naked open, it doesn't matter. I think that still hurts your shooting. I think that's really one of the big questions that we're talking about shooting-wise is, can those dudes play together?
Well, and he also talked about it might be more than one player, mixing and matching. And seeing who has the hot hand and seeing who's good on defense versus good on offense. We've seen that.
But those are two of your 3 best players on the team.
I know. And it didn't really, it wasn't exactly fluid and smooth. And he's kind of going down that road again. It might be more than one guy. Okay.
Is there one of those dudes between Amen and Alpi that you have more of a belief could come back with some level of, and I'm not saying that they got to come back as elite shooters, but credible shooters to the point where they get the ball on the perimeter. And we've seen it with the men. He gets the ball on the perimeter and people are leaving him wide open.
Yeah. No,
right. Is there something where which of those guys, at least is the way that I should ask this, do you feel better about coming back next year and go, at least teams have to guard them up there at the top?
Yeah. Boy, that's a great question. I want to say Amen.
You want to say that.
Yeah.
But he spent last offseason, you remember how many videos we got of him shooting?
Yeah.
And it amounted to pretty much nothing. Although he made a couple of shots here and there.
Yeah, but you look at the totality, it wasn't what we thought it might be.
But then Alperen, he got to a point where he was pump faking when he was out there because he was unwilling to pull it.
Yes.
I don't think that I have a good feeling on either of them, and I think that might be the bigger shooting issue, even more than adding someone. Like, I would love, you don't understand how much I would love to add someone like an Aya Dosunmu. The money's probably going to be crazy at this point. Like, honestly, if you told me you could have Tari Eason, who they're talking about like he's going to be back, like they're going to figure out the restricted free agency, he'll be back. If you telling me, hey, you could have Tari Eason or Aya Dosunmu, I'm taking Aya Dosunmu right now.
Yeah.
And even if you did that, a dude who was shooting 40+%, I think that you still are going to have some shooting issues because of that particular problem of Amen and Alperin.
Of the others, yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, about the time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, got a crazy story about a woman being locked up because of AI. And we got some highlights from the Stephon Diggs trial that you don't want to miss.
Oh, wow.
Okay. We're about to get to that next. Worth noting the Astros up 1-0 on the Dodgers. We'll get
Bryce
to
Matthews dinger.
Yes, absolutely. We'll get to the mixtape next.
In the loop.
Which are the newest?
610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. So it's a story out here, and we always talk about AI, how it's doing everything. I done seen AI driving trucks from Houston to Dallas. AI's opening up stores and all type of stuff. It's doing everything. It's doing everything, including locking people up for crimes they did not commit.
See, now this is the dystopia that I warned
Big Brother?
you about.
Yeah. So here's a news story on a lady who spent time in prison for a crime she had nothing to do with.
A Tennessee woman spent more than 5 months in jail for a crime she didn't commit, one that happened 1,000 miles from her home, and police say AI is to blame. 50-year-old Angela Lips says she's never even been to North Dakota, but police there issued an arrest warrant for her for bank fraud. She says U.S. Marshals arrested her at gunpoint at her home, and she was then later extradited to North Dakota. Lips wrote this on her GoFundMe page: "It was the first time I had ever been on an airplane. I was terrified and exhausted and humiliated." Police in Fargo now say a false positive from an AI facial recognition tool used by a neighboring police department is what's behind this mess, flagging Lips' photo as a potential suspect.
But they forwarded that information to our detectives, who then assumed, wrongly, that they had also sent in the surveillance photos with that photo ID.
Angela Lips was finally released months later when bank records proved that she was in Tennessee at the time of the crime. The police chief says they've already made changes to prevent this from happening again, though he did not directly apologize for what has already happened.
Why would he?
The software company Clearview AI has not returned CNN's request for comment, and as far as we can tell, they're still investigating the actual original crime.
I feel like the apology is probably the easiest one. If we're going to acknowledge that, yeah, we did this erroneously. I feel like you could be like, hey, my bad.
Why would he not?
I don't.
There's pride?
There might be legal ramifications in it, honestly.
Yeah, according to the comments, I like to look at the comments of what people are reacting to it. A lot of people saying, man, they over there being lazy. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Like that, a lot of people saying this could have easily been prevented if they actually did some research.
And the funny thing is, facial recognition is not exclusive to AI. It's been around for quite a while now. The problem is AI used it, almost indeterminately, like just based on this one picture or whatever it may be. That's the problem. I don't think
they took it as the gospel.
Yeah, exactly.
We're in a bad place.
Look, there you go. One mess of it.
One little someone going to jail.
5 little months.
See, I told you.
5 little months.
One little somebody like this ain't. I pulled up the chat GPT and it quoted me the wrong stat.
Yeah.
This is somebody went to jail.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
No, the issue is they using it as the gospel.
Right.
You should not use it as the Bible or the gospel. You should use it as a resource.
Why
but
did it take
you still
5
do
months?
your work? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they were out there apparently just being lazy about it.
You would think like in a day you could say, check my phone records. Like do that in one day.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. It's kind of sad. You don't want nobody going to jail for something they had nothing to do with. And it's one thing if you was around the crime or something and you like, oh, I actually didn't do this.
She never was even in North Dakota.
She never been on a plane.
Yeah, that might be quietly one of the worst parts of this is that they took her to North Dakota for no good reason.
Yeah.
She's like, what is this?
At that point, I wouldn't be like, hold on, we need to, I know it's AI, we need to, let's do some research before we actually put this lady in jail.
Man.
Like, something don't seem right.
How about the AI corporation? Yeah, no, man. We
ain't got
they
no
didn't respond.
They didn't respond. Yeah, we ain't going to say nothing.
Yeah, let's not answer that call.
That's what I do when I know I owe somebody money. I'm just like, well, we're not going to answer that call for a little bit.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So the Stephon Diggs trial is over. He was found not guilty of strangulation and other charges that would have put him, I think, in jail probably like 5 years.
Could have been.
Up to 5 years against his former live-in chef, or as people like to say, BBL chef. And it could have got ugly for him. But here are a few highlights from this trial. Here's Diggs. Let's go to Mila Adams right here. She was all over the place, man. She was, like I said, she was getting cooked. And here's their attorney asking her about her attorney pretty much trying to get $5-point-something million for.
3 weeks ago, your lawyer demanded $5.5 million from Mr. Diggs, didn't he?
Mr. Diggs offered me $100,000 to recant my statement.
That is a yes.
That is the only.
Maybe be heard by bar, please.
Yes, I move this right. Jurors, the last part of the witness's answer.
That judge stepped in like, all right,
big time.
Disregard that last comment from her. Yeah, you could tell she was getting irritated on the stand, and she just didn't care at this point.
I want to know what her lawyers, it felt like they did not prep her for cross-examination at all.
Yeah, no, not even close.
And of course, I'm talking about as someone whose credentials are watching television, television shows about lawyer type stuff. So don't take any of this with a grain of salt. However, I know enough to know that typically you get up there, you have some level of idea of how this goes, and probably with the case this cut and dry, or maybe not cut and dry, but this focused. You should have a general idea about what some of the questions are going to be. So you have she felt like everything was new and fresh to her.
Yeah, to me, my personal opinion is it felt like she probably didn't even know he was going to take this to trial. She probably thought he
I think
was
you're
gonna
right.
try to, because
what about discovery? Like the prosecution, I mean, the defense had all kinds of videos, and
that's what I'm saying. She thought,
what were her attorneys doing?
I think she probably was thinking he was going to get scared and maybe pay something so she can, leave out and all that stuff. But he said, "Nah, let's take this to court, baby."
Sid, can I ask you a question? Because someone on the text line is saying that her lawyers sighed during the closing argument or something at some point.
Yeah, we're going to get to that in a minute.
Okay, cool.
We're going to get to that in a minute. So, but first, here is something else from the trial. So Stephon Diggs got a chief of staff. So somebody that kind of control everything. I didn't realize how many brands Stephon Diggs got. He got like a fashion brand. He got all type of different stuff going on.
They said a furniture brand? I didn't see that.
Yeah, I ain't see that either, but he got a lot of stuff going on, man. It's not just football.
Would you buy Would you buy some furniture just off of the strength of like an athlete having some association with it?
I'm looking at the furniture, man.
Yeah, I don't give a damn what to say.
Care. Yeah, I want to see the furniture.
Yeah, I don't care. Hey,
get you a J.J. Watt recliner.
No. What does it look like?
Hey, that bad boy can say Jessica Simpson. If it look good and it's comfortable, I will buy it. If it's not, I will not buy it.
Jessica Simpson?
Yeah.
You got to draw the line somewhere.
She probably got I ain't getting no Jessica Simpson couch. Are you kidding me? But here is Stephon Diggs, chief of staff, talking about Mila Adams and the last dinner she cooked.
Do you know if Miss Adams cooked dinner that night?
It was like a hot dog. It was like and there was like mustard on it, but it was like left on the counter and it was like dried up. And then in the room, it was like dried up. So there was like 2 that were made.
Let me back you up on that. Do you know if she did cook dinner that night?
She did.
Where did she do that?
In the kitchen.
And what time did you see that?
I just remember the food being like prepared.
Okay.
Already.
And you mentioned it was a hot dog or something like that?
Yeah, it was like a hot dog, or like, like Auntie Anne's when they have like the pretzel dogs. It kind of looked like that, but it just looked dried up.
Damn, a dried up hot dog, man.
And pretzel.
Goodness.
Damn, so not only is she losing this case, her credentials as a chef really getting run down here.
Seems like she got it out of the frozen section.
Yeah.
Man. Frosted that sucker.
Goodness gracious. A dried up hot dog.
Yeah.
Goodness. So let's get to this right here. Here's the closing argument. So here's the prosecutor making his final argument to the jury on why they should side with Chef BBL.
So, was Miss Adams a perfect witness? No. She was argumentative, avoided, difficult. But does that mean you should throw away everything she says? She said no. I think it'd be easy for you guys to do that, but that's not your job. You guys are the jury. It's your job, your sacred duty, to comb over every bit of evidence you heard, to consider it, to give it the attention it deserves. The attention, the scrutiny, the weight it deserves. You don't have to like Ms. Adams. You don't have to like the way she testified today and yesterday, but you do have to give her and her testimony the attention it deserves.
Man,
that was tough right there.
That was rough.
Man, that side at the beginning.
Yeah.
So,
oh boy,
was Miss Adams?
He said, "Y'all saw what just happened."
That's right.
Hey,
I'm
was she
gonna do this
perfect?
because I have
No,
to.
Yeah, I'm gonna make this competitive as possible.
How many no, she's not this and no, she's not that did he say?
You know what that sigh was? That was Chris Ball that makes a three to cut the lead to
42.
That was what it was right there.
Cut the lead down to 42.
All right.
Yeah, nah, he was fighting for his life, man. He probably was like, man, he probably looked like LeBron when he looked over at that kid on the bench. Kinda like, man, what is she doing, man? Oh man, so. Hey, salute to him, man. I'm sure he got paid, but I don't think it was going to look like that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my goodness. Tyler Glass now leaving the game.
Leaving the game after warming up in the bottom of the second.
I'm guessing that he felt something in order for him to leave the game. That could be an opening for the Astros. Tied 1-1 on a wild pitch from Lance McCullers Jr. However, now you're into the bullpen early into the game. Like, this is second inning. So we'll see if maybe the Astros could take advantage of the bullpen having to go a long way for the Dodgers.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Shout out to Greg. So Greg is on the show called The Later Daters, which is on Netflix. Yet another dating show on Netflix.
As if we don't have enough of those.
Yeah, it's probably like 50 of them on Netflix alone. So he brought up something that made me question if Atlanta traffic is worse than Houston traffic. Do you feel like Atlanta traffic is worse than Houston traffic?
Well, obviously I do not. I just think Houston is way up there.
I think it might be.
I don't know. I've been there, driven there, but I can't imagine.
It's pretty bad, and it's real tight too. So it's not like way out in Humble and you got all this traffic going. It's like Metro Atlanta.
Yeah,
it's super congested.
This actually made me, like, thinking about this recently, made me go, Atlanta and Houston really feel like similar places. If not the same place.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, no, it's very similar. But here is Greg, and it kind of made me question, like, damn, is Atlanta traffic that bad?
I had a great date with Kelly. We had so much fun on the water. How could you complain about beautiful weather with a real pretty lady? However, when I learned she lived in Metro Atlanta, an hour and a half away, I started contemplating that. The big deal, if you want me to be real honest with you, is Metro Atlanta traffic.
Well, you haven't been married in 12 years. You're looking for somebody to spend the rest of your life with. Are you really going to let Metro traffic get in the way of finding love?
I will.
Are you sure that's the right decision?
My man said, I will.
I will.
Like, that is a big, that's a big hiccup in the relationship.
Well, John Lopez, you lived in Kingwood for a little while, right?
I did.
Let's say that you did not have your lovely wife, Jan, and you were trying to date somebody, and they told you, oh, yeah, I live in Mo City.
That's a no for me, dog.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's unreasonable.
But you talk about a good-looking girl. He said this was a good-looking girl. Mind you, you're
not going to see her.
He's an older guy. This is a young, hot-looking chick.
You're not going to see her.
And the traffic is like, nope.
Yeah. Well, let's just move in.
I guess y'all ain't never drive far for no you know what.
No, you have. But the idea of, like, hey, we dating.
I don't think y'all have.
Those are one-offs, though.
Is she
like
hot
what
enough?
Reggie's talking
Is
about.
she hot enough?
Dude, every day, 4 or 5 times a week.
Hey, yeah, T-Mill over in, I guess,
Tasita?
Yeah, Tasita. But let's go with Clint in Baytown. Again, lovely, happily married, but assuming that he wasn't.
Hot chick?
He met him a nice little thing out of Spring.
A nice hot chick that could be yours.
Yeah.
And you saying no because of traffic.
Y'all
got it.
Hey, man,
y'all got it.
Y'all got it.
A hot chick. We ain't talking about no regular chick or somebody you don't really care for.
Hey, man.
This is somebody like, man, I had a good time. He just said he had a good time with this girl.
I can tell you for a fact. Where you stay in this city,
it matters.
Does impact how that dating goes. Unless, look, tell me I'm wrong on the text line, 713-572-4610.
Dude, it's every day, 4 or 5 times a week at minimum.
I'm not going to lie.
So clearly you don't like this person that much then.
That's not the case. I hate traffic more.
I don't know. If I like somebody, I will make that drive.
There's also this little thing of both Houston and Atlanta, big cities, a lot of pretty women.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I take the gamble that there's one closer.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's crazy. But that's also why I live a little more central.
If it's a nice little chick like he said, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I just be like, nope, because it's traffic. Nope.
I'll just put it like this: there's a reason I live a little more central in the city.
That's right.
I want to open up the opportunities more
Man,
around the
just
city.
imagine you talking to a hot chick and you like, all right, it's good. It's getting somewhere. But I stay in Mo City. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. That's it.
Well, you
Nope.
wouldn't be so blunt about it, but
He was blunt about it. Y'all side with it. So y'all got it.
I don't think I'm wrong here. I recognize how you feel, and it's nice to be on the side of John Lopez for once today. But I think we might be right on this one. But
That means y'all get a lot of hot chicks then. So salute to y'all.
All right, that's another
Y'all
fantastic.
got all the hoes.
I'll leave that to John Lopez. That's another fantastic edition of the mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Hit him up on social media if you find something mixtape worthy at the Figgy Fig. Astros tied 1-1, and Tyler Glasnow out of the game. So we'll see who the Dodgers bring out of the pen for the bottom of the second. But this could be good for them in an opportunity to win the series versus the Dodgers.
Hey, they might. Hey, Astros might win.
Hey, I don't know if that would be worth anything for you with the circumstances that happened today. We found out that Carlos Correa out for the season with a torn tendon in his left ankle. So, but we'll see if the Astros continue to battle somehow still as a little bit of the Walking Dead of sorts of baseball to this point. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things over to the fellas of the drive. But did you see that the NFL.com put together a ranking of the top 15 NFL quarterbacks on rookie contracts? Where do you think CJ is? Let's do that next.
The Rockets season came to a Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Appreciate you being with us here on this Wednesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Your Astros in the rubber match between them and the Dodgers, the getaway game, as they are tied one run apiece.
But they're into the bullpen.
Yeah, they are into the bullpen. Glasnow had to be pulled as he was warming up for the second inning, so he didn't even get past that first inning of work. And I don't know exactly what it was. Have not seen what the information is about him coming out of the game, but you've gotten into the pen, and you've got to imagine that the Astros make these guys throw some pitches, and hopefully are able to take advantage of that unfortunate misfortune for the Dodgers and Tyler Glasnow.
Man, it looks like I'm looking at it now. He made a pitch in the warm-ups, and then just kind of buckled over, like it's almost like a lower body thing.
Oof.
Yeah, that was rough.
I mean, not good for them, but yeah. We're not going to cry no rivers over here.
We got injuries. You want injuries?
Yeah. Hey, better
got a whole room full of injuries over here.
I saw earlier, you could probably build a starting lineup of dudes that are on the IL for the Astros. You're damn near there with the number of injuries. So yes, Gus and Katie, or was it Gus and Katie? Yeah, the infield logjam kind of worked itself out. Yeah, unfortunately, that's not what you were hoping for by any means. And now you're actually kind of hoping for, hey, when does Jeremy Pena get back so we can get him in there and we could slide Paredes play the third base and kind of feel the love of the everyday infielders being where you want them. But yeah, 1-1 right now for the Astros. I take you to NFL.com. John Lopez here before we hand things over to the fellas of the drive. Nick Shook put together a ranking of the top 15 NFL quarterbacks who are on rookie contracts. And
run through them.
C.J. Stroud is one of them, right? There's a number of quarterbacks that are still on their rookie contracts. That'd be guys that were drafted within the last 4 years. They're about. Where do you think that C.J. Stroud ranks right now as an exercise in what the general public view for your starting quarterback? Clearly, that's not as impactful as what he will actually put on tape this upcoming season. But it's interesting to maybe get a little bit of an idea of what the larger public views of C.J. Stroud headed into this one.
Where does he rank? I'm trying to figure it out. Some of the guys that are on there, because you got some young guys, like some real young guys, Jackson Dart, and some of those guys.
And as you might imagine, like the guys that are just coming in, like I'll give you number 15 is Ty Simpson.
Right.
There's no way, no way in hell he was going to be over it.
Okay, so if you're including those, I'm going to say he's probably 6 or 8.
Okay, so in that, 6 to 8 is where you're going. You're a little low on him.
Oh, really?
They have him as the 5th highest ranked of the quarterbacks that are still on rookie deals, which would put him behind 4 guys. Do you think that you can name the 4 quarterbacks on their rookie deals that Nick Shook and NFL.com have as better quarterbacks in this moment on their rookie deals?
Do they have Bo Nix?
Correct, Bo Nix. Is
that hurts.
Number 4. That one really hurts. But some of that is also because I came in with the belief that Bo Nix was not that good. He's held down what they've done with that awesome.
No, I know, but it just hurts because of where he was after his rookie season.
Correct.
Do they have Drake May?
Drake May is ranked number 1 here. And, I mean, he was almost MVP.
Yeah.
So I can understand how he ends up in this place. All right, so I guess
Caleb Williams?
Caleb Williams is number 2. And that one especially feels weird, especially you remember, was it week 2 last year? Where you end up with all the consternation.
That's his little brother, by the way.
He sure acted like it in that moment now.
Who am I missing? So Drake May, Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, and then someone.
The dude who was C.J. Stroud after C.J. Stroud, and literally the year after.
Who?
Jaden
Daniels.
Oh, Jaden. Really?
Yeah.
Dang.
So it does feel like they give C.J. a little bit of respect, but at the same time, it makes you go, man, the way that these playoff games went.
That feels like a 6 or 8.
it feels like they are not. Because, I mean, immediately after C.J. Stroud is Cam Ward. And you would imagine there's a gulf between the way those guys are viewed. But they are one after the other.
So who's right behind him?
Cam Ward at 6. Bryce Young at 7. Jackson Dart at 8.
Damn.
Yeah. I was a little surprised to see that proximity between Cam Ward and C.J. Stroud. But again, it highlights once again how the feelings about C.J. Stroud a little bit in flux.
They've changed a little bit.
They have, but again, this matters a lot less, right? In fact, Nick Shook in his write-up makes mention of recency bias can treat some individuals' reputation brutally. C.J. Stroud is absolutely one of those guys. And when we talk about guys coming out to be looked at, Lance McCullers Jr. now.
Good Lord.
Having the medical staff. You know what? At this point, it might be the Daikin AC, right?
They got to change the filters.
Some definitely going around.
Yeah.
Both pitchers.
Yeah, that's what I'm
both
saying.
pitchers.
It feels like it's viral at this point. The way that injuries, and of course, I don't know that.
If he walks out,
I don't know that Lance McCullers Jr. is leaving, and the medical staff has walked away.
Oh, it looks like maybe a blister or a nail. He's looking at his finger.
Okay.
I can deal with a blister or a nail.
Well, blisters take out. Yeah, blisters take dudes out.
That might be a month.
For a few weeks themselves. Goodness gracious. Gracious. Yeah. Sure. Rhonda Show Hughley jumping in here, as is Clint Stoerner. We appreciate DNM Auto Leasing for the crosstalk.
Yeah.
Show making mention the last time they left it up to Lance McCullers Jr.
Yeah, it was 3 years later.
So I don't know if that should make us feel all that much better either. So.
He's looking at his finger, and we're going to hear right forearm soreness.
How did y'all feel?
No, it's his nail. It's his nail.
when y'all saw Carlos Correa done for the season, because it hit us in a way that, honestly, looking back at it, I go, is that right? Like, it just felt like it felt like a gut punch, but after you've been punched in the gut a whole bunch, it felt like the straw that broke the camel's back.
Well, better be glad they didn't trade Isak.
Goodness gracious.
They still got Emi.
Oh, boy.
Who will start in Seattle when you play Seattle?
Emi.
Yeah. So, fellas, how you living?
Not bad at all. I was inspired. I heard Lopez was wearing a button-up shirt today, so I said, well, hell,
how about that?
I'll throw me a button-up
We're
shirt
not slobs today.
Right, man.
No one called you slobs the other days, but fair enough. All right, I need your guys' help, if you don't mind, because there was a little bit of an argument that happened between myself and John Lopez, and I would love if you guys could weigh in at all. Yesterday, the Astros got a win versus the Dodgers, which was cool.
Sure
Peter Lambert was really, really good on the mound. A quality start, 7 innings, no earned runs given up. And I believed that we had a bet on whether or not Lambert would get a quality start. I would like to play some audio for me. Tell me how you heard this and whether you hear a bet in this. Shohei's pitching. Peter Lambert's pitching, though. Come on, we got our guy up there.
Yeah,
good old Pete. Yeah. Pete gonna make it, man. It's gonna happen. All right, you're in the loop here on
You
Sports.
want to double down on these tacos?
Oh, are we betting tacos? Is that what's happening here?
That's right.
Yeah, your man Pete.
Yeah.
You know what? I got you.
Yeah.
I got the next round of tacos if my guy Pete does not show up and give me a quality start.
Quality start?
Quality start
today.
today.
Oh, my gosh. What kind of taco you want? Figgy?
Is there a bet in there to you guys?
Absolutely.
No, hell no.
You even repeated it.
Hell no. Where was the bet?
What
he said, I got the next round of tacos if that's a statement.
But hold on. Is there a clear understanding that you guys
No,
have this
there's an
standing taco
implication.
bet?
There's an implication. Implying something in a court of law will get you laughed out of court. If you imply something, you don't have a leg to stand on. Double down on these tacos? Yeah.
Well, I got to believe that there was a previous conversation or
not really
mention.
All right, so the context is Lopez just brought in tacos.
Because I'm nice.
But when you say double down on tacos, I think first and foremost, when you use the words double down, it sounds like we're talking about wager. And then I said, I'll take you up on that, and it felt like you guys.
You didn't say that. You didn't say that.
The one thing that is left out there is, I mean, clearly we knew what was going to happen if if Peter didn't show up. But if he did, there was no bet clarified at that point.
Right. That's the point. Like I could say, if the Astros win today, I'm gonna give you $1,000. You didn't make a bet with me. I said if the Astros win, I'm gonna give you $1,000.
Bet.
But that's not a bet.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you. If you just asked me what I heard, it sound like it was understood.
Well, understanding something and implying something.
A third run scored on a wild pitch. Back-to-back wild pitches.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, man.
They scored the first one on a wild pitch.
Yeah.
Earlier. They have just gone, I bet you wish Framber would just throw it at you.
That nail.
They have gone now back-to-back.
Let me ask you.
Wild
let,
pitches.
let me ask you.
3-1.
That's three. Where is Vasquez?
What do you mean?
Day game after night game.
Oh, yeah. They got Salazar, yeah.
That's normal.
Okay.
Yeah, that's relatively normal. I think it's his nail.
Well, y'all
he can't grip the ball.
It's not a kill. That is just normal. Your catchers play a night game and get up and play at 1. That's why
he said they soft.
Y'all kill me with this. It's a backup catcher who has caught less than half the games this year, and your starter gets hurt. And from the Astros players themselves, I believe it was Carlos Correa before his injury. We are like, I can't remember what word did he use. No, it was Christian. Who was it? One of the stars was, we are dying for wins, and we're in a game. And in the third inning, we've given up 3 runs on pass balls. Now, Lance's, it may be wild pitches, they may not be pass balls, but come on.
Yeah. They need to get him out of there. He can't grip the ball.
This one isn't.
He can't grip the ball.
Yeah, this one isn't because of Vasquez. Yeah, I mean it's just.
Yeah,
I mean. Not since
and he called them out, or they came out, and he looked at one of the nails, and then they left him out there, and he threw 2 wild pitches.
Wait, they're still leaving.
Yeah, the second mound visit has also resulted in him staying out there.
Man, that's too much.
This game looks like
just spit on any breaking balls, right? Let's wait for the fastball.
Yeah, because he's going to throw it.
Wow. 2 back-to-back wild pitches for runs. About that. That's all right.
And
man.
3 total for all 3 runs.
Oh God, he's ready. I know Ty Oscar just wants to punch himself in the face. I mean, that was a sweeper that didn't sweep, that swept its way right in the middle of the plate, 82 miles an hour. And he just wants to deposit himself.
Deposit himself.
Yeah, the look on his face after he swung that pit. Yeah, man, they're in a tough spot. Yeah, I bet Kyle won't miss.
No.
Yeah.
Well, he doubled last time.
Man, Cesar, he can't catch a break, can he? God, dog, boy,
No.
everything.
He inadvertently came up yesterday in Detroit.
Yep.
Y'all saw Framber. Oh, man.
Another one in the dirt.
And he is getting worse.
He is struggling.
He has had to block probably 5 out of the 7 pitches.
He's getting beat to a pulp back there.
This is ridiculous.
Put on some more pads.
Would you take the Framber experience back, all things considered, with what the Astros are dealing with right now?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. That was exactly where I was.
Absolutely.
Like, I see him 10 runs, 7 earned yesterday. Ends up being in Tyler's story.
And I was like, I'll take him at his worst.
I'll take him, yeah.
Hey, y'all, they said yesterday, Joe said, this is what we need. We need Emi. We need you to go 4 or 5 innings, and we need you to throw strikes. Those were his requests.
Yeah.
He then proceeded to go 3 innings.
Correct.
Throw 27 strikes.
5 walks.
63 pitches. Got him in the Mariners series.
That's right.
He started one of the games in the Mariners series. I would take crazy-ass Framber, who has really just had 2 bad starts.
Yeah.
I would just like to know, and I said this to Tyler, hey, AJ, what does a person have to do to get taken out? I mean, I would just think, man, my starter, man, all right, man, he just gave up back-to-back home runs. We're now at 10-0 here in the third.
Not only does he not get taken out, he gets promoted.
It's like, hey, man, maybe he don't have it today. No, hey,
oh,
man,
yeah, but I'm talking about...
just saying, maybe he don't have it today. Maybe you go out. I would think, hey, man, we just went back-to-back homers to get us to 10 runs in 3 innings. Maybe we go ahead and check this out to the bullpen. We fight to play another day.
They need to take McCullers out for his own good.
I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Maybe, where's Ryan at?
Weiss?
Yeah.
Didn't they option?
Yeah, they
I know, but why not? Bring him back.
Boy, that guy was struggling.
It wasn't because of Chandler Rome.
That's
not why he got
Stop
optioned.
trying to play GM now.
Yeah.
This is
Step on Dana's toes.
This is incredible.
I'm so mad at the Astros because I had so much fun watching baseball yesterday, and that immediately went away. Real quick.
He can't hold the ball. He can't hold the ball.
He just can't throw a strike right
Well,
now.
again, I think it's his hand. It was very clearly. They came out again. They've come out twice to check his hand. He says, I'm good. And they say, that sounds good to us.
It's Clint just waiting for the fastball to come on down the middle. That's the only thing he can
We're going to get us another pass ball, get him on second and third over here.
You think so? You got that in your hands?
Look at this.
Oh, that was close.
It was close. That was real close.
Hey, man, this man warmed up without a hat, man.
They rushed him. They said, get your ass up and throw it now.
Hat.
We need you warm yesterday.
Jason Alexander took his hat from him. Tyler, he's warming up with his good hair, man.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
It really surely is. 3-1 Dodgers right now, and Lance McCullers Jr. fighting to get some outs in the third.
Just getting away with just meatballs right there. That was 89 inner, elevated, and
We just trying to get a third? Is that what we're trying to do here?
Yeah. Well, he's trying to get outs he has 1 out right now, one away, so he still needs to get a couple
trying to get
more.
out of the third.
Yeah, for
Lance
sure.
will probably come with a double play here.
There you go. Keep the ball down. Not that far down.
We will pass the watching the Astros, hopefully do anything good to the fellas of the drive. I'll catch you tomorrow for a Thursday show. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Again, appreciation to D&M Ollies for the crosstalk, but right now, the drive is live.
That's right, the drive is live, and we will keep you abreast and updated on what's happening here with the Astros. Lance McCullers is now in the position of trying to get away with throwing 89-mile-an-hour fastballs elevated to the top half of the strike zone, and is just getting lucky because these hitters are fouling these off.
Bury me in the H.
Yeah, we're gonna bury you onto the dugout here in just a second.
I mean, look, I think Ohtani's been the only hard contact right down the line on that double. Did Tucker? Where'd he go with it? Well, there's that first base line again. What'd Tucker do? I missed Tucker.
Did he?
One of them doubled off. One of them doubled off the bag. But that wasn't.
I think
it hit the first base and bounced. That wasn't no hard contact. That was old.
Yeah, Tucker just walked in this one, but no, it is 3-1. The Dodgers have scored all 3 of their runs on wild pitches or pass balls. including 2 consecutive pass balls or wild pitches that resulted in runs. I don't know which one they've called him. Lance got him back. How about that? Worked him back in.
Backdoored his ass.
Yeah,
he kept that one out of the dirt, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, Muncie, take your ass back to the dugout over. Clean your glasses up, bub.
Did he tap his head?
I don't. He must have. He's standing out there.
Still standing there. It was in there. Baby.
It was in there. Come on, baby.
Full ball in there.
Can we talk about how much I enjoy the ABS? I mean, seriously, boys. I don't mean to hijack the first segment here, Ron, but this is perfect time.
We'll get to Carlos Correa here in a second.
Yeah, we'll get to that old tender-footed sucker. This is
the ankles.
This is the additional value in watching a game. I think is real. Do you enjoy it? You clearly don't enjoy it as much as I do.
It's not to stop traffic for me, but I do enjoy it. I enjoy it to see the people who are good at it and who aren't.
Yeah.
And I enjoy seeing people that I know the coaching staff feels like, hey man, you don't get to tap, but you start tapping. But no,
our organization clearly doesn't give a damn. Whoever wants to tap can tap. But my thought is, like right there, like that old boy would have just got punched out and we'd have said, oh, good pitch, boom, let's go. But instead, it's like, oh, hang on a second, just like you did. Hang on, I think he must have tapped his helmet. Okay, well, let's check it out. All of a sudden, and the strike zone turned red, got his ass, go sit down. It just adds a little something to watching the game.
Only thing I don't like is, was it the Astros? I think it was Astros yesterday where it looked like the game had ended. And
there's you another one.
It looked like the game had ended, and we had to wait. And then it was showing, no, it is a ball. Got one more pitch. We had to stop the handshake line. I really.
Well, they should have stayed their ass in the dugout for that. That was on the teams.
It did. He end up getting him to pop out anyway to Paredes, but that kind of was like, damn man, the game's supposed to be over. They shot the fireworks off early. Remember, then they had to come back and they showed it was a ball. Yeah, it was still smoke in the air. I was like, well, I hope that smoke don't mess up Paredes' eyes when he tries to catch that ball. But no, man, ABS listen. They have not really struck out on any of these new additions the last couple of years that they've added to the game, from the bigger bases to the pitch clock, unless you're Emine,
depends on who you ask.
Pitch clock to this right here. So they have hit pretty well with opening and kind of adding to the game. All right, this is The Drive. We appreciate you jumping on with us. Those of you on the base power text line, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, we appreciate you joining the show and hanging out with us throughout the next 4 hours. As we said, Astros are trailing 3-1 right now against the Dodgers here in the third inning. Lance trying to get out of a bit of a hole. All runs. No hits, just pass balls have related into these runs. Pass balls or wild pitches. So we'll keep you updated there. But the big news of the day is Astros news, and that is Carlos Correa. Carlos Correa, who was a versatile piece for this team, thought to play third base while Pena was here, but now that Pena has been injured, he's been playing a lot of short, been playing some third. Well, he will be out for the season. Carlos Correa will need season-ending surgery on a torn tendon in his left ankle. Recovery time is 6 to 8 months. He was swinging in the cages yesterday, felt a pop and went down in pain. That is what happened. We can hear from Carlos Correa himself as he first speaks about the prognosis of this ankle injury.
I need surgery on the tendon, my left ankle, which will require for me to miss the rest of the season.
How tough is it to get that news?
Tough, really tough. Not what I was expecting. But, now it's time to deal with it, face it head on, and focus on the rehab.
Yeah, that's Carlos Correa, by the way. He just gave up a 3-run bomb. Almost got out of that inning. Lance just gave up a 3-run homer, so the Dodgers now lead 6-1. I'm sorry that pause was because now Joe Espada has decided to come out and to go get him. Not after all the wild pitches and what appeared to be some sort of a blister or
that was a no-brainer for me.
Fingernail issue. Here comes Joe, clapping his damn hands and walking out. So Lance McCullers is not able to make it through 3 innings. It is 6-1, 2 outs. Here comes Jason Alexander into the game as the Astros are going to have to come back. They're down 6-1 to win this thing. All right, that was Carlos talking about the injury, letting us know, as we said, he's out for the season. This is him, in his own words, explaining what happened.
I was hitting the cage, normal day, feeling great. I went through my whole routine, took a swing, and just felt a pop. It just completely snapped on me, and then it fell to the ground and couldn't put weight on it.
It was just when you landed and like planted?
Normal swing. It was a normal swing, and I felt like a loud pop. I heard it and felt it, and right away I knew something was wrong.
This is I'm serious, Clint Tyler. I have never ever experienced anything like this with one team. Over what? How many years would you say this has been? It feels like it's more than just last year.
It goes back, if you really look at it, 3 seasons, man.
Because Tucker was because Tucker and the shin was 2 seasons ago, right?
Correct.
That wasn't last year.
Yeah,
so he's with the Cubs. Yeah,
Jinx.
Gotcha.
Double jinx. Got you. That's a dub. That's a dub.
I can't. But no, he. So this has been about 3 years where they've just had these weird freak injuries, and this is another one. Man, my man's taking swings in the cages, and he's out 6 to 8 months with an ankle issue. And I don't know. I guess he is a player that has been injury prone at times. And our guy, Hotel Lobby Bobby Nightingale, decided to fly through with a tweet himself saying, well, this is the reason why the Giants and other teams would not sign him to the long-term 13-year deal because of right ankle issues.
Oh, was it really an ankle? I thought it was.
Well,
I thought
the right ankle. The right ankle was a reason why he didn't get from the Giants, and
I thought that was something in his back.
That's what Bob came flying through out of nowhere.
Well, I mean, if Bob's got it, hell, he ain't. I mean, he
couldn't
knows
wait
better
to get
than me.
that off. Yeah, to express that. Yeah, it said it was the medicals on Correa's right ankle that prompted the Giants and Mets to back out of $300 million plus contracts in 2022 winter before he signed with the Twins. But this is just, I mean, in this year, and as we see it right now, so he is out for the season. They've lost Hunter Brown. Who knows when he's going to start and come back in an Astros uniform. Emi is whatever. They've just lost their starting catcher. Their shortstop, who was their best position player last year, Pena, has been out most of the season. They lost their third starter coming in, and look, Javier. They've just lost so many players. This is just
you've got your number one starter, and you've got at least 4 guys that would be in a 6-man rotation are injured at this point, including that starter. You got your closer, who's one of the best in the league, that's out. You have got your top 2 shortstops are injured. You've got your top 2 center fielders are both out. You mentioned the catcher is injured.
What about Jake?
Well, I mean, and Trammell would be your backup center fielder. I mean, it's and I haven't even mentioned the left fielders because I don't know who to mention. I mean, I mean, you got DeZenzo, you got who else?
Zach Cole.
You got Zach Cole. You got a handful of guys that could be out there that have been injured as well. So, yeah, I mean, it's the crazy to think it, but a Carlos Correa injury, as painful as it is to my heart, that is the one that this organization is prepared to weather the storm of. With keeping Isaac Paredes around you're in a position where now you can have a normal lineup. You don't have the luxury of having an extra all-star infielder that can swing the bat really well.
As long as they get Pena back.
Yeah, at some point you got to get Pena back. But that being a hamstring, I got to think that's going to happen sooner rather than later. Even though we hadn't heard a peep from him.
I think he is in Sugarland. So I think he is in Sugarland along with Emi and Josh Hader, who hopefully they'll get back. But who knows with him? That may be spring training still for him. But Carlos Correa out for the year as they just traded for him last year. And like you said, good thing they kept Isaac Paredes around. And they have coverage there where they have a legitimate third baseman, and when they get Pena back, they have a legitimate shortstop, and so they'll be fine. And maybe they can tinker with Altuve and the DH spot a little bit more with this. But you'd rather have Carlos Correa in, but he is out for the season. So the latest there in terms of an injury. By the way, again, 6-1 right now. The Astros. You just can't. That's the deal, Clint. You just cannot depend on pitching. I swear, I wanted to come in and really talk about the positivity, and maybe the pitching is starting to stabilize. Maybe it's starting to stabilize because before walking in today, they pitched well against the Red Sox. Shout out to Pete Lambert. Can we give Pete a little hand?
Hello.
How about Pete,
Absolutely.
man? How about
Big Pete?
Yeah, Big Pete.
Big old Pete.
Pete walks up, head up against Shohei Ohtani, best pitcher in baseball, and he wins that pitcher's duel. Big time Pete. Pete goes in and does his thing. And really, when you take the Red Sox series and the first 2 games of this series, if you take Ryan Weiss's ass out, I mean, everybody else pitched relatively well until we arrived to Lance. And now Lance's ERA has probably reached over 7 with these 6 runs that he's given up. And you're right back at it. And, Clint, it's the 3rd inning, and, I mean, you're out of it. Altuve's not even in the game. So, I mean, you don't even have this guy right here, man. He's swinging the bat all right. Ever since you took him out last week, he's not swinging.
Yeah, he saved us last night along with Christian Walker. Now he pushes one down the third base line with a big shift on and gets a single. Oh, shoot, he's an Aggie. Do you know he's an Aggie?
He is.
Tyler didn't even know he's an Aggie.
He said kick him. He's a skinny gentleman.
Earlier.
Yeah, he's a skinny gentleman. He's a skinny gentleman.
Tall drink of water right there, boy.
Yeah, he is. But yeah, I mean, you're just down 6-1, man. This has kind of been a lot of the story of the season for the Astros.
The good news is it seems to be contagious because it spread across the field to the Dodgers, and Glasnow it didn't last. He pulled a Christian Javier and got yanked out in the top of the second, or I guess bottom of the second. When he took the mound, so hopefully you get into their bullpen here a little bit. Maybe we can make this thing interesting. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. 6-1 right now. We'll keep you updated the rest of the way through. But the Astros lose Lance McCullers in this game, unable to make it. I don't know if Lance is injured. I think there's probably something with his finger, as he was checked twice in that inning. But ultimately, he was run after giving a 3-run home run, six runs in that inning. Or 5 runs in this 3rd inning. All right, coming up, let's have a little conversation about a major key to the Texans. You could argue, Clinton Tyler, like this right here, this is the biggest key to this team reaching the heights that they want to reach. We'll discuss that coming up next.
You're crazy. Yordan Alvarez is your AM. Tigers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Want to play this game, Tyler? I'm going to ask you an Astro. You got to tell me their injury.
Okay, ready.
Joey Loperfido.
Coccyx.
I don't remember what it is. I don't think that's it.
I'm not going to remember all these injuries. There's too many.
I just don't. I don't even. They just showed on the screen all the injuries. And I know we haven't seen Joey, but I've completely blanked on forgetting when Joey went down or why Joey went down. Got most of them.
Cheryl.
Got Hunter Brown. Got Javier. Got most of them.
For some reason, Joey's striking me as
some sort of lower half injury.
A hamstring pull.
Cheryl found it.
What was it?
It is a right quad strain.
Quad, wrong side of the damn leg.
Sustained April 17th.
I don't remember that at all.
All the injuries are just a blur.
I thought he just said, "Yeah, guys, my
Who's
turn."
next?
I don't know, man.
It's a fun game. Unfortunately, that's a fun game. It'd be a hell of a drinking game.
Yeah, Sugarland and Corpus are getting just drugged through, boy, because they're having to recover with.
I mean, you could have a hell of a drinking game. Get it wrong, you got to drink.
You got to drink, yeah.
Why do I have a feeling that just the look of watching Lance walk off that bump a while ago and kind of fighting? I got a feeling we got a press conference coming after the game.
I think he's going to miss one start.
We've got
We're one injury away from retirement, man.
Well, that's where I'm going with it, though.
Blister.
Like, I don't know if he's.
No.
I mean, before the season, he was talking about looking forward to spending some time with his kids and his wife.
Oh, I remember.
I don't know that it. I hope it's a blister. I mean,
going to the fingernail.
I hope it ain't none of these. Don't throw for 30 days and spend 60 on the IL because I don't know if he's got that mental. I don't know if he's got that mentally got it.
You think he'll shut it down?
I think. Well, I mean, he's got 80 million reasons not to. But I mean, I would think that it would.
You are right, though, Ron. Like what I meant to say is any injury of any kind of major significance for Lance McCullers. I mean, we're looking at the end of his career.
Might be major. Yeah. By the way, Lance's ERA after today has climbed to 7.41. We had a promo going that we felt like he was the second most counted on pitcher we could think of.
Well,
we have reached this point where his ERA is at 7.41.
Well, I'm not 100% sure that was a good thing.
I don't think it was a good thing, but damn, man, It wasn't completely, dang, man, they all suck ass, and he's just the worst of the. I mean, he was the one that gave you a shot. I don't know now.
Say goodnight to the Astros.
Well, at least to Lance. All right, Clint. We'll keep you updated. 6-1 still as the Dodgers lead 6-1, and somebody
I thought Yiner wasn't playing.
Somebody else steals a base. Doesn't matter who's catching, who's pitching. Doesn't matter. Somebody else steals a base. But Clint, I do think this group, obviously, it is the group that has had the most attention on this Texans team. But I think this group is obviously widely important for the success. And if this team gets to where they want to get to, I think it will clearly be pointed to this group, Clint, and that is the offensive line. But I think this year we got to look at this thing, Clint, and I think we've got to grade them not on the curve of the awfulness of the offensive line of the previous 2 years, which I think Cole Popovich and last year's line was kind of graded on the curve of how bad they were previous years. I think now it's got to be more realistic to what a championship level team needs from an offensive line that wants to be a running team.
Well, look, I think we've seen them. Obviously, there's always verbally been a commitment and a desire to run the football well, but I think there's, the reality hits, and it's like, hey, man, throughout the 3 years that CJ's been here, through two offensive coordinators, The real struggle, sure, it's been the inability to run the ball, but it's been really highlighted by the inability to protect, like to not have answers for pressures and how much the quarterback gets hit. I think what we're watching the Texans do this year, Ron, at least from the perspective of signing free agents and drafting, what positions they're focusing on in the draft, is they are going to lean heavily into, obviously, we're going to run the football better. And they have put all of their eggs in that basket. I believe they're going in. The approach this offseason is not, hey, look, we're going to really surround C.J. Stroud with the right weapons, unique weapons. We're going to have this exotic, quick game, pass game, screen game to do some things, and we're going to really grow him and develop him and let him manage the line of scrimmage, right? And we're going to play a brand of offensive football that we can win with. It seems like their approach to not being very good at any of the above previously is we're going to sign a bunch of road graders and we're going to run the football. We're going to minimize how many times we ask C.J. Stroud to stand back there and manage the line of scrimmage and have answers. We're going to limit the amount of times that our center has to direct traffic versus A-gap blitzers and versus 4 and 5 weak or 4 and 5 strong and trying to figure out the protection. We're going to limit all of that by running the football really, really well. And they have gone to an extreme when you look at what they did in free agency, when you look at what they've done in the draft the last 2 years, at least their top draft pick. They have gone to an extreme of, damn it, we're going to run the football to simplify things around here. And it's one of those where, in theory, great idea. In theory, it's what you've been wanting to do since you've been here. Defensive-minded head coach, run the damn football. Don't turn the football over. Don't have penalties. Be good in the red zone. End every drive with a kick. You get the point, right? But the reality is when it's mattered the most, you hadn't been able to get that done. So what's your response? Not grow my quarterback, not surround him with weapons, not bring in a new weapon, no. The response is slow the game down, run the football really, really well. It makes the offensive coordinator's job easier. It makes the quarterback's job easier. It shortens the game and allows you to win with who your headliner is, which is your defense. We'll see if it works. The problem is if it doesn't work, whether it's big picture or it's against better defenses, you can't run the football. Now you're right back to, well, you've got run blocking offensive linemen that now have to back up and protect, and you got to throw the ball 40, 50 times, right? You got a quarterback that you hadn't surrounded with these exotic weapons, an exotic play caller that now has to go try to find a way to win a game because you can't run the football. We'll see if the moves that they've made is going to allow them to run the football effectively enough, dominantly enough, physically enough to really, I guess, Ron, to really minimize the impact that a young offensive coordinator and a young quarterback have on a game.
However they do it, Clint, these offensive line ranks and numbers can't look the way they are.
Can't start with a 3.
It can't. They're 30th and 32nd in both pass block win rate and run block win rate.
Bad combo there.
And I will just say, I think Cole Popovich, deservedly so, got a lot of credit for the improvement that the line made. And there is no denying that the offensive line improved. And it was good, but it wasn't a good offensive line in like real NFL life. And it wasn't a good offensive line based upon contending, especially as a championship contender. But based by, you're a 30th in pass block win rate and 32nd in run block win rate. It was good compared to the previous 2 years of the Texans. That can't be like, it can't be a like, all right, man, good job, Cole. No, Cole, you've had your year to adjust. You've now changed, as you just talked about, changed this offensive line into exactly what you have wanted it to be. Like they got to be a middle of the pack offensive line, and I would think they've got to be even better than that when it comes to their ability to run block. But it's just like this year, there's not going to look up and Clint be, all right, man, they're 28th and 27th. They're the 28th best offensive line by the numbers. That I don't think you're going to, Cole Popovich and company are going to get the good job, because I don't think you can compare them anymore to the past offensive lines that were here in CJ's first 2 years. They just got to pick it up and be better all the way around.
Yeah, they absolutely have to. I mean, yes, you got better because your quarterback was not one of the most sacked or pressured quarterback in football last year. Now, he was in critical moments, but he wasn't overall in the season. And you still couldn't lean on it. I mean, you averaged less than 4 yards a carry. I think there's only 3 teams worse than you in terms of yards per carry, average on the year and running the football. So, yeah, I mean, there's definitely a ton of room for improvement. I think we may have overhyped, and they may have overhyped the how much better this offensive line actually got under Cole Popovich. I'm not saying Cole Popovich isn't a good coach, but when your rankings start with a 3 in pass block win rate and run game win rate, that's
this guy can't
not
do
a good
that.
ideal.
Yeah, I don't think if it starts like that next year that people will be saying and singing the praises of Cole Popovich. This year it's understood because you're comparing it to the previous years. I don't know about that this year. All right, coming up, we'll update you on what's happening with the Dodgers and the Astros. The score has changed, and we'll give you an update on 2 really important outings in AAA Sugarland with guys who the Astros just flat out need to help them. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you about
per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That gets away from Salazar. Tucker's going to score, and the wild pitch ties the game at 1. Salazar, the ball's right there. Lance tries to make the play at the plate, but Freeland's safe. Second run scoring on a wild pitch today as that ball bounced away, and Salazar located it just a hair late. And now it's 1-2 on Freeman. That one gets by, and here comes Shohei. The ball's not far from home plate, but Salazar couldn't go after it. And now it's 3-1 on 3 run-scoring wild pitches.
I appreciate you not putting the big blow in there. I was waiting for the dismount and the capper when whoever that was left the building. Paez, I forgot who it was that hit that 3-run bomb that knocked Lance out.
How you say it? Pages?
Is that who it was?
Pages, I think.
Pages.
You really think that's how you say it? Did you see that fella? Did you see that guy? He wouldn't walk around there with Christian Walker's mustache.
Paquez, or maybe he is. I
believe it's a white fella named Pages.
Are you serious?
Like in a book. I'll double check it, but I got the highlight. Let me see here.
Yeah, it's not Pages. I don't think I'm right either.
It's not Pages.
It
yeah,
is.
because you're the expert on names around here, huh?
It's not. I think it's spelled Pages. I'm certain it's not Pages. Actually, I'm not. I'm 100% sure it's not Pages. But I
let's find out.
Let's hear it.
That's drilled. That is gone. No doubter to left field. Andy Paez having himself a season, driving in his 28th, 29th, and 30th runs of the year.
We were surrounding it.
Enough of that.
We were surrounding it. We were surrounding it.
Fair to Pothead.
I think it's fair to say that you and I were at least in the Latin community. Tyler never got out of Caucasian.
It's spelled Pages.
It is spelled Pages.
Tyler never got out of Caucasianville.
Yeah.
At least we were in Latin America.
He was in the Ville. Whatever it is. Whatever it is. Oh, Andy left the building. Andy left the building again. Has Andy left it again?
Yeah.
Yes, he has. 2 home runs for Andy.
There goes Pages again.
Good God.
Son of a bitch, Pages.
I tell you what, baby. Hey, if Framber was on the mound, your ass is wearing it the next time, baby. If you come up there and do that. Good God. 9-1.
What did we get to the bottom? What was it, Tyler? Paez?
Paez. I don't know. I'm not saving that name in my brain.
Well, he's having a career day, man. Paez is having a career day.
I said Paquez. That's what it is.
I like that too.
This guy, man.
I was in the range. We were around it. Paez. Yeah, that's 2 for him. He's going. It is 9-1. Jason Alexander. He's not faring well. And let's just be honest. His opportunities to pitch up here, it has not gone well. He was a lot better last year than he was this year. He is getting drilled. 9-1. What are we in the 5th? In the 5th inning. Oh, they're going to mess this up too. In the 5th inning, and the Astros. It does not look. There's going to be this rushing fella, number 68. They got right guards in here playing.
No! We suck again.
They're really struggling right now, and the Dodgers. We talked about this, Clint. We talked about it coming into this series. That Boston series, we really felt really good about the pitching, and then we talked about we'll really see. This is maybe the best offense in baseball. The Dodgers, the Braves have been really good. The Astros have been really good, but the Dodgers are one of the best lineups in baseball. They don't even have Mookie in right now. And we said we'll see. Maybe we'll learn if the pitching is real. And after yesterday's performance, really the first 2 days, to be honest with you, outside of one guy, the pitching was okay. I don't know now.
It's reached a point where I'm not getting any more highlights. That's how bad this game is.
Yeah. Stay away from the highlights. We're getting hits again.
I don't need Page's second homer whenever it's 8-1 before that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's no, it's not. It's not good. The pitching is not. It's not stabilized. It was not great at Boston. Was just bad.
Look. I mean, truth of the matter is, the only way we're going.
Is this guy pissing you off more than you think? Every time.
I mean, I don't like his face. I don't like the way he walks. Nothing I like about
Where
him.
does Josh Miller? Where does 713-572-4610 base power text line, YouTube and Twitch? Where does Josh Miller walking to the mound and covering his face rank in things that annoy you about this Astros season?
Is it me or does it look like he's holding his breath when he walks?
Yeah, I was just about to say he looks constipated. It's the same face.
Is Josh Miller walking out to the mound? Is that top five? Is that top five most annoying things for you on the Astros?
Top three.
It looks like a guy who, with each step, he probably lets out a little noise like.
He's too bouncy when he's walking out there. Too bouncy. And
he's getting up on them toes every step now. He's getting some push off the balls of his feet, no question.
Yeah.
I'm not. I mean, look, the fact that we know who he is a problem. The fact that he. I mean, hell, we see his face more than anybody not named Joe Espada.
I'm telling you, man, Brent Strom, man, he had a cool walk out there.
Well,
and he actually coached the pitchers well.
Let's be honest. Brent, this guy in 2 years or however long Brent's been gone, this guy's made more trips in 2 or 3 years than Brent did his whole career here.
2026 is a nightmare.
This is insane. All right, speaking of a nightmare, let's go good here. Let's start two performances last night in AAA Sugarland, and let's go with the good first. Josh Hader. Josh Hader was throwing bullpens, and hopefully this means he's getting closer, Clint, but every time he speaks, it scares you because he keeps talking about he's in the early stages of spring training, which is odd. But Josh Hader last night in Sugarland, he threw a scoreless inning. He threw 16 pitches, 9 strikes. He walked a batter and hit another, but he threw 11 fastballs that averaged 94 miles an hour. But several more outings to keep his velo tracking up is ahead. But he got through the inning, scoreless inning. Was a little wild, but his you like right now mid-90s where his velo is, and you would hope that starts to improve. So I think that is a positive thing that he got out there, because one thing about him, Clint, we know what Josh Hader is capable of and what he's doing, and there could be some work on stuff out there. It's really about how hard he's throwing, how comfortable he is, and to me that was a positive sign. Last night, seeing him be able to get out in-game competition and come through and pitch well. Said he felt good afterwards.
Yeah, that's what you can say, Ron. I watched the interview of him after that outing. Very, very promising. I mean, clearly just felt like it, unfortunately, felt like it was his first outing in spring training, which you mentioned, which I'd like him to be a little closer to go time. But was very comfortable with his pitches, very comfortable with his velocity, very comfortable with how he feels in the rehab, and seemed to be in a really good spot. And he didn't just say those things. It was pretty convincing, the tone and the delivery. So, there's a silver lining maybe. There's some good news on a from a Tuesday. At least it's on a Wednesday, but from a Tuesday outing by Josh Hader.
Now the other way. Emi got his second minor league start. If you remember, he had the embarrassing start in Corpus, Double-A. He couldn't do anything. He threw 60 pitches in 2 innings. And yesterday, when the manager Joe Espada, his request was, "Want to see you go 4 or 5 innings, Clint, and I want to see him just throw strikes." That's all he asked for him to do. And Emi yesterday in AAA Sugarland, Clint, walked 5 batters in 3 innings, allowing 1 run on 1 hit. With 3 strikeouts. He was able to only throw 27 strikes in his 63 pitches. 27 strikes in his 63 pitches. And guess what, Clint? They've already announced. Joe said his next start will be with the Astros, and it will be in this weekend series against the Mariners, so he will get the start there.
Well, I don't think Joe has much of an option. I mean, I think Joe's running out of options, literally running out of options at the lower levels to even fill starts. I mean, just to make a lineup, right, to get a starting rotation out there. Jason Alexander right now just seems to be the wheels coming off. He was a guy that you hope you could depend on in that 5th or 6th starter role, possibly once he got healthy. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, 4-pitch walk just if you're scoring at home just now.
Yeah, so I mean, look, I just don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't know that Joe Espada has any other option other than to just say, hey, Tatsuya Emi has got to get up here and start pitching. Whatever lessons he's going to learn in the big leagues, whatever struggles he's going to have transitioning from Japan to America, it's just we're just going to have to watch it unfold in an Astros uniform. Making too much money and too many injuries at the top right now for him to be piddling around in Sugar Land or Corpus. So we'll see if he can straighten it out. 5 walks in 3 innings. The day after, or maybe it was the day of, the day the manager said, I just want you to throw strikes.
That's it, baby. 63 pitches, 27 strikes.
Yeah, that's
so Tyler, he could not throw strikes to AA hitters nor AAA hitters. Mariners.
Oh, yeah. He'll answer the bell.
Cal Raleigh, Julio Rodriguez.
Boys chomping at the bit, ain't they?
Josh Naylor, Randy.
And it's an outdoor park, isn't it?
No, it's here. He'll have the Crawford boxes to deal with. That'll probably scare the hell out of him.
Well, I mean, look, if he can throw strikes, it's nasty.
I guess.
It's a big if.
All right, we'll keep you updated here with the Astros and the Dodgers. I got screwed.
You ain't missing nothing. It's an ass whooping.
I got screwed out of $34, and I know this is a day after you guys said
is
everything
he
you
said.
This? I've
been less than 24 hours.
I really have a point here, guys. I think you will really. I got screwed up. I think I have a real point here, and also the NBA players. Did they disrespect Şengün? My goodness, wait till you hear what they had to say about him. We'll do that as we continue right here. But what you need to get to as we are here in early May, we're getting closer and closer to the summer months, and there is one question.
Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. The Drive is live on a Wednesday, and a lot to get to on this Wednesday. We'll get you updated on what's happening at the Daikin right now, and it's an ass-kicking. And on the wrong side of the ass-kicking are your Houston Astros. We'll update you on that coming up here in just a bit. A little bit later on, it is Wednesday, so a little stock up, stock down, and this will be a fun time to do it. Stock up, stock down. Maybe change some things in real time. Astros pitchers. We'll do that coming up here in a bit. And we'll do probably our final year's Rockets report. B. Scott will be in with us in the 4 o'clock hour. You know it's Wednesday. You know it's 4:40. We'll hear from B. Scott as he predicted that the Rockets would lose Game 5 and not make it to Game 6. Well, they won Game 5, but they lost Game 6. In an embarrassing fashion, putting up 78 points on the closeout game. We'll talk to him, get his thoughts on the end of the season and what this may mean moving forward for the Rockets in this offseason. So that's coming up here in just a bit. A lot to get to. Clint, Tyler, 10-1. 10-1 at the Daikin in the 6th inning as the Astros are just getting annihilated right now at home. And to be honest, it's the battle of the bullpens. And being that the Astros have had, 2 bullpen games in 2 of the last 3 games coming into this, you would think the Dodgers may be a little bit more equipped when you see how long guys like Yamamoto went in Game 1 and Ohtani went yesterday. Both teams' starters had to be removed early. I think Lance was removed because he got another home run hit against him to make it 6-1, but he looked like he was having some sort of potential blister issues that they went out to the mound a couple of times to see. Tyler Glass, now the starter for the Dodgers, he did have to come out of the game in the 2nd inning, so both of the starters are out early, but the Astros are just getting beat down. Multiple home runs in this game from the Dodgers. The first 3 runs, Clint, were scored on either wild pitches or pass balls to start things off. Bryce Matthews hit a home run 3 pitches into the game to kick it off. You thought might be a good day, but that's the only runs. Nope, you're right. That's the only runs that the Astros have so far. So 10-1 right now.
Yeah, we're top of 6, 10-1, and Isak Paredes is already taken to the bench. I mean, they yanked a starter, at least one. I hadn't seen the rest of the bench over there. Hell, there ain't too many starters left to pull. But
this is not good.
Yeah, they said Altuve down to begin with. Anyway.
Yeah, no. I mean, if you're gonna pull Paredes, hell, we got to sit big boy too, don't we?
Well, maybe he just swings. He's just a DH.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. But yeah, it's not a good day. Not a good day for the Stros, baby. Not a good day.
Not a good day. Not a good series. So again,
we'll keep them folks right there took off work on a Wednesday.
Now you just got to
watch your team get thumped. Now you just got to go across the street
or just get trashed.
Yeah, that's
I'd probably go somewhere cheaper.
I'd go across. I think it'd be expensive in that ballpark right there.
I'd probably go somewhere cheaper to get trashed. Speaking of that, I did get screwed out of $34.04 earlier today. And I know this comes off yesterday, but I believe I believe that you will at least, if you guys have it, I believe you two will at least find in your hearts to understand why I feel like I got screwed.
We'll lay it out there. Let's see.
I will get to that in just a second, but I do want to get this. I want to see what your guys' thoughts on this. The NBA players, they do this every year. The Athletic put this out there. The NBA players, they come through and they state who they believe are the most overrated players in the NBA. And Alfred Şengün won that voting from the NBA, from his fellow peers. Remember last year it was Tyrese Halliburton, and he proceeded to go ahead and run the Pacers to Game 7 of the NBA Finals before he blew his Achilles out. Şengün is not going to have that type of run. But Alfred Şengün, he beats out Rudy Gay and Trae Young, who were tied for second. And then after that was Karl Anthony Towns. Those were the top 4 most overrated players. When you hear that, you get to see Şengün every day. This is a 2-time All-Star. Your thoughts? Do you think that is fair, or you think it's foul?
Well, I think it's foul. I've always personally thought that Şengün was slightly overrated. I like him. I appreciate the effort that he plays with. I hate the body language. I hate the constant whining. I don't believe that there's any part of his game beyond just grind and hustle that is something that is going to be give him prolonged success, if you will, in the league. But I've always thought that the thought of like Şengün, All-Star Şengün, one of the best, I thought that never rang true to me or set well with me. So while I'll say overrated, let's have a conversation. Sure, I think that's an easy conversation to partake in. I mean, most overrated in the league. Boy, that feels aggressive. That feels a tad bit rude. I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah. How dare you?
I mean, you're talking about a guy that he was an all-star. I mean, you're talking about a guy that does have the ability to go out and give you 30 points in a playoff game. I mean, you're talking about a guy that last year in the playoffs, this year wasn't necessarily great, and the year overall was up and down. But last year in the playoffs, I mean, really just was a shining star, if you will, when you needed it the most. Was a big time player. Most overrated in the NBA, that's aggressive.
Yeah, the only person that I've really seen, especially coming into the year, that really kind of had Şengün up. Like I remember we were talking earlier, Nick Wright he did his list and his pyramid, and he had him as a top 12 player. I just don't know a lot of people who think, even coming into the year, who think like, damn it, Alfred Şengün is he's one of the best players in the league. I think people think Alfred Şengün is a good player. If you're saying that he's going to be the best player on the championship team, well, hell yeah, that's overrated. I don't know that anybody thinks that. I think I don't know, man. I definitely don't think he's the most overrated in the league. I think Rudy Gobert, that's messed up too. I think what would you say about Rudy? I think Rudy's a great defensive player. I think that is fairly what Rudy is. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't know how.
I agree.
Like Trae Young, I could see, but again, like I don't know. I don't believe a lot of people in the league think, man, Alfred Şengün is he gets the nickname Baby Jokic, but I don't think anybody. I think most people don't believe it's like they're close.
Yeah.
He got that name though when he was trending so heavily upward, and he was growing and showing that growth, and he was scoring way more, just overall a better basketball player. That ain't around lately.
No, yeah, I don't think that. I don't think that. Like, I'll be honest with you, I think I would say Giannis is more overrated right now than him. Just in terms of the expectations of what Giannis is and how much he's played and the impact that it's had on his team in terms of winning and losing. I mean, that feels more overrated than Şengün. I don't know. I feel like that was a little, as you said, a little aggressive.
Alpi had 9 games where he scored 30 or more points last season, 2025. This season, 4.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, he frustrated me. I don't know what the hell happened about the last month and a half of the season. Then he had that run of a cool month where he was averaging 16 points and 6 rebounds. Like every night it seemed like it was that.
So happy.
Yeah, but again, I just I don't think people are viewing him like. I'm trying to think of the best twos on the who's a great 2 right now. I don't even know that people view him like maybe even Towns. Like I don't even know that people put him up there like that. So I think it is a little aggressive. I think he probably annoys players.
Yeah.
And that may be a part of, man, shut your ass up. Like LeBron did him when he came out about the soft call stuff.
I think we've talked about this a million times, man. There's something about the guy that goes harder than everybody else in the regular season. Obviously gifted, not taking anything away from him, but goes harder than everybody else in the regular season, puts up some good numbers, plays a lot of minutes. There's no doesn't seem to be much load management at all. And then that guy, and then also there's a guy that may not be ranked as high. You mentioned Towns. But that's a guy that can knock down a three. That's a guy that can get to the bucket. He kind of turn. Now everybody doesn't like the way he turns it on and off, obviously, but I think there's a different level there. That it seems some of these guys that we know, these bigs that we know, they turn it on and off, and they have the ability to turn it on consistently in the playoffs, and it's just a different level ball.
Yeah, and just his natural talent of like from shooting and athleticism is not to that level. All right. So listen, I think I got screwed out of $34.04, and I know this comes off the heels of yesterday. You talking about me bettering myself.
Can we just go with $34?
I just wanted to make it very clear.
They're not even making pennies anymore, bro.
Well,
he's counting them though.
I got them in my car.
No, Mr. Lincoln.
But so I went with my primary, had my regular checkup. What was that? Maybe a month ago, about 3 weeks ago, and I got a call last week. Saying, "Hey, your doctor wants to set up a follow up before your next visit in 6 months." I was like, "Oh, okay, all right, I'll set that up." They were like, "Okay." And I said, "Is there something wrong? Like, what's the issue?" She was like, "Well, it's not in the chart. She just wanted to follow up with you about something." I'm like, all right, interesting. Last time I talked to her, did the blood work and everything was cool. So I was a little nervous there or whatever. And they were like, all right, we'll get you in May 6th. I said, bet, day after the birthday. Sounds good. I went in there, and all right, they say, "Hey, Mr. Hughley, here's your visit. It'll be $34.04. And paid my little $34, and I went in, sat down, and she looked at me right in the eyes and said, "All right, so what can I do for you?" I said, what can I do for you? I don't know.
Do you have my chart?
She said, "Well, yeah, it says here that you wanted to follow up about something that happened in our last visit." I said, "I can assure you I did not." I said, "I got a call from your office saying that you all wanted to follow up with me on something." She said, She said, "I've been confused this entire time of why you wanted to come in here.
You had her nervous.
To follow up about something." She goes, "You know what? I do have a lot of turnover and some new people working for me in here, and maybe some things got crossed up because everything was fine. I don't need to see you again until October." She said, "You can go ahead."
I'd have been more mad about making the trip and all that and wasting part of my day going to the damn doctor.
It's all of it. I just made the trip. I was there 5 minutes. That was it.
Like, all right.
She did. I mean, she just ran through. She ran through and put the thing, just check my heart and back and whatever, and it was it.
So she could say she did something.
I was there 5 minutes. That was it. And I walked out. Drove, wasted that gas.
But you had already paid.
I had already paid.
You paid when you check in.
I paid when I check in, and there was nothing. There was a mix-up in her office that. Listen, I'm just saying. Like, I just feel like I just got screwed out of $34.
Did you go back? Did you go back to her staff, like at the counter, and be like, "Yo, I'm gonna need some sort of refund here"?
I thought about it, and I was just like,
I probably would have if they would have screwed it up like that. And
so you hear that?
I understand.
That was.
I'll be honest with you. I would have never known that they charged me $34.
Well, you would
got your
have.
card
I had
out.
to. You had to pay for it. Like when I go in to check in, your visit.
Oh yeah, I
paid.
would have got my money back on that deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you think I should?
Absolutely.
Now this doesn't help
that's
with showing
just-
your growth at all with what we talked about.
That's not
yesterday.
cheap. That's just a mistake.
Yeah, they effed up.
I mean, that's just principle. Like that's just.
See.
I mean.
Don't worry, I'll be
I
there.
thought you were going to try to convince them that.
I
would call them in the break right now and say, hey, by the way, I got charged and I didn't.
Please do that.
Thanks, guys.
I'd call them in the break.
You're
yeah,
right.
no, I think that's fair. That's not cheap. That's just.
Please call them in the break and record it, please, and then email it to me.
Yep, Ronnie, you got bent over. I thought so. See, I just
No,
I'm in here like
I don't think he got bent over.
It's just $34.
I mean, let's I don't think
it's the principle of all of it.
What's the principle?
So you would have walked up to the front again.
Oh, I would have. Before I walked
it was,
out. Yes, I would.
every part of me wanted to.
Yeah, no, you should have.
Would have been like, yo, guys, your boss lady over here just said y'all effed up. Need that money back.
See, this is a good exercise for you. I mean, we're this is
We're
actually
talking about how can I help you?
This is
how
actually
can I help you? How can you help me?
Yeah, I tell you what. Since that's your response, I tell you how you can help me is get my $34 back. Yes, I would have absolutely 100% went and got. I don't care if it's $10. If that would have been the case, yeah, let me get that bread back.
Text line said, "Hey, because there's gas involved in that." Yeah.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, it's just I'm not worried about the gas. That's part of what we need to work on here.
I mean,
whatever. I mean, he is
stuff's approaching $4 now.
I
I'm
mean,
just saying.
look here.
Me and Clint were just talking about this before.
$4 the other day, man.
Oh,
man.
not quite how you're talking about it, but similar.
It's $34.
Yeah, I mean, look,
I already got to go to this X-ray.
How far away was it from your house? How far away? How far away was it from your house?
It was 21 minutes, but I mean, I got.
I mean, that's 18 miles. That's less than a gallon of gas.
Well, all right,
it's less than $4.
But it was my gallon that was taken from me.
yeah. See, now we're getting to the cheap stuff here.
I'm just saying.
See, now we're getting to the cheap
Black
stuff.
gold.
It's ridiculous. Now I'm getting pissed off thinking about it. All right, coming
You
up.
got to go get your money.
I'm going.
I'm calling the break. Will you please call in the break?
No, I don't need to call in the break. I'm face to face.
I want to hear it.
No, I'm face to face.
Oh no,
I'm not going
call
to
the
let
secretary.
you do
Hey,
this. No,
ma'am, I'm Mr. Hughley. You know I do radio
face
over
to
on
face.
Sports Radio 610.
I'm face to face in this.
By the way, I do radio over on Sports Radio 610. So unless y'all want to get hammered on the air, your business that is, not you, the business.
I'll go handle it. I'm in there.
You're gonna drive back. You're gonna waste another another gallon gas.
I'm a face to facer. I need to see
it.
See,
I need to feel it.
Confrontational.
I need to
see. He wants to
Great
get in there
point.
and see if he can be confrontational and catch a granny that's had a bad day.
I just want to make
there.
sure this doesn't happen again. I got $409 on this MRI coming up on the knee. Coming up, it is Wednesday.
Understanding your problem.
Stock up, stock down. I told you guys you would listen. You didn't believe me when I texted you this morning. Stock up, stock down. Astros pitching edition. We'll do that coming up next right here live on the drive. But before we get there, guys, if you want to.
Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two ass would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Stock Talk on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley every Wednesday, every hump day right around this time, 3:20 p.m.-ish. Astros are getting that ass whooped today.
Tattered.
No need to even fret, people. This game is over. It's in the 7th. Astros just scored their second run of the game, but it is 11-2. The Dodgers are leading the Astros today, an ass whooping, so no need to put yourself through that. We're keeping you updated anyway right here on the Drive, and we're talking about the Astros for stock up, stock down today. More specifically, the arms, the pitching for these Houston Astros as the woes continue. Start with you, Clint Stoerner. I like getting the negatives out of the way. Let's go stock down for the pitching right now for these Houston Astros.
Well, it's easy for me. Well, the stock down parts ought to be easy. I mean, we got to try to kind of sift through the ashes here.
So you got to pick, huh?
I'm going to go with Tatsuya Emi.
It's a great one.
It just keeps getting worse. And I'm trying to show grace, guys. I really am. I'm trying to just understand, coming from a different country, playing in a different league, a whole different work regimens, a whole different load to manage. I'm trying to show grace, but it just, at some point, somebody needs to explain to the guy that every time he explains what he's going through, it appears as an excuse. And it appears as super weak, and it's not ideal, and it seems to continue to happen. I think most recently it was the pitch clock and something else that was a problem after walking 5 batters and
the way that they game plan over here compared to Japan,
which I don't necessarily disagree with that part of it. I mean, I like playing to a hitter's weakness instead of me as a pitcher's strength. I could see that being a difficult pill to swallow, but man, it just comes across. So not only is he struggling in a moment where we expect him to be at least in the starting rotation, but it seems like whether it's here or in Sugar Land, when he struggles, which is damn near every outing, the explanations come across as excuses, and it's just a bad look. Stock down, Tatsuya Emi at this point.
Yeah, there are other people tied to that stock down. Mm-hmm. Dana Brown, by the way, he's the one on the Astros flagship. He announced that he will be pitching in the Mariners series.
I'm about over Dana, man.
Dana announced it.
I am about over Emi, but I'm definitely about over Dana Brown as GM of this team. All right, that's Clint's stock down for the Astros pitching as it stands at this moment in time in the season. Over to you, Ron, the show. Stock down for the Astros arms.
Stock down. I'm going to go with the starter from today, and it isn't just today. Lance McCullers Jr., he is living on that first start that he had, but it has really been downhill for the most part since, including today. And now they actually are citing that he left the game due to the finger issue. So it's a blister.
It's what I'm scared of.
It is cited that he has left the game due to the finger, not the three-run bomb that was hit.
But Ron, it makes it even worse on his behalf and Espada's behalf. If there's a legitimate, clearly there was 2 visits, there was a blister out there, 2 of them, and you leave him out there in a 3-1 ball game to give up a bomb to go 6-1, knowing that was the case.
And he was repeatedly showing you that maybe he didn't have a grip, or everything was in the ground, because his run today, 2 2/3, 4 hits, 6 earned, 3 walks, 4 Ks, 70 pitches. He had 3 wild pitches that led to 3 runs. Literally 3 wild pitches that led to the first 3 runs. And really, that's not just it, guys. In his last 6 starts, he's got 24 earned runs in 23 innings.
My God.
He's pitched in his last 6 games. He's pitched 23 innings, and he's given up 24 earned runs. His ERA is now up to 7.41. So he has been struggling and kind of hiding just because of the frustrations with some of the other guys and some of the other dudes that have been pitching. But it has gone south for Lance here. So I'm going to go stock down for Lance McCullers Jr.
Yeah, it's also a good stock down right there. You give up 3 runs via 3 wild pitches and then a 3-run jack, and those are your 6 runs given. That's not a good day. Lance, we're praying for you. Stock Up time. You're listening to Stock Up, Stock Down right here on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley every Wednesday at 3:20. Talking about the Astros pitching, the arms, and if you did not know, there's an ass whooping going on at Dyken Park, not the good kind. Dodgers up 11-2. We'll keep you updated. Back to you, Clint. Try to find some stock up for the arms for these Stroud.
Well, after talking about the stock down, it seems like there may not be much, but there's some options here. In fact, we're probably leaving the fastest riser off of both of our decisions here with old Big Peter that showed out last night. I mean, that was big.
Peter is a fast riser.
But for me, I'm going to go with Brian Abreu. I mean, this and here again, because he was so bad, so unexpectedly, so early, combined with the fact that even when you get Josh Hader back, even if we find a way to be competitive in the division and win a division, even if you got a chance to sniff the playoffs, it's only going to happen if Brian Abreu is a big part of it. I mean, and so we need Brian Abreu to turn the corner, and he has not turned the corner yet, but he is damn sure starting to lean into that first corner. And so I got the stocks up a bit on Brian Abreu right now.
Yeah, 3 outings in a row that have been more and more productive each time out.
Right direction. Stock up to you, Ron. Put a lid on this thing for us.
I'm going to go with Spencer Arrighetti. And Spencer Arrighetti, his stock is way up right now. Again, there has to be a conversation on who in the hell watched the entire pitching staff and potential rotation members, and he didn't crack the top 5 to start the season. But beyond that, Clint, he is 4-0 with an ERA of 1.96 in 23 innings, and he is striking guys out, getting swings and misses. Now his walks are probably up a little bit much. You would hope that he can take the next step of going deeper into games. But Clint, he is not just pitching well comparative to everyone else. This is front of the rotation type stuff that we are seeing from Spencer Arrighetti, and it's a sample size of 4 starts at this point right now. So more than 4 starts. So Spencer Arrighetti's stock is way up right now because he's not just pitching well. He's pitching well for any pitcher right now, not just comparative to his peers in this rotation. So Spencer Arrighetti's stock up big time right now for the Astros. All right. Well, somebody who would probably be the ace of this staff right now, Framber Valdez, lost his damn mind yesterday. And I'll be honest with you, I'm a bit surprised by the reaction from many people on Framber Valdez. Yes, he was a jackass and made jackass moves and decisions. But I'm surprised a little bit by the reaction from folks. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, do you have a will in place? Do you have a trust in place? How about your parents? Do they have a will or a trust in place?
1222. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
About an hour from now, we'll hear from our guy Brandon Scott as he will join us for the final. What feels like the final Rockets report here, as their season ended on Friday night, and we'll talk to him and get his thoughts on how that ended and what's to look forward here on the off season. So it'll. Should be a good go of things right now as the Rockets season's over. We'll hear from B. Scott coming up here at about 4:40. And Clint, I just wanted to get into this. We just see this Framber Valdez suspended 6 games. So basically, they're forcing to make sure he gets suspended a start right now. So a 6-game suspension for Framber Valdez. If you missed it yesterday, there's been a lot that has kind of come out on this, Clint, where Framber Valdez, obviously he had given up 10 runs there. He drilled Trevor Story in the back after giving up back-to-back home runs. And it felt like a lot of it, I think it still is, it felt like a lot of the immaturity of Framber that we have seen here, that we have seen a lot. And he did. He nailed him right in the back. Then we've seen video footage. I know Eric Hosmer put out a video showing that it was really clear that Trevor Story being one of them, but the Red Sox were at second base stealing his signs and looking at his hands and looking at the catcher's signs, and they were stealing signs. I guess the legal way in baseball, the way that's been done for years, So Eric Hosmer was saying that's probably a space of why he was pissed off at Trevor Story, because Trevor Story was one of the ones doing it at second base and receiving signs. But if you missed it, this is how it sounded. It was aggressive. This is the Boston broadcasters, and they are locked and loaded and ready for Framber Valdez to do something stupid. But this is how that all went down.
Both benches are emptying. You can't get them out, so you throw at them. What a joke. Red Sox bullpen is about to enter this thing, too, as they race across the outfield grass. No punches or anything thrown.
No, the one guy who caused it's hiding in the back.
That is weak. You give up 3 home runs, back-to-back shots, and then you drill Trevor Story.
Well, let's just hope he doesn't cross up his catcher now that he's mad.
Great dismount.
Yeah, that guy was ready for it. By the way, 12-2 Dodgers here in the 9th inning.
Paez, number 3.
Is that his 3rd homer?
Yeah, Salazar's gone from catching to pitching.
No way.
100%.
Holy mother of God.
Good God almighty. Okay. All right. All right, that's where they are. Salazar, is that you did get to see your guy Vasquez. He's in the game.
You should have just started him.
He's in the he is in the game.
Wouldn't have helped with 3 wild pitches, I'm sure.
Maybe not have, but that's all right. I mean, this guy was going to come up 3 times a day anyway and give up 3 homers, but Salazar, look at him. Boy, this is where he is. This is rough, man. This is a rough watch. Rough watch. But 12-2. But that was Framber last night, Clint, and not a surprise. And of course, Framber said it looked bad, but it was not on purpose. There is not a soul out there, including his manager AJ Hinch, who believes him. AJ would not go with him. AJ Hinch himself was just like, yeah, man. Many times when you walk out there, yeah, you feel like you're in the right. This is not one of those times. So he is suspended 6 games. And Major League Baseball doesn't. They're not going to allow him to pitch or at least miss his next start. But I mean, a lot of people are. I mean, he is getting crushed over this thing today, Clint. I mean, absolutely hammered over this thing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a jackass, and it was a jackass move. But I'm be honest, I'm a little surprised how hard he is getting crushed.
Nutcase.
I don't disagree with you. It's kind of a nutcase with a weapon in his hand right there.
Yeah, look, I mean, when you've got a history of being a mental midget and things like this happening, maybe not to this degree, but you kind of losing your cool on the mound, and that being one of the really only real complaints about you as a pitcher is the wheels come off, and it seems like mentally you're in a rough spot, and then you see this happen all of a sudden. You feel like that's the reason this guy's a head case. He lost it not because traditionally baseball, you hit 2 bombs, you steal signs, you probably don't get plunked. It's a lot easier to go the other direction, but yeah, not a good look for Framber, obviously. But with that said, I'd take him right now. I'd take him right now.
That's how bad it is.
I'd take his ass right now. You betcha.
But that's what I was saying was, like, if you follow that, if you listen to the show, this is my biggest pet peeve in sports is for whatever reason, I'm going to throw at somebody on purpose as the pitcher, and that person doesn't know that I'm going to throw at them on purpose. It is the biggest punk move that there is in sports, with the exception of some of the blindside hits or something like that in football. It is one of the real punk moves in sports, and I am pretty consistent with how I feel about that. But many times I do that. Oh, you're soft. You're soft. Hell, as you said, Clint, it is pretty clear video. You could see it. They were stealing signs behind him. And as you said, Clint, I mean, I bet if we had Roger Clemens, who is a friend of the show, if we had Roger come on right now and say, man, what if you saw this guy, Trevor Story, behind you just openly stealing signs and you could see it, and then somebody's going deep off you. What you thinking about doing, Roger? I think Roger would at least entertain just putting one right in his back.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, and we've seen this for pitchers all the time. Jorge Soler got in a fight with a guy earlier this year for the Angels because Jorge Soler just whoops his ass every time he goes against him. So that guy said, hell with it, I'm just going to throw at you. I'm going to hit you. I'm just surprised that so many people, and it isn't just Houstonians. I can understand Astros fans. There's just a personal deal with Framber that many people have issues with. But it is kind of around the league. I feel like there's a lot of that around the league to where Framber, like Tyler said, and he lied about it. Hell, you ain't lied about it. You're trying to avoid this damn suspension, just like every one of those pitchers did.
This dude's a damn nut job with a pathological line problem.
You remember that time Roger threw that bat at Mike Piazza?
I was just thinking of it when you were laying that out a second ago. I was like, or he might throw the barrel of a bat at something.
Remember they asked Roger about it, and Roger said he thought he was holding the ball. And either way, Roger, why would you throw the ball at him at that point? Even if it was the ball, why would you throw the ball at him running up the line? Why'd you turn and throw it to first?
I thought we were playing wall ball for a second.
Guys, like these dudes they're just liars. I mean, I don't know, man. I think Framber's a nut job. I think a lot of these pitchers who throw at people on purpose are nut jobs. And weak in the moment.
The classic dismount there is hope he doesn't cross his catcher.
That was good. That's pretty good.
Who happens to be our pitcher right now, by the way.
Yeah, he is. Got out of it. But that guy was ready, man. Was he giving notes? How was he ready that fast?
Who was it?
I don't know who
the Boston guys.
I don't know who their it's their color analyst. I know that was O'Brien. That was Dave O'Brien on the color. On the play-by-play. I don't know who that was, the analyst.
It's got to be a former player, right? I mean, only a former player would feel that.
Yeah, ready to go. Yeah. By the way, can we address something real quick? What was that last night from Altuve on that swing?
Oh, my God.
Against Shohei Ohtani.
Embarrassing.
That ball was thrown out of the left-handed batter's box. Like, it was thrown out of the – it never started as a strike. They're sitting here. The commentators are talking about how Will Smith saved it. Saved it. This man tried to throw his bat out there and swing on it. What was? I mean, we have seen Altuve swing at some bad pitches, Tyler, and we know. But
sure.
You guys have lost your mind about it. Tyler Clint loses his mind about him swinging out.
I tried to make it a hit and run situation. I tried when I saw it. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt and create some kind of scenario.
You don't even swing at that on a hit and run, man.
Well, I mean, I've seen guys throw their bat at a ball on a hit and run. I mean, you're just hoping that it fouls off so you protect your guy. But I mean, hell, he couldn't have thrown his bat at that.
He could have thrown.
I mean, literally, the play-by-play guy is literally. I mean, he is stroking the catcher because he avoided a disastrous pass ball.
And he didn't even. I don't even think he believed there was a swing. Oh, we're out of the inning. Oh,
did Altuve swing?
This inning's over. He couldn't have picked himself up and thrown himself out there far enough.
Well, he's not tall enough.
They tried to make that. They tried to make that a meme out of it.
Like I know,
laid Altuve horizontal to the ground on his bat.
I know his greatness. And I know generally you don't, like in baseball, they don't say anything really to guys that come off and they do stuff.
That was bad.
I'd just be like, hey man, what were you looking at? What did you see? I just want to know what you saw there.
That was bad enough to where smart ass comments, not even real questions like you're talking about. Like smart ass comments are okay. They're permitted.
I legit I just want to know what you saw there. Like what did you think that was a sweep? Because that was a sweeper that literally started at the line in the left-handed box and then ended to it line. It was never a strike.
That thing hit the back line, the back line of the batter's box.
I've never seen it. I just
3.5 feet outside.
Not the back as in closest to the umpire, back as in closest to first base.
Yeah, man, he had to get something like where did he have to be? That was. I mean,
when Altuve decides he's going to swing, damn it.
I mean, come on, man. Even when you've decided prior to the pitch,
yes,
you got to see that one. Like, well, all right. I mean, he'd have swung at that pitch that Willis threw. He'd have swung at that pitch that 50 threw. I mean,
he would have swung at a cricket pitch at this point.
I'm telling you, man, that was rough. All right, what you got coming up?
All right, Ben Solak of ESPN, he put out a list. Veterans on the hot seat after the draft. Did a Texan make the list? If so, who was it, and why in the hell are they on the hot seat? We'll have that next right here on Sports Radio 6.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And today is their largest margin in a loss as the Dodgers win the series with a 12-2 victory here on a Wednesday afternoon at Daikin Park. The Astros will enjoy the off day tomorrow and then get ready for the Cincinnati Reds.
No celebration music today on The Drive as the Astros completely messed the bed from jump. Salazar, the reserve catcher who's been called up because Diaz was bit by the injury bug, ended up on the bump throwing lollipops up there, did give up a home run, but managed to at least get us into the clubhouse. It was a rough outing for the Astros today. Lance McCullers started off hot. But I'm awaiting right now a presser or some kind of audio being released, which Tyler will definitely grab. Lance McCullers has some kind of blister on the finger, maybe. That something going on with his hand that ultimately gave him some troubles. He gave up 3 runs on what I would consider wild pitches. I'm not sure what they're gonna pass balls or wild pitches, who they're gonna blame it on. And
they were all ruled wild pitches.
They were all there. Well, there you go. But I tried to blame it on Salazar. I tried to
do that to me now.
I tried to blame it on Espada for not having to start at least the best catcher in there. Couldn't do it. Lance McCullers, wild pitches, gave up 3 runs, and then he gives up a 3-run bomb. 6-1 comes out of the game, and I'm awaiting right now some kind of audio that he's going to go to a 10-day IL at least, or have something to where he's got to rest that hand and is going to have to miss a start. So again, bad news on the Astros front. Good news, Bryce Matthews, local product here. He did lead the game off. About 3 pitches in, he led the game off with a bomb. Gave us that early score, that early lead that Christian Walker gave us a couple of nights ago that paid off big time. Didn't pay off today. So Astros messed the bed. They lose in embarrassing fashion to the Dodgers. Who'd you say is up next? Seattle is up next?
No, the Reds.
Cincinnati, then Seattle.
Yep.
Okay, so you got a day off. Well, good. They don't have to load manage anybody tomorrow. They're all gonna be good and rested for tomorrow. Several guys got half the game off today. A couple of guys, Altuve, I believe, got the complete game off. So
and Correa got the game off.
Correa. We'll talk to that now. We'll talk about that here in a bit. We'll get to that at some point. Today's Dirty Daily is powered by Starbucks. Boys, you can believe I hit Starbucks up today. I had to leave the house a little earlier this morning, so I didn't get my second cup of coffee. So I hit up Starbucks.
Little Starbies.
Not a big Starbucks guy, but I did hit up Starbucks, and big shout out to Starbucks. The last time that I did hit a Starbucks, which was 2-3 weeks ago, maybe, didn't ask for a tip. Just gave him my damn coffee like I asked for.
And then it made you want to give him one, didn't it?
I thought about it, but then I thought, that there's just take it and run. There's no reason to be mouthy. And then today, they did ask for a tip. I believe it was asking for a tip.
Oh, no.
But no. Before he ever gave my coffee, all he did was take my order. I mean, he wasn't even the one making the coffee, but somebody. Anyway, Tyler, it wasn't hey man, here, make sure you tip us 15, 20, or 25%. No, it was $1, $2, $3.
That ain't bad.
Reasonable.
That ain't bad.
Reasonable, right?
Yeah, appropriate for the amount of work.
I can get down with that. So Starbucks, whether it's not asking for a tip or asking for just a reasonable little $1, $2, $3 here or there instead of 20 or 25%, appreciate what you're doing, man. I greatly appreciate what you're doing. As I mentioned, coming into this segment, Ron, Ben Solak of ESPN, he put out a list. It's list season, right? Astros stink. Rockets are done. Texans are a couple months out from or at least a month out from OTAs and mini camps and things of that nature for us to really dial in on. It's list season, and Ben Solak of ESPN put out a list. The list is titled "Veterans on the Hot Seat After the Draft." I think there was about 15 veterans out there, and I'll be damned if I didn't scroll down there and there wasn't a Texan on that list.
Really?
And there was a Texan on the defensive side of the football. Anybody want to guess? Anybody want to guess who it might be? Defensive side of the football. Anybody want to guess who it might be? Little misleading.
I won't cheat. I already saw it.
Oh, you dirty dog! Appreciate you being honest.
Have to be connected with the draft.
Well, there you go. Good call. You can start connecting some dots if you'd like to. It was Tommy Togiai, right? Which I don't know if Tommy Togiai necessarily fits the veteran tag. I don't know if Tommy Togiai necessarily fits the hot seat tag either. But so forget really the point of the gist of the article as it pertains to Tommy Togiai was very complimentary, right? Last year, if anybody's wondering, Tommy Togiai took more snaps of any defensive lineman with the Texans inside the guards, which means he was typically the shade. He wasn't in a three technique. He wasn't on the outside shoulder of the guard. He was inside between guard's face mask and guard's face mask or touching the center, which is where you want your bigger guys that can hold up to double teams and your bigger guys that can hold the line of scrimmage. And he obviously did a tremendous job at his job, right? DeMeco Ryans told us about it repeatedly. I think Nick Caserio has told us about it repeatedly. I think he gained a lot of respect for his performance with the Texans over the last couple of years. There you go. That guy right there. According to NFL Next Gen Stats, Togiai's 9.7% stop rate. Now, here we go into these advanced stats. Not real sure how they got there, right? But apparently it was the highest among defensive tackles last year, and I believe it was the highest in the league in defensive tackles. So it's closely tied to your opponent's success against you in the run game, and he held his water, he held his ground, and was really, really impressive in doing it. And this is less about, in my opinion, at least the point in the conversation I want to have, Ron, is less about the hot seat and Tommy Togiai. I don't think they all go together, but it's more about seeing this got me excited about the potential, right? It got me excited about, what the possibility is of how beautiful the rotation could be for the Houston Texans. If you look up, Sheldon Rankins is obviously an older player. You'd like to limit some of his snaps. He's a little bit more of a penetrator. We've seen him make big plays, score touchdowns. Obviously a leader on this football team. He's here for more reasons than just eating snaps, obviously. He is more of an outside the guard type of defensive tackle anyway. But when I look at this, and if anybody that covers the NFL thinks that Tommy Togiai could potentially be on the hot seat or lose snaps to the McDonald kid that we drafted early on in the second round that slid out of the first round, was thought to be one of, if not the best interior defensive lineman in this draft, falls. The Texans move, they jump, they trade up to get above the Giants because they figured the Giants were going to take one after losing. What was Big Boy's name that they lost? Free agent that to the Bengals.
Lawrence.
Golly, what's his name?
Something Lawrence.
Dexter Lawrence. Good pull, T.
There you go, Tyler.
Good pull.
The
Texans thought that the Giants, because of that, would be jumping and taking a defensive tackle. So Nick Caserio strikes, and he picks Caden McDonald. And Ron, I'm just sitting here going, there's not many places where our defense can get any better. There's not many places where they could improve over last year.
Yeah.
I would say interior defensive lineman and safety, and Reed Blankenship comes in, obviously fills that void. And then in the defensive tackle position, the rotation, and I know there's going to be more. I would imagine they're going to sign somebody off that free agent list that we've talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
But when I look at the combinations that could be big time in Houston, if Caden McDonald is even remotely close to as good as folks think he's going to be, if we're facing a team that is more physical up front and isn't talking about running the ball and establishment, but literally can do that, right? Yeah. A legit run first football team, ball control, pro style for what it's worth, if that still exists, football team. the ability for the Texans to throw Tommy Togiai in there along with Caden McDonald, if Caden McDonald is who they say he possibly could be, those two run stuffers in the middle, one inside the guards, one at a 3 technique, one of them, on the outside shoulder of a guard kind of deal. I mean, I think that's a piece that we've not seen DeMeco Ryans' defense have. Now, I think they stumbled into Tommy Togiai, who had success helping stop the run.
They did, yeah.
Right? Everybody else was penetrators before that was in the rotation, but they got hurt. Tommy Togiai steps up, boom, you're onto something. Now, all of a sudden, Caden McDonald drops in the draft, boom, now you're onto something. But that's always been the thing that I look at DeMeco's defense, and it's hard to find a weak spot, if you will. It's hard to find a trouble spot. But the one thing that was always in the back of my head was, boy, if you get a good team that runs it downhill, they're going to be able to eat against this defense. Mario Edwards and that group, right? The Texans' ability after this draft to potentially put 2 run stoppers in there, take snaps off the plate of Sheldon Rankins, who's an aging veteran, keep him fresh for more opportunities down the stretch, along with whoever they bring in to rotate through there, Ryan. This is less about the hot seat and got me more excited about the rotation of that interior defensive line and what it could mean for this team in terms of improving off what you saw last year, which would be hard to do.
And that's what they want to do. They want to do that all the way across the defensive line. And it looks like they may have guys that are potentially upgrades at that than what they've had before, potentially. Because right now, I would think Tommy's probably better. Not probably. He's better than McDonald right now. I wonder how long it will take before McDonald gets to that point, because I think more talent-wise, he's projected to be better than Tommy is. But you start talking about that group where Tommy is better than your second-round pick right now, who you know is coming forward, and these two guys are both relatively young. Yeah, you may have something there where you don't lose a lot of drop-off when those guys come out.
Yeah, well, the beauty, and this is not a knock on Tommy. Look, Tommy is low center of gravity. Tommy's doing everything that he can with what he's been blessed with. The McDonald kid is steps on the field and can do some similar things that Tommy has to use leverage and has to kind of play to his strength. The McDonald kid's ceiling is significantly higher than Tommy Togiai. So that's what's so impressive. But I just, as I was reading through this article talking about Caden McDonald potentially being that interior force that could take some of the pressure off of Togiai, I'm thinking, damn, boy, if you get 2 true run stoppers in there, along with some rotational pieces that can penetrate the way you want to, boy, you really got – there's really an opportunity there for those linebackers to roam if you've got D linemen that can keep the offensive linemen off of them, and this defense could take another step, which is scary because they were already – not only were they a good defense statistically, but I think they were one of the more violent defenses in the game, one of the more feared defenses in the game just by stylistically how they played. If now all of a sudden you can clog up the middle of the field because you've used one of your premium draft picks on an interior defensive lineman, that's a lot of pressure to put on Caden McDonald, Ron, but I'll ask you this. Caden McDonald or Keelan Rutledge, which one do you have more confidence in playing early?
Oh, I mean, I would say McDonald. I think they both will, but to impact the most is I just think McDonald is surrounded not only with coaches but also players around him that he should excel at doing his job, right? Like, Rutledge may be playing an entirely new position that he's not played at center, and he may be playing that with Ed Ingram on one side that is solid, but this is not a great – I mean, it's not like the equivalent of Will Anderson on one side, and then he's got, not the equivalent of –
Fair. I mean, fair.
And, so
scheme and supporting cast is definitely tilted on the defense.
Like, he knows the position.
Yeah.
The hope is that Rutledge can play center, and that will still be a new piece to him.
Yeah. Boy, if Rutledge can play center, I think it will steal the show in 2026. If he is good enough and they're confident enough in him to play center from jump, I think it'll be the talk of Houston for sure for the first month, depending on how he plays. But I just, for whatever reason, I just feel really good about the McDonald kid jumping in there.
Yeah.
I need to find out more about him in a sense of I mean, is this a kid that's already been committed to the weight room for 4 years and is filled out, developed, and ready to roll, or is he a guy? I know they'll get significantly better between year 1 and 2 and year 2, 3 kind of deal because they're professionals. But is this a guy that eats the weight room, or is this just a super gifted guy, both physically, tangibly, and intangibly that needs to develop some? If he's already one that is just kind of a man amongst boys, look out, man! This could happen quicker than expected.
Yeah, no, he's got a chance. He's got a chance, and if you're a defensive lineman, there is no better place for you to come with the staff and the players around you to get better, to get a lot better. And like you said, there's just kind of versatility with what the strengths are from some of those guys and what you're bringing in.
Yeah.
Right? Like for the Texans at times last year, interior-wise, the same person you probably wanted to bring in to stop a 4th and 1 may be the same person you want to bring in to –
well, shoot, there was. I mean, they were. I mean, look, you had so many injuries and guys missing due to PEDs and crap that you. I mean, shoot, the rotation was slim a lot of the time.
Slim at times, yeah. All right, coming up as we continue, the Astros they lose. We'll get you updated on what happened there, but we've got to get you updated on the big story of the day, and that is Carlos Correa. He is going to be out for the season. You can hear it from himself. He will tell you what happened, how it happened, and how long he sees himself out. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, 29-degree man-sized draft.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Brandon Scott coming up here at 4:40 next segment. The season is over, and one more Rockets report until next year. We'll get his thoughts on everything Rockets, how it ended, and where they go from here. 12-2, no celebration music today. The Astros, they moved to 15-23, lose the series to the Dodgers after a great performance from Pete Lambert last night in the bullpen, which was Brian King. They lose 12-2. Lance McCullers, we'll hear from him. We'll hear from Joe Espada. There's been some reports he left due to a finger issue. It looked like, Clint, he was on his way out anyhow after giving up a 3-run bomb. So we'll see what goes on from there. But they lose 12-2. Lance gets the loss as he gives up 6 earned runs in 2 2/3 innings, and 3 homers given up. 3 homers given up in this game. So
and 3 wild pitches.
3 wild pitches that all led to runs from Lance. So big rough day for the Astros. And Clint, it started off rough. It started off rough with Carlos Correa and that news, and that is really the big news of the day. Carlos Correa, hell, I'll let him tell you himself. Carlos Correa was scratched. I sent this to you guys driving home last night. Hey, Carlos Correa scratched with an ankle issue. Of course, Tyler sent. I don't even think Tyler's cussing anymore. I think he's just like WTF. So maybe he did slide one in there. But usually Tyler spells his own out. But nobody really knew what it was. And then it just started to get progressively worse. We heard it's a severe injury, and then Carlos Correa spoke to the media earlier today, and this is what he had to say.
I need surgery on the tendon, my left ankle, which will require for me to miss the rest of the season.
How tough is it to get that news?
Tough, really tough. Not what I was expecting, but now it's time to deal with it, face it head on, and focus on the rehab.
All right, so more to that. Not only is his season ending, looks like his recovery will be 6 to 8 months on that. So as he is aging here, he's had significant injuries. This is coming year in and year out at this point, and now he is out for the season again. He had injuries with the Twins, and now injuries here with the Astros. He goes more into depth into actually what happened. All we knew, he was swinging in the batting cages, and here's Carlos giving an understanding of what happened.
I was hitting the cage, normal day, feeling great. I went through my whole routine, took a swing, and just fell a pop. It just completely snapped on me, and then it fell to the ground and couldn't put weight on it.
What was the swing you landed? Or planted?
Normal swing. It was a normal swing, and I felt like a loud pop. I heard it and felt it, and right away I knew something was wrong.
All right, there it is. Right away, knew something was wrong, and he was right. He is out 6 to 8 months out for the season. Your reaction, Clint?
Yeah, look, it personally it sucks because he's my favorite Astro. He's my favorite player to hear from. He's the guy that when I feel like, for whatever reason the wheels are coming off, like he's the one guy that gives me a little bit of hope they're going to be able to pull things together from a leadership, from an alpha perspective, and so it sucks personally as an Astros fan and as a Los Correa fan to lose him. But look, I mean, of all the injuries that the Astros have sustained this year, if they're built or prepared for any of them, this is it. I mean, you've got multiple third basemen, you've got multiple shortstops, you've got multiple infielders, all of which are definitely starters, can play at an all-star level. Several of which are Gold Glovers type of defenders, and so you've still got top of the line starters to play at other positions, assuming Jeremy Pena gets back with that hamstring pull that's he's gone radio silent with. I mean, assuming he gets back, then you're fine. So, as a team, as the Astros go, I think this is one they were at least built this year to kind of weather the storm of.
I think this is all going to be really interesting leading forward. Obviously, he's going for the year, and as you said, this is not something where Espada has to go and try to figure out things like he's having to do with the rotation with all these injuries out there. I mean, roughly, Paredes is going to play third base, and Pena, if he's back, when he gets back, is going to play shortstop, and you understand that's what you had last year, and you can see where your infield goes. But in the future, they still will have a excess of infielders, an excess of starting quality infielders, and we assume when Carlos Correa comes back next year, he will be that. They cannot get rid of Paredes, though. I'm talking about at any point with this thing, not just this year, obviously they're not this year, but next year they're going to come up against exactly what they came up against this year with that talk of like, who are they going to do? They're going to have guys maybe potentially all-star level sit down. Well, with his injury history and what we're seeing now, and I mean, Tyler, you can tell me if I'm wrong. Correa's getting something, feels like he's missing significant time every year now.
Yeah, that's
for the
fair.
last, it's something has happened every year with the Twins, and it was starting to happen here as well.
6 to 8 months now.
Yeah, and so this is, and he's getting older. That ain't going to slow down. So it'll be
yourself. Remember.
Great call, Tyler. Hell of a job.
Go to hell.
Hell of a job.
Sorry. It's your draw zone.
That was convincing, Ron. That was very convincing.
I'm not wearing any today, jokes.
Send that video to him, B. Scott, on his way home today.
No, I'm not going to watch it, Brandon. Tell you that right now. But they're just whatever they're going to make a decision on. It has to be. They got to keep this dude because, well, could you imagine if they traded him to try to get another arm? They'd be sitting over here with, I don't know what they're going to do.
Well, it'd be on brand for what the Astros' luck has been. But, yeah, it would be rough. Yeah.
I've said, Clint, it's crazy. Like, I understand the value he brings because he's cheaper and younger. But maybe that's something that the Astros should be wanting to try to hang on to. So, I mean, it will – this obviously has to fall into their thinking in how they move forward with all of these guys that can play multiple – spots for them, being DH and infielders. So not only is that tough on this year, I think it kind of pushes even more. Like, man, we got to stop all this trading Paredes conversation thing because we don't know who's healthy. And he's
at the rate the Astros are going. I mean, there's a lot can change. Obviously, with Altuve's age and with Pena's contract and
unless you're just starting over.
Yeah. I mean, it's there's who knows what's what the future holds with the luck that these guys have had the last couple of years.
Rutledge for me.
If he can handle the starting center job in this offense, now you have 5 dudes that feel like they line up like a bulldozer. They're falling together like Voltron if Voltron was a snowplow.
It's Reggie Atatula and John Lopez, localizing your lunch break 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
From Attorney Seabley Traffic Center, 713 call lead. Pretty much typical rush hour delays. Really nothing that major on the highways. Beltway 8 North, eastbound Vickery Drive, 3-vehicle wreck that's blocking that center line. May see some minimal delays there. Mostly cloudy, 85 degrees. I'm Lori Houston, Sports Radio 610.
No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ownwell.com/terms. Estimate based on your neighborhood average and individual results may vary.
When I saw how high my property tax bill was, I was shocked. We couldn't afford this. But I discovered Ownwell. Ownwell reduced my property taxes and saved me over $1,000.
Your property taxes aren't set in stone. They can be protested and they can be reduced. But instead of filing protests yourself and very possibly losing your appeal, Ownwell does it all for you. And we give you the best chance to win and save big. Ownwell.
Text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. We're talking hoops, H-Town. Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the hardwood in Clutch City. It's the Rockets Report.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
Y'all ready for this?
All right, welcome back. Final one of the season. Final Rockets report of the season. Brandon Scott, our guy, he has been with us every single Wednesday, 4:40. And I'll be honest, we were excited about this season when Kevin Durant came into the building. And I think we assumed we would be doing Rockets reports longer than the end of the first round.
Yeah.
But that is not the case. B. Scott, you thought the last time we were here was last Wednesday. They played 2 games since. You thought we would be out of here and this season would be done in Game 5. They went in and actually won that game when the Lakers were trying to close out, and then a lot of people thought they were going to at least force a Game 7. They came back here, and then they played their worst offensive game of the season. And you know this, that is saying a lot. They have had some clunkers, but 78 points, and that's with a run at the end with the bench players to get to 78, was their lowest scoring game of the season. What happened?
They can't shoot, man. They just can't shoot, at least not consistently enough. Like, the thing is, when they're the guys on the team that supposedly can shoot, when they don't shoot it well, there's not enough around them to really pick that up. So, like, you look at the bench, right, and you talked about it. The bench came in and gave them a little bit, and you don't really expect much from this bench to begin with. But if Jabari Smith Jr. and Reed Shepherd, guys like that, and Alperen Sengun, not necessarily from 3, but just overall, if those guys are not going to be effective, and then that's not to say anything of not having Kevin Durant out there, which is a big part of what you do offensively. So basically after that, and we talked about this, who's got to have a big scoring game? I talked about that on In the Loop. We talked about, throughout the series, X factors and guys that had to show up. Jabari Smith Jr. and Reed Shepherd were guys that I pointed to kind of first and foremost, and those were the guys that shot the worst, that you need to shoot the best, and actually shot the worst in that game. And so that's what happens. A familiar issue with the Rockets where it turns out they can just go flat out cold in a game. And they went 10 minutes, count them, 10 game minutes from
this in the middle of that 27-3 run.
The 27-3 run includes 5 minutes at the end of the first quarter and roughly the first 5 minutes of the second quarter, where they did not score a single field goal. They scored 3 points, as you mentioned, and it came on a Jabari Smith Jr. fouled at the 3-point line by Jackson Hayes. He made 2 of 3. That was in the first quarter. And then there was an odd defensive 3-second call on Marcus Smart where Reed Shepherd knocked down the technical foul. Those are the 3 points that they got. Those are the 3 points that they got through that 10-minute span. Otherwise, they couldn't knock down a shot. And then also, like more specifically, their offensive process. Right, and I think that's the thing that frustrates most of us the most, is that they don't necessarily know what they're trying to get into. A lot of their possessions don't seem to make sense, and that reared its ugly head in this game for sure.
Well, that's what happened in the game. What's your feel for what happens moving forward this offseason?
Yeah, it's one of those things where you got to listen to what they say but really watch what they do, because I was at what I call the post-mortem press conference on Monday with Rockets general manager Rafael Stone and the head coach Ime Udoka, and it sounds like they're comfortable with running this thing back, with making some improvements along the margins. Like it sounds like to them, the improvement from this team is going to come from adding the injured elements that we already know about, right? Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams coming back, but not, and they stress this, not simply relying on that, but that there's going to be this improvement from within, that the young players are going to get better. I asked Rafael Stone specifically, hey, where's that shooting going to come from? Udoka's over here right next to you talking about how you need more shooting and you need less of duplicate guys, right? Too many crossover guys. How are you going to achieve that this offseason? How realistic is that? And he pointed to specifically, again, Jabari Smith Jr. and Reed Shepherd as guys he wants to go from good shooters to great shooters. You're rolling the dice on that, right? Like, Reed is really early on in his career. Jabari's played 4 seasons. So, look, you're betting on those guys to be significantly better shooters over the course of time, and then you're going to, replace the Okogis and Aaron Holidays and Jayshawn Tates of the world with shooters? all right, well, let's see how that works.
To me, the thing, I don't either. I mean, to me, you're talking.
That's what they tried to pedal to.
But with a health, think about it, like with a healthy Rockets, you're talking about the 5th and 6th player on the floor, at best. You know what I mean? We're talking. I mean, obviously, you're going to have Şengün, you're going to have Kevin Durant, you're going to have Fred VanVleet, and you're going to have Amen Thompson. If we're talking about Reed Shepherd and Jabari Smith, which I like the conversation, but if that's where we're going to get more shooting or to get better, I mean, you're talking about the 5th or 6th guy. You ain't good enough 1 through 4 to be that to go that route, are you?
Well, I will say, like, the theory of a healthy, like, if it's hard to imagine it being this way next season with those guys coming off of injuries. But I will say the theory of last season with a healthy Fred VanVleet, a healthy Steven Adams, and then, Jabari Smith Jr. is in your starting lineup, and they rely on him to knock down the open shots that whatever offense they're trying to run, that whatever the offense that creates, right? The shots that creates for him, right? He hits or he at least takes a lot of open shots, Jabari Smith Jr. And then Reed Shepherd was going to have an increased role. It just wasn't supposed to look like it ended up looking like with Fred VanVleet not being out there. So in theory, they are supposed to be a much better team if they're healthy. I just think it's risky to rely on that with those guys being a year older and coming off an injury.
We've heard that before.
And so now this year looks different from what the theory would have been for last year, which I thought would have been a solid one had they not had the bad injury luck. But to your point, it's like, it seems like you need to make a little bit more of a drastic change there. Maybe we're talking about getting off of that DFS contract, right? If he contributes to what they paid him for and what the standard billing was for him, then I think we're also having a different conversation. But it turns out he's the 9th, 10th, 11th guy on the bench, which he wasn't supposed to be. So they need a lot of things that went wrong for them to go right for them.
Brandon, I'm with you. I listened to them, and they did not make it appear that they felt like a lot of change was needed. Now, for me, last year, you let us know, all right, we were moved from a team that is building, that's trying to go like the OKC route or the Celtics route. You said, to hell with that. You went and got Kevin Durant, which screams, we want to try to be contenders right now. And for me, if that's the space that you moved into, I legit wonder what their thinking is in terms of seeing the landscape of the Western Conference in the NBA and them saying to themselves, running it back, if we just add Fred and Steven Adams, running it back, we will then be there where we're looking at teams like the Spurs and the Timberwolves and obviously the Juggernaut and OKC. I don't know how they can arrive to a point where they feel like running it back will put them in the position to be a true contender.
Well, they're dug in on the core, and that's what all of this is really hinging on. And I think that's the disappointment of the season is that you had flashes from all of them, but as a collective, they were not good enough, right? You needed them to step up in a way that they just simply did not this season, okay? And so they're dug in on that, but I was just having this conversation earlier in the day of like cores I would rather have, and I'm looking around the league, what you just did. San Antonio, ahead of you. Detroit in the East, ahead of you. Charlotte, arguably. I know they didn't finish with as good of a record and they were only in the play-in, but I'm pretty sure they feel pretty good about their young core. At least
that's
they're
dicey, but I'll hear it.
I mean, Con Knipple, who's the player that you feel better about on the Rockets than Con Knipple? Maybe Amen, maybe Şengün, but otherwise, I mean, they got Brandon Miller. Like, so you look around. The point being, there are teams that are either ahead of you that started around the same time or are on your heels, right? The Mavericks at some point are going to be coming, right? They just hired Ujiri, and they got Cooper Flagg, the Rookie of the Year. Like, they're coming at some point. And you're kind of just seeming like you're jogging in place a little bit, like you're treading water a little bit, right? And so that's the thing. You need to see a collective growth amongst all of them, not just Reed Shepherd, not just Alperen Şengün, not just Jabari Smith Jr., but literally all of them. I think the young players have to both be better and they have to be utilized better. Like, I don't think this just should fall at the feet of these young guys who haven't necessarily lived up to quote-unquote expectations. I think they also need to be put in positions and be utilized properly. Think about Amen Thompson is a perfect example of this. Somebody who in his first full season as a starter is being played out of position. Can you fairly evaluate somebody in that sense? So I think they all need development. It's just going to be like, I think it's a question of how they've developed them and if that's going to be enough to get them over the hump.
Well, the interesting thing, that to me that sticks out, comes to mind immediately is like you don't have dudes in the building that are developers of talent. You know what I mean? Like none of those guys got better. They regressed. They didn't just jog in place, B. Scott. They backpedaled. I mean, all of those guys.
I think the progression that you did see, the improvement that you did see from guys, like I'll say Jabari Smith Jr., I thought benefited directly from playing with Kevin Durant. I thought that Reed Shepherd benefited directly from playing with Kevin Durant, but that's playing with Kevin Durant. To your point, like coaching-wise, development-wise, what the organization is doing, maybe giving the ball to Amen Thompson and allowing him to figure things out on ball. Like I do think this experience is going to be valuable for him in the long run.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. Yeah. They don't have a clear player development process to where you can say, hey, this guy, you can see where this guy improved in this, and that.
Yeah.
Because the coaching staff or the development staff did this.
Yeah, the Jabari, I hear the Jabari Smith thing. I think Jabari, but I think Jabari, to me, Jabari's was more. I mean, Ron knows this. I was high on Jabari. I just like his get down, but like I think his development came from just opportunity, right? I mean, it was like he seemed to get more opportunity. He seemed to be a little bit more assertive than he was before, and he flourished a little bit. It was hard for me to hear the developmental piece last year, and that was going to get it done with this group. But they were so good that you got to kind of be like, all right, cool, let's see it. And then you look up and you still got guys that can't shoot. You still got guys handling the ball that can't dribble. You still got I don't know, is he overrated or not, Ron, in Şengün, you know? I mean, I just don't see a developmental piece with this group.
Well, that's what it's just tough. For them to get to the level of a real contender, they're going to need all those dudes to take the step that we thought they were going to take without right now, because they don't seem to be willing to really change a lot on the staff. Right now, with the same kind of coaching staff that they have this year, that is hard to think that all of those guys will take that step to now catch these other teams.
Yeah, what I think they've done is drafted a nice collection of role players, but with the thought that at least one or two of them might be more than that. And it seems like they're still hinging their future on that. When it seems like to me that these guys are all nice pieces to have, but none of them necessarily mandatory. Amen might be the exception because he's a defensive specialist.
Oh, real quick, what you just said was good. Coming into this season, did you think Şengün and Amen Thompson were guys that were more than role players?
Yeah, and I still do.
You still do? Okay,
I still think that they're more than role players, but not quite good enough to be, or at least hasn't shown to me, to be the leading guy on, like, the best player on a championship caliber team, right? That's part of the reason why they had to go get Kevin Durant in the first place. And can they ever necessarily be that guy? I think Amen has a chance, but Buddy doesn't have a jump shot. It's hard to make that argument right
now,
right?
There's no Cade Cunningham's running around here.
Exactly.
Well, but I think Amen Thompson, we were talking about it yesterday, I think Amen Thompson in somewhat of like a Draymond-type role. I know Draymond's personality is different, but just in that role, defensive specialist, just grinder, that like for a contender that just needs a unique piece, I think he's extremely valuable. For a team that's kind of lost trying to figure out who they are and what their next step is and what their identity is, I think that's a tough piece to develop, man.
Yeah, there's just not that frontline guy. When we talk about these other places that have lapped him, right? Minnesota has Anthony Edwards. The Spurs have Victor Wembanyama, right? You mentioned Cade Cunningham in Detroit.
But the thing is, B. Scott, we accepted that. But we did think that Şengün could be Randall. We did think Amen Thompson could be what's Buddy's name that's been talking on
Jaden
McDaniels. And those, God, can they be in that vein?
And see, I do think that they can be in that vein, but you're still going to, at some point, there's going to be a life without Kevin Durant, right? So I think so you're still looking at which one of those guys can be Anthony Edwards?
Well, yeah, they don't have.
You know what I mean? And they don't have that. And I think right now it's more of a situation of surrounding them with the most around them, and then also requiring them to develop and raise their game up to another level.
All right, we got because I could keep going with this all night long, but I can't keep looking at Tyler. Look at me at this time. 5 o'clock fire coming up as we got to get to it. B. Scott, final Rockets report. I've listened to B. Scott. I don't think he believes any major moves are coming in this offseason with the Rockets. And judging by that press conference, it doesn't feel like there are any either. All right. We'll get you caught up on what happened with the Astros as they got their asses kicked. Jason Alexander didn't even make it through the post-game meal. His ass is already back to Sugar Land, and we'll get an understanding of what happened with Lance McCullers. Also, if you haven't heard, Correa out for the year. We'll let you hear what he had to say. Word came down on a punishment for Framber Valdez, and much, much more right here live on The Drive.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about Dr. Matoran. Look, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep.
Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
I have made fire!
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is the Astros got their asses handed to them today. They had a chance to win this series versus the Dodgers at home, and they didn't do so. 12-2. 12-2 as both starting pitchers had to leave the game early due to injury. We think it feels like Lance McCullers' potential injury and his ineffectiveness kind of ran into each other there in the third inning, but he took the loss today. He gave up 6 earned runs in 2 2/3 innings on 4 hits, 3 walks, and the first 3 runs were all on wild pitches. Wild pitches.
Half by wild pitch, half by a monstrous home run.
Yes. And Pagan, he hit 3 different home runs today, so that's
pages.
Or pages, whatever you want to.
I think it was Pajes, wasn't it?
Pagan, Pajes. Was it Pajes?
I think so.
Yeah, he hit 3 home runs today, and that first one knocked Lance out of the game as they took a 6-1 lead, and as I said, went on to win 12-2. We heard from the head coach. We heard from the manager, Joe Espada, and Lance McCullers after the game about their injuries. Let's hear from Captain. Let's hear from Lieutenant.
12-2, man. You can't drop Captain today.
Let's hear from Lieutenant Joe Espada. He's dropping. Let's hear from Lieutenant Joe Espada as he gives an update on Lance McCullers.
A little kind of fingernail issue. Just wanted to, I saw him kind of tinkering around with his fingers. I just went out there to check.
Yep. Tinkering around his finger. They went out there and checked twice. And it was in the inning in which he kept throwing wild pitches that were resulting in the runs. And finally, he gave up the bomb. Here's McCullers himself, who I'm sure gave us more than that. Here's McCullers himself. And Clint, we've got a history with Lance. Lance may just tell us everything. He may tell us.
He's self-diagnosed.
He may tell us his injury. He may tell us Hunter Brown's injury. He may tell us several injuries. But here is Lance McCullers on the issues today.
Yeah, my nail, portion of my right pointer fingernail popped off when I was throwing a curveball to Freeland there to start the third. And it's just not an excuse, just as a matter of fact. And so it was tough for me after that, and was trying to get to the third. Probably didn't have anything after that, but just trying to get to the third. So, try to give whoever was going to come in a clean inning, and, had a chance to keep it close. Just, didn't do it with Bajas.
I
when
sometimes
you make that face with your lips, I cannot handle it.
I sometimes want to give these guys a pass, Clint, of like you can't. I mean, these injuries sometimes you can't deal with. We'll get to Carlos Correa here in a little bit. I don't know what you as a staff or training staff can do about a guy who just takes himself out swinging in the cages. But Clint, if a fella has ripped off the pointer finger on his fingernail, and it is clear he was struggling. He just said he was. And it was clear visually he was struggling. Could not seem to grip or throw balls in the strike zone for about 3 batters, which resulted into 3 different runs. Like, ain't nobody run out there with no tape or nothing. Nobody did anything. They just left him in the game and then finally took him out once he got taken yard on a 3-run homer in the Crawford boxes. I just don't understand. That one, to me, that one I got to put on them. Obviously, you can't control the finger issue and the fingernail getting ripped off, but you don't just keep running his ass out there.
Yeah, I mean, unless his story has changed, since, the conversation on the mound in the game, 3-1 ball game, even after the wild pitches, the 3-1 ball game, the manager comes out, talks to the pitcher. I mean, if he's in a spot of, hey, man, something happened to my pointer finger on my throwing hand, I just want to try to get you a clean inning. I'm cool with coming out beyond the third inning. I'm going to throw 60-some-odd pitches. I'm cool. I can't go beyond the third, but let me go ahead and try to get you out of this thing. It seems like it was a poor decision by the Astros management to not pull him out sooner than that. And obviously, hindsight being 2020, he then gives up a bomb. But he clearly looked flustered before that. Yeah. As you mentioned, the back-to-back wild pitches that gave up runs. There clearly was plenty of evidence to go out there and go, hey, man, whatever's going on with your finger is bothering you and affecting your ability to pitch. And that should have been known before he gave up the 3-run bomb, made it 6-1, game was out of reach. And shortly after that, the Astros started pulling starters. So, it seems like a poor decision on Lance's part as well as Espada in that situation.
Yep, they lose 12-2. They are now 15-23. They'll have a day off tomorrow and then get ready to face the Cincinnati Reds. So not getting any better. Pitching was looking good before coming into this game, and then they give up 12 to the Dodgers. So that is the latest there. They lose 12-2. It's a tough one today here at the Dyke.
Say goodnight to the Astros.
5 o'clock fire.
It did not start off well. If you missed it, Carlos Correa, he needs season-ending surgery on his torn tendon in his left ankle. It looks like recovery could be 6 to 8 months. I'm gonna let you hear in just a bit how he said this happened, because this is the luck of the Astros. We've heard some there's just some weird things. We watched their best player last year injure himself stepping on home plate because it was too slick. We've watched misdiagnosis. We watched all kind of stuff. We watched Jake Myers, who was cleared, could not make it past the pitcher's mound to center field to take his position.
So mad I was at that damn game.
Before he went down. It is unreal. And then this one. Here's Carlos Correa on letting you know why he is out 6 to 8 months, and he is having to have season-ending surgery.
I was hitting the cage, normal day, feeling great. I went through my whole routine, took a swing, and just fell a pop. It just completely snapped on me, and then it fell to the ground and couldn't put weight on it.
It was just when you landed, or like planted?
Normal swing. It was a normal swing, and I felt like a loud pop. I heard it and felt it, and right away I knew something was wrong.
I think Altuve may have needed a day off after that. That might have been why he was out today. He may have needed.
And it was his birthday.
He may have felt something pop in that pitch he swung at that was out of.
Good God Almighty, that was just one of the worst I've seen. All right, Clint, your thoughts on. Obviously, Carlos Correa means a lot in that clubhouse. Means a lot to the fans. How significant in terms of missing him of an injury is this in your mind for the Astros?
Well, look, I think we've heard Espada speak today about the significance of him in the clubhouse. They're clearly going to miss that leadership piece and kind of the emotional leader of the clubhouse. Yep. But I mean, the reality of it is, of all the injuries that the Astros have sustained this year, I think the Carlos Correa injury is probably one that they were more prepared for than any of the other injuries that we've seen all year long. To be completely honest with you, I mean you've got a all-star third baseman, you've got an all-star shortstop, you've got plenty of infielders around the horn at this point in time, and so dealing with Carlos Correa's absence in the field and in the lineup for that much is I don't think is as big a loss as it may seem given who he is.
Yeah, I think where they really miss him. One, I mean he's a really good offensive player, especially right now. You're 15-23. We're going to see a lot more Nick Allen.
Yep.
And the likes of those until we see Pena get back. But when you are struggling like you are right now, and some of this is just upstairs mental, what's happening with them right now, that's probably where his biggest asset is to this team, is being able to be a guy that is there to kind of get these guys motivated.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's his big piece of shoes. Like, I think he's probably the loudest voice in the locker room. And I guess he can still be in there, but it is it is different when you're not playing every day.
Oh, yeah.
You're not in there every day. So.
Shoot, when you're going through what you're going through as a team, you're going through what you're going through individually, guys struggling, guys up, new guys in the building, in and out of the building, to have some kind of stabilizing force like a Carlos Correa who embraces and owns that role. I think it's huge. I mean, you got guys like Jordan Alvarez and Christian Walker. Those guys are going to be fine no matter how it goes. But if the wheels continue to come off this season, you got guys like Bryce Matthews and what's old buddy that started in center field or left field tonight?
Cole today.
Cole, yeah. I mean, you've got some young guys that are coming up that it would probably be pretty beneficial to have a guy like Carlos Correa stay in their ear and make sure that they stay focused and doing the right things and yada yada yada. So yeah, I mean he's vitally important, I think, in that role. But if you're still in the hopes that the Astros can figure this thing out and in a bad division make some kind of noise from a production standpoint at the plate and defensively, I think they've got more than enough power to fill the void.
Yep. All right, that's the latest there. Carlos Correa out for the season, swinging a regular swing in the
cages,
in the batting cages. Wow.
Carlos Correa. 5 o'clock fire.
All right, the story now has an ending here with the Tigers, former Astro Framber Valdez. He went real full Framber last night as after giving up 10 runs in 3 innings. I don't know why he was still in the game, but after giving up 10 runs in 3 innings and potential base stealing or sign stealing of Trevor Story, he went ahead and drilled Trevor Story's ass right in the back. Square in the back, and benches cleared. Nobody threw a punch, but benches cleared and stuff went down. Well, ultimately, Clint, the Major League Baseball, despite the denials of it being on purpose, as he said, it was not intentional. For Valdez said through an interpreter, it might look like it, but it wasn't. I was trying to throw strikes after the 2 consecutive home runs. I was trying to go back in the zone, and that pitch came out of my hand a little hot. Yeah, it did. It came out very hot in the back. Despite that, the league swiftly suspended his ass for 6 games. And I guess my question to you, Clinton Tyler, is you think the Astros feel vindicated? You think they're sitting there thinking this is why we decided to move on from him?
I think on his worst day, I think they wish they had him.
Sure as hell better not be.
I think they wish they had his ass on his worst day.
You would deal with this.
On his worst day, you know how good I'd feel right now if I know I had Spencer Arrighetti, I had old Peter doing his thing, and I had Hunter Brown coming back with old middle midget Framber Valdez losing it every now and again. Hell yeah, I'd feel a lot better.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
I'd take him on his worst day, no doubt. Right now, you better believe it.
Yeah, maybe they
unless they dial up and tell us he got hurt in that 3 innings he pitched, giving up 10 runs. If he got hurt somewhere along there, I don't want nothing to do with him. But if he's healthy, yeah, I'll take him.
Yeah, now 6 games he'll miss his next start, and this is tough for the Tigers. They just lost their ace in Skubal. He's going to be out potentially 3 months with surgery with what they call it, loose bodies in his elbow.
Loose bodies in his elbow. You know all about that. You just got yours in your knee. Basically a little bone chip about the size of a large marble just floating around in your knee or your elbow. No big deal. I mean, normal his people elbow. Like Skubal. It's like Skubal finishes. I mean, he just sits out the year and has surgery. Ron just keeps walking around on it, breaking up fights in the stands and stuff.
And having root canals not done and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
We're talking about...
Sorry. Yeah, focus. ADD, sorry.
Good Lord, man.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, we talked about this earlier about Russell Wilson and his potential future. Look at this. Russell Wilson says he is weighing an offer from the New York Jets or doing network TV. Free agent quarterback Russell Wilson is weighing a contract offer from the Jets and going ahead and moving on with his post-NFL career in television. As Geno Smith is already there, Wilson, at 37 years old, visited the Jets last week to discuss the possibility of being Geno Smith's backup and competing for the job. The Jets are looking to add some experience to their depth chart. Their current quarterbacks are Bailey Zappi, Brady Cook, and Cade Klubnik, former Clemson Tiger. What is he doing, man?
What's up, guys? Russell
Russ?
here.
God, man, just stop.
He ain't good enough. He ain't good enough at either one of these jobs right now, and to be weighing his options. His ass better get in that studio as quick as he. I know it's crazy. It's wild. He needs to get his ass in that studio.
Listen, Russ. That man was backing you up in Seattle. You can't do this. Sierra, cooler heads have got to prevail. You have got to go get him and tell him it is over.
Not with the Jets. I mean, it's like if
it is over.
It's like, bro, if somebody, like if a real contender called and said, "Hey, man, we want you to come mentor a young quarterback and be emergency backup that you can win a Super Bowl if something happens, you have to play."
Let's ride.
I could see that, like the competitive to go to a dysfunctional organization, which, by the way, he's been to several recently. It's not like he doesn't know what I'm talking about. To entertain that when you've got another multi-million-dollar offer on the table is wild.
Unlimited
wild,
diarrhea.
Man. Why in the world would anybody of his age, of his ilk, that's accomplished what he's accomplished, that has gone the route of dysfunction for 2 or 3 years now, why would you want to go to the Jets?
And the Jets, I'm sorry.
I got an idea. Why don't you just go to Cleveland, bud?
If I'm him,
just say the hell with it, man. Go just try to turn it off.
If I'm him, I just principle. I can't go back up Geno Smith. Not the Geno Smith that got ousted from Oakland or from Vegas to the Raiders. I cannot do that. I am Russell damn Wilson. I was a borderline Hall of Famer 4 years. Hell, borderline. I was a Hall of Famer 4 years ago.
What's up, guys? Russell Wilson here.
I cannot do this. Sierra has to get in there. Somebody. This is like Sierra out here coming out saying, you know what? You know what?
No, it's been a while since 1-2 step.
Yeah, you know what? I think I'm ready. I'm gonna go open. I'm gonna go open for
Usher.
No, I mean you could see her opening for Usher. I've drawn a blank on anybody who's worth a damn in music right now. But some young R&B person that is not that accomplished that she is going to go open for because she just wants to get one more tour in. Stop.
Mark Redley.
Jesus, I mean, come on, man. Somebody. This is the same thing. It's the same thing. Finally, Savannah got a hold of a LeBron with that hair. And she has got to get his ass. What you've got to do, those cookies, I don't know what you've got to, those goodies, whatever you got to do, sit his ass down. That $2 million, whatever he's going to get, is not worth it. You're going to get paid more for CBS. What are we? Coming up, T. Mill's best bet. What do you think he says to her? I just can't give it up. Yes, you can.
I'm just not ready, man.
Yes,
I'll never be able to go back.
I could go back. You're right. I could back up Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City. I could back up Josh Allen. I can. I can't back up Geno Smith. I can't do it. I can't. Not Geno Smith.
I go back to Denver.
And that coach. I can't. Coming up, T. Mill's best bets. He is still rolling, folks. 5 of 6 on the week. He had another big day in the green yesterday. We'll do that coming up. And, boy, it feels like Shingun, boy, you got an offseason. There is a lot of disrespect happening with you. We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, y'all, look, if you're out there and you're dealing with a hair loss issue, we got a receding hairline, maybe it's thinning or balding up top, or hell, maybe it's all out bald.
Victory Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, he is on a heater, folks. T-Mill's best bets, 3 for 3 on Monday with a push, 2 for 3 last night, and the only thing that didn't hit was Yordan Alvarez getting a base and a half. So luckily today he's not compelled to bet on the Astros, which that would have just gone terribly wrong.
Great point.
Early game, late show, Tyler, it worked out in your favor, bub?
Huge.
If that would have been tonight's game, he'd have damn sure been in on it.
He would have been on it. Yep.
Love it when a plan comes together.
Yeah, man. The schedule, our showtime really benefited you there.
Yeah,
at least your maroon money.
Hell yeah. Never ending. Deep pockets, son.
Oh, wow.
Wow, never ending. All right, so that's T-Mill's best bets coming up here in just a bit. Stay tuned as he is rolling in the money right now. So you want to jump on this. Usually there are moments you got to watch him where you fade him. Right now, you got to jump on that roller coaster right there. All right. Do you think Alfred Şengün is disrespected by the NBA players? The NBA players, they do this every year. The Athletic did this. The NBA players saying that Şengün was voted the most overrated player in the league. Do you think that is fair? You think it is disrespectful? Are you surprised that the NBA players came to the because last year it was Tyrese Halliburton. Are you surprised they came to that it was Şengün as the most overrated?
No, look, I think it's foul. I think it's disrespectful. I think it's uncalled for. And I can't believe that in professional sports, where today in 2026, everybody's worried about saying stuff about the next guy and getting in his pocketbook and all the yada, 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 infecting his money and all that. The NBA literally allows somebody to poll the players on the most overrated player in the game. Are you kidding me with this? Like, I mean, you talking about a heartbreaking betrayal, if you will. I mean, good God, your peers decide, oh, you ain't near as good as everybody thinks you are. You no damn all-star. Now, I'll say this, covering the team since he got there, being a fan of the Rockets since well before he got there, I do think he's overrated. I don't see the
Hold on, real quick. How do you, in your mind, how do you think he's rated? Like, how do you think people view him?
Well, I mean, he's an all-star. You
don't think he's an all-star caliber player?
Yeah, no, I just don't. He's not the caliber player that when I have a conversation about Şengün, it's like end-all, be-all. He's an all-star. What the hell are you talking about? Right? Like, that's hard for me to that's one that's really hard for me to start the conversation with that, or even like really put a lot of emphasis. I understand he's been it's kind of like a Pro Bowler that was a third or fourth alternate in the deal over there. Mac Jones has got Pro Bowler on his resume, but I don't look at Mac Jones. Hey man, he's a Pro Bowler. Like I think he is overrated. I've always thought he was overrated, relatively speaking, but. I mean, not disrespectful like that. Damn, worst in the league?
Most overrated in the league.
No, I ain't got that. I didn't have that from a man.
Yeah, I don't think he's the worst. I don't think he's the most overrated in the league.
Why would the NBA do that?
Oh, I mean, why not? Have a little fun with it. And a lot of these guys take it personal. And as they should. I mean, he is a
Hell
two-time.
Yeah, you should take it personal.
He is a two-time All-Star. Honest to God, I think it's like I bet you people thought Jokic was overrated until they just couldn't accept it anymore. If you look at it, to me, I think Halliburton fits in this, and Halliburton was the most overrated player last year. Like when you go and watch their games, and I'm talking about Şengün, Halliburton. I think years ago with Jokic, you go and watch their game, and you're another player, you're not like, this guy's not highly athletic. This guy is, I mean, there's some skill there. This guy
not a lot of sizzle there with those guys.
There's like, I mean, this guy, like, you probably walk into the game thinking, I can shut down this dude. Like, if I really like it, I can't get it. Now, you walk away sometimes, and the guy averages almost 21 a game, and he's giving you 8, 9 rebounds a game with 6 or 7 assists. And then you look up, you're like, damn. But I can see, because Halliburton, not really super athletic, has a weird, funky jump shot. Not somebody who always is going to go and get 40 or something. Like, you start looking at other NBA players, they look at guys like Anthony Edwards. They look at guys, Tatum or something like that, where it's just like, look at that athleticism. They can do anything. And I just think there's somewhat, they look at it and they're just like, they probably leave games thinking, how the hell we let that dude?
Yeah. No, I can see where he's not as athletically gifted as a lot of those guys. He's not a high flyer. There's not a lot of sizzle there. I can see where, if you want to talk about Jokic, it's a poor man's Jokic. It ain't just a baby Jokic. It's a poor man's Jokic at best. I can see where people could watch the game and not be as impressed with his highlight reel as they are with most NBA players. I get it, but damn, that's
I'm just saying, how many years do you think people were sitting there like, man, Tom ain't that good?
Oh,
you know what I mean? Before he became Tom, before you had to accept it, like, this dude ain't that good.
Absolutely, 100%.
Like, we can go get this dude, and then I bet you it was like that with Jokic for a while. Like, this dude doing all these weird moves, he can't jump, nothing. And I agree with the text line. Someone on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610, said, let's be real, the players voted against Şengün because of his whining, not his play. I do think he gets on people's nerves.
Oh, yeah, he's not good enough to do that. He's not good enough to be the guy that every trip down the floor throws his hands up. Yeah, little wings.
Little wings, yeah.
He's not good enough. I mean, he's not good enough. He can do whatever the hell he wants to. I mean, he's an NBA player. But the reality is he's not good enough to do that, complain all the time, and then when the better players, best players in the league are polled about it, they're gonna yeah. I mean, I just can't believe the NBA does it. I can't believe it. I mean, and I know they're not doing it, but I can't believe that some publication goes out there and goes, hey man, let's just vote on amongst your peers, the guys that you're supposed to be closest to and supposed to be your guys now. Tell us which one you think is highly overrated.
By the way, Rudy Gobert, Trae Young right behind him. And people just can't stand Rudy. That is pretty much what that is. All right, let's hit it. T-Mill's best bets. He's rolling. Again, you can find his bets at T-Mill Real Deal. You can find what he has going tonight. Little NBA playoff tonight action?
Yes, right. Yes. These conference semis, 2 game 2s in action tonight. I got one bet for the first one, 76ers at the Knicks tonight. Game 2, as I said, under in the first half is what I'm on. Set at 110, under 110 first half for Philly and New York. And then within the T-Wolves and Spurs game, I got 2 bets for you, 3 best bets in total today. T-Wolves Spurs over in the game. I got that 216.5. I don't know if that line's changed at all. And then I got Wemby for your player prop tonight, over 12.5 rebounds for the alien that plays for the Spurs. Those are your 3 best bets.
I am really intrigued to see how the Spurs bounce back. That game, that at 216, that is an interesting over. I'm going to watch that big time because that last game, I think, was 104, 102 or something like that.
Yeah, really, it was oddly low scoring.
That game is really physical. They were, the T-Wolves were really physical. I'm wondering if the officials will call that a little tighter because, nobody wants to see Wemby go out there and score 11 points. And he was flying on the ground repeatedly. So I am intrigued to see his bounce back. I wonder what his points
are. Ass better get in that weight room, baby.
Tell you, boy.
Julius Randle ain't no punk.
He blocked Julius Randle's shot. That felt like 15 times alone. And Julius kept running it back there. I'm telling you, I'm watching it, and I all of a sudden I'm watching on the court. They're passing the ball around, and I just see number one just fly through the screen, through the ground, just sliding into the camera well on the ground. No whistle either, by the way. They just went on with play, having to pick himself up more. You ever watch that? Go watch Wemby trying to come around screens. They are lighting his ass up. All right, so go ahead, check it out at T-Mill Real Deal. You can find his best bets as he tries to continue this run. Again, 5 of 6 this week. That's coming off last week. We only missed 4 bets. He's on a heater right now. Coming up, this group right here, this is something now. This group, which a lot of people gave praise with the Texans, this group is going to be graded on a completely different curve. We'll talk about that coming up next.
You're done. Scenic Views. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Most overrated is a stretch. Why does the media call him Baby Jokic? It is a very, very, very small Baby Jokic. I could see it.
I mean, the style of play. I mean, low to the ground, bigger bodied.
Just not as big and just not as good a shooter.
Yeah, I mean, nowhere near as good in any facet of the game. But the approach to basketball is a little bit lower to the floor, and just kind of crafty with the ball at times. I mean, I can see where it's a stylistically a combo.
Yeah,
obviously, we're not comparing him to the MVP.
But no, I mean, when you watch him, especially, when he was at the age of 21 and 22, you're like, well, now he's only 23. But when he was coming up, you're like,
could be.
That's who it looks like his game is.
Yeah, well, I mean, you see a guy impact the game in an assist, rebound, and point way. Again, not to the degree of the MVP, but similarly.
Yeah.
So I can see that. I can see the parallels there.
Yeah, you can see it. But no, he is not, as Clint said, he's not anywhere near where Jokic is, but still a really good player. But yeah, I don't think he's. I don't think he is just flat out the most overrated player. I think that is aggressive. But that's what the league feels like, and I think a lot goes into that. All right, coming up behind us, as you know, a little Texans All Access, as the fellas will take things over. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, and they will have one of the fan favorites around here. And if not one of the fan favorites, definitely one of the brass's favorite, especially DeMeco Ryans and company. Kamari Lassiter, he will be live on Texas All Access right at 6 p.m. when we get done. What number did he switch to?
Who?
Kamari?
3, right?
Is it 3? Is that where he took over 3? I know he left 4.
Tank went to 1, he went to 3, and Woody Marks went to 4?
Somebody took 4. Yeah, Woody, there you go. Good call. Number 3.
Bad MFer.
He is. Kamari Lassiter. One of my favorite interviews, actually. Kamari Lassiter, he will be on with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris coming up behind us. And then Area 45, live, local, late night, the best sports talk show late night in Houston. Area 45, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and our guy Colin will hold it down as they get it going right after the fellas get done at 7 o'clock. So we are live and local right here on Sports Radio 610 until 11 o'clock. So I'm sure they'll be discussing a lot of what we saw with the Astros. Headlines today, Carlos Correa out for the season. Torn ligament in his ankle. He will require surgery, 6 to 8 months recovery. Lance McCullers, They got absolutely destroyed, and he had another tough start. And also not just a tough start, it looks like he is dealing with a finger issue.
Broken nail, ripped it right off in the middle of the game. Had 3 wild pitches that led to 3 runs, and then ended up giving up a 3-run shot. As then he was pulled, but there is a finger issue, so that's something to look out for. Yet another injury potentially to look at with the Astros. So those are some of the big headlines of the day. But Clint, going into this season, I think Cole Popovich has gotten a ton of credit. Mm-hmm.
A ton of credit for what the offensive line ended up turning into, everything they did, even from the jump where they, I don't know, what did you say? It took about 7-8 weeks, it felt like, for them to really settle down on the lineup that they wanted to settle down on.
Yeah, once they got beyond the rotating left guards and just said to hell with both of them and put a tackle over there and Titus Howard, that seemed to kind of level some things out.
And then they put Trent Brown over there at that other tackle spot. But This is coming from the start where Cam Robinson was gone, and as you said, they moved on from Laken Tomlinson, no longer on the team. Drew Scruggs finished the season, but he's no longer on the team now. They did a lot of different things, but he got a ton of credit for the improvement of what we've seen from previous years. And I think that is fair. There was real improvement. I mean, there were times in the previous 2 years, Clint, where we just felt like, these guys just couldn't even function. They couldn't even run. They didn't have a chance to run offense. We didn't even know if some of these guys could play or were good because the offensive line was so poor and didn't give them a chance. It did not feel like that all the time. There were some games it felt a little bit like that, but it didn't feel like that all the time like it had previously. But in the end of it, Clint, their numbers and where they're ranked and how people graded them were not good.
Yeah.
Like they were in the 30s, and they were not good, and that's got to improve and pick up.
They were bad enough the first half of the season and the very end of the season for the numbers to be at the end of the day overall not good. I mean, anytime your rankings start with a 3 out of 32 teams, it's obviously not good. As I've said before, many a time, especially when it's just a small sample size in the middle of a season, I don't think we give Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud enough credit for improving the offensive line play. As I've said many a time, we so often go straight to the O-line that I think it has to do with everybody involved and what their approach is. And so I think we got better when the offensive coordinator got better and the quarterback got better and they quit playing silly-ass games up front with offensive linemen that ultimately should have never been on the field. So it was a combination of all of those things. But the reality of it is when you look at the Texans, their pass block win rate and their run block win rate was a 30 and a 32 respectively. You can't play winning football when that's the case on the offensive side of things. And they've got to get better. Now, what have we seen them do? We've seen them load up with more pass-protecting offensive linemen, tackles, Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard. We've seen them load up with wide receivers and try to throw it around the park. We've seen them, of course, say that they want to run the football and establish the run and have never been able to get it done. So what do? Hey, take everything out of the mix and we're going to go sign nothing but a bunch of road graders and a running back that's downhill, and we're going to draft guys that can lean into that. We're going to change the mentality of our offensive line, and we're going to run the football to minimize what we ask our offensive coordinator to do, what we ask our quarterback to do. We're going to slow the game down. We're going to play, obviously, defensive-first football, and we're going to do it because we're going to have road graders up front across the board. Now, if it works, it'll be a tremendous plan because it'll take pressure off your play caller, no doubt. It'll take pressure off of your quarterback, no doubt. It'll allow you to get single coverage on your one proven difference maker, game changer, Nico Collins, if it works. If you're not able to run the football, and I ain't talking about against the bottom half of the league in terms of run defense, if you're able to run the football whenever you want against really good football teams, if you're able to run the football, then they hit a grand slam with this thing. But if you're not, and then you're back to relying on a bunch of offensive linemen you sign because of their mentality and their physicality, now you're asking them to pass block, which is not what their strong suit is. You got a quarterback that has struggled in the past in terms of managing the line of scrimmage, right? You got limited weapons across the board outside of Nico Collins. You could have another problem. So we'll see if it works. I think it's a different approach to just loading up, committing to the run wholeheartedly, and if it works, it'll be a hell of a thing.
Yeah, whatever the game plan is, and it does look like they've shifted how they're going to do things.
Yeah.
If they're in the bottom half of the league in ratings of offensive line play, and we start looking at numbers and sack numbers and rushing yard, they're in the bottom. Like last year, they were 30th and 32nd in pass block win rate and run block win rate. If they're in the bottom half of the league and stuff like that, I don't think it's to a place where Cole Popovich and company they get a little golf clap.
Yeah,
or they get a no. It's got to be better than that. You don't get a pass this year. Last year maybe got a pass because you improved so much on what it was before. But now this is a team that has aspirations of getting past the second round, and their offensive line can't be at the bottom half of the league in all of